Chapter 141 by Sue's Personal Privacy. When the two of them arrived at the logistics department, the blush on Jean Na's face still lingered. But she still took Lin Chi to the place where they once lived. Anshin had previously given them a place to live near the logistics department, and was responsible for security guards at all times. But now it is vacant. You go find Minister In, and ask her to come over to discuss something. I'll take a look here first. This is a small detached house with a separate courtyard. But everyone who lived here before went to Lin Chi's repair shop. Lin Chi didn't wait long in the yard before Jean Na returned to the yard with an Xian. What are you here for? An Xian didn't give Lin a good look. After she came back yesterday, she handed over a lot of rights. And now she is feeling depressed. I'm here to get some sets of combat equipment. Your team has been disbanded. It's better to leave it to me than to give it to others. The equipment Anshin provided for his team members were all top-notch. But when he came back last time, those laser weapons were all recycled. Laser weapons are numbered in the safe area. The last time I was able to take them out, it was in the name of the leader of the 32nd City Rescue Shelter. I had already returned the weapons when I came back. An Xian clasped his hands behind his back, looking helpless. The output of laser weapons is extremely low, and it has not even been promoted by high-level officials in the security zone. At most, it will only be used by special operations teams. Forget about laser weapons. I can always get some conventional weapons. There are also auxiliary equipment. Give me 10 sets in total. There are 9 people in the combat team. 10 sets are completely enough. And the one Suyu and the others had before can still be used. 10 sets. Right? Give me 10,000 points. And Xian's tone was cold. And 10,000 points was considered a friendly price. After all, some weapons were not for sale to the outside world. We are so familiar with each other. And you still want points from me? Besides, these equipments are for your team members to use. And it takes a lot of energy from me to train them. So you should give me points. Although Lin Chi had points, he had no idea that only a white wolf with nothing could feel a sense of accomplishment. Besides, with this power, he still had peace of mind as the logistics minister. The safety zone has its own rules. Even if I am the head of the logistics department, I have to abide by them. How can I be the one stealing? And Xian didn't mean to embarrass Lin Chi, but he just felt unhappy and didn't want to open the back door. Hey, that's enough. I wanted to tell you some of Baisu's hobbies. Since you don't want to know, forget it. Take out your ID card and I'll transfer your points to you. Lin Chi sighed, pretending to take out his ID card, and prepared to transfer it to an Xian. It's just 10,000 points. Not nothing. Wait, what are your hobbies? Upon hearing that it was about Baisu, an Xian instantly became interested, and his eyes even brightened. What about 10 sets of equipment? It was difficult for Lin Chi to do what he did. It turned out that this piece of information was more valuable than points. I'll ask Wu Lianhe to send it to you later. You tell me Baisu's hobbies first. Baisu has been working in the scientific research building every day and has few recreational activities. In addition, she is extremely indifferent to others. For such a long time, others have no idea about her personality. Even an Xian only has a superficial relationship and cannot communicate in depth. This is Baisu's personal privacy. I discovered it accidentally. With this privacy, I think you should be able to find an excuse to get close to her. But if she finds out, wouldn't I? Lin Chi frantically recalled Baisu's interests and hobbies in his mind. But apart from scientific research and study, he had no interest in anything else. The only idea he could give was those learning materials. With an Xian's strength, it should be easy to get several G study materials. I'll give you 2 more sets. So stop talking nonsense. And Anshin showed a trace of impatience on her face. But she was eager to know Baisu's hobbies. A few sets of equipment meant nothing to her. Come here. I'll tell you secretly. This matter is too private after all. Lin Chi waved to an Xian to come closer. And when he leaned close to his ear, he whispered, I borrowed teacher Baisu's computer once and found some browsing records on it. Women, when you are lonely and bored, you can read something to relieve yourself. The stuff is normal. But there are only a few browsing records. I'm afraid I don't appreciate it enough. If you can get more for teacher by, maybe. Lin Chi didn't say too much. With an Xian's intelligence, he should have understood. Is it that kind of small movie? An Xian was blown by hot air in his ears. And coupled with the thoughts in his heart, his face turned slightly red without realizing it. And he thought of some special scenes. Yes, action blockbusters should be rare items nowadays. so they are hard to come by. Teacher Bai probably likes watching those. If you can get some more for her, I think she will understand what you mean. Lin Chi also likes to read those study materials, but he hasn't finished reading them from Winchell last time. But this thing is worth collecting. Okay. I know. I'll try to get some back. And Xian seemed to realize his gaffe. And after coughing twice, a serious look appeared on his face. Then I'll leave first. Congratulations in advance to Minister and for making his wish come true. After receiving the guarantee, Lin Chi did not stay here any longer, walked out of the yard, and left the logistics department with Jean Na. Captain Lin, what did you tell Minister and? Jean Na was a little curious. The two of them were so close, and biting their ears. If she hadn't known about their relationship, she might have thought there was some adultery. Minister is very concerned about your current situation, and has decided to fund you with some weapons and equipment. In addition, I have also prepared a set of special training methods for you, which will allow you to strengthen your understanding of your own abilities in a short period of time. When you return, you be the first to try. Jean Na has very little style, and there was a wonderful relationship between the two, so Lin Chi was very attracted to this spirited girl. Specialized training methods? Jean Na's eyes lit up. She already had a sense of blind admiration for Lin Chi. He must have a way to make her stronger. Yes. In fact, the abilities of special awakened people can also be improved quickly. Your stealth ability needs to be developed. I just have a way to help you improve it. Lin Chi explained that he should also train a few capable subordinates, starting with Jean Na. Then do I have to pay something? After hearing this, Jean Na showed a hint of nervous expectation on her face. She is a smart person and knows that when good things happen, they must be accompanied by some requirements. All she has is beauty and this special ability. Do you want to pay? Just be obedient from now on. I don't want to be a white-eyed wolf. If he dares to betray me, I will give him an arrow no matter how far away he is. Chapter 142 Preparation before the war. The two had lunch nearby. After hanging out for a while, Lin Chi took the opportunity to let Wei Lan collect the network signal of the logistics department before returning to the repair shop. As soon as the front foot started, Wu Lianhe, the back foot, sent back the 12 sets of equipment. These equipment include guns and ammunition, combat protective clothing, communication equipment, and some high-tech auxiliary equipment. Captain Lin, Minister asked me to deliver the things. I don't dare to delay for a moment. Wu Lianhe saw several familiar teammates again and stepped forward to say hello happily, his eyes full of envy. Now he is the only one left by an Xian side. From now on, he can only serve as a guard. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to get out. Brother Wu, why don't you tell Minister to come and join Captain Lin? We didn't cooperate very well before, so you just got acquainted with the team today. Sure, Chengwang did have some talents. Just a simple meeting made several people recognize him as the captain. In other aspects, you only need to go out and practice a few times. And after working together, you will be a qualified teammate. Forget it. I really can't leave here. If you have any needs in the future, just come to me. If I can help you solve it, I will definitely not refuse. Wu Lianhe said with a smile, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. His identity is doomed, and he cannot make the choice he wants. Sure, Chengwang was also surprised that Lin Chi got the equipment back so quickly. But he quickly distributed the equipment and adjusted its performance. It's not bad. It's much better than the equipment we had before. Although the weapons are still old-fashioned firearms, they are all the latest models. And the bullets are also special steel-core armor-piercing bullets. In some cases, the effect is even stronger than laser weapons. While everyone was studying new weapons, Lin Chi called Shi Chengwang aside. Team Shi, we have a combat mission tomorrow. Please inform everyone in advance and be prepared. It was learned from the collected information that Yan Ming and Fan Xiaojun once again assembled their teams and launched a large-scale operation towards the 32nd city. In addition to the remaining mutated creatures near the ruins of the Awakening Sanctuary, they were also tracking the traces of the 4th-level mutated giant bear. Not only the Central Plain safe zone, but also other safe zones learned about the activities of a 4th-level mutant beast here without knowing what information channel. And they sent special combat teams to hunt it down. Even the safety zone of the capital attaches great importance to the value of a 4th-level mutant beast, and wants to obtain various materials on it for research. What combat mission? Shi Chengwang became serious when he heard this. The team had just been integrated. In his opinion, it still needed a few days to run in. If they went out to fight at this time, There might be casualties caused by imperfect cooperation. Do you still remember that 4th level mutant beast? The target this time, is it? Lin Chi did not hide anything. As the squad leader, it was necessary for him to know the details. That mutated giant bear? How can we be that guy's opponent? Shi Chengwang's pupil shrank. He didn't expect Lin Chi to take advantage of that guy. Even if he had a new weapon, he might not be able to cause harm to the 4th level mutated creature. You are only responsible for security and follow-up transportation. There are other people who will actually take action. Don't worry. I won't let you fight against such a scary guy just after forming a team. The team is full of talents. And Lin Chi is not willing to suffer casualties before they have grown up. At this stage, the most he can do is arrange prey for them below the 3rd level. I will judge based on the battle situation. If it is something we cannot deal with, I will issue an order to evacuate as soon as possible. Shi Chengwang's tone was firm. Now he was no longer the captain of the Wolf Warriors, who only obeyed the orders of his superiors. Instead, he had his own initiative. Yes, you can survive better if you know how to adapt. I will let you know when to set off tomorrow. Prepare the fleet in advance today. The positioning signal on the 4th level mutated giant bear has been locked by Azure, and is always reporting its specific location. It has not yet been found by anyone else. But the longer it is delayed, the other forces will definitely notice it. And it will definitely be more troublesome. Then I'll notify them, and let them prepare tonight. Needless to say, the original members of the Wolf Warrior team are all experienced warriors. Although the other new members are inexperienced. They are all special awakeners after all. They have special skills, and their individual strength is not weaker than that of ordinary elite warriors. As long as the scene is not too special, everyone in the team can handle it smoothly. After handing over the task to Shi Chengwang, Lin Chi drove back to the villa to prepare for tomorrow's trip. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling were not idle in the villa. They had been observing the activity range of the 4th order mutant giant bear through the Blue Network system. By comparing the positioning information with satellite maps, the approximate area was locked. How's it going? Did that guy move around a lot today? In the basement, a computer screen constantly refreshed the location of the mutated giant bear, and the track map of previous activities was also displayed. It has been moving northward along the edge of the 32nd city, but it will stay in place at night and rarely move. Tuanchuan marked several key locations, which were areas where the mutated giant bear stayed for a long time. You blind bear. Poor eyesight is normal. Lin Chi zoomed in on the screen, determined the specific location, and roughly calculated the route and direction. Let's set off in a convoy tomorrow and arrive at this location early. We should be able to intercept it. Lin Chi marked a location on the map, which was northeast of the Central Plains Security Zone and more than 100 kilometers out of the city. It was a ruined city. Husband, you have to take us with you this time no matter what. Xiaoling knew the danger of this mission. It was to hunt down a 4th level mutated giant beast, and she would definitely encounter other dangers along the way. Now that the two of them have the ability to protect themselves and good combat effectiveness, following the team can also help. This trip may take a long time, so I will definitely take you with me. But before that, I have to get some equipment for you too. The last time I hunted the 3rd level mutated giant ape, there were still some unused materials. Although I couldn't make the source plan armor, I could borrow the characteristics of the super body armor to create a standalone armor. But there was no illusion of the source plan. Shapeability, however, in terms of defensive performance and adaptability, it is even stronger than the ordinary production process. Separate a part of the super body armor, fuse it with the skins of some 3rd order mutated giant apes, and melt the thick skins into black matter in a short time. The material of Tuanchuan's armor is made stronger and more three-dimensional. As for Xiaoling's armor, the material is more elastic, which allows you to turn on the gene lock without making the armor feel constrained. The particularity of the Super System Combat Armor is that it can separate the material properties of the materials and distribute them adequately. This is a complete decomposition and refusion process, far beyond what can be achieved after simple processing of leather. Lin Chi asked the two of them to take off their clothes, slowly cover them with the material separated from the super body, and quickly made the most suitable armor according to their body proportions. Chapter 143 The Hidden Truth. The three of them stayed in the basement until evening, until Baisu came back from get off work. Seeing the special armors on the two of them, Baisu couldn't help but show a hint of envy in her eyes. It's just that she has always been in the safe zone and has no chance to go out. She doesn't need this leather combat armor. Are you getting ready to go out? Judging from the preparations of the two of them, they must have planned to go out recently. Otherwise, they would not be wearing the armor like this. Teacher, bye. We are going to hunt mutant beasts. We will leave early tomorrow morning. In the past few days, we have to trouble the teacher to look after the house alone. Tuanchuan was a little embarrassed. After all, the three of them had always been together before, sharing blessings and hardships. But now every time they go out, they leave Teacher Bai at home. It doesn't matter. I don't like those who fight and kill. Anyway, now that Wei Lan is here, I can contact you at any time. Bai Su pushed up her glasses so that Tuan Tuan could not see the strangeness in her eyes. Although her time in the safe zone was very ordinary, for some reason she missed the days when she was running around outside. Don't worry. It won't be long before we may have to leave here. Lin Chi opened the blue screen and showed it in front of the three people. On the screen was information about the fall of a safe zone. There are a large number of pictures of ruins unfolded, as well as several videos shot at close range. I asked Wei Lan to invade the encrypted network in the safe zone and copy some information from it. This happened recently, but it was concealed. The safe zone in the picture is a city in the south. Although it is not as large as the Central Plain safe zone, it is several times larger than the average shelter, but it still cannot withstand the impact of mutant beasts. The culprit behind all of this is the huge tide of beasts, insects all over the sky, and some special zombies. Moreover, after the safe zone was reduced to ruins, some giant mutant beasts appeared again, which was very similar to the situation in the sanctuary in the 32 city district. This safe zone fell a week ago. Later, because it was not dealt with in time, most of the survivors in the safe zone turned into zombies, forming a zombie wave. Bai Su watched the picture gradually enlarge and recognized the specific location. Only the top management of the safe zone knew the details. The survivors at the bottom didn't even know what happened. So after the last time, the shelter was invaded by the mutant rat tide. The safe zone's first reaction was to completely destroy it. Right? Although most survivors have antibodies against the virus in their bodies, these antibodies will gradually lose their effect after death. Reinfection with viruses from the outside will make these corpses active again and turn into special mutant zombies. Bai Su nodded. This should be the quickest remedy after noticing the abnormality. It's not that he seems a little indifferent, because this is the most appropriate way to deal with it. The most important thing is that some people in the safe zone have left a day in advance, and they are heading northwest to an unknown base. The information intercepted by Wei Lan only had some fragments, and did not show the coordinates of the base at all. But if it could make the senior officials of a large safe zone abandon the newly established safe zone and leave, there must be something extraordinary about that base. Could the base in the northwest be the base in the 4 uninhabited areas? In the early days of the end of the world, the Federation had already started to build safe zones, and in the no man's land where troops were stationed, a large amount of supplies and equipment, and even most of the top weapons, were stored in these mysterious places. This kind of place has no birds and animals, and even insects are very rare. But now it has become the last pure land of mankind. The 4 no man's land bases? Are they the 4 no man's land that I remember? To the northwest are a large number of deserts and Gobi Desert, which were once used as experimental sites for some special weapons. The terrain is special, and the environment is harsh, which is not suitable for human survival at all. It is also the end of all life. But now it has become a treasure. With sufficient resources, this kind of place can be said to be the safest and ideal base for mankind. Do you think that no man's land is a place where humans cannot survive, and are completely desolate? Bai Su pursed his lips and smiled. It was obvious that the previous understanding given by the Federation had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Isn't it? In my impression, Lin Chi seemed to have thought of something, and was a little unsure. After all, strictly speaking, I am not a person of this world, so there should be some discrepancies in my impressions. The no man's land has another meaning, which is that outsiders are not allowed to enter. Firstly, ordinary people can easily lose their way and encounter danger if they enter it. Secondly, there are special bases built by the federal government in the no man's land. The core secrets of the Federation are not allowed to be probed by outsiders. Because Bai Su had some authority, he had compiled some information in advance, including the situation of the bases in the 4 uninhabited areas. You still remember the previous aerial cleaning plan? Half of those countless missiles were launched from the 4 uninhabited areas. Bai Su clearly stated the coordinates of the 4 no man's land bases. But now it is too difficult to pass through the ruins and desolate Gobi to enter the no man's land base. The uninhabited land base is the last barrier for mankind. It is not the last moment yet. The destruction of every safe zone and shelter will provide experience for the future of mankind. so that the remaining safe zones can avoid disasters in advance. Maybe, one day, the human survivors will build the strongest safe zone to completely block out the mutated creatures. This kind of unknown information is a very cruel thing for ordinary survivors. But once it is announced, the panic caused is even more terrifying than the coming doomsday. Lin Chi felt a sudden realization. No wonder Bai Su had been reminding them to go north all the way from the very beginning to avoid the most dangerous moment. Although the Central Plains security zone is well constructed, there are no special changes. It will definitely be destroyed in 3 months. You are right to make some preparations early. Bai Su saw that Lin Chi had the idea of leaving the safe zone, so he gave him a time calculated by himself. It is still possible to eliminate the 4th level mutant beasts that appear now. But when the 5th level mutant beasts appear, one of them can destroy a city or wall. Even if weapons of mass destruction are used, it will be difficult to kill them. I don't think the safe zone can last that long. After all, those at the top can run away at any time. Lin Chi had some doubts about the people hiding in the center of the safe zone. It was a pity that Wei Lan couldn't invade inside yet. Otherwise he would definitely know what those people were doing. If you want to run away, I will definitely know it before you do. I will inform you then. Let's solve the immediate problem first. The two of them unknowingly shifted the topic to tomorrow's hunt for the 4th order mutant beast. This mutated giant bear's form has just broken through from 3rd order to 4th order, and its size has not yet completely grown, making it easy to deal with. If you give it some more time to grow, the limit of the 4th level mutant behemoth can reach a height of 20 meters, and it will only become more terrifying by then. Chapter 144. The Iron Chariot is dispatched. Early the next morning, the three of them arrived at the repair shop. Shi Chengwang's team had been assembled and 2 cars were ready. One of them is an armored vehicle that an Xian left behind, and the other is a modified large truck. The team originally had 9 people, plus Su Sen, Lin Chituan and Xiaoling. There were 13 people in total, which was already considered a mature team. This time Lin Chi could be said to have used all the strength of his men. Captain, shall we only drive 2 cars this time? In the past few outings, 2 people were in one vehicle to maximize the transportation capacity. Although the modified truck had sufficient transportation capacity, it was only one truck after all, and could not hold much at all. The purpose of our trip this time is not to collect supplies, but to hunt mutant creatures. Everything should be simple and simple. Just drive 1 car. Only the crystals of 1st and 2nd level mutant beasts are obtained. Only the materials of 3rd level mutant beasts have preliminary value. If he can encounter some evolutionary bugs, Lin Chi may also be interested in doing some research. However, the 2 cars did have some shortcomings. So Lin Chi went to his car repair shed and opened the door that had been locked. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, a giant steel beast slowly drove out of the open door, and its huge pointed front appeared in front of everyone. The width of this modified mobile fortress has reached 5 meters, making it impossible to drive on some narrow roads, and its length has exceeded 8 meters. The moment the mobile fortress appeared, it already occupied most of the yard and attracted everyone's attention. Hack! Awesome! Several people around him, who were shocked beyond description, expressed their feelings one after another. But with their limited vocabulary, they couldn't find words to describe it at the moment. Captain, shall we take this car? Suyu couldn't wait to step forward and follow the mobile fortress, wanting to explore the situation inside the car. Just the steel plate fixed on the outside is 100 millimeters thick, which can easily defend against ordinary bullets. Even when encountering a swarm of mutant rats, there is no need to panic. The sense of security that one feels hiding inside cannot be described in words. Originally I didn't plan to start this car, but after all, the tools have to be used before we can find out the pros and cons. This is the first time for the mobile fortress to go out. I hope it can bring us a good sign. Inside the mobile fortress, there are separate rest areas and combat areas, as well as an area for storing supplies, which is enough to accommodate 20 people without looking crowded. The cab can even accommodate 5 people operating at the same time. But after Lin Chi installed a 3rd level chip, Wei Lan was able to control it simultaneously. More than a dozen people got on the car one after another. Lin Chi started the mobile fortress for the first time and naturally sat in the driver's seat. The electronic screen that appeared in front of him synchronized the images of the outside world as if separated by a layer of glass. Su Sen and Shi Chengwang also came to the cab and sat in the co-pilot's seat. Is this a new tank in the safe zone? Why have I never seen one with this specification before? After all, Shi Chengwang had only been here a few days and had never seen this steel fortress before. No, this is a chariot built by myself. All the parts inside are made by me bit by bit. Lin Chi felt overwhelmed when he thought about how he had disassembled parts, spliced them together, and welded steel plates to modify them. Fortunately, now that he had Wei Lan, he could use the super armor to shape some simple parts, and it would be much more convenient to continue modifications in the future. Did you make it yourself? Shi Chengwang obviously didn't believe it. Even a professional car manufacturer couldn't build such a large car without technical guidance. It was slowly modified from an armored vehicle. Although the parts are not precise, it should be able to start. At this moment, the door had been opened, and Lin Chi gave it a kick. The steel fortress roared again, and the frustration of the mechanical operation could be clearly felt. It's shaking a bit. Will it fall apart? People inside the car were a little worried. From the outside, the steel fortress gave people an unshakable feeling. But sitting inside it didn't feel good. You could even clearly feel the crisp sound of friction between parts. Don't worry. The new car needs to be running after all. Once it's on the road for a while, you'll slowly get used to it. Lin Chi did not let Wei Lan assist, but chose manual operation. After driving the steel fortress out of the repair shop, he turned onto the road. Such a huge thing drives on the street, causing pedestrians and vehicles passing by to retreat for fear of touching it. One car even couldn't dodge and fell directly into the ditch. See, as long as we are strong enough, others will take the initiative to make way for us. Driving all the way to the ruins, I encountered no obstacles at all on the road. But I did notice the special existence of this steel fortress and reported the situation to some people. But now it was impossible to stop this behemoth from leaving the city. After arriving at the city wall in the middle of the ruins, they stopped at the gate of the already built city. Fong Su seemed to have already received the order and was waiting in front of the city gate with a few soldiers. When he saw the steel chariot driving over, he couldn't help but take a breath. When did the safe zone get a tank of this level? Although he is only responsible for guarding a city wall, he can also understand some information in the safe zone. He has never heard of an organization that researches and manufactures special vehicles. However, thinking of the order given by his superiors just now, he still bravely faced it. Stop and get inspected. Fong Su personally stepped forward to stop the chariot, and curiously looked at the closed window, wondering who could own such a chariot. Captain Fong. Long time no see. The car window opened and Lin Chi's voice came out, making Fong Su suddenly feel familiar. But it was only when he saw his face clearly that he recognized Lin Chi. It's brother Lin Chi. Is this car yours? Seeing that he was an acquaintance, Fong Su lowered his guard and came closer. How do I have the strength to build such a powerful tank? This is the tank of the Minister of Logistics and Security. It has just been successfully developed. Let's drive it out for testing. Lin Chi once again took an Xion out to block the arrows. When he drove the car out, he probably guessed that he would be in trouble when he left the city. Well, I just received a notice from above asking Brother Lin not to leave the city yet. Your car has already attracted the attention of those above. Fong Su lowered his voice and motioned to Lin Chi to cooperate. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain. If it was someone you didn't know, there would have been no need to negotiate, and the car would have been impounded with a gun. I'm sorry. We are in a hurry to get out of the city. No one can stop us except Minister An's order. Captain Fong should get out of the way. Otherwise, when the car runs over, your flesh and blood will not be able to stop us. Lin Chi didn't care who was spying on the chariot he had worked so hard to build. He just stepped on the accelerator, and the chariot started to move slowly. Don't be impulsive. Brother Lin has something to discuss, so it won't be easy for me to explain. Fong Su chased him in front of the car window, with a pleading look on his face. If Lin Chi was allowed to leave, those people would definitely settle the score with him when they came. But the sentry in front of the city gate was directly crushed and knocked away, without any hindrance at all. Looking at the steel chariot going away, Fong Su reluctantly took the gun from the hand of the person next to him and fired a few shots into the air, which was considered a response. When those people come later, tell them that the chariot just broke through the barrier by force. We can't stop it, and let them chase it on their own. Chapter 145 Killing the Tracker. Not long after, 2 armored vehicles quickly stopped at the door, and several people quickly got out of the car and arrived in front of the city gate. Fong Su. Where's Fong Su? Didn't I ask you to stop the car? Why did you let him run out? The person who got off the car was a young man who looked very handsome and had a feminine feel. The majestic combat uniform worn on him was not as straight and upright as a warrior at all, but rather a bit nondescript. Even the way he walks has a catwalk feel. Sir, we didn't stop him. Those people were Minister An's men, and they broke into the guard post directly. Fong Su walked over with a serious face, but stopped 5 meters away from this guy. The feminine guy in front of him was named Fan. He was an illegitimate son, and one of the sons of the big boss in the safe zone. After the Doomsday came, the safe zone was established. And after the efforts of the 3 senior officials, the Fan family suddenly had more than a dozen illegitimate children, all of whom were entrusted with important responsibilities and gained considerable power. Trash. If you can't even stop a car, what's the use of raising you? Fan Xiaoxin had a sullen face. His eyes swept over Fong Su's face, and he took 2 steps forward, preparing to slap him to show his status. But Fong Su, who was standing where he was, suddenly took a few steps back and pointed in the direction of the chariot's departure. Sir, that car just left not long ago. Their speed is not fast. If you catch up at this time, you should be able to catch up quickly. Although Fong Su was disdainful, he still did not dare to offend such a big shot. But he would never suffer a loss. It was these 2 steps back that made Fan Xiaoxin drop his hand that he was about to raise. But his next words just gave him a step up. Xian Xiao, if we chase him out now, we can catch up with the car without leaving the ruins road. Let's teach this guy a lesson when we come back. The guard beside Fan Xiaoxin whispered. He could see that Fong Su was not easy to mess with, and he might suffer a loss if his young master took action. So he moved the target outside. Sure enough, after Fan Xiaoxin heard this, he turned his attention, quickly got in a car, and drove out of the city. What the HL? You still want to use me as a meal and drink? Fong Su watched the 2 armored vehicles gradually disappear on the road and couldn't help but curse. Although he is just a gatekeeper, he is not someone who can be manipulated by anyone. The ruined road outside the city was originally the highway before the bombing. The steel chariot drove on it, and its speed gradually increased. But the bumpy feeling that followed became more and more intense. Captain, the brothers behind you are almost vomiting. Please slow down. A voice came from the car behind. The soldiers of the Wolf Warrior school team were fine. Although Suyu and the others had turned on the gene lock and their physiques were far beyond ordinary people, they had never experienced such bumps. Along the way, their internal organs felt a little displaced. The slower you go, the harder it is. Once you get used to it, it'll be fine. Believe me, I'm right. Lin Chi increased the throttle again. After the speed increased, he felt that the tank was much more stable. Hey, we detected a vehicle following you from behind. Please be vigilant. Suddenly, a red light flashed on the screen in the cab, and a small screen instantly separated, which showed the images of the 2 armored vehicles behind. It should be the person who stopped us from leaving the city just now. Shi Chengwang quickly analyzed and informed the members in the car immediately to prepare for battle. You want to catch up with us? Right? Just try out the performance of this car. Lin Chi glanced at the armored vehicles behind them. They were all equipped with high-end equipment in the safety zone, and the identities of the people in the vehicles were also ordinary. Lin Chi activated a button on the console, only to hear another violent tremor in the car, and the original power increased a little more. Start dual engine mode? The blue warning sound sounded, and the car's speed increased instantly, making everyone feel a push on their backs. No! How can such a big car go so fast? The 2 armored vehicles chasing behind felt something was wrong. The speed of their wheeled armored vehicles could only reach more than 100 per hour at most. But the speed of the steel chariot in front was obviously faster than them. Follow me with all my strength. I must get this chariot. The excitement in Fan Xiaoxin's eyes became more and more intense. He even stuck his head out of the observation hole on the roof of the car and felt the violent wind pressure outside. But in the next second, a puff of smoke and dust rolled up, covering him with disgrace. Captain, are we keeping them hanging? Susan looked at the 2 armored vehicles on the screen with an unkind look. There must be some special purpose for following them so close at this time. Drive out of the ruins first and wait until we find a place outside to deal with them. The ruins stretch as far as the eye can see, and there is no obstruction to the view. If a dispute does occur, the news will soon be received in the safe zone. But as long as you enter the city outside, turn around and deal with them casually. You will be able to do so without anyone noticing. Everyone in the car was ready for battle, and drove straight outside the ruins, past 2 more streets, and stopped at the corner of the street, taking advantage of the blind spot. Everyone quickly got out of the car and hid next to a nearby building. The 2 armored vehicles that followed closely followed and appeared on the street. Quick! The car has stopped. Get out of the car and stop him. Seeing that the steel chariot in front was getting slower and slower, and even showing signs of stalling. Fan Xiaoxin quickly ordered. Before the armored vehicle stopped, he opened the door and jumped out, directing the people around him to rush forward. These people are all heavily armed, and some are even equipped with laser weapons. They are some of the most elite warriors in the safe zone. Fan Xiaoxin wisely did not rush to the front, but followed carefully behind everyone, not to put himself in any danger. Is that guy? At the corner, Lin Qi and the others watched the excitement. Among the few people who got out of the armored vehicle, the only ones without helmets seemed to be afraid of messing up their hair. 1 person per person. 3 seconds to resolve the battle. Lin Qi quickly issued an order, then drew his bow and arrow, targeting the person with the strongest aura among them. Whoosh! An arrow flew out and passed through his head. Even a helmet made of special materials cannot withstand the sharpness of arrows. As the arrow shot out, several people started shooting. At such a close range, the bullets poured out, and there was no possibility of mistakes. But these people are well equipped after all. And the weakest combat uniforms they wear are 2nd-level mutant animal skins. Even Fan Xiaoxin's combat uniform is made of 3rd-level mutant animal skins, which can already defend against bullet attacks, although they were caught off guard at the first moment. After reacting, 3 people quickly found a bunker and hid. You didn't even hit such a big head? Lin Qi watched the guy without a helmet hiding behind an abandoned car, and was a little surprised at his luck. Captain, that guy's identity must be unusual. I want to leave it until the end for you to do it yourself. A member of the Wolf Warrior squad gave a flattering laugh. It was not that he missed the target, but that no one had aimed at that guy from the beginning. After all, his identity is that of a high-level kid in the safe zone. If he is really killed, he will definitely be in trouble. Since you have killed someone, you must silence him. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with a bottle of 2nd-level genetic fluid. Facing this situation for the first time, the members of the combat team did not dare to attack important people. Lin Qi understood very well, but he had to let them know that they would never do this again next time. As he finished speaking, Susan was the first to turn his gun and shoot in the direction of Fan Xiaoxin. The dense bullet suppression soon left the abandoned car riddled with holes. Under the impact of the bullets, the 3 people hiding behind were directly shaken out. At this moment, the observation port above the steel chariot was opened, and Tianchuan held his rifle and aimed at the target. Boom! A bullet penetrated the head and exploded into a mist of blood. Chapter 146. Do you want to play the video for fun? Fan Xiaoxin has not recovered from the panic, has not yet called out his identity, and even fantasizes about how he will be tough after being captured. But the next second his head shook, and he completely lost consciousness. Someone fired the first shot, and others, not to be outdone, raised their guns and pressed on, quickly finishing off the remaining few. Captain, will we get into trouble if we do this? After all, Shi Chengwang was still a soldier of the Federation before. Although he has now joined a private force, he does not want to be an enemy of the Federation. Isn't the trouble solved? Clean up the battlefield and drive away those 2 armored vehicles. Lin Qi was not surprised that the steel chariot was targeted. After all, a chariot of this size was the best weapon whether it was traveling through ruins or dealing with mutant beasts. Anyone with a far-sighted vision can see the value. The guys they chased out obviously wanted to use their status to snatch their tanks, so there was no need to save any face. Shi Chengwang glanced at the corpses on the ground worriedly, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just ordered his team members to quickly clean up the battlefield. The corpses were quickly piled into the ruins aside. A fire started, and 3 cars drove on the road again. Although most of these people used ordinary firearms, Fan Xiaoxin did have a laser rifle in his hands. But this guy didn't fire a single shot, thus wasting this energy weapon. This time, the 2 vehicles behind separated some team members. At the front was Shi Chengwang's armored vehicle, responsible for opening the road to observe the environment. Behind him were Su Sin and several special awakeners, responsible for guarding the rear. On the steel chariot in the middle, Lin Qi had let go of the steering wheel, and Wei Lan had taken over the control of the chariot. Tianchuan was so decisive just now, and his shot hit the target. Although there are more than a dozen people in the team now, the only ones who really obey Lin Qian's advice are the few who followed him at the beginning. Although Shi Chengwang's team has rich combat experience, it is an independent faction after all. Therefore, when issuing orders before, these smart people subconsciously avoided the muzzle of their guns and did not dare to kill Fan Xiaoxin. Husband, I can already see that those members of the Wolf Warrior team are not very obedient. Although Tuan Tuan has just joined this combat team, As a bystander, he can clearly feel the barriers in the team. The 5 members of Shi Chengwang are a small team. And the newly joined Special Awakened people are a team. Although they don't look like anything on the surface, they certainly can't integrate into each other in private. It doesn't matter if you don't obey me, as long as it works. And it won't last long anyway. At this moment, there were only 3 of them in the Iron Chariot, so they could speak freely, and even enjoy the special vibration range of the Iron Chariot. Here, my husband will reward you with a tube of second-level genetic fluid. Lin Chi had always been rewarded for his merits. Since he had promised to be rewarded with a portion of genetic fluid, he would never break his promise. So he hugged Tuan Tuan in his arms, and chose to take it. Hey. I'm still there. Xiaoling was sitting in the passenger seat, her legs unable to touch the ground at all. She watched helplessly as the 2 of them joined together in front of her, and kept bumping along with the driving of the steel chariot, her eyes full of envy. I haven't tried it in the car yet. It'll be your turn later. Please relax first. Lin Chi held Tanchuan's waist with one hand and controlled the seat with the other, slowly flattening it and adjusting it to the comfortable mode. Wei Lan controls the steel chariot. During this period of time, the intelligent life has enriched its database through continuous learning and mastered most of the current data. Sir, do you want to play the video for fun? The humanized voice of the blue came out from the communicator. After being set by Tuanchuan and Xiaoling, the voice has changed from the original mechanical sound to rich emotions. And it is also the voice of a mature woman. Find a wonderful one! The screen in front of her suddenly fluctuated, and a familiar prelude appeared. Xiaoling couldn't hold it any longer, so she unbuckled her seat belt, slid off her seat, and crawled over from behind. She imitated the wonderful scenes in the video, and they looked stylish. The armored vehicle in front was driving quickly. This road had been traveled countless times by the search team. There were almost no living creatures nearby, and it was basically an unobstructed drive. It wasn't until noon that the Wolf Warriors team in front stopped at a familiar place. Isn't this the lifestyle supermarket we visited before? Lin Chi saw the lifestyle supermarket not far away from the surveillance camera. The damaged area on the 3rd floor was caused by his original arrow. Captain Lin, I found traces of mutated creatures in this lifestyle supermarket. Let's take a rest here for the time being. Shi Chengwang parked the armored vehicle at the edge of the square, and several people quickly got out of the car and stood guard on the life square. The armored vehicle behind also stopped, and Susan led everyone out of the vehicle. Lin Chi stepped off the steel chariot and looked at the familiar place. There were still traces of the damage he had caused in the square. A team of 3. Cooperate with each other. Go in and investigate. Although it can be avoided when encountering such places with mutated zombies, the team needs to hone in order to grow up quickly. Otherwise, the next time it encounters danger, it will only be more hasty. All the survivors who stayed in the life supermarket have disappeared. It is unknown whether they were taken away by the rescue team in the safe zone or died at the mouth of the mutant creature. But now looking at the damaged building on the supermarket floor, there should be no survivors inside. The Wolf Warriors team was divided into 2 teams. The Special Awakener team was divided into 2 teams. And finally Lin Chi and Tuanchuan Xiaoling were divided into 1 team. And the 5 teams advanced slowly. We have been here before. Both Tuanchuan and Xiaoling had been to this place before, and seeing the familiar square felt like it was yesterday. There were still many survivors inside at that time, and they stormed in easily. Things have changed and people have changed. There should be no living people inside now. Be careful later. Lin Chi slowly integrated the long bow into the super armor, and 3 long knives slowly emerged from his arms. Wei Lan can quickly build weapon models, and use the fusion shaping ability of the Source Project armor to create the weapon's form. Now it is no longer limited to the previous forms. Before the 3 of them arrived at the broken door of the lifestyle supermarket, bursts of gunshots were heard inside, and the communicator was already in a mess. However, after a brief panic, the situation was quickly stabilized. The mutated zombie was found and has been killed. Everyone, please pay attention to safety. Shi Chengwang's voice came from the communicator, which gave people a sense of security. The 2nd team is gathering towards me. The 3rd and 4th teams are covering from the sides. Shi Chengwang quickly took over the command task, distributed the team in a fan shape, and slowly advanced into the lifestyle supermarket. The gunshots have alerted the mutated zombies hiding in the supermarket. Footsteps can be heard all around, and black shadows can even be seen running around. Be careful. These mutated zombies are a little different. Lin Chi whispered to Tuanchuan and Xiaoling, and drew out his long knife to block the situation in front of them. In such an empty building, It is easy to injure one's own people with firearms, unless the gene lock state is turned on and the ability is maximized. Don't worry. The two of us are not weak either. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling each held a long knife and made a defensive posture. Roar! Suddenly, there were roars, and mutated zombies continued to pour out from inside the supermarket. Some even jumped onto the wall, with their claws sinking deeply into it, exuding a violent aura like wild beasts. A strong mutated zombie fell from the sky, but before it hit the ground, it was shot to pieces by dense bullets, and its body was broken into two halves. But then several more rushed in, knocking one of the soldiers away. Member of Wolf Squad. Lin Chi swung the long knife in his hand and easily cut off a zombie's head, then kicked out the remaining torso with a side step. It is even more comfortable to deal with mutant zombies of this level. The strength of these mutated zombies has already reached the second level of strength. Zombies are also evolving, but the speed of evolution is far slower than that of mutant beasts. But the latter are incomparable in terms of scale. Among them, there are a few with special shapes, and they are the best among the second level ones. And their forms have undergone huge changes. A mutated zombie with abnormally thick arms held its arms in front of its body and rushed past. When Lin Chi was about to use his sword to kill, the group behind him suddenly rushed out with a loud shout. Cut! The long knife slashed fiercely, with an unparalleled force. The mutated zombie's body with swollen arms exploded instantly. The arms were chopped into two halves, and the remaining body flew dozens of meters away, knocked down a group of mutant zombies. For a moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to Tuanchuan, who was sheathing the knife, and they all had expressions of disbelief. Chapter 147, 40 meters of sword chi. Lin Chi also stared at Tuanchuan in stunned silence. He had never seen her attack with all her strength before, and he did not expect her to be so powerful. This power is like a ferocious beast in human form. Tuan, you are so awesome. Xiaoling held the knife tightly in her hand, her body trembling slightly, obviously not ready to fight yet. I didn't know this guy was so inexperienced. He even used 8 points of his strength. Tuan's eyes flashed with excitement, obviously very surprised by his own strength. 8 points of power. Everyone was not far away, and they could clearly hear Zhao Tuanchuan's voice. The original thoughts of several people in the team who looked down on this kind of vase girl disappeared without a trace in an instant. There is no ordinary person who can follow Captain Lin. After a brief hesitation, Xiaoling held knives in both hands and rushed towards the mutated zombies. Although she was small, her movements were extremely swift. She swung a long knife that was almost as tall as her. Light cannot see people. During this brief distraction, the mutated zombies had already rushed forward. Fortunately, Shi Chengwang quickly formed a formation and relied on the intensive firepower in his hands to suppress all the zombies. No, those second-level mutated zombies will not be killed for a while. They must attack their vital points. The second-level mutated zombies have grown special cuticles and bone armor on their bodies, and they will cover their heads consciously. Guns can only repel them, and they will not be killed at all for a while. Only then did Shi Chengwang understand why Lin Chi focused on using cold weapons. When dealing with high-level mutated creatures, sharp cold weapons were far more effective than firearms. Several members of the Special Awakener team can use laser weapons. The only laser weapon is in Ji Na's hand at the moment. The red laser fires continuously, and each shot can penetrate several mutant zombies. However, although this attack is powerful, its power will still be temporarily blocked when it hits the cuticle on a second-level zombie. Suyu threw a special incendiary bomb, and before it hit the ground, a laser shot over, and a flame instantly rose in the air. However, before the flames dispersed, they were imprisoned by an invisible force and continued to compress and twist in the air. Suyu's eyes were slightly red. Forcibly controlling this flame had already made him use all his strength, but controlling this violent power also made his confidence highly inflated. Fire sets a prairie fire. Suyu gritted his teeth and shouted out the name of a very pretentious ultimate move, and fireballs suddenly shot out from the flames, crackling towards the zombies. The high-pressure condensed fireball is extremely powerful, and even some low-level mutant zombies are directly burned to ashes. With just one big move, he suppressed a large number of mutated zombies. But it doesn't last long. After a few seconds, all the flames fell down, and sweat was already oozing out from Suyu's forehead. Obviously he was exhausted. Well done! Chao Wuwei supported Suyu, looking excited and wanting to show off his strength. But considering the special terrain here, he didn't dare to use his abilities at all. However, The record of their Awakener team has obviously suppressed the Wolf Warrior team. It's not a big deal. But I'll leave the rest to you. Don't let us be looked down upon. Su Yuqiang held onto his gun and joined the battle again. The team cooperated with each other and soon entered the supermarket. After all the zombies were eliminated, only a few scattered ones remained. But the remaining mutated zombies are all second order and above existences, and even special mutants. The supermarket has long been a mess, with dried blood and scattered bones everywhere, and even traces of insects crawling in the corners from time to time. There are no usable supplies here. You can cover the retreat. There is no need to continue exploring. Just leave the rest to me. The skill of the long sword is very easy to advance. It only requires more than 100 mutant zombies. Lin Chi only needs to kill all the mutant zombies here, and he can basically advance. Although the team's cooperation in blocking the attack of the zombie group just now was not perfect, overall it has met the requirements. The remaining second-level mutated zombies are basically special types. If they are not careful, the team members will suffer casualties. So there is no need for them to face them again. After the warning, Lin Chi took back Tuanchuan and Xiaoling's long knives and walked toward the depths of the supermarket alone. Shi Chengwan was about to call Lin Chi, but was stopped by Susan. Captain has his own things to do. We just need to follow orders. Lin Chi, who was holding the knife at the moment, had a faint and different aura. The light around him seemed to be condensed on him as he walked, as if the air had become thicker. He used the knife again. I don't know if I can see another lightning-fast attack. Su Yu's eyes were full of admiration. When they first met, the scene where he was impressed by Lin Chi was the sword that fell from the sky. Retreat! Shi Chengwan gave the order, and the team slowly withdrew from the supermarket. But everyone did not leave. Instead, they stopped at the edge of the square outside the supermarket, took down the supplies from the car, and made a fire to cook on the spot. In the supermarket, as the spiritual power spread, all the mutated zombies hiding in the dark were imprinted in Lin Chi's mind. And even some special bugs in the corners were clearly visible. I wonder if there are evolutionary crystals in these bugs. The previous ants and other small bugs only grew in size. In other respects, they were no different from ordinary bugs. There was no evolutionary crystallization in their bodies. However, the types of bugs in the supermarket were different. In addition to fist-sized cockroaches and spiders hanging in the corners, there are some black beetles, and even hollows have formed under some floors. Coming to the living area deep in the supermarket, the environment here is dim, and there is a rancid smell in the air, giving people an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out of the air duct, and its sharp claws drew a black light in the air. The long knife in Lin Chi's hand swept across, and with a burst of electric light, he cut the black mutated zombie in half with one strike. Weapons made from the essence of third-level mutated horns can easily cut through the defenses of second-level mutated creatures below, and are even effective against the same level. The dim environment could not block Lin Chi's sight. The zombie that was divided into two parts kept twitching, with reddish-brown liquid flowing out of half of its head. The filamentous blood vessels struggled for a few times, and then completely lost their vitality. This second-level mutated zombie is all black and brown. The clothes on the surface of the body have been worn away. The skin of the cuticle is extremely hard, and the mutated zombie no longer looks like a human being. Lin Chi continued to walk forward, and saw dull footsteps coming from the darkness. And a giant zombie 3 meters tall slowly walked out. Level 3 mutant zombie? It was not until half an hour later that a figure walked out of the damaged door of the Life supermarket under the expectant eyes of everyone. The captain is out. Su Yu cheered. Although he knew that such a small scene would never cause an accident to Lin Chi, he still couldn't help but cheer. Everyone, get some rest and get ready to go. Lin Chi handed the knife to Tuanchuan beside him and motioned for her to get into the car. After all, the Source Project armor is quite special. In front of these people, it is better not to show it as much as possible. Captain, why don't you eat something first? Jean Na brought a piece of food, which they had specially prepared just now. I'll eat in the car without delaying my journey. The team was divided into 3 groups again, quickly got on the armored vehicle, and started driving. Lin Chi took a few bites, and then turned on his skill light screen to check the sword skills he had just improved. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Use a long knife to kill 100 mutated zombies. Completed. 2. Use the long knife to kill 10 first-level mutant beasts. Completed. 3. Obtain 5 first-order gene crystals. Completed. High-level sword skills have been advanced. Top-level sword skills. Let you run 39 meters first. You can swing a 40-meter long sword. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Use a long knife to kill 500 mutant zombies. 2. Use the long knife to kill 100 mutant beasts. 3. Consume 50 second order gene crystals. 4. Consume 10 second level evolution crystals. 40 meters of sword energy. That figure instantly appeared in Lin Chi's mind. Chapter 148. Someone got there first. It was not until the afternoon that the convoy arrived at the location marked on the map. Lin Chi turned on the coordinate sensor of the mutated giant bear. It was still more than 10 kilometers away from here, and it was still moving slowly towards this place. Susan, take a few people to search the area. If there are mutant beasts and zombies, kill them in time and bring them over. Lin Chi stood on the top of the steel chariot and looked around. This was a village outside the city, with a provincial road in the middle, rows of buildings on one side, and a patch of green farmland on the other. Although it is a cold winter, the crops in the farmland are growing well. Shi Changwang, lead the remaining members of the combat team to occupy a position with a wide view and be ready at any time. Lin Chi quickly assigned tasks and drove the armored vehicle far away so as not to affect the battle. Captain, do we really want to hunt down that 4th level mutant beast? Shi Changwang was still a little unbelievable. There were so many people with sophisticated weapons before, and they didn't stand in front of the mutated giant bear for too long. Now the strength of this team is obviously less than last time, and the weapons are even more backward. How can they complete such a task? I am the one who wants to hunt. You are just playing a supporting role. Lin Chi took out the bow and arrows. The most lethal ones at this stage were undoubtedly the bows and spears. The newly improved sword skills should also be able to cause damage to the 4th level mutant beasts. Looking inside the cab of the iron chariot, the flashing red dots on the satellite map were still slowly approaching their position. Captain, there are only a few mutant zombies nearby, and no mutant beasts have been found. Su Sen's voice came from the communicator. He led Suyu and others to search nearby, and found several mutant zombies in several yards, but found nothing else. Bring the zombies here. Pile them in the middle of the road, and chop some of the meat into pieces. If mutant beasts want to evolve quickly, a large amount of food is essential. In addition to cannibalism, some mutant zombies are also their hunting targets. As long as they smell the strong smell of blood, they will definitely be attracted to them. Susan quickly completed the arrangement. With just a few swings of the big axe in his hand, the corpses on the ground were completely turned into rotten meat, and a stench filled the air. After everyone evacuated, the surrounding village slowly fell into silence. According to Weilan's analysis, the movement rules of this 4th level mutant giant bear are on this road. According to its behavior, it will be eating time in half an hour. We are very confident that we will attract it. Tuanchuan has gotten to know Weilan somewhat during this period, and is much more capable in handling things. The three of them sat in the cab and watched the screen intently. But as time passed, they gradually realized something was wrong. Why did that guy stay there for so long? For nearly 5 minutes, the red dot remained in place without changing. If it weren't for the subtle changes in signal fluctuations, Lin Chi would have thought that the signal receiver had fallen. Honey, is that mutant bear eating? Xiaoling sat in Lin Chi's arms. When the battle was about to begin, she did not dare to make any big move. It's possible. How about I go over and take a look and see if I can make a sneak attack? This giant mutant beast moves very fast, and cannot stay in place for that long unless something attracts it. Do you want us to help? Tuanchuan and Xiaoling were both excited when they heard that they were going to take the initiative. After all, the first battle gave them great confidence. No. Just support me here, and wait for my good news. A mutant beast of this level can demolish buildings and walls with just one strike. Once hit, it is impossible for an ordinary awakened person to survive. Lin Chi gave a few more instructions to the other team members, then opened the door and drove the nearby armored vehicle towards the target location. The journey of more than 10 kilometers took only 10 minutes in normal times. But now the road was full of obstacles, and the speed had been slowed down, and it would take at least half an hour. But when he was only halfway through the journey, Lin Chi heard waves of fluctuations in the distance, and even the flicker of fire. The closer I got, the ground even felt a tremor. Someone got there first. At this time, Lin Chi could already see the fire coming from the distance, and the lasers were shooting randomly. It was obvious that the fighting was very intense. Even large-scale safe zones are eager to study the value of the 4th level mutant behemoth. There are probably many people in the safe zone looking for it in the past few days. Lin Chi parked the armored vehicle on the side of the road. After walking out of the door, The super armor gradually covered his body. The black armor was like the arrival of death, completely cutting off Lin Chi's breath. As his pace quickened, his body turned into a black shadow and quickly passed through the street. Within a moment, Lin Chi had already seen the furious mutated giant bear. He had not seen it for just a few days. This fourth-order mutated giant beast, which was originally 8 meters tall, had grown to about 10 meters. Moreover, there were several armored vehicles parked around, with lasers constantly firing from them, suppressing the mutant bear's movements. Concentrate your attack. Aim for its head. On a nearby roof, a man wearing camouflage armor calmly gave orders, holding a special laser weapon in his hand. All the awakened people around were hiding behind bunkers, and lasers mixed with bullets were all poured towards the mutated giant bear. Captain, our attacks can't break through its defense. The bullet hit the mutated giant bear and bounced away. Although the red laser could hit, it seemed to be absorbed by an invisible force and only destroyed the hair on the surface. The mutated giant bear blocked one arm in front of his head, letting sparks splash in front of his eyes, and the muscles all over his body were trembling. Roar! With a low roar, a violent aura spread out from its body. Apparently being attacked for no reason like this completely aroused the anger in its heart. As its legs slowly bent, the ground suddenly sank one layer, and the mutated giant bear's body jumped and crashed down towards the place where the attacks were most concentrated. Boom! The house collapsed, and a puff of smoke spread. The mutant bear grabbed half of the wall and smashed it to another part with a slap. Each time it jumped, it covered a distance of more than 20 meters and easily hit the soldiers hiding behind the bunker. In just a few breaths, the attack completely stopped. In the smoke and dust, the figure of the giant beast was somewhat blurry. But out of fear, those who survived did not dare to make any movement. Boom! A thick red laser penetrated the smoke and hit the mutated giant bear's head. With a scream, the giant beast fell to the ground. The man in camouflage uniform on the distant roof put down the special laser cannon in his hand, jumped down, and walked towards the ruins. So what if it's a 4th-level mutant beast? A high-power laser cannon can kill it easily. The man in camouflage uniform walked confidently, waving his hand to the people around him to move forward. When the mutated giant bear was knocked down, he stepped forward again to kill the opponent completely. However, as soon as a few soldiers entered the ruins, a pair of giant scarlet eyes suddenly opened in the smoke and dust that had not yet dissipated. A huge bear paw shot out of the smoke. Blood splashed, and the mutated giant bear rushed out of the ruins in a crawling posture, swallowing an awakened warrior with blood dripping from its teeth. Chapter 149 Fire Phoenix. Run! The mutated giant bear crawling on the ground gives people a more ferocious feeling, as if this is showing its wildness. The shot that hit the head just scorched the hair between its eyebrows, showing a black mark. It simply swings its claws, and the power it brings is enough to destroy any building. Even the awakened warriors, who have activated the gene lock, cannot dodge. They are instantly swept to the ground and will die if they touch it. The camouflage warrior quickly retreated. His face was full of caution at this moment. He couldn't believe that a 4th-level mutant beast had wiped out his entire team in such a short period of time. He quickly ran to an armored vehicle, pulled out a few special weapons from the open vehicle, took a deep breath, and rushed towards the mutant bear. Cover me! After saying that, he threw out those special weapons. As he finished speaking, several scattered attacks were fired from the ruins. However, he only lasted for a few seconds before he was slapped down by the mutated giant bear. Gene lock. Open! The speed of the man in camouflage clothing increased instantly, and he quickly shuttled through the ruins. A spiral spike in his hand passed through the steel bars in the ruins and cut it in half. He jumped up, dodged the claws of the mutated giant bear, and jumped directly onto the back of the mutated giant bear with the help of his feet. The dense black hair on the bear's back became a life-saving straw that he clung to. No matter how much the mutant bear jumped, it could not throw him off. He stabbed several times with a spiral thorn in his hand, but only pierced a little bit of the skin. However, the man in camouflage clothing still did not give up. With the help of the mutant bear's swing, he gradually climbed onto the giant bear's head. The location where the laser cannon hit just now has obviously caused a certain amount of damage to the mutated giant bear. Maybe that's the key to killing it. The few remaining survivors were also elites in the team. Knowing that the weapons in their hands could not cause harm to the mutant bear, they all took the special weapons thrown by the man in camouflage uniforms and rushed towards the mutant bear. Perhaps with his quick reaction speed and the special weapons in his hands, he could still cause some damage to the mutated giant bear. At this moment, Lin Chi had arrived at a nearby armored vehicle. After mentally exploring the ruins, he found that most of the men led by the camouflaged men had been killed by the mutated giant bear. Only he and a few people were still doing the final work. Resistance. Where are these guys from? Although the armored vehicle had been turned off, the instruments inside the vehicle were still running. And there were even equipment inside that they were not using. Celeste, check it out. The man in the camouflage uniform is not weak. After turning on the gene lock, he will not die for a while, and has even posed a slight threat to the mutated giant bear. Sir, this combat team is a force belonging to the Fan family in the safe zone. It can be judged from the information that their target is this 4th level mutant giant bear. Wei Lan just scanned it, and found out the data stored in the armored vehicle, and understood the origins of these people. It's the Fan family again. It seems that this family is quite powerful. Since returning last time, Lin Chi has learned more about the 3 forces in the safe zone. The Fan family and the Yin family are similar in power, controlling most of the combat power in the safe zone, while the Yin family controls most of the economy in the safe zone. The 3 forces seem to be balanced, but they may collapse at any time. Lin Chi checked inside the armored vehicle and found a short thorn. He just reached out and picked it up and sensed this special material. Weapons made from 3rd level mutant beast materials. Thinking of the handfuls thrown by the man in camouflage clothing just now, Lin Chi already had a guess in his mind. As a result, a black substance stretched out from the arm's super armor, slowly merging the broken thorn. Seeing the awakened ones, who had activated the gene locks fighting against the mutated giant bears, Lin Chi was not in a hurry anymore. He was just sitting on the mountain watching the fight between tigers and tigers, waiting for them to finish the fight before cleaning up the mess. At this moment, the mutated giant bear felt as if several grasshoppers had jumped on his body, biting him from time to time. Although the injuries caused were not serious, he felt increasingly annoyed. In a rage, the mutated giant bear rolled all over the ground and threw away a few people on it. But the person on its head was always hanging on it. Suddenly, there was a pain in the forehead. The man in camouflage uniform inserted a knife into the wound caused by the laser cannon, and blood spurted out instantly. The mutated giant bear screamed, claws on its head, and finally threw the man in camouflage off. That's its weak point. Seeing that the attack was effective, the man in camouflage clothing became more confident. As long as he found the weak point and attacked a few more times, he would be able to kill this mutant giant bear. The remaining people quickly gathered together. The combat uniforms worn by these people seemed to be made using special methods. Boss, let's attack it again. This time it will be completely destroyed. The few people who survive now are all elites in the safe zone, and they are still in the state of turning on their genes, and their control of the body has reached a perfect level. Although the attack of the 4th level mutated giant bear was ferocious, it was still traceable in their eyes. Put the energy bomb on its forehead and blow its head open. The man in camouflage clothes took out several energy bombs from his waist. These were made of 3rd order crystalline materials, and were extremely powerful in a small area. After being thrown to a few people, he rushed towards the mutated giant bear again. The mutated giant bear slowly raised its forelimbs. A violent airflow condensed in front of its body, and a suction force appeared out of thin air. I saw its abdomen slowly expanding, and its body suddenly climbed down. Roar! A roar resounded throughout the world. A ripple appeared in the air, and gravel on the ground flew like a huge wave. The powerful sound wave sent the awakened person rushing forward into the air instantly, and before he even hit the ground, he was slapped to the ground. The mutated giant bear suddenly rushed forward, almost charging on the huge waves, catching several people by surprise in an instant. The few people who were knocked away had no time to escape, and died on the spot from the sharp claws swung one after another. Some of them were even more unlucky to be bitten in half by the mutated giant bear. The man in camouflage stepped on the splashing gravel and jumped up to avoid it. He just landed on the head of the mutated giant bear. He only had time to insert the energy bomb into the mutated giant bear's wound. Before he could evacuate, he was slapped away and smashed into the ruins. Boom! The energy bomb exploded instantly, and a stream of flesh and blood sprayed out. A piece of skull was lifted off the mutated giant bear's head. The body shook unwillingly a few times before it fell heavily to the ground. The smoke and dust from the ruins gradually dispersed. A stone slab was lifted up, and a man in camouflage clothes slowly emerged from the ruins, with an arm hanging down covered in blood. In this battle between man and beast, men finally won. However, before a smile appeared on his face. The light in his eyes instantly condensed, and his body fell unwillingly into the ruins. Lin Chi slowly walked past him, and the arrow inserted into his head turned into a black liquid and melted into his palm. The 4th level mutated giant beast. Before I even took action, I actually picked it up. When he reached the mutated giant bear's head, he extended a tentacle from his arm, slowly penetrated into the brain, and took out a red gene crystal inside. This genetic crystal is still the size of a fist, but it looks more pure, like a ruby, covered with complex lines. Lin Chi put away the genetic crystal, jumped off the mutated giant beast, and put his hand on its claws. The super armor was activated again, and a black substance slowly wrapped the sharp claws and fused them together. Suddenly, Lin Chi seemed to feel something and looked up at the sky. I saw a figure falling quickly from the sky, like a falling meteor, hitting the ground directly. But before touching the ground, the red figure suddenly opened its huge wings, and its body paused strangely. It seemed to be the wave induction between the Yuan Project armors. The moment she appeared, Lin Chi noticed a familiar aura. I am Fire Phoenix. Which safe zone are you, a Project Source soldier? The red Source Project armor had its wings on its back slowly retracting into its body, and it walked towards Lin Chi with light steps. Chapter 150 Invitation. Flaming Phoenix? The owner of this Source Project armor is obviously a woman, and she has an amazing figure. The close-fitting battle armor highlights the exquisite shape of the body, and the red feather coat on the lower body is like a skirt, shining with red light. There were several rays of golden light on the red headplate, and where the eyes met, there was a sense of looking directly into the soul. The name of this Fire Phoenix should be the code name of this armor. Which safe zone are you from? Lin Chi asked back, and asked Wei Lan to detect the information. But the opponent's Fire Phoenix armor was obviously not as advanced as his own, so he kept moving his hands, quickly fusing the materials on the mutated giant bear. The 4th level materials are enough to upgrade the armor to a whole new level, especially the sharp claws and teeth of the giant bear, which can be used as powerful weapons. Now it only needs to be fused with the purest part of the materials. Fire Phoenix was slightly startled, with a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. The source plant armors developed in major safe zones have all been registered and uploaded. Of course, there are also some that have just been researched and have not yet been reported. In her opinion, the black armor in front of her belongs to the latter. I am a Project Source soldier from the Xinjiang safe zone. I learned that there are 4th level mutant beasts here, so I came here specifically to support you. Which safe zone are you from? Hua Fengwang asked in a deep voice. The other party had been unwilling to reveal his identity, which had aroused her suspicion. I am a survivor of the sanctuary in the 32 city district. The shelter I am in has been destroyed by the mutant rat tide. Lin Chi thought for a moment and found a suitable identity for himself. The shelter in the 32nd city had been destroyed. Even if they tried to investigate, they couldn't find any clues. Is the 32 city sanctuary where this 4th level mutated beast appeared? Fire Phoenix did not relax her vigilance, but looked at the situation in the ruins. As she looked, she could see the corpses of several awakened people. She was attracted by the sound of fighting just now. I am also here for this 4th level mutant beast. Can you give me its genetic crystal? When she saw the gap on the mutated giant bear's head, she already knew that the genetic crystal had been obtained by the other party. However, the 4th level genetic crystals are too precious. Several nearby safe zones that got the news have sent awakened people to hunt them, but they have not yet found the target. Her Fire Phoenix armor has the ability to fly, so she can quickly search the sky. Sorry, this thing is also useful to me, so I can't give it to you. Lin Chi sped up the speed of fusing the 4th level mutated materials, and stood up at the same time in an alert manner, but his feet were still connected to the body of the mutated giant bear. I can introduce you to the new city safe zone, so that you can get a lot of resource support, and I can even help you advance to the source plant armor. In exchange, you will give me the 4th level gene crystal, which will definitely not make you suffer. After learning that Lin Chi had escaped from a ruined shelter, Hua Fengwang immediately wanted to solicit. But solicitation was solicitation, and such valuables had to be obtained. I refuse your deal. Lin Chi looked helpless, leaving the other party speechless for a while. But the things had been taken away, and we were all members of the Source Project. Even if they fought, it would not be clear who would win, and they would even make enemies out of thin air. Hua Fengwang thought for a few seconds inside. Being wary of others is the right choice, but you will definitely regret your choice. Without strong resource support in the apocalypse, it will be difficult for the basic Source Project armor to continue to advance. And you will definitely regret it in the future. She glanced at the 4th level mutated giant bear in the ruins. Although she wanted to get these materials, the price she paid was not proportional. If you have any ideas in the future, you can come to the Xinjiang Safe Zone to find me. But the treatment will not be so good then. Her battle armor is made from the source of the virus and 4th level mutant beast materials. Its core is a 4th level gene crystal, which is 1 level higher than Lin Chi's current battle armor. Therefore, the 4th level gene crystallization is not necessary for her. There is no need to offend a Source Project soldier out of thin air for the sake of a safe zone mission. Huh? Aren't you going to have a fight? Lin Chi was a little surprised that the other party gave in, especially when faced with the precious materials of the 4th level mutated giant bear. He could resist the temptation. It's not necessary. The Source Project warriors are the hard work of human beings. Each one is extremely precious. We are all working hard to resist the mutant beasts. So why should we be enemies with each other? Fire Phoenix's consciousness was very high, which at least made Lin Chi feel ashamed of himself. The people who could become Project Source were all elites carefully selected by the Federation, and each of them had a very strong personality. Our shelter was destroyed early, and we did not upload the information about this Source Project armor. Can you leave us your contact information? If you want to join the safe zone in the future, I will definitely consider you first. Lin Chi also lowered his guard and asked Wei Lan to transmit a signal, locking the Fire Phoenix's armor and transmit it. It has been detected just now that the opponent's Fire Phoenix armor is equipped with a simple intelligence system and should be able to receive signals of this frequency. Then I welcome your arrival in advance. After the Fire Phoenix said that, the wide red energy wings appeared again from behind, and a powerful thrust spurted out from under the wings, turning into a red light and flying into the sky. Seeing the red target gradually disappearing on the horizon, Lin Chi withdrew his gaze. Blue. How about data collection? The opponent's Project Source armor was obviously more sophisticated than his own, and it was also equipped with special weapons, especially the propelling wings on the back, which were incredibly handsome. The opponent's armor intelligence system has been invaded and data is being downloaded. By leaving contact information, Wei Lan has already had a slight connection with the opponent's Fire Phoenix armor. It only takes some time to figure out all the structural information of the opponent's armor. When the time comes, it will be easy to copy it to Lin Chi's super armor. Although no one showed up after that, Lin Chi also speeded up and contacted the team not far away, asking them to come over and clean up the mess. The hide of the entire mutated giant bear is visibly thinner with the naked eye. Some special substances inside have been extracted by the super body armor, and the claws and sharp teeth have also disappeared without a trace. Lin Chi even cleaned the battlefield, collected all the weapons used by the man in camouflage uniforms, and even separated the armor materials from their bodies. These materials were of 3 levels, and were of great value. They were all shaped into a square piece of material, and piled into the armored vehicle. The laser cannon used by the man in camouflage uniform was also seized by Lin Chi. This weapon is somewhat special. It should be a newly developed energy weapon in the safe zone. But the energy inside has been exhausted. Half an hour later, the roar of armored vehicles was heard in the distance, and Susan came with a convoy to quickly provide support. Chapter 151 Aerial Night Attack. They saw that the ground was in a mess. Even the surrounding buildings were dilapidated into ruins, and a mutant giant bear fell to the ground, lifeless. Everyone quickly got out of the car and looked at the giant beast in front of them in surprise. Captain Lin, did you really kill this mutant beast? Shi Chengwang looked at Lin Chi in disbelief and led someone forward to check. Soon they found several corpses in the ruins, and combined with a nearby armored vehicle, they guessed that someone had appeared here before. I just missed it. I just encountered this group of people fighting with the mutated giant bear, and both sides happened to die together. Lin Chi explained with a smile and ordered people to come forward and dismember the mutated giant bear. After all, the flesh and blood of this giant beast was also of great value. This mutated giant bear weighed more than 20 tons, and it was impossible to bring back all the flesh and blood, so only some of the finest pieces of meat were selected. Even so, several armored vehicles were filled to the brim. Captain Lin, should we just go back like this? Shi Chengwang's face was full of worry. A steel chariot came out, but he returned with 3 armored vehicles, and the vehicles were full of precious materials and flesh and blood of the 4th level mutated beast. If he was a high-level executive in the safe zone, he would only fear can also give rise to suspicion. After all, when these armored vehicles go out, they are all reported, and they even have positioning systems inside. but the positioning system inside has long been hidden by Wei Lan. Find a place to hide these 3 armored vehicles. In addition, take a few people to see if you can get a big truck with a tarpaulin to come over and drive those people's armored vehicles back. Why don't you tell them plainly that we will kill them? Did they? Although Lin Chi dared to kill people, it was all without evidence. If he brought the evidence back openly, he would be asking for trouble. The tasks were quickly assigned. Those who cleaned the battlefield and cut the animal meat were all piled up on the side of the road. The strong smell of blood even attracted the zombies and mutant beasts wandering nearby. Shi Chengwang quickly found a large truck with a tarpaulin nearby, and everyone quickly carried all the meat from the giant bear onto it. After doing all this, the sky had darkened. Taking advantage of the darkness, the team traveled more than 10 kilometers and arrived at the place where we were stationed before. We took a rest. Sir, the information about the Fire Phoenix armor has been downloaded. Do you want to check it? When Lin Chi was sitting in the steel chariot to check out the 4th order gene crystal, the superbody armor suddenly gave a prompt. Check it out. After all, the functions of the super armor were insufficient. To view the data, one needed to use video tools. Therefore, Lin Chi pressed his finger on the data connection port inside the armor, and a black data fluid poured into it. The surveillance screen in front of me flashed and turned into a new interface. What appears in the interface is the 3-dimensional model of the source plan Fire Phoenix armor, in which the data of each part can be seen at a glance. Can its flying device be made? Lin Chi envied the flying device on the Fire Phoenix armor. If he could develop it himself, it would be more convenient to go out in the future. Sir, the flying device of the Fire Phoenix armor is an energy thruster. It requires a 4th level energy device to provide sufficient power, and it requires energy fusion transformation. On the screen, the waist area of the Fire Phoenix armor was enlarged, and a unique energy device appeared, different from current energy devices below the 3rd level. Gene crystals above the 4th level possess extremely powerful energy. To release it, they must be activated by unique fusion transformation technology. Inform Bai Su and let her study it. The 4th level energy device has been studied in the safe zone. Bai Su at least knows some information. With her methods, she should be able to get some information. Lin Chi took a detailed look at the other configurations on the Fire Phoenix armor. In addition to the propulsion device, there were also hidden cold weapon data, energy weapons, etc. The operation of the intelligence system allowed Lin Chi to easily see the weapon assembly in the opponent's armor. In the steel chariot, the 3 of them were eating roast bear meat, drinking drinks, and enjoying the entertainment programs on the screen. But outside, there was a completely different atmosphere. Shi Chengwang arranged for a 5-man team to be on strict night watch. Today's incident made him always on guard. After all, those people Lin Chi killed had already offended the senior officials in the safe zone. It's just that he doesn't know the specific identities of those unlucky guys yet. Captain Shi, this Captain Lin is too wanton and reckless. What if the person behind the guy comes to our door today? What will we do? The more they understand the differences between classes, the more fearful they become. It would be too easy for the higher-ups to kill a few of their big-name soldiers and small forces, compared with the rest of them who were on tenterhooks. The few special awakeners brought by Susan were eating meat and drinking beer without worrying at all. What should we do? What else can we do? We have all boarded the pirate ship. How can we get down halfway? Brothers, please be more vigilant tonight. These people have no combat experience. Just watch. They will definitely suffer big losses in the future. Shi Chengwang glanced at the people eating meat and drinking in the room, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although they had hidden several armored vehicles, the bloody smell emanating from the vehicles could not be concealed, and it would definitely attract many mutant beasts. Fortunately, I picked up some laser weapons this time, which was a small comfort. Lin Chi didn't know Shi Chengwang was worried in the car. After checking various attributes of the Fire Phoenix armor, he used Tuanchu and Shaoling to check the armor and help the 2 of them sort out their muscles. A radius of more than 10 miles has been covered by blue radar signals. Whenever an unknown target enters the range, Lin Chi will be notified. So there is no need to worry. Not long after nightfall, many small red dots appeared on the screen, and dozens of mutant zombies were continuously attracted nearby. Huh? What's so fast? Lin Chi saw a red dot flash across the screen quickly, calculating the speed. If he hadn't looked carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Sir, it's a flying mutant beast. It can only capture blurry images and cannot lock it. Azure enlarged the picture, but the dark night sky was blurry, and it was impossible to see what it was. But after several refreshes and reorganizations, the picture gradually became clearer. It was a mutated owl with a wingspan of more than 8 meters wide. Its dark feathers seemed to blend into the night. Like a ghost at night. Flying mutant beast? Not good. Lin Chi secretly thought that something was wrong. Flying mutant beasts that could move at night were not top hunters. So he quickly called a few people outside through the communicator. Team Sure. Let people get into the armored vehicle quickly. Others should stay in the room and don't go out. Let alone make any noise. Lin Chi's voice came over the communication, which made Shi Chengwang, who was cleaning up the mutated zombies outside, a little confused. But he quickly issued the order. As soon as they entered the armored vehicle, a sense of oppression hit them from above, as the car body shook violently. The steel plate on the top of the armored vehicle instantly dented. Hack! What the H.L.? The few people who escaped were startled, and they started the radar of the armored vehicle to see what it was. After Lin Chi sped up and flipped Xiaoling over, the super armor instantly covered his whole body. When he stepped out of the steel chariot, the bow and arrow already appeared in his hand. The darkness could not block Lin Chi's sight. When he looked up, he saw a huge black shadow flying quickly through the air. But strangely, he didn't hear much wind at all. Spiral arrow. Fulong soars to the sky. The arrow flew out of the air and turned into a soaring dragon, accompanied by the sound of dragon roar. It flew towards the mutant owl flying in the sky. No matter how the mutated owl moved in the air, the dragon-shaped arrows seemed to have locked onto it. Boom! With a muffled sound, accompanied by a miserable cry, the mutated owl plunged headfirst onto the ground, hitting the ground heavily. After a long time, the scattered feathers slowly fell down, like a black snow falling. Chapter 152 Psychic Master. The place where the mutated owl fell is not far from here. But such a huge bird cannot be brought back by 1 or 2 people. So Lin Chi asked Susan to drive the big truck, and they worked together to transport the body back. With a wingspan of 8 meters, this mutant owl is already a 3rd-level mutant beast, and is considered to be of little value. After taking out the gene crystal, in addition to the sharp claws and beak, some feathers are also of great value. This bird's eyes are so big. A group of guys who were curious about the big bird gathered around to inspect it, especially the big round eyes on the owl's head. Even in the state of death, they emitted a faint light, like 2 round gems. These 2 eyes should have night vision capabilities. I will dig them out later, and let me study them. After all, the superbody armor is biotechnology, which can quickly analyze the special abilities of living organisms, and maybe copy these characteristics. Lin Chi pried open the head of the 3rd order owl, and took out the red gene crystal inside, along with the 2 eyes that glowed with light. Everyone, stop looking and be careful. There are mutant zombies coming around. Shi Chengwang saw everyone gathered together. The pressure on them doubled for a while, and they had no choice but to ask for help. Everyone then quickly returned to their respective positions, picked up their firearms, and kept shooting at the mutated zombies that appeared. Laser weapons can easily penetrate the heads of mutant zombies, but the previous bullets will obviously encounter some obstacles when facing the bone armor on the mutant zombies. Red lights continuously shot out in the dark night, sometimes accompanied by the dull sound of sniper rifles. The strong lights on the steel chariots continued to fire back and forth, and the radar automatically locked onto the mutant creatures that appeared. After Lin Chi took off the materials, he returned to the steel chariot, briefly processed the things, and turned them into materials that could be easily stored. The materials harvested this time will be enough to upgrade the super armor after returning, and even add some special configurations. The noise outside continued for 2 hours, and the radar image on the screen gradually disappeared from the light spots. Almost all the mutant creatures nearby were attracted, and there was no danger in a short time. But Shi Chengwang still did not relax his vigilance, and sent several people to guard the place at night. Until dawn, there was no big movement. After everyone woke up, they cleaned the battlefield again, and loaded the several mutant beasts they killed last night onto the big truck. Lin Chi checked the news from the repair shop in the safe zone. His repair shop had been taken over by the strength of the Fan family in the safe zone. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Shi Chengwang, take the members of the Wolf Warriors team and hide those armored vehicles in an underground garage in the community, and then get another vehicle to return to the base. Let's divide the troops into 2 groups. The 3 armored vehicles cannot be taken back yet. Otherwise the origin of the vehicles will be recognized, and the evidence will be conclusive. Then we'll go back in 2 days? Shi Chengwang is not afraid. Now their team is fully armed and equipped with laser weapons. Even if they encounter third-level mutant beasts, they can easily deal with them. You can stay outside for a few more days. I will contact you when the trouble is solved. Lin Chi could imagine that there would be a very grand scene after returning, and he already had a way to deal with it in his mind. With his current strength, there is no need to compromise with those high-level officials in the safe zone. Even when one's own strength reaches a certain level, one can dominate the opponent. The return journey was much faster, although there was a slow-moving large truck behind it, and the blood of mutant beasts was dripping from time to time on the truck. By the afternoon, the two vehicles had arrived at the ruined road near the safety zone. But there were already many federal soldiers guarding the area, and even small drones kept appearing in the sky searching for them. Captain, there are 2 drones hovering above us. They seem to be targeting us. In the observation room of the Iron Chariot, Sun Tao reported the situation nervously. After all, they had no idea. Yesterday, they killed the noble disciple in the safe zone. Relax. Don't be too nervous. Lin Chi replied in the communicator, letting Wei Lan take over the driving authority. Opened the observation port of the steel chariot, and climbed onto the front of the vehicle. After a while, the steel chariot arrived at the main road on the ruins, and several groups of soldiers intercepted it. That's the car, mister. Then followed them out before. The first middle-aged soldier reported with a communicator, stood in the middle of the road and raised his hand to signal that the steel chariot stopped. The moment he saw this steel chariot, he probably understood it. No wonder Mr. Fan chased after it. Who wouldn't like a chariot of this level? He has long heard of the predatory personalities of the children of leading families. Everyone. What does this mean? When did our safe zone receive such a grand welcome? Lin Chi stood on the roof of the car and looked at the federal soldiers, who quickly surrounded him without any panic at all. You are Lin Chi, right? Don't pretend to be confused with us. Did you kill Captain Fan Xiaoxin? There has been no news from Fan Xiaoxin since he left the city yesterday. They even searched for the signals of the 2 armored vehicles, but could never make contact. I haven't found any clues in the area since yesterday afternoon. After all, the ruins are deserted, and there is no telling what kind of accident may occur. But everyone knew Fan Xiaoxin's motive for leaving the city, and it must have something to do with this steel chariot. Brother, please don't accuse me unjustly. Do you want to take possession of my steel chariot? As long as Lin Chi refuses to admit it, even if the other party takes action, all he has to do is be reasonable. Unjustly? We don't just accuse people casually. This matter must have something to do with you. Now I am arresting you in the name of the law enforcement officer of the safe zone. I will definitely investigate clearly afterwards. If it has nothing to do with you, I will definitely clear your name. The middle-aged man waved to the people around him to come forward, intending to detain the steel chariot. As long as he took the person back, there would be a way for him to explain clearly. As soon as Karen stepped forward, the steel chariot suddenly roared. He ignored the federal soldiers blocking the way and pushed forward directly. You alone are not qualified to arrest me. Let the people above you negotiate. Don't even think about stopping me. Otherwise, Lin Chi waved his hand, and a dozen flying blades flew out from behind and floated in front of these people. With the continuous improvement of mental power, I can now easily control this small weapon. It may not be effective against large mutant beasts, but it is definitely enough to deter ordinary survivors. Even this kind of power is more shocking than laser weapons. A special awakener. He is actually a special awakener of the spiritual power system. A young man hiding behind had a look of shock on his face, looking at the flying blades suspended in the air in disbelief. Chapter 153: An arrow following the network cable. The number of special awakened people of the spiritual power system is extremely rare. Among the insiders who know the level of special awakened people, they only know that there is an awakened person of the spiritual power system in the safe zone of the capital. It is said that the 3rd level genetic lock has been opened. No one knows how strong that person is. When he saw this change, he conveyed a vague order through the communicator, telling everyone to disperse and stop blocking them. As soon as he delivered the order, he felt Lin Chi's gaze, and his heart suddenly froze. I heard that my repair shop was sealed and my people were detained. Right. I don't want my people to get hurt before I return to the safe zone. Lin Chi only needed to reveal part of his strength to get the attention of those higher-ups, even if it meant killing the opponent's illegitimate son. After all, there is more than one person at the top of the safe zone. Before the power of Azure, Lin Chi had already understood in detail the importance of special awakened people. Some awakened people with rare abilities, when their strength reaches a certain level, can control the voice of a city, and even have status above the top management. Those Project Source fighters are the top fighters trained in major safety zones. In a sense, they already have a more distinguished status than the top leaders of the safety zones. As the steel chariot slowly drove into the ruins, Lin Chi's message also appeared in the center of the safe zone. In a secret underground space, the image of a steel chariot was projected on a screen on the wall. A person with awakened spiritual power? It's a pity that such a person can appear in a place like ours. A middle-aged man sighed. If his illegitimate son, whom he had not met a few times, did not offend him, he could recruit him. But now, even if the other party surrenders to him, he doesn't dare to accept it. Kill him. At the top, one word can determine life or death. As his words fell, a message was quickly conveyed. Sir, there is an order issued against you. Please handle it with caution. Wei Lan's timely reminder was that the moment the message was transmitted from the center of the safe zone, it had already accepted it. It seems that someone is still determined to find his location? Lin Chi sat on the armored vehicle, a special arrow slowly condensing on his arm. This is an arrow made from the teeth of a 4th-level mutated giant bear. The whole body is glowing with fluorescent white light, and it has the aura of a ferocious beast. Locking position. Wei Lan responded unhurriedly. As its database gradually improved, it could already ignore ordinary firewall interceptions and quickly locate the source of the information. But time didn't wait for it at all. When the steel chariot drove into the ruins, a special gun barrel was suddenly seen protruding from the city wall in the middle of the ruins. Boom! A laser shot out and hit Lin Chi on the roof of the car almost in the blink of an eye. The attack speed of laser weapons is difficult for even agile awakeners to react to. And it is also a laser cannon with an ultra-long range. But as the light dissipated, the surrounding federal soldiers gradually adapted to the exploding red laser and looked towards the top of the steel chariot. I saw a figure still standing where Lin Chi was. And this figure had a special layer of black armor attached to it. The armor stretched his hands forward, and a huge round shield stood in front of him. It just blocked the attack just now, but the round shield was full of scorching cracks. Source plan armor. In the underground space, the middle-aged man suddenly stood up and looked at the scene in the video in disbelief. It's just a person who has awakened his spiritual power, but he actually has the origin plan armor on him. Could he be a subordinate of that guy Yen Wei? No. He seems to have some relationship with that girl from the Yen family. The Source Project weapon was developed in the safe zone. Why didn't he know about it? At this time, Van Onmin had already noticed something was wrong. It was difficult to kill him with ordinary means due to the active plan armor body protection. He may even be in danger. Just as he was frowning in deep thought, the screen on the wall suddenly became illusory, and the screen instantly turned into a pair of blue eyes. Those eyes seemed to be locked on him, going straight into his soul. Got you. Lin Chi, covered in battle armor, sneered softly, and the figure of the middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the auxiliary screen inside the armor. The horn bow slowly emerged in his hand, and the arrow condensed from the 4th-level material appeared in his hand. He took aim with the bow. Within sight. One strike will kill you. Even through the network signal, I can still see the other party's figure, and it is said that it is within the field of vision. Lin Chi was full of confidence in this. Pulling the bow to the full moon, a spiral illusory gun shadow condensed on the arrow, and an arrow shot into the sky. Spiral arrow. Fulong soars to the sky. An arrow flew into the sky, and the rotating airflow quickly turned into a tornado, roaring towards the safe area like a flying dragon. At this moment, Lin Chi's figure was watched by many people, and no one could figure out where the arrow was going. The surge of air caused by the arrow flying even caused interference to several surrounding drones. But after the signal stabilizes, you can still see the trajectory of the arrow. Why did he shoot this arrow? In another area in the center of the safe zone, there is also a screen monitoring the entire area. At this moment, Yen Weizheng looked at Lin Chi standing on the steel chariot with a serious face. Yen Ming, how much do you know about this person? Yen Wei put his hands behind his back and never took his eyes away from Lin Chi. I have had some contact with this person. He has a good relationship with an Xian. There seems to be some friendship between the two, and they should be able to win over him. Someone who can have a good relationship with an Xian won't be far behind if you think about it. Then go and respond. After all, he is the owner of the Source Project armor. Don't let Fan Onmin do too much. After Yen Wei finished explaining, he suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly asked someone to lock the screen in the direction of the arrow. This arrow has been flying for so long, and it hasn't landed yet? No. This arrow is coming towards us. At this moment, Yin Wei suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. The next second, a dragon shadow fell in the center of the safety zone. The ground shook violently, and a building instantly turned into ruins. In a building not far away, Yin Wei and Yin Ming took the elevator to the ground and saw the building in ruins at a glance. Fortunately, he didn't come for us. Yin Ming was still frightened and glanced in horror at the location of the steel chariot outside the safe zone. It was at least more than 60 kilometers away from here. That arrow actually traveled more than 60 kilometers and destroyed a building. Surrounded by guards, the two quickly arrived at the edge of the ruins. After getting closer, they suddenly discovered that a huge pit appeared in the middle of the ruins. I'll take people down to take a look. Yin Ming's heart was shaken, and he already had some guesses, but he still couldn't believe it. Be careful. If your Uncle Fan is still alive, leave his body intact. How could Yin Wei let go of such an opportunity? Both parties had been very restrained before. That was because there was a balance that needed to be restrained. But now this balance has been broken by the sudden appearance of Lin Qi. You must make the right choice for yourself. Yin Ming nodded and understood. After tying the safety rope, he quickly led the people down the pit of the ruins. As soon as Gum landed, he saw a figure lying on the ground in the middle of the underground space. That man was none other than Fan Onmin, with a white arrow stuck in his forehead. Chapter 154: The New Tripartite Confrontation. As one of the three leaders in the safe zone, Fan Onmin naturally enjoys the good things first. Not only did he use the genetic fluid at the first time, he had even used several bottles of third-level fluids, which increased his physical fitness to an unimaginable level. Situation. In the entire safe zone, no one has seen those senior leaders take action. But no one dares to treat them as trash, who only knows how to enjoy themselves. Yin Ming's nervous heart slowly calmed down, and he even stepped forward to check it carefully before passing on the message to the people above the ruins cave. Dead? Fan Onmin is dead. An arrow hit his forehead and penetrated into his head, killing him completely. Pass my order to spread the news of Fan Onmin's unfortunate death. Let's say that there are insects underground that broke through the defenses. Commander Fan unfortunately encountered them, fought with them, and died of exhaustion. Then send people to meet Lin Qi. Don't let anyone conflict with him. After passing on the news, Yin Ming slowly stepped forward and looked at the fluorescent white arrow curiously. He watched the arrow fly out of Lin Qi's hand, travel dozens of kilometers, and land here. This kind of super long-distance sniping and such powerful destructive archery skills really made him unable to understand how he could hit Fan Onmin's head accurately. This kind of deterrence is even more important than the source plan armor and the identity of the spiritual master. Yin Ming observed carefully for a moment and found that Fan Onmin's eyes had turned blood red, and blood was slowly oozing from all his orifices. The arrow seemed to have penetrated the layers of buildings and then dissipated. Just enough to kill Fan Onmin. I'm afraid this arrow is not ordinary. Right. His mind was spinning. So he reached out and pulled out the fluorescent white arrow, preparing to return it to Lin Qi. But the next second, Fan Onmin's body suddenly shook. Rotating cracks appeared on his body, and his entire body instantly shattered into a piece of rotten flesh. My darn thing. Yin Ming's body trembled, and he jumped several meters away, subconsciously turning on the gene lock state. This strong man who dared to kill among the mutated zombies was so frightened that he was sweating all over his body, and his blood pressure soared to the limit. After shooting an arrow, Lin Qi retracted his bow and returned to the steel chariot, which continued to drive on the ruins avenue. Not long after, a large number of armored vehicles quickly drove out of the safety zone, sealing the edges of the ruins, and even isolating Lin Qi's route into the city. At the same time, information also came from the ID card. All the people who controlled the repair shop had evacuated, and those who stayed inside were completely free. The steel chariot slowly drove into the safe zone, and the road to the repair shop was clear. It was not until Lin Qi arrived in front of the repair shop that he saw a group of senior leaders in the safe zone waiting in front of the repair shop. Those familiar people include Yin Ming, and Xian, etc., and even Bai Su, who has been studying in the scientific research building. Is everyone here? Lin Qi didn't find it strange that Yin Ming was here, but it was a bit surprising that Bai Su was here too. She is in the scientific research building, but she can also go out? But when she saw an Xian standing next to her and saying something, she roughly understood. Brother Lin. Long time no see. Yin Ming was the first to greet him, with a trace of embarrassment and caution on his face that could not be concealed. He had met Lin Qi the last time he went to the 32 City Sanctuary, But at that time, he didn't take the awakened person in an Xion's team seriously at all. But he never expected that this person would give him such a big shock. Captain Yin, I didn't expect you to still remember me. He stretched out his hand to avoid hitting the smiling man. Since the other party showed good intentions, Lin Chi would not overdo it. So he got out of the car early, let Tuanchuan take the steering wheel, and drove the steel chariot to the repair shop. When I came back last time, I mentioned to an Xion that I wanted you to come over and help me. But due to some external factors, I never had time. Otherwise, we might have become familiar with each other. Yin Ming tried his best to become enthusiastic. After all, the person in front of him was terrifyingly unreasonable. If an arrow were shot at him, he would probably have no chance of survival even if he hid outside the safe zone. It's not too late to get familiar with it now. There are so many people here. So come in and sit down. There are several young men with strong auras beside Yin Ming. Although they seem to be joining in the fun, anyone can detect the extraordinary qualities of these people. When the second car drove into the repair shop, Hong Yaodong quickly walked over and whispered to Lin Chi what happened in the past 2 days. Shortly after Lin Chi left the safe zone, several forces sealed up the repair shop. Their target was the steel chariot driven away from the repair shop. They searched several times but found nothing. Later, after Fan Xiaoxin lost his information, the people in the repair shop were directly imprisoned. Fortunately, an Xion showed up in time, so there was no life-threatening crisis. If you guys have nothing to do, please help unload the things in the car, and take some with you to try when you go back. Lin Chi looked at the way the group of people who followed wanted to come forward and make friends, but did not dare to come forward. He also understood that the deterrent effect of his previous arrow was too great. Now that a high-ranking figure in the safe zone, who once formed a three-legged alliance, has been killed, the power he holds will definitely be divided up by the remaining two parties. As for what will happen to Fan Onmin's illegitimate children who emerge, there is no need to imagine. At least while returning to the safe zone, Lin Chi saw no trace of Fan Shijun's group. After Lin Chi summoned the people, he took Tuanchuan and Xiaoling, who got off the car and walked towards the office building of the repair shop. The only people behind him who were qualified to follow were Yen Ming, Anqin, and Bai Su. Everyone, lend a hand and unload the goods. Hong Yaodong waved in a familiar manner, regardless of the identities of the people around him. When the car tarpaulin was opened, the crowd could not help but hear the sound of surprise again. There were several first and second order mutant beasts piled on top of the car, but they still couldn't hide the mutilated body of the huge mutant bear and the giant bird that covered half of the car. It's that mutant giant bear, the 4th level mutant giant beast. He was actually hunted by him. One of Yen Ming's special awakeners shouted in surprise. They had been searching for traces of the 4th level mutated giant bear, but for 2 days, they had not found the target. With the help of these special awakened people, the bodies were quickly unloaded from the car and piled in the corner of the yard. Our captain said that one of the people who helped just now brought 5 kilograms of 4th level mutated bear meat back to try. We will make friends in the future and look after each other. After Hong Yaodong received Lin Chi's message, he didn't feel like he was wasting food at all. After all, it was just some meat. It was the most important thing to make the captain stand out. In the office building, Lin Chi looked at Yen Ming, who looked cautious, and knew that he had put too much pressure on him. Don't be formal. We are all acquaintances. Let's talk about whatever we need to talk about. The presence of Yen Ming and an Xion here proves that Fan Xiaojun no longer has a foothold in the safe zone. And now the safe zone may have become a tripartite situation again. It's just that his legs are much thicker than the two of them. Brother Lin, the current Doomsday situation is chaotic, and the safety zone is not peaceful. I think it is better to use less violence and clean up some rebel forces in the safety zone. How about we live in harmony and create a new order in the safety zone? Yen Ming thought about it and put forward his own idea. Chapter 155, Supreme Spokesperson. How to live in harmony. Lin Chi knew that the forces in the safe zone represented by Yen Ming at this moment, and the people behind him probably did not dare to show up, and they should be afraid of him. As for an Xion, he was sitting in the corner of the office talking quietly to Bai Suzai, without any worry at all. Our safe zone needs an absolutely strong person to fight for the benefits that the Federation deserves for the survivors. Brother Lin, we need the guidance of a strong person in the future. Only people like you can allow us to get more information before the final disaster comes. Lots of opportunities. Yen Ming used to think that a strong person should be like himself, who had at least opened the 2nd level of Gene Lock, and then had special abilities and the belief of a strong person. In the new network formed by the Federation, He had also come into contact with information about some powerful people. But in his opinion, it was not difficult to catch up. But now Lin Chi's arrow completely subverted his three views. What kind of things were the targets that I was chasing before? Don't we have source planning equipment in our safe zone? Lin Chi was still wearing the super armor, but in a casual state, without covering his headgear. But the pure black armor still gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. No. The source of the virus required for the source project equipment is too rare, and we have never gotten it. Ordinary survivors would not care about that kind of thing even if they encountered it, and would just treat it as an ordinary zombie and kill it. Yan Ning didn't hide anything. But at this moment Lin Chi looked at Bai Su, who had been silent all this time. This is a hidden project source warrior, but he has never shown it. Everyone noticed Lin Chi's gaze, so they all looked at Bai Su. There are dozens of scientific researchers in the scientific research building. It was an institution jointly maintained by the three parties at the beginning, and what was researched was shared and used by everyone. Although Bai Su performed very well in it, he did not participate in the experiments planned for the source. I did not participate in the source project experiment and had no knowledge of it. Bai Su shook his head. At the same time, he didn't want his identity to be revealed by Lin Chi. So what perspective do you need me to stand on to represent the Central Plains Security Zone? Although this safety zone is called the Central Plains Safety Zone, it does not represent the Central Plains. It is just a safety rescue zone set up in a city. In fact, its real function is to gather survivors and make modest efforts for the survival of mankind. We know that there are several safe zones that have received orders from the Federal Center Command and are qualified to go to secret bases because they have developed the source project equipment. Therefore, we hope that Brother Lin can become a representative of the Central Plains Safe Zone and let us also get this qualification. This secret, which only high-level officials could know, put great pressure on them. While the survivors were still breathing a sigh of relief for their temporarily stable life, they had no idea how big a disaster they would face. I'm afraid Brother Lin doesn't know that many federal countries have fallen at this stage, especially the Southern Tropical Federation. Most of them have suffered catastrophe. 1/3 of the cities in the southern part of our federation have been completely occupied by mutant creatures. Except for a few safe areas that were rescued by the Federal Center, the rest were abandoned. Yan Ning's voice was very deep. This feeling of powerlessness was unbearable for anyone, especially knowing that the hundreds of thousands and millions of people in those safe zones would only end up being food in the mouths of mutated creatures. But they were unable to do anything. Any changes? The secret bases you are talking about are the 4 no-man's land bases. Right? Lin Chi knew some news about the 4 major no-man's land bases. And combined with the information Yan Ming just said, he understood the role of the current safety zones in major cities. Yes, the 4 major bases are in special locations, and there are few people nearby. Even in the apocalypse, they did not have much impact there. Moreover, as early as the beginning of the apocalypse, the Federation had mobilized the entire Federation to mobilize a large amount of materials and equipment to prepare for the 4 bases. The big base is built as humanity's last hope. Yan Ming only learned about the information of the 4 major bases recently. But if people in the ordinary safe zone want to enter the 4 major bases, except for some people with special identities, they must have sufficient abilities, in addition to strength. This ability also includes whether it can make outstanding contributions to the future. If the source project equipment can be developed in the safe zone and powerful awakened ones can be cultivated, they may be able to get the opportunity to go to the 4 major bases. How can I get the qualifications to enter the 4 major bases? Lin Chi glanced at Bai Su again. This woman had always wanted them to go to the safe zone of the capital, and she probably knew the information. The chance of destruction of a safe zone established in a small city like this is really too high, and it is still in the Central Plains, so it is more likely to be hit by a tide of zombies and rats. As long as Brother Lin uploads and registers his source plan equipment information, obtains certification from the Federal Center, and makes outstanding contributions in future tasks issued by the Federal Center, our safe zone will be recognized by the Federal Center, and maybe we can have obtained the qualification to enter the 4 major bases. Yan Ning's words reminded Lin Chi of the Fire Phoenix of the Source Project she had met before. She had asked Lin Chi about his identity, and it seemed that he had already registered with the Federal Center. I personally don't like to be restricted. If my information is completely exposed, I will inevitably be in trouble in the future, and I will have to perform tasks. Lin Chi also had his own concerns. If he showed his prominence inexplicably, he would definitely be noticed by people with ulterior motives. Then, there would be more potential threats. Brother Lin actually doesn't have to worry so much. There may be fights between the Source Project soldiers in the security center, but the strength of those people is not at the same level as yours, who can kill someone with one arrow from dozens of kilometers away. Of life. Regarding Lin Chi's caution, Yan Ning only felt his scalp numb. If the Fan family had not somehow forced this master who was hiding in the safe zone out, they would not know Lin Chi's strength until the safe zone was destroyed. And the tasks issued by the Federal Center are not mandatory. They will only provide some troubles that ordinary people cannot solve, such as the 4th level mutant beast outside, cleaning up some destroyed shelters, etc. The Central Plains security zone needs a facade, only when it is strong enough to attract the attention of the Federal Center. Will it get the latest news or technical support that the 4 major bases have already developed? Lin Chi, as long as you agree to this, I can guarantee that all the resources I have will be provided to you, and your identity card will be upgraded to the Diamond stage, becoming the top spokesperson of the safety zone. And Xian stood up at this time, his eyes full of heat. She just listened to a lot of rubbish from Yan Ming, but never got to the point. During the time she was in contact with Lin Chi, she knew very well what kind of person this guy was. There are only 3 diamond identity cards in the entire security zone. No, there are only 2 left now. Having this identity card means you have all the permissions in the security zone. I also agree with an Xian's opinion. Yan Ning glanced at an Xian and expressed his attitude. Chapter 156 Special Method of Decomposing 4th Order Gene Crystals. Actually, I don't care about diamond ID cards. The main thing is that I can make some contribution to the survival of mankind. Right? Yan Ning kept talking a lot, but it didn't touch Lin Chi's heart at all. But peace of mind still won the hearts of the people. I have to thank her properly. Yeah, you're right. And Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Chi and suppressed the smile in her heart. And Xian fully supported Lin Chi's appointment as the leader of the 3rd force in the safe zone. After all, this matter was of great help to her. The moment the leader of the Fan family died, it was destined that the faction would eventually disappear completely, without third-party constraints. I was afraid that I would also be slowly annexed in the future. Now that Lin Chi can stand up and stabilize the situation, at least the Yin family does not dare to make any small moves. Not everything could be agreed upon in this simple meeting room. So the 3 of them only made a simple verbal agreement. After Yan Ming got the result he wanted, he didn't stay long and left the repair shop with a group of people. The rest are all our own. Congratulations, Captain. Congratulations, Captain. Several people outside had already gotten the news and came forward to congratulate him. Lin Chi's status had been improved, and they had followed suit, so they were naturally very happy. Don't be in a hurry to celebrate. Let's sort out the supplies first. Then I will prepare some genetic fluid for you all to improve your strength. In addition, follow-up weapons and equipment will also be sent. The laser weapons in the safe zone have been researched to a certain extent. Even if he didn't mention it, Yan Ning would be wise and send some as gifts. As for the 1st Order genetic fluid, it was naturally obtained from an Xian. After calming down his excited men, Lin Chi sent a message to the Wolf Warriors team who were still in the ruins, asking them to continue searching for supplies. All they had to do was drive the armored vehicles back. Suddenly I felt a lot lighter. Bai Su leaned against the door, looking at the busy people, with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Since entering the safe zone, she has been going back and forth between the villa and the scientific research building, never taking a step outside. I didn't expect to witness this moment today. Do you still want to go to the safe zone in Beijing in the future? Lin Chi asked in a low voice whether he should stay here as a chicken head or go to the safe area of the capital as a phoenix tail. Many people would choose the former, including himself. There is no need to go to the safe zone of the capital now. We will have to go to the 4 major bases sooner or later. Bai Su didn't realize that the situation would turn out like this, but it obviously saved them some detours. The repair shop was in full swing for a while, and all the people brought by an Xian came together to help cut up the huge 4th level mutant beast. In the evening, a bonfire cauldron was set up in the courtyard, and fragrant bear meat was stewed. There were several racks of roasted bear meat, and everyone in the courtyard was toasting in celebration. Even Yan Ning came with a few of his cronies to join in the fun, drinking and drinking, trying to get closer to Lin Chi. The excitement lasted until late at night, and everyone left one after another. Finally, Lin Chi returned to the villa with Xiaoling and Bai Su in tow. Why are you following us? As soon as he arrived at the door of the villa, a car followed him from behind. It was an Xian who was driving the car alone. I don't want to go back tonight. Can I stay here for one night? An Xian also drank a lot of wine. But his face was not very drunk. After all, the current awakened people have a special constitution. The alcohol that enters the stomach will be easily decomposed and will not affect the body at all. Okay. There are a lot of empty rooms upstairs anyway. Lin Shi didn't refuse. Since an Xian had come, he still had some things to discuss with her. I can just share a room with Bai Su at night. An Xian was like the owner of the villa. After entering the door, he walked straight towards the living room. She had been to this villa several times and was already familiar with it. She even came to see Bai Su privately when Lin Shi took Tanchuan Shaoling out. It's just his own enthusiasm that doesn't seem to move Bai Su at all. Back in the villa, Bai Su immediately went upstairs to change clothes, and then came to the basement. In the middle of today's research, Anshin was taken away from the scientific research building. In fact, Anshin was deliberately protecting her. Otherwise, when the Fan family found out Lin Shi's information, Bai Su would definitely be implicated. An Xian followed curiously. After seeing the complete experimental equipment in the basement, he finally understood where Lin Shi's Xinyuan project armor was developed. Okay. You guys, use the scientific research equipment in the safe zone for your own benefit. Right? There's even a small photolithography machine here. Although the equipment in the basement is a bit old, they are all very important instruments and are of great help to scientific research experiments. These are all faulty instruments that I spent points to exchange for. And Lin Shi helped me fix them. Bai Sumian did not change her color, although she later deliberately damaged several instruments and brought them back. Small lithography machine too? Can you repair this thing too? An Xian was a little unbelievable, looking at the sophistication of that kind of machine. It couldn't be completed by just one or two mechanics. Even most safety zones couldn't find a few talents in this field. I just tinkered with it a few times, and it took care of itself. Lin Shi stood aside with his arms folded. At this moment, the super body armor had been separated from the body, and the data port was connected to the computer. He was still rapidly learning knowledge on the internet. Now that there is a 4th level genetic crystal, the super armor can be replaced with a new chip, which also indicates that Wei Lan's abilities will be further improved. Coupled with the data downloaded from the Fire Phoenix armor, my own super armor can also get a huge update. Lin Shi gave the genetic crystal of the 4th level mutated giant bear to Bai Su and asked her to help break down the crystal. Later, the crystal needed to be made into a chip, which was a very troublesome matter. As for Tanchuan and Shaoling, they also helped with some simple chores in the basement. The 4th order gene crystallization is different. The original decomposition method takes a long time. You can use the source plan material to decompose it. I just downloaded some decomposition data. Bai Su transferred a file package into the super body armor, and with the help of Wei Lan's authority, he guided the super body armor out of a small petri dish. Can the source plan still be used like this? And then looked curiously at what was extending from the armor, but didn't dare to get too close. She also understood the structure of the source project weapon, the essence of which was the source of the virus in the zombie's head, and she was afraid there would be any accidents. Don't worry. The role of project source weapons is far beyond what you understand now. If you have the chance, pay more attention to the original source of the virus. This special substance contains energy that you can't imagine. Bai Su put the 4th order gene crystal into the petri dish. As the petri dish closed, a rich red light gradually emitted from inside. Chapter 157 Source Plan Weapon Ranking. In less than half an hour, the red light gradually dissipated, and as the petri dish was opened, the contents inside had been divided into 3 parts. 1 part of pure 4th level genetic fluid, 1 part of chip-sized crystals, and 1 part of soft colloid. Bai Su placed 2 of them separately, and put the chip-sized gene crystal into a small photolithography machine to start making chips. I have seen information about the Source Project in the network information of the Federation Center. They have a Source Project machine that specializes in breaking down 4th order and above gene crystals. But it is constructed separately, and can only be used to break down gene crystals. It is simply a waste of resources. There was a hint of envy in Bai Su's tone, which fully demonstrated that they had sufficient resources, and even the source of the virus could be used as an experiment. How can I upload information about source planned weapons? Bai Su's authority only allows him to know some experimental data from major security zones. But he knows very little about the more advanced core areas. Only by entering the core can he get the latest information. Lin Shi was very curious about this aspect. He didn't know whether his super armor could rank among the many planned weapons. I don't know either. There should be special channels. Bai Su shook her head and said that she was helpless. She only knew the research process at the beginning of the Yuan project and knew nothing about its further formation. So Lin Chi asked an Xian on the side. But this woman who only managed the later stage of the safe zone also didn't know the inside story. By the way, I can ask her. Lin Chi suddenly thought of the Fire Phoenix, who had added his contact information. So he motioned to Wei Lan and conveyed the message to the owner of the Fire Phoenix armor. A few minutes later, a stream of information came through and appeared on the computer screen after conversion. The Source Project weapons have their own code names. For example, the Fire Phoenix is the Source Project armor developed with all the efforts of the new City Safe Zone. It uses the virus Source body to fuse the body of the Fourth Order mutant beast, and uses the Fourth Order crystal chip as the core to form it. Special weapons. The Fire Phoenix armor is based on lightweight mutant bird materials, equipped with advanced energy weapons, and has the ability to fly at high altitudes. It is also equipped with a simple intelligent program inside, which has a strong individual combat capability. Fire Phoenix directly sent an information link, and after opening it, there was a verification interface. I knew you would contact me, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Regarding the certification of the Source Project warriors, you need to upload some important information and the data of the Source Project armor. This interface certification will review your information in detail. Hua Fengwang used text to transmit information. After a brief introduction, he conveyed the invitation to Lin Chi again. I hope you can join the new city safe zone. Some of the resources in the safe zone can be allocated to you so that your Source Plant armor can advance as quickly as possible. If there can be 2 Source Project warriors in a safe zone, it will definitely be good news for the safe zone. Even if there is a large-scale beast tide, they will still be able to fight, and the city will not be destroyed, and people will not be killed. Lin Chi did not reply to the subsequent message, but looked at the verification interface. Online verification. Can't we still distinguish reality from the internet? Lin Chi had doubtful thoughts. At this time, Bai Su and an Xian also came forward to watch. They were also very curious about the Yuan project field. It should be the biological pheromone frequency of the Source Plant weapon. This is a biological characteristic unique to the virus source. The frequency process of the pheromone is authenticated through information conversion. Bai Su quickly analyzed it. After all, the original super body armor was built by her bit by bit. He has a clear understanding of the internal structure of the Source Project biological armor. After getting his doubts clarified, Lin Chi asked Wei Lan to connect the information and register, and submit the basic information. Source Plan Weapon Codename, Super Body. Source Plan Weapon Category, War Armor. Level Strength, Level 3. Region, Central Plain Security Zone. Owner Level, Hidden. The authentication interface is very simple, and you can even hide your identity information independently. After submission, the page enters the review state. Maybe it still needs some time for review? As soon as Lin Chi finished speaking, he saw the page on his computer jump to a special page. A red source character occupied the entire screen. As the writing slowly faded, new information appeared. Codename, Super Body. Number, 128. Level, Level 3. Region, Central Plain Security Zone. Owner, Hidden. Permission, Junior. Contribution points, none. This page is exactly the information Lin Qigong registered. Unexpectedly, in just a few seconds, the certification has been completed and passed the review. Please upload detailed data as soon as possible in order to receive tasks dispatched by the Federal Center. There are more complex information improvements below, as well as the need to upload 3-dimensional images and detailed data of the Source Plan armor. After passing it, the Source Plan Center will automatically evaluate the strength of the armor owner. Lin Chi thought for a while, and decided to pass on the current armor information. However, after today, his super armor will advance to a higher level. Even if he encounters tasks that exceed the standard, he can easily handle them. After all the information was completed, the interface on the computer also increased. After entering the Source Planning Center, some information that had never been touched before appeared. The Source Project Center is modeled after some kind of special website from the past. There are urgent tasks in the lobby, and the important ones are in red on top. They are generally hunting special mutant beasts, or clearing up the beast crisis in certain areas. There is also a public chat room in the hall, where a few people are chatting. It can be seen from the prefixes of their names that they are all code names of the Source Project weapons. It's like we've entered a new world. Lin Chi browsed the special page and looked at a few tasks. However, the destination of the task was too far away from the Central Plains safe zone. Some special interfaces prompt that the permissions are insufficient and cannot be opened. Look at this registered member. Baisu pointed to a category on the web page. When Lin Chi opened it, he saw codenames of planned weapons and simple personal information. The first name marked in gold was called Pangu. Pangu? This name is so cute. Lin Chi opened Pangu's information. This source plan weapon is also a battle armor. The level information is level 5. Number 1. Is this the first source project weapon of our Federation? It's really special. The materials used in the 5th level source plan armor are naturally 5th level mutant beasts. The strongest mutant beasts that appear at this stage are only 5th level. And some people have already hunted them. This armor is completely bronze in color, although it looks a bit rough. Mysterious lines appear on the armor, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. The 2nd ranked source project weapon is a giant axe named Kaikion, which is level 4. But its number is 13. The 3 of them kept looking at it. The weapons at the top of the rankings all had very mythical names. But the farther back they went, the lower their quality became. The familiar Fire Phoenix armor was ranked 83rd, with the number 102. I scrolled all the way to the bottom, and saw the name of my armor. Source Plan Super Armor, ranking 128. We have a lot of room for improvement. Having just registered for information certification, Lin Chi didn't care about the level ranking. He was very satisfied to get this unknown information. Chapter 158, the 19th star of the first stage. There is a lot of valuable information in the Source Project Center, and the traces of some 4th level mutant beasts and above will be announced at any time, as well as information on those seeking help in safe areas who are in danger. Lin Chi saw the mission to hunt down the 4th level mutated giant bear, but the mission had expired. Go back and rest first, and continue your research tomorrow. It was almost early in the morning. Although Lin Chi did not feel tired, it was obvious that he could not find more inspiration if he continued to study in this state. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling had long been looking forward to going back to rest. After all, working in the basement was not the same feeling as lying on the bed. Well, the preparations will take some time. Let's continue tomorrow. Baisu glanced at the small photolithography machine that was still running. It had been programmed by Wei Lan, and no other operations were needed. As for other things, this intelligent life could also complete it alone. Baisu, let me go to your room to sleep. I have something nice to share with you. As soon as an Xian heard that it was time to sleep, she pulled Baisu directly upstairs. Something nice? Baisu looked confused and glanced over an Xian, unable to see anything else on her body. But since someone proposed, he was too embarrassed to refuse. So the two of them went upstairs together. Tidy up. Let's go back and rest. The relationship between the 3 of them was now somewhat unscrupulous in the villa. After Baisu and an Xian left, Xiaoling jumped directly into Lin Chi's arms and let him hold her. Let's go. Let's go back to the room and take a shower. After running around outside for 2 days, I felt somewhat tired and needed special means to relieve my fatigue. As the 3 people left, the basement slowly fell into darkness, leaving only the super armor still flashing red and running slowly. As soon as they entered the bedroom, Tuanchuan put water in the bathroom to take a shower. The armors they wore were close-fitting and thin, and could be easily removed. Gene lock open. Not to be outdone, Xiaoling opened the genetic lock directly, and the water in the bath slowly rose. But even if the form changes to the extreme, it can't be compared with Tuanchuan. Tuan, I really envy you for having such an amazing figure. Xiaoling couldn't help but compare. No matter in every aspect, she was inferior. I envy you too. You can make your body bigger or smaller freely. My husband likes it like this. There are advantages to being smaller, as you can make some unimaginable poses, and the experience is more intense. Tuanchuan showed a little hand and adjusted the water in the bath to a white state. As the strength of Tuanchuan's genes continues to increase, the amplification effect of that special ability is also getting greater and greater. Just a little bit can have infinite power. Xiaoling couldn't hold back the temptation in front of her and bit into it. A familiar energy slowly spread in her body, gradually reducing the burden on her to open the gene lock. Unknowingly, she felt that the time for the gene lock to be open increased. This scene made Lin Chi stunned for a moment. After a short pause, he joined in. Originally, Xiaoling's genetic lock state could only last 10 minutes. So Lin Chi took advantage of her getting bigger to fight her first, following the most dazzling ethnic style rhythm. From the original rhythm at the beginning to a fast one. Shake. But 10 minutes later, Xiaoling still had the strength to resist. But when she couldn't hold on any longer, she would take a big mouthful. I asked why you persisted for so long. It turns out you were cheating. A single mouthful of healing power actually allowed Xiaoling to persist for a long time, facing Lin Qi's attack without falling behind at all. This made Lin Qi couldn't help but switch to a fast-paced song, doubling the speed for a while, beating Xiaoling back. After all, Xiaoling couldn't resist Lin Qi's attack, so she exited the gene lock state and shrunk back to her original size. In this state, it was even more difficult to resist Lin Qi, and she begged for mercy after just a few rounds. After changing the battlefield, the two of them started fighting again. The next day, Lin Qi woke up early and noticed the changes in his body. He took out a bottle of genetic fluid and drank it. He felt the genetic power in his body slowly increase, and his mental power also improved by leaps and bounds. This is the 19th one. Taking 19 pills in the first stage, the entire Federation and even the world seemed to have never heard of it, which symbolized that one's own genes had reached a level of near perfection. According to Baisu's inference, the first stage corresponds to 23 pairs of genomes. It is expected that when it reaches 23, it will reach the most perfect state. Moreover, Lin Qi had already taken 10 bottles of the second-level genetic fluid in the second stage, and had reached the limit of opening the second-level gene lock. However, because the first stage had not yet been completed, he was not in a hurry to open it. After doing some morning exercises in bed, Lin Qi got up refreshed, washed briefly before going out. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he saw the door of another room open, and an Xian walked from the room with a resentful look on his face. Didn't you stay in Baisu's room last night? Why did you come out of here? This room was a vacant guest room. Lin Qi had lived in it for a few days before he acquired Xiaoling. Don't mention it. Baisu kicked me out last night. An Xian curled her lips. He clearly showed her his most beautiful thing. But in the end, he was kicked out and showed no dignity at all. Did you make her angry? Lin Qi was a little curious, but after thinking about an Xian's orientation, he roughly understood that this girl seemed to be acting too hastily. She must not be able to accept it for a while. But I decided to stay here for the next few days, and I will capture her one day. An Xian was not discouraged at all, but became more motivated to fight. When she was taking a shower last night, she took a sneak peek. The fair figure and skin happened to be her favorite type. At that time, her saliva was drooling. Later, she couldn't help it and started to act erratically. Only then did Baisu notice her little tricks and was kicked out. If you really have an idea, I can help you. Lin Qi felt that it was necessary to correct an Xian's orientation, and the two of them walked downstairs while chatting. Tell me more. How are you going to help me? Should we use force or medicine? As soon as he heard that Lin Qi was willing to help, an Xian's eyes brightened and he quickly followed in small steps. Your idea is too evil. How can you use strong drugs? If you want to get her, you have to like her and like what she likes. Lin Qi went directly to the basement. As expected, Baisu did not go to work anymore, but was doing his own research in the basement. As Lin Qi's status rose, Baisu became completely free and no longer had to abide by the rules of the safe zone. Come here quickly. The 4th level chip has been produced, and we can upgrade the super body armor. Seeing Lin Qi appear, Baisu urged him repeatedly, but when he saw Lin's relief after standing up, his brows instantly furrowed. Chapter 159 Basement Battlefield. Last night, Anshin asked her to watch butterflies, which was simply unacceptable. She was not studying organisms in a laboratory, so she kicked Anshin out. So much so that I couldn't sleep at all in the middle of the night. I got up early in the morning and went to the basement before dawn. Can it be upgraded? Lin Qi went to the computer to check the direction of Weilan's upgrade. After downloading the template of the Fire Phoenix armor, Weilan integrated some of the characteristics of the opponent's armor, but also added some of her own understanding. After all, the computing speed of intelligent life far exceeds that of humans at this stage, and it is still far ahead in this regard. A 3-dimensional model of the super armor is displayed on the computer, with detailed introductions to each part. Sir, I suggest building a holographic projection device, which will make it easier to display the armor. Weilan reminded that without professional equipment, it could only present the armor's information on the computer, so there were some visual deficiencies. I remember there is a set of holographic equipment in the scientific research building. Would you like to get it for you? An Xian heard an inexplicable female voice and looked around, but he didn't realize it was an intelligent life form. He just thought it was an ordinary intelligent system. It's okay to get it. And then we can renovate the basement. Holographic projection technology has made breakthroughs in the development of laser fields. But it must be supported by professional equipment to operate. Lin Chi's simple equipment cannot support such sophisticated technology. And Xian sent a message to the side, indicating that it would be done soon. Taking the opportunity to help, she slowly approached Bai Su. Just when she was about to say something, she saw Bai Su turn around and hide away. And Xian, go and get some supplies for me. I'll send you a list later. Lin Chi saw that the situation was not right, so he made an excuse to move an Xian away. Otherwise, if he really angered Bai Su, he was afraid that there would be some conflict between the two. Oh, okay. If you need anything you can send it to me later. And Xian reluctantly agreed and left the basement with some reluctance. After an Xian left, Bai Su relaxed. Don't let her come here again. This person has big problems. Bai Su frowned, thinking about what happened last night. She still couldn't accept it for a while. We still need her to provide support. Let's talk about it later. Lin Chi opened Wei Lan's design plan and examined it in detail. In addition to replacing the armor itself with 4th-level mutant beast materials, he also obtained a new type of energy weapon technology from Fire Phoenix. The specific parts only need to be designed by Wei Lan, quickly manufactured through the shaping ability of the superbody armor. Some characteristic substances are separated for transmission, and then the biological information data is recorded. Moreover, some 3rd-level mutated AL materials were added to it, giving the armor the ability to fly quickly. In addition to the propulsion device, it also has a pair of wings that can also use wind power to save a lot of energy. What did an Xian do in your room last night? What made you so weird? After checking the data, Lin Chi slid his chair to Bai Su's side, reached out, and held her in his arms. I originally thought she wanted to discuss something with me, but I didn't expect that she would touch me later and compete with me to see whose butterfly looks better. Bai Su didn't hide anything, and smiled and told her what happened last night. It shocked her at the time, but afterwards she was aroused internally, which made her even more uncomfortable. So he took Lin Chi's hand and slowly walked through the gaps in his clothes. Then are her butterflies as beautiful as yours? Lin Chi stirred slightly, and Bai Su cooperated by spreading his legs, giving him enough room to move. I can't tell whether it looks good or not, but which one do you like? At this moment, Bai Su couldn't care less about research. Her body completely relaxed, enjoying the rare massage. When he felt it was done, Lin Chi patted Bai Su's butt, and the latter lifted it up in cooperation. Both parties quickly released their restraints and returned to their positions smoothly. The door is locked, and I've soundproofed the basement. Bai Su said a few words in succession, with the purpose of letting Lin Chi open up and release himself without having to worry about anything else. Wei Lan, help me keep an eye on Tuanchuan and Shaoling. After Lin Chi gave the order, his movements became larger and larger, and the entire basement became a battlefield for the two of them, with sweat dripping everywhere. For some reason, Tuanchuan and Shaoling didn't come to the basement all morning. They seemed to be preparing a sumptuous lunch. The two had a lot of alone time together, and since there was no important research to do, they had a great time. Afterwards, Lin Chi helped clean up the battlefield and inspected some unusual features. In contrast, Shaoling is a bit immature. Tuanchuan is not mature enough, and Bai Su is the complete body. Teach Tuan and Shaoling more when you have time. You are the teacher in this regard. Lin Chi had enjoyed the coexistence of 3 people, and he was looking forward to adding one more person. After all, this kind of fun cannot be experienced by just one person. What do you want me to teach them? Bai Su retracted her long legs and lightly kicked Lin Chi. After recovering, she turned into the serious look of teacher Bai again. Micro-expression management, control of subtleties of the body, etc. Sometimes just admiring the expression on that beautiful face is the ultimate enjoyment. You can't teach this kind of thing. You have to understand it yourself. Bai Su curled her lips, wondering why she didn't know Lin Chi's true thoughts. She was just a teacher, so how could she let go of her dignity? After his body had almost recovered, Bai Su came to the experimental table again. Azure, start the ventilation cycle in the basement and spray disinfectant. The basement was filled with the smell of disinfectant, covering up the smell of the 2 people before, and Bai Su finally relaxed. The superbody armor incorporates the 4-stage mutant beast materials brought back by Lin Chi. The shape of the entire armor has undergone some changes, and its defensive performance has been improved to another level. After the 4th level chips are integrated, the information data that can be processed has also been greatly improved. and Weilan's database has become larger and larger. At noon, Tuanchuan and Xiaoling prepared a sumptuous lunch. The ingredients used were the most delicious parts of the 4th-level mutated giant bear. After eating, it greatly improved the physical fitness. After the 4 people enjoyed the meal satisfactorily. In the afternoon, Anqing transported a box of supplies and arrived outside the villa. Lin Qi, I brought you what you asked for. An Xian stood at the door of the villa and shouted loudly. After a while, Lin Qi walked out of the villa and opened the door. Have you brought everything in? The list Lin Qi gave was all materials used to upgrade the super body, as well as some things that were not available in the laboratory. These were urgently needed items for him. Everything is ready for you. And a set of holographic projection equipment has also been dismantled for you. An Xian's move was suspected of trying to please Bai Su. In addition, she also took out a diamond identity card and handed it to Lin Qi with both hands. This is the identity card that symbolizes the highest spokesperson of the safety zone. As long as you use this card to issue orders, everyone in the safety zone will obey them. But they cannot be above the system. The system of the safe zone is the limit that limits the rights of certain people. Otherwise, if they have such a status and act recklessly, it will definitely lead to more chaos in the safe zone. It won't work on the surface, but it's unclear what will happen secretly. A few people work together to move everything to the basement in a few trips. After giving the materials to Weilan to fuse, Lin Qi began to install the holographic projection equipment. Holographic projection requires an independent console. It uses the interference principle of light to project three-dimensional images, and is controlled by intelligent life to achieve the best results. Lin Qi quickly sensed the performance of these instruments and installed them in the center of the basement. In addition, he installed additional equipment in every corner of the basement to ensure that all locations were within the scope of the holographic projection. After all devices are connected, rays of light emerge, and Azure automatically detects the functions of all devices. Sir, the equipment inspection has been completed. A blue illusory human face appeared in the sky, looking slightly blurry. Ah, what is this? An Xian was startled. Although the voice sounded familiar, the face that appeared out of thin air was a bit scary. You must know that holographic projection needs to be actively turned on to operate. These instruments have not been debugged before they are installed. It's just a smart program. Lin Qi didn't intend to tell an Xian about intelligent life, so he made an excuse. We also have smart programs in our safe zone, but they seem a little different from yours. An Xian was a little confused and looked at Lin Qi suspiciously. I have active planning weapons. Do you have them? Lin Qi asked back and ignored her. Instead, he asked Weilan to project the hologram of the super armor to test the upgraded performance in more detail. Bai Su was doing internal debugging on the side, and the two of them had no time to talk to Anqing. Out of boredom, she went out of the basement to chat with Tuanchuan and Xiaoling. Until the evening, the last data upgrade of the super armor was completed, and the entire armor condensed into a black substance, slowly squirming. Okay, wait until tomorrow, and the upgrade should be completed. Bai Su pressed the last button and laid down on the chair relaxedly. The non-stop busy work throughout the day made her spirit tense all the time, and she didn't care about an Xian's interference at all. Thanks a lot. Lin Qi squeezed Bai Su's shoulders with both hands to relieve her fatigue. The main tasks of upgrading the super armor were completed by Bai Su and Weilan. He only played a supporting role, and sometimes added some of his own ideas to increase the difficulty for them. After squeezing it, his hands moved to other places along the collar. No, that's it. I'll go back and take a rest first. You can go find Tuanchuan and Xiaoling. Come back tomorrow to check the results. He had been satisfied in the morning, and Bai Su could feel that the aftertaste had not dissipated. If he came again, he would definitely not be able to bear it, so he quickly got up and fled upstairs. Chapter 160. Always keep the first time to yourself. Not long after she left, an Xian sneaked into the basement. Lin Qi, didn't you say you wanted to help me? Is there a chance now? Seeing Bai Su going upstairs, an Xian finally had a chance to be alone with Lin Qi, so he found an excuse to coax Tuanchuan and Xiaoling. She may have some shortcomings in dealing with Bai Su, but it couldn't be easier to coax two little girls who are inexperienced in the world. I don't have a chance now, but you can tell me what happened the night first. With nothing to do, Lin Qi planned to play with an Xian, so he pulled up two chairs, and the two sat together and started chatting. An Xian's face turned red. She felt ashamed to talk about this kind of thing. After all, it was not a glorious thing for her to like a woman. But for her own happiness, she still explained what happened last night in detail. You are too direct. It would be difficult for anyone to accept it. Lin Chi felt that it was necessary to give an Xian some pointers. So he clicked on the computer and opened a folder. I have some special information here. Do you want to take a look? After saying that, he clicked on one of them and let the video play. What? What special information? Hearing the familiar opening scene, an Xian's face instantly turned red, and he felt a little at a loss. She naturally knew what Lin Chi was playing, but she was curious and wanted to see what happened. This is a special skill. Once you master it, once you display it, most people will not be able to resist it. An Xian blushed and leaned closer. In this state, the charm she exuded was different from that of ordinary women, and she kept adjusting her sitting posture, which was obviously very uncomfortable. Lin Chi's mental energy kept sweeping back and forth over her body, which made her feel even worse. If you want to learn this kind of fingering, you have to learn it personally. How about I reluctantly help you? The two of them were close to each other. When Lin Chi put his hand on an Xian's legs, he could clearly feel her legs shaking. Don't be like this. I don't like men. An Xian subconsciously held Lin Chi's hand and refused with a strong attitude. At the same time, his eyes were full of vigilance towards Lin Chi. If you don't like men, you probably haven't met any outstanding ones. You have to try everything. Right? If you feel you can't accept it, you can remove my hand. At this moment, the video had just reached the exciting stage and attracted some of an Xian's attention, thus giving Lin Chi an opportunity to increase his strength on his hand. The spiritual power attached to his hand extended, and ordinary objects could not block this penetrating power. Through a layer of obstacles, an Xian could feel the power deepening, and his eyes became more and more blurred. You see, what I said is right. You didn't resist. Do you also like this feeling? After succeeding, Lin Chi kept saying words that destroyed an Xian's will, and Kato's power attached. An Xian lay on the table and twitched for a long time, then gritted his teeth and raised his head, looking at Lin Chi with resentful eyes. Why do you feel so different from how I feel? An Xian is also a judo master and is proficient in the use of various small parts, but he has never experienced such a special feeling. That's why it's called a special technique. How much did you comprehend just now? Lin Chi retracted his hand. From the beginning to the end, the two of them kept a slight distance, neither touching nor alienating. There is no time to realize that I am about to die. An Xian rubbed his legs, stood up slowly, and returned to normal after walking a few steps. But the discomfort could not be eliminated in a short time. I'm going upstairs to take a shower and change clothes. It didn't feel warm at first, but after a while, it felt a bit cold and unbearable. Go and reflect. Lin Chi shut down the computer and did not hesitate to make further breakthroughs. This matter needed to be dealt with slowly and not to be rushed. Lin Chi stayed in the basement for a while, checking some information about the Source Project Center, and then got up and walked upstairs. Lin Chi didn't care about the status of the top spokesperson of the safe zone, as long as he could use this authority to quickly improve his strength. The most important thing was, after returning to the room, Tu Enchuan and Xiaoling had already gone to bed. Lin Chi did not disturb the two of them, and carefully lay down next to them. The next day, the super body upgrade was completed. All 5 people gathered in the basement and looked at the new super armor, which was very different from before. The 4th level super armor looks a bit thicker. This is due to the increased use of materials, and the overall shape is angular, giving it a more mechanical feel. After Lin Chi got closer, the super armor automatically opened and contained him. Celeste, check yourself. The new armor has a completely new feeling. And after being fully covered, the picture in front of you is also different. Because of the diamond identity card, Lin Chi can obtain all the permissions in the safe zone. Now when he looks at several people with this permission, Wei Lan will automatically obtain the identity information of each other. This is the unique signal transmission of ID cards to verify each other. Moreover, the database contains everything used in daily life. And when you look at other items in the basement, corresponding prompts will pop up. Tables, experimental equipment, item materials, etc. Wei Lan, block this information and remind you when you need it. All kinds of information almost occupied his field of vision, so Lin Chi had to remove it. After the information on these items disappeared, it looked a little clearer. The super physical self-examination data still appeared in front of my eyes, accompanied by a blue prompt. The material self-inspection is completed, and the overall material has reached the 4th stage. Energy self-test completed. using 3-stage energy device. It is recommended to upgrade and replace. The weapon self-check is completed, and the energy cannons in both arms are filled successfully. Following this sound, red light slowly condensed on Lin Chi's arm, accompanied by the sound of compression of energy condensation. Laser ray self-test completed. A dazzling red light lit up on the arm, exuding a burning aura. The self-test of the propulsion unit is completed. A pair of black wings quickly spread out from behind. They looked a bit like mutant owl wings, but they were connected together as a whole, with the appearance of feathers emerging. The small propellers were hidden in his feet and wings. As the self-test was running, Lin Chi slowly levitated, suspended in the air with the help of a super body. This was Lin Chi's first experience with the power of flight. It was incomparable to the half-baked flight in his childhood dreams. Wow! It's really flying. So awesome! Xiaoling pulled to Anchuan and shouted excitedly. The super body armor could not bring such a big shock to them before. But it is different now. This kind of sci-fi is so extreme that even women can't resist its charm. Baisu took off his glasses, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and he wanted to experience it for himself. Azure, open the basement door. I want to go out and try. Lin Chi was eager to try it out. Now that he has the ability to fly, he must go out for a swim. Sir, the super body armor still has a lot of computational self-tests. For the first time, it is recommended that Wei Lan try it alone. Wei Lan kindly reminded that although it is an intelligent life, and there are still racial boundaries between it and humans, it was created by Lin Chi after all, and everything should be considered for Lin Chi. The first time is usually reserved for yourself, and I can't wait. Chapter 161: The Crisis of Fire Phoenix. A black figure flew straight up from the sky above the villa and entered the clouds in the blink of an eye. With the power fully turned on, there was an explosion in the air, and Lin Chi's speed directly broke through the sound barrier. At full power, it directly reached supersonic speeds, and the field of vision below quickly narrowed. People in the safe zone had no time to notice Lin Chi's traces, and disappeared from sight. Azure. Full speed. At twice the speed of sound. The power of the super armor is still sufficient, and the energy consumption has only dropped slightly. Sir, according to the current capabilities of the super armor, it can only reach a speed of Mach 4. The speed of Mach 4 has exceeded the speed of most supersonic aircraft. But Lin Chi knew that technology is advancing by leaps and bounds, and this speed cannot reach the top at all. When Lin Chi came to his senses, he had already flown out of the safe zone, and the ruins below him were clearly distinguishable from the city. Mach 4. After reaching the extreme speed, I could faintly feel that the balance of my body was a little unstable. I really spread my wings to the extreme, and I could also detect a slight shaking feeling. Moreover, energy consumption has increased sharply, and is slowly declining at a rate visible to the naked eye. Sure enough, the third-level energy device cannot support the flight capability for a long time. It seems that we must start researching energy fusion technology. Lin Chi gradually slowed down, adjusted to the most energy-saving flying method, and began to patrol this unfamiliar land. In a stretch of ruined city, there is no life at all. Only when Wei Lan detects the existence of living things, he will zoom in on the target. Sir, I suggest you lower your altitude. There are a flock of mutant birds flying ahead. Suddenly, an azure voice gave an urgent reminder, and a small screen quickly separated from the field of vision, constantly enlarging the picture. It was a dense and black flock of birds, flying quickly towards Lin Chi's location. Once they met, they would probably cause an unimaginable expansion. Although Lin Chi was not afraid, he felt very uncomfortable being surrounded by a dense flock of mutated birds. So he quickly obeyed the advice and swooped down to the ground and entered a building on the ground. After they became parallel, the group of strange birds flew overhead. A dense group of clouds covered the sky, and even the sky darkened. Fortunately, it's not in the direction passing through our safety zone. Otherwise we would be in big trouble. Lin Chi looked at the direction in which the mutated birds left with lingering fear. Wherever they passed, it seemed as if there was a rain of dung on the ground, and it was also mixed with a lot of blood. Azure, can you check where these mutated birds come from? Although winter has passed, warm spring has not yet entered. It is said that there will not be such a large number of mutated birds at all, unless there are special changes. Sir, I just received news from the Federal Center that a safe area was attacked by a flock of mutant birds, causing heavy casualties. According to their flight path, it should be this group. The appearance of a large-scale mutant beast group will definitely attract human attention. And this is after attacking a safe zone. The direction they are going now should be the new city safety zone. Looking at the direction in which the mutated birds were leaving, a satellite map of the nearby area appeared in front of Lin Chi's eyes. They would arrive over the new city safety zone in about 10 minutes. If there are no accidents, those mutated birds will definitely attack the survivors in the safe zone. After all, humans are delicious food to them. You have detected a mission assigned by the Source Planning Center. Do you want to go to support it? Wei Lan knows the mission mode of the Source Project Center. Once this happens, he will definitely assign a task to summon the Source Project soldiers in the nearby area. Therefore, the task of searching for mutant bird flocks appeared immediately. What is the mission reward? Lin Chi was curious and asked what kind of rewards the Yuan Planning Center would give for rescues when such a disaster occurs. For contribution points. Lin Chi also learned something about contribution points. In addition to being able to redeem some scientific research materials at the Source Project Center, the evolutionary root of the Source Project weapons will also be of great help when entering the 4 major bases in the future. This contribution point is a symbol of status. For points, it's better than nothing. After all, the Fire Phoenix has been helpful to me before. I should go take a look and experiment with new weapons. Only in actual combat can the Source Plant armor quickly feel the shortcomings of the weapon, which will be more helpful for subsequent adjustments. So Lin Chi opened Fire Phoenix's communication method and relayed the crisis in advance. I am a super body. There is a large group of mutant birds flying towards your safe area. Please prepare for defense as soon as possible. I will rush to support as quickly as possible. After Lin Chi sent the message, he jumped up, activated the thrusters behind his back, turned into a black light, and chased after the mutated birds. Fire Phoenix received it. Thank you for your support. Fire Phoenix's serious voice came from the communicator. She also received a mission from the Source Project Center. But she didn't expect that the group of mutant birds would fly towards the new city safety zone. All of a sudden, the sirens of the new city safety zone blared loudly. All the survivors hid in the buildings, closed the doors and windows, and took precautions. Several buildings emitted thick smoke and emitted a special smell. This kind of smell can effectively drive away mutant beasts, and it can also be regarded as a defensive method. Moreover, all defenses in the safety zone were activated, especially on the newly built city walls, where thick smoke rose and spread with the wind. Fire Phoenix stood on the tallest building in the safe zone, her fiery red armor reflecting a stream of fighting spirit. Before the mutant birds could get closer, she flew straight into the sky and turned into a red light and disappeared into the sky. When the armor's power was fully activated, the surrounding air felt hot. After breaking through the sound barrier, there was a burst of phoenix chirping. A moment later, Hua Fengwang saw a group of dark clouds in the distance, and his expression suddenly changed. Even with the power of her 4th level Source Plan armor, it would be difficult to penetrate such a flock of mutated birds. So they must be treated with caution. And although she had received support from Lin Chi, after all, the opponent's superbody armor was only at the 3rd level and did not have the ability to fly. So it was impossible to provide support in a short time. All this was left to her to deal with alone. The Fire Phoenix hovered in the air. A stream of flame spurted from its arms, and the small missiles loaded in the arms flew out. Boom! When it flew in front of the mutant birds, it exploded, and a burst of flame spread out with air waves. This blow did not explode among the mutant birds, but hit the left side, with the purpose of causing these mutant birds to change their flight direction. Now what she was thinking about was no longer killing these mutant birds, but driving them in other directions as much as possible. However, after the explosion, there was a brief chaos in the bird flock. A group of unlucky mutant birds were knocked down by the explosion attack and ignited flames. But the remaining ones quickly filled the gap, and they still seemed not to be damaged at all. Phoenix Fire Feather. Fire Phoenix activated the armor's ability in a low voice, and quickly flew in front of the mutant birds. A stream of powder quickly spilled out of the armor, drawing an arc in the air. When she turned around, a stream of flame spurted out from her palm, and the powder she originally sprayed burned violently instantly, turning into a huge flame isolation belt in the sky. The violent burning caused a turbulence in the air. This turbulence greatly disturbed the mutant birds. It only took a moment for them to change their flight direction and quickly avoid the burning area in the air. The flock of birds made noisy cries and quickly dodged the flames. After most of them changed their direction, the ones behind them also changed their formation. But there were still many who plunged into the flames and were swallowed up by the flames in the blink of an eye. The Fire Phoenix slowly floated in the air. She originally wanted to use the flames to ignite all the mutant birds and destroy them all in one fell swoop. However, after the fire, the remaining mutant birds quickly separated into gaps, making her idea in vain. But as long as the current crisis is resolved, he can then find a way to deal with these mutant birds. As for where they will fly, it is not up to him. But before she could be happy for too long, the mutated birds that had changed their direction actually corrected their position in the air and flew towards the new city safety zone again. Not good. Fire Phoenix secretly knew something was wrong, so he quickly prepared the new city safe zone, activated the armor's flying ability again, and caught up. With her full burst of speed, she quickly caught up with the flock of birds. But after several consecutive attacks, instead of blocking the flight direction of the mutated birds, part of them separated and rushed towards her. A single mutated bird is only a first-order mutated beast, and occasionally there are several large second-order mutated birds. Ordinary attacks cannot pose a threat to the Fire Phoenix armor at all. But when the number reaches the extreme, the dense flock of birds can only rely on the force of the collision could suppress her and render her unable to move. The Fire Phoenix tried her best to carve a bloody path in the air, but her single attack was still of no avail to these birds occupying the sky. With the fierce fighting, a scorching gas gradually rose around the armor, and any mutant bird that came close to attack instantly burst into flames, screaming and falling to the ground. She rushed into the group of mutant birds, her wings spread out and spinning rapidly. The hurricane mixed with flames gradually formed an absolute flame field. Even some second-order mutant birds were instantly turned into ashes as soon as they touched the rotating fireball. At this moment, Lin Chi had flown nearby, looking at a group of flames blooming in the dark clouds, and roughly understood the situation of Fire Phoenix. It's just that this flame may be extinguished at any time. Azure, how can we drive away these mutant birds? Lin Chi roughly estimated that such a large number of mutant birds would be impossible to eliminate even if he used his strongest attack. He could only use the same method as the Fire Phoenix to drive them away. Sir, I have analyzed that the mutated birds rely on the pheromones they emit to lock in position. They are hunting. If you want to block their direction of movement, the only way is to change the pheromones. Wei Lan's analysis made Lin Chi feel confused, so he quickly contacted Bai Su in the villa and asked the biological scientist to give a detailed explanation and response method. Change the biopheromone? The only way is to kill the leading bird in the flock, or make them feel fear. Then the biopheromone they emit will change. Bai Su had now connected to Lin Chi's field of vision, and when he saw a flock of mutated birds in the dark sky, he opened his mouth in shock. These should be red-billed Calia finches. There are probably millions of them in this number. Bai Su recognized the origin of this bird at a glance, although its size had changed greatly after the mutation. The first bird? At this scale, where can I find the first bird? Wei Lan quickly analyzed the differences between the mutated bird flocks. But no matter how he analyzed it, he could not find the existence of the leader bird among the densely packed flocks of birds. The only thing left is to make them feel fear. At this moment, the flame in the flock of birds suddenly went out, and a large group of black mutant birds instantly submerged the Fire Phoenix, and no trace of its figure could be seen anymore. Chapter 162 Accepting the Mission. Spiral Arrow. Yulong throws himself across the universe. The condensed material of the battle armor was shaped into a huge bow, and an arrow like a spear flew out across the sky. The three rotating moon blades at the top of the arrow broke through the air, instantly causing a tornado to rise into the sky. Lin Chi followed closely behind, and the flying speed of the super armor was just as fast as the arrow. The arrow flew into the sky, instantly shattering the flock of birds it encountered, and rushed out of a passage. Lin Chi was in the whirlwind, and went straight into the flock of mutated birds. At the same time, various weapons continued to attack. The arm energy cannons were fired, laser rays were cut, and the mutant birds were shot down one after another, exploding with all its strength. The superbody armor is like a deserted land, running rampant among the mutated birds. The target of this giant arrow was the Fire Phoenix that was besieged by a flock of mutated birds. Therefore, no external object could stop the impact. Only after it penetrated deep into its belly did it see the red shadows surround it and collided by a flock of mutated birds. Lin Chi grabbed the giant arrow, and as the armor changed its weapon form, the arrow quickly turned into a spear. Without the blessing of arrows, the tornado exploded with its last bit of power, barely pushing away the mutant birds around the Fire Phoenix, revealing its red armor full of scratches. Lin Chi grabbed the Fire Phoenix armor, swung his spear sharply, swept away the rushing mutant birds, and plunged headlong towards the ground. "It's you?" A faint sound came from the Fire Phoenix armor, even under the repeated attacks of the birds. Her armor was not damaged, but the constant impact was somewhat unbearable. She had already recognized Lin Chi. This pitch-black armor was unique in the center of the Source Project. Although the form had changed a lot, the shadow of before could still be seen. It's enough to use ground weapons to resist such a huge flock of birds. Why do we have to rush in? Lin Chi did not underestimate the 4th-level Source Plan weapons. When faced with such a large number of threats, a single existence really could not turn the tide. Unless he is a cheater like himself. I just wanted to hold them off for a while, and let the safety zone prepare a little more. The 2-wing propulsion device of the Fire Phoenix armor has exceeded its load, and the energy is almost exhausted at this moment. It has almost lost its ability to fly. It can only hang on Lin Chi's body and fly towards the safe area with him. Fortunately, other functions are still complete, and you can still contact the safe zone. Are you ready now? The two stopped on a towering tall building. The Yuan Plan armor had extremely strong repair capabilities. In just a moment, the Fire Phoenix armor had recovered, but it had no air combat capability. The weapons and equipment in the new city security zone are not sufficient, and there are no weapons of mass destruction. Although the newly developed laser weapons are powerful, they cannot achieve large-scale attack coverage. I have requested support from the Source Project Center, but we are nearby. There are too few soldiers from the Source Project, and there is no time to come over to support them. There was a trace of anxiety in Fire Phoenix's voice. Although the safe zone was now well prepared for defense, ordinary defenses could not stop the flock of mutated birds that covered the sky. Hearing this, Lin Chi roughly guessed the outcome of the new city's safe zone. The best outcome would be to be wreaked havoc by a flock of mutated birds, leaving bird droppings all over the ground. If you can hide more tightly, you may be able to withstand the sudden attack of the mutant birds. But there are many refugee survivors in the safe zone, and the windows of that kind of residential building cannot block the sharp claws and sharp beaks of the mutant birds. Superbody, I know this task is a bit difficult. Can you take me back to the safe zone of the new city? Or give me part of the energy? I must go back and stop those mutated birds. Hua Fengwang didn't know Lin Chi's name yet, but based on Lin Chi's information just now, she already knew the code name of the Source Project armor. We all met by chance, and it was impossible to put herself in danger for the sake of someone else's safe zone. So only this kind of request is the most reasonable. After all, you can only earn 4 points by participating in this task. If you refuse, you will get nothing. A mission only costs 4 points. Are you going to risk your life? Lin Chi was a little surprised. What was this woman in the Fire Phoenix armor thinking? If she hadn't been rescued just now, although she wouldn't have died among the mutated birds, she would definitely have suffered serious injuries. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the new city safety zone. I can't just watch them die there. After all, I am the hope of all of them. The Fire Phoenix armor has already had a very high status in the new city security zone, and she has always been active in the public sector and has a high prestige. If it doesn't appear at this time, people will not be able to unite, and it will be easily defeated by the mutant birds. The greater the crisis, the greater the hope a leader can bring. I'll go with you to see it, but I can only do what I can. Lin Chi looked at the red eyes and couldn't imagine what the other person looked like at this moment. Thank you. If there are more people like you in the apocalypse, mankind will not lose hope. Hua Fengwang thanked her softly. She nodded slightly and quickly retracted her visor, revealing a beautiful face with a hint of determination. This was the first time that she showed her true face in front of Lin Chi. She looked like she was in her 20s. Her appearance was very delicate, especially her eyes. The pupils were slightly red, and her fiery red hair was braided into thick long hair. The braided hair, the messy hair hanging down from the forehead was blocked in front of the ears, and between the eyebrows, there was a red flame pattern, as if it was branded on it. My name is Su Lan. If I can solve the trouble this time, I will definitely treat you to a drink in the future. Su Lan looked at Lin Chi steadily, as if expecting something. I don't like drinking, so forget it. Her idea must be to see Lin Chi's true face and remember the people who helped her. But Lin Chi obviously didn't want to cause more trouble. He just stretched out his hand and pressed it on Su Lan's shoulder, transmitting part of the energy of the super armor. Let's go. Time is running out. I just came out to test my flying ability, but I encountered such a big trouble, and I had to solve it as soon as possible. From this point of view, it is really difficult to earn points from the Source Planning Center. Su Lan was stunned for a moment. The mask covered his head again. The wings spread out behind his back, and he followed Lin Chi and flew towards the new city safety zone. The speed of the two of them was many times faster than that of the mutated birds. When they arrived at the safe zone of the new city, they still had time to make arrangements. Lin Chi landed on a building in the city. The new city security zone was smaller in size than the Central Plain security zone, but the city wall was built very firmly. At this moment, emergency measures to resist external threats were already in place on the city wall. Thick smoke rises from the city wall, exuding a special smell. It rotates with the wind, covering half of the safe zone. In some special places in the safe zone, newly developed laser weapons are also set up, as well as some new cities. Weapons retained from before. You wait here for a moment while I go get some energy devices for backup. After Sulan finished speaking, he entered the building and quickly directed the new city security zone to take various defensive measures. A few minutes later, she reappeared on the roof and handed 2 third-level energy devices to Lin Chi. Coming! A dark cloud covered the sky in the distance and was rapidly approaching the sky above the new city safety zone. Chapter 163. Let the arrow fly for a while. Dark clouds are threatening to destroy the city. A sense of oppression rushed over, filling the hearts of those who discovered this situation in the safe zone with despair. At this moment, there were even a few people guarding their posts, who quietly escaped and hid. The basement is undoubtedly the best hiding place. But now the underground buildings in the safe zone are almost full of people. What are you going to do? Every mutant bird in the sky is a threat to the safe zone. But it is also a considerable asset. Not to mention the materials and edible parts on them. Just the first-order genetic crystals. If such a quantity can be obtained, the new city safe zone will rise rapidly in a short period of time. I have asked the Source Project Center for help. I hope they can send people to support as soon as possible. We can only kill more. I hope the casualties will not be too great. Sulan glanced at the city below. Those awakened people had spontaneously formed a team to gain a chance of survival before the disaster struck. Lin Chi took the time to take a look at the Source Planning Center. So far, only the two of them were accepting this mission, which meant that no one nearby could rush to support in time. I hope that we can share information and resources in the future. After all, we should be the only members of the Source Project in this area. We will definitely cooperate when we go to the 4 major bases. Right. Lin Chi was not taking advantage of the situation. After all, if he tried his best to help, he would definitely gain something accordingly. Otherwise, the mere 4 points would really not be worth his efforts. The new city security zone will open the highest authority to his savior. Sulan promised that if she could have a little more hope now, she would naturally not want to give up. Okay. Help me get some materials with higher hardness from the 3rd-level mutant beasts. The more, the better. The arrow's shot could not be recovered. Lin Chi did not want to use materials from the super armor. And this time, he had to get a larger bow to achieve maximum effect. Materials for 3rd-level mutant beasts? I have some that have been decomposed, but have not been made into weapons. Can they be used? Sulan had hunted some 3rd-level mutant beasts, and naturally collected those materials to be used as weapons for the future training source plan. Hearing Lin Chi's need, he quickly spoke out. The decomposed ones are more suitable. Go get them quickly. Whether you can protect the safe zone depends on those things. Lin Chi waved his hand to urge him. And after Sulan left, he started checking upstairs. The space on the roof is spacious enough for Lin Chi to launch an attack. Moreover, this is the highest point of the entire safety zone, with a very wide view. Sulan quickly flew back from where she collected the 3rd-level mutated materials. She held 2 rectangular blocks of material in both hands, both of which were made of special materials that had been decomposed and reorganized using the Source Project armor. The 2 pieces added together may weigh thousands of kilograms. Are these enough? Sulan carefully placed the things on the roof, wondering what Lin Chi would use these things for at this time. That's enough. Lin Chi quickly stepped forward, pressed his hands on the material block, activated the super armor, and the black substance spread from his arms, wrapping the material block inside, slowly shaping and merging. After a few breaths, the fused material slowly extended, standing like a pillar on the roof of the building. Are you planning to make a stick? Sulan was confused and couldn't guess what Lin Chi's intention was. Moreover, at this time, the mutant birds were getting closer and closer, almost flying over the city wall outside the safe zone. Sulan no longer paid attention to Lin Chi, and quickly issued the order through the power of command. The next second, countless attacks flew out from the city and exploded in the sky. When she looked back, the 2 large pieces of material had turned into a round pillar, about 10 meters long. but the top was like an umbrella rib without umbrella cloth, with 5 propeller-like blades. Peace. Although most of his attacks are single-target attacks. As long as the guy is big enough, he can turn them into group attacks, which is very reasonable. After completing the production of the giant arrow, Lin Chi once again mobilized the materials on the super armor. With a thought, the super physical armor on his body spread to his arms, extending into an extremely exaggerated bow. This bow was 10 meters long. After it was condensed, Lin Chi's super armor became much thinner, only retaining the defense of some important parts. Here, help me hold the bow. I'm going to shoot you from behind. Lin Chi picked up the giant arrow with both hands and signaled Su Lan to hold the bow. These two guys are so big. It's really hard for me to operate them by myself. Can this thing be ejaculated? Su Lan looked at Lin Chi speechlessly, and the corners of his mouth under the visor twitched slightly. How long has it been since he was still making such a joke? And what he just said was very ambiguous. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Chi said with a serious face. And with a flick of his hand, a layer of illusory light and shadow appeared on the tip of the giant arrow, making the giant arrow look even more mysterious. Only then did Su Lan pay attention. He took the giant bow obediently, carried it horizontally on his shoulders, and grabbed the arms of the bow with both hands. Hold on. It'll be fine in just a moment. Lin Chi attached the giant arrow. Although the giant arrow was heavy, it was still within the range that Su Lan could accept. As the giant bow slowly opened, Su Lan had no choice but to bend his legs to increase friction. In front of outsiders, Lin Chi couldn't shout out the shameful name of his ultimate move, so he just silently recited it in his mind to add momentum to himself. As the long bow was stretched to its limit, Lin Chi loosened his hands and heard a bang as the giant arrow spun and flew into the sky. The countershock force of the giant bow directly knocked Su Lan away, and he fell downstairs. Fortunately, she had replaced the new energy device. Before she fell to the ground, the propulsion device on her body was turned on, and she flew back to the top of the building with a turn. This force is simply not enough to make that giant arrow fly into the sky. Su Lan was a little skeptical. After all, she had just personally experienced the power of bows and arrows. Although it was powerful, it was not ridiculously powerful. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the violent sound of wind coming from the sky. Looking back, where the arrow disappeared, a huge oblique tornado was rapidly condensing and forming, and the location of the dragon's head was exactly the direction in which the arrow was shot. Su Lan looked at the increasingly larger tornado in disbelief. In just a few seconds, it wreaked havoc across the sky and had a diameter of hundreds of meters. Don't worry. Let the arrow fly for a while. Lin Chi slowly integrated the giant bow back into the super armor. He knew the power of this arrow all too well. The giant arrows, coupled with the rotating wind blades and the additional illusory arrow extensions, completely disrupted the sky. The condensed wind pressure was chaotic and formed an ever-expanding hurricane. As the arrows flew further, it's getting bigger. 100 meters. km. 10,000 meters. When the arrows came into contact with the mutated birds, the condensed hurricane had already covered a range of 10,000 meters. Even the safe zone was affected by the hurricane at this moment. All the smoke that was originally ignited was swept away, making the hurricane even more powerful. It turned white. As soon as they made contact, the dense flock of mutant birds was instantly involved. They could no longer maintain their formation and split into two. The frightened mutant birds on both sides screamed and flapped their wings. An indescribable atmosphere of fear enveloped them, making them no longer have the desire to hunt. And they screamed and flew around. The pheromones released by the mutant birds changed completely at this moment. But some were still flying aimlessly and crashing into the safe zone. But they were no longer able to pose much of a threat to the team of awakened people who had been prepared. The middle area was broken open by the hurricane caused by an arrow, completely reversing the most dangerous situation. Chapter 160 For the attitudes of the three people. The mutated bird crackling in the sky fell downwards. Some of it was directly involved in the hurricane. Its wings were broken and its feathers fell off. And some of it lost its sense of direction and hit the ground in the safe area. The bird seemed to be combed in the middle, and the two sides gradually separated. The fear caused by the hurricane made them dare not stay here any longer. The crisis is over. Su Lan looked excitedly at the mutated birds that were still falling from time to time in the sky. But these were no longer a threat, and would instead become prey for the survivors. You have to give half of these genetic crystals and materials to our safe zone. Lin Chi stood aside and did not help anymore. That arrow already gave him enough say. I have said before that the new city security zone gives a savior the highest authority. You can come and get whatever you want at any time. Su Lan smiled slightly, and didn't care about Lin Chi's request. If he could have such a powerful source plan warrior in his safe zone, what would happen if he allocated half of his resources? From the perspective of the Source Project soldiers, the only ones who could make her feel equal were the Source Project soldiers. Lin Chi also guessed Su Lan's plan, but did not reveal it. Now that he has the ability to fly, he can travel back and forth between the two safe zones freely without worrying about time. Well, I'll come back to you when I need something. I'm going back first. We have a lot of things to deal with in the safe area. There is no need for Lin Chi to clean up the remaining mess. Letting those awakened people take action will instead hone them and allow the best ones to grow faster. After Lin Chi said that, he quickly took off into the sky and disappeared into the sky. On the way back, Lin Chi kept flying along the place where the arrow disappeared. After spending a lot of effort, he found the giant arrow stuck in the ground. The arrow just now was not deliberately aimed at anything. So after flying into the sky, it fell in a parabola. But this distance had already leapt over a city area. With such a heavy arrow, Lin Chi was still not slow. When he returned to the villa, several people had been waiting in the basement for a long time. Everyone was speechless that Lin Chi encountered such big trouble for the first time when he went out. However, in the end, Lin Chi had shared his vision with the computer in the basement. So all four of them saw the shocking scene. Fire Phoenix. That woman is so beautiful. Yeah. You're in great shape. The hair is still red. Obviously, the focus of several people was not on the big scene of Lin Chi breaking the sky with one arrow. And they all started discussing the Fire Phoenix. The hero is back to save the beauty? Tell us how you feel. And shoot her from behind? And Xian looked at Lin Chi with a half smile. She could remember this saucy remark for the rest of her life. Don't make trouble. Didn't you realize how powerful the arrow I just shot was? I originally thought that when I came back, I would be greeted with compliments and admiration from several people. But I didn't expect it to be like this, which made Lin Chi find it difficult to accept it for a while. After detaching the super body armor from his body, he asked Wei Lan to conduct a self-examination and check the data from the first flight. The power is very strong, but without such a big arrow, it cannot trigger the formation of a hurricane. And there is also the surge of airflow caused by the mutant birds. This situation is difficult to replicate. Bai Su could tell at a glance the secret of the giant arrow that broke through the air and attracted wind. If he tried it again, he might be able to copy it. But it would definitely not be that powerful. The crisis has been resolved anyway. Right? If we encounter this kind of situation in the future, there will be other solutions. The evolution of the superbody armor will be enhanced as the mutant beasts evolve. As long as high-level mutant beasts are hunted, the power of this armor can continue to increase. It's just that if you want to find 5th level mutant beasts at this stage, you have to go to some special places. And Xian, you will send someone to the new city safety zone in a few days. They promised me some supplies, and they must bring them back. Although Lin Chi doesn't need the materials and crystals of the first order mutant beasts now, they are still quite precious to ordinary people in the safe zone. Even most of the people in his team have not taken them a few times. I think it is most appropriate to set off now. Firstly, we can support them with some emergency supplies to express our goodwill. Secondly, we can have a technology exchange, which will be more legitimate. And Xian had other ideas. Since taking charge of the logistics department, she has become more and more comfortable and has a suitable plan immediately. You can make arrangements yourself. Whether it's a technical exchange or not, everyone can benefit. At present, humans are all on the same front. And if the research gained is shared by everyone, it will benefit everyone. After an Xian thought about the plan, he did not stay in the villa longer. While contacting the logistics department's convoy, he expressed his thoughts to the senior management of the security zone and mentioned Lin Chi's name. After all, he had just obtained the right to be the top spokesperson of the safety zone. At this time, no one would offend Lin Chi and would only complete the task as required. The Central Plain Safety Zone quickly gathered manpower and marched toward the new city safety zone. There were a large number of federal soldiers and awakened people in the team, which were enough to deal with ordinary crises. At the same time, Lin Chi also sent a message to Su Lan, informing her that the Central Plain Security Zone would go to provide support, and then put the matter to an end completely, waiting for an Xian to return with the supplies. The superbody armor checked itself again. After the first try, Wei Lan made some minor adjustments to the armor, and the third-level materials Lin Chi brought back were also of great value. Although there is no second source of the virus that can be used to make super body armor, the armor made of this material still has considerable power, but it does not have the ability to change forms at will. Lin Chi made a suit for all three of them, tried various styles, and it was quite eye-catching. Xiaoling saves materials, but the materials she uses are decomposed into some highly elastic substances, which can support her to switch forms at any time. The next day, Lin Chi received messages from the other two top commanders in the safety zone. However, due to special reasons, the two could only talk to Lin Chi on video. Lin Chi didn't care about their cautious actions. Such people basically posed no threat to him. They could even shoot each other with an arrow through the internet. The two expressed absolute goodwill, and also understood the attitude of other safe zones towards the Source Project soldiers. They made their status very obvious, and even sounded like they were complimenting Lin Chi in their tone. Anyone who can sit in this position knows very well that today's situation has completely changed, and power is only in the hands of the strong. If there is no such a strong person in a safe zone, even if it is not destroyed by the mutant beast, it will be destroyed in the future. Lose value. Chapter 165 The Mission of Sanshan Safety Zone. Energy fusion transformation technology is only available in the 4 major bases. If ordinary people want to obtain it, they must use enough points to redeem it. This technology only requires 100 points, not including materials. Lin Chi looked at the redemption list in the Source Planning Center and scratched his head in confusion. Now you have the ability to fly at high speeds and can go to the 4 major bases, but without qualifications. It is difficult to enter them. Baisu typed on the keyboard, looking for data on energy fusion technology. But this technology was sealed very secretly. Even with Wei Lan's assistance, it was difficult to find any clues. It seems that I can only find a way to do more tasks and accumulate enough contribution points. Because it was nearby, Lin Chi took over the mission of the mutated birds. But the points given were too few. Now he had time to check other tasks, and he found a few with more points. Participate in hunting the 5th level mutant beast, and the task reward is 50 contribution points. Submit a virus source, and the task reward is 500 points. Submit a 5th level gene crystal, and the task reward is 300 points. Capture a queen ant, the task reward is 500 points. These are high-level tasks hanging in the mission hall. They are often viewed by people, but almost no one completes them. After all, getting a virus source means that it is a Source Project weapon, and no one will hand it over. Moreover, some Source Plan warriors can also publish tasks, which will be reviewed by the Source Plan Center. If the tasks meet the requirements, corresponding points evaluation will be given. It may seem unpleasant, but it holds the lifeblood of 128 Source Project soldiers. Other tasks are even more difficult to complete. At this stage, the strongest human beings may not be able to challenge 5th level mutant creatures alone. It seems that we can only find some small tasks to do. And before doing the tasks, we have to upload the new data of the super body. Otherwise some urgent tasks will not be delivered at all. There is a world of difference between having the ability to fly and not having the ability to fly. At full Mach 4 speed, it only took Lin a few hours to cross the Federation. There was enough time to carry out some emergency support tasks. After Wei Lan updated the superbody data, Lin Chi directly uploaded the new data of the superbody armor to his own information. After waiting for the scan verification, the ranking of the super armor was directly raised from 128th to 84th, almost surpassing the Fire Phoenix armor. The weapons of the 4th Order Source Plan are similar. After all, everyone can see the data comparison. The only difference is the durability of the energy. Most of those in front of you have obtained fusion energy technology or use 4th Order energy devices, providing energy. In real comparison, we are not weaker than them. Because Lin Chi was expanding the blue database, he made the 4th Order mutation crystal into a biological crystal chip, so the data was slightly inferior. My main combat power does not rely on the armor. The energy is only enough to maintain flight. Lin Chi didn't care about energy at all. As expected, after the super body advancement, he could see more and more tasks. A large aquatic mutant beast has appeared in the waters near the Sanshan safety zone. We need powerful Source Project warriors to help kill it. The mission rewards 10 points. Lin Chi's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the mission that appeared. The mutated beast in the water grew very fast. And because it couldn't go ashore in a short period of time, it didn't pose much of a threat to people on the shore. Not to mention that he could fly. This mission is much more cost-effective than going to the south to hunt those large mutant beasts. Azure. Lock the location of the Sanshan Safety Zone. There are many places with relatively large freshwater areas in the Federation. Lin-Chi couldn't guess where this 3-mountain safe zone was. Sir, we have locked the Sanshan Safety Zone and projected it through the satellite map. Wei Lan quickly brought up the picture and presented it in the center of the basement in holographic projection mode. Is this the Sanshan hydropower station? Bai Su recognized the location of the holographic projection at a glance and slid his chair around curiously. Enlarge the safety zone and lock the water area. She had also heard about the mission Lin-Chi mentioned just now, and was equally curious about aquatic creatures. There is also an artificial lake in the Central Plains safety zone. But when the safety zone was established, new energy was used to clean up the artificial lake. Basically, all the aquatic creatures in it were electrified, making it difficult for them to pose a threat again. But those large water bodies are different. Even if high-voltage electricity is inserted, it is impossible to affect the entire water body. Bai Su observed for a while and collected a large amount of data, with a look of solemnity on his face. This Sanshan hydropower station has been built for 20 years. There are countless species of fish in it. If there are special mutations, it may have reached the 5th level. Therefore, this task is more difficult than imagined, and it is by no means easy to complete. For 5th level mutant beasts, you can give it a try. When Lin-Chi heard that there were 5th level mutant beasts, instead of feeling troublesome, he was a little eager to try. The Sanshan power station was built on a valley, and the nearby safety zone was not far away. According to the data, there were 2 people in the Sanshan safety zone. The Yuan Project warriors are ranked among the top 30 in terms of strength. Their purpose may be to hunt down the 5th level mutant beasts in the water and issue tasks to attract strong people to help. Do you really want to do this mission? Bai Su would like to give some more advice. If it is a mutant beast on land, there may be a solution. But if you want to kill aquatic creatures, you must enter their home territory. At this stage, laser weapons are basically useless. We must do it. But not now. We will wait and see for a few days before deciding. If he goes there, he will definitely need to find a helper. But the new city safe zone is not yet stable yet. And Lin-Chi only knows one source project soldier in Wufeng, so he has to wait a little longer. The Sanshan safety zone is about 600 kilometers away from here. If Lin-Chi keeps flying at supersonic speed, he can reach his destination in about half an hour, giving him enough time to travel back and forth. After checking some other tasks, they were all unsatisfactory or thankless tasks. Lin-Chi then quit the source planning center and started other work. Pieces of genetic crystals were taken out and placed on the operating table, broken down in batches, and made into first-order genetic fluid. These are all prepared by Lin-Chi for his people. After all, he now has a very high status in the safe zone. If his people are not strong, it will be inconvenient to do other things. Those special awakened ones will definitely be the most powerful helpers as long as they grow up and equip themselves with the Shangyuan Project armor. Thinking of this, Lin-Chi thought that several people in the special awakened team were very unskilled in using their special abilities. So he sent them a message and planned to gather them for training. Chapter 166 Special Training for Jin Na. A few more villas were vacated in the villa area and accommodated for several members of the awakening team. However, because Jin Na was a woman, she moved into Lin-Chi's villa. In the first few days, this spirited girl was a little uncomfortable, but gradually she became more familiar with Tuanchuan and Shaoling. Only when facing Teacher Bai, she still felt a little frightened. In the backyard, several people stood in a row, looking at Lin-Chi with their heads held high. The abilities of innate special awakeners are very weak at first, and sometimes they are not even noticeable. However, as the genetic strength increases, this ability will become more powerful. During this time, I will help you according to your personal abilities. Strengthen it. Lin-Chi walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, like an instructor in military training. Captain, how can I strengthen my running speed? Sun Tao was speechless. His ability was only speed. He was not outstanding among several people. He was just faster than the average person. Run as fast as you can. I'll get you a set of weights later. If you can hold on, you will be the fastest man in the world. An ordinary speed type awakener may have limited achievements, but when the gene strength in the first stage exceeds 15, it will reach a qualitative change, and it will no longer be a simple speed. Lin-Chi just had this guess, and he could only find out after trying it. So he casually slapped Sun Tao on his body and turned off his gene lock. Whenever you feel that your genetic lock is about to move, just tell me. That's when your strength will break through. After the explanation, Lin Chi looked at the others. Suyu showed the best potential among them. He had taken the first order genetic fluid 12 times, and had strong control over flames. Chao Wuwei has been imitating many sounds recently, and he always carries a special sound amplifier with him, which can elevate his sound waves to a higher level. Regarding the evolution of sound waves, Lin Chi thought of Black Bolt, but he obviously couldn't reach the current stage. Finally, there is Jean Na. Her invisibility ability is very special. Apart from that, there is not much strangeness in other aspects. However, Lin Chi always feels that her invisibility ability is a little different from what he imagined. This spirited girl must be paid close attention to. The last time Jean Na was invisible, Lin Chi could feel the strange fluctuations around her body with his mental power, which made his mental perception feel vague. It was definitely not like the effect of ordinary creatures hiding. So he took Jean Na back to the basement of the villa and planned to study it in detail. Bai Su went to work in the scientific research building, and Tuanchuan and Xiaoling went to the repair shop to deliver the decomposed gene crystals. So only Lin Chi and Jean Na were left in the basement of the villa. Come on. Use your invisibility ability again, and let me see. Lin Chi turned on the equipment in the basement, activated the holographic projection, and copied Jean Na's image. Captain, do you want to take off your clothes? Jean Na decisively pulled down her zipper, preparing to show off her impressive figure. No. It's not that far yet. Lin Chi waved his hands repeatedly. This kind of thing must be done step by step. How can we get to the bottom directly? That would miss the happy process in the middle. Oh! Jean Na seemed a little disappointed. But she did not close the zipper again. She took a deep breath to activate the gene lock state, and her figure gradually disappeared into the void. Stop. Keep it like this. Lin Chi saw that half of Jean Na's figure had disappeared. But it was not the kind of invisibility similar to optical effects, but a partial disappearance. So he quickly stopped and let her stay in this state. Blue. Record the current data. After being reminded, Lin Chi stepped forward and observed carefully. At this moment, half of Jean Na's face was disappearing, but the other half was exposed in the air, as if there was an invisible boundary between them, with clear layers. Under the touch of Lin Chi's mental power, he could clearly feel a slight obstruction from the edge of invisibility. Continue to be invisible. At such a close distance, the perception is the clearest. When Jean Na's figure completely disappeared from the eyes, only a suit of clothes was left floating in the air, through the gap in the neck. You can even see the inner clothing. Captain, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Chi getting closer and closer, Jean Na became more and more nervous. As I thought, after becoming invisible, a special wave will appear on the surface of the body. It is different from the properties of optical stealth materials. It is more like mobilizing some special power to cover the body, Lin Chi said, reaching out and touching Jean Na's face. Although she could still touch it, it was obviously a little different from the usual contact. It feels like wearing a layer of stockings. An inexplicable tactile sensation. Jean Na didn't dare to move, thinking something was wrong. But her body was shaking slightly. Why are your clothes wet? Is it because you are under too much pressure? Through the gap on his neck, Lin Chi just happened to see that the clothes inside were a little wet. If there were no obstruction, it would probably have dripped to the ground. Jean Na's clothes trembled a few times, and it was obvious that her legs were clamped. Ah! With the captain looking at me like this, I feel like I've been stripped naked. I'm so ashamed. Jean Na covered her face with her arms, blocking the only gap that could be seen. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that she finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the hidden energy in her body disappeared, reappearing in front of Lin Chi. The side effects of turning on the gene lock made her body tremble even more violently, and she sat on the chair holding the table, breathing heavily. You have to practice more. Otherwise, if your combat power is not increased, the side effects will make it impossible to resist. Lin Chi thought of Tuanchuan and Xiaoling. The gene lock he helped open did not have such side effects, and was obviously a higher level. Captain, I also practice regularly, and the side effects are much easier now than before. After a few breaths, Jean Na had recovered somewhat, but her face was still ugly. It was obvious that she was not as relaxed as she said. How long can you last if you don't activate the gene lock? From start to finish? It took a total of 12 minutes, which was slightly longer than when we first met. It only lasts 3 minutes, and sometimes the fluctuations are quite obvious. Jean Na's tone was a bit reluctant. After all, her abilities were too useless. Even if she launched a sneak attack, It would be difficult to achieve anything. It seems that I have to conduct a special training for you. Otherwise, such good abilities will be wasted. You will wait for me in the room every day from now on. A third person who can become invisible can play an excellent role at critical moments. If you want to make the side effects of the genetic lock state disappear, you must constantly try to exercise to strengthen your physique and get used to the impact of power. Therefore, Lin Chi formulated a complex exercise plan for everyone, which could enhance their own strength in a short period of time. Jean Na's face turned slightly red, and she was waiting in the room. Aren't they two people alone together? If Captain Lin did something, should she cooperate or refuse? Chapter 167 Teacher Buys Jealousy. A few days later, the convoy dispatched by Anshin returned from the new city safety zone, bringing back not only some new technologies, but also a lot of first-order mutant crystals and mutant bird materials. Shi Chengwang's team also returned with the convoy. Lin Chi had sent him along before, which was considered a contribution. When the convoy returned from the ruins in a mighty manner, several trucks were loaded with the unprocessed corpses of mutant birds. These were the second-level mutant beasts selected by the new city safety zone as a thank you to the Central Plains Safety Zone for their support. Several other first-order gene crystals were filled in several boxes, with thousands of them in total. After Lin Chi received the news, he came to the repair shop. Some nearby areas had been divided into the scope of the repair shop, and new sites had begun to be built in the surrounding ruins. Armored vehicles and large trucks were parked among the ruins, attracting many survivors in the safety zone to watch. Lin Chi's current status was no longer suitable for managing such a small factory. So after only showing up once, he left most of the matters to Hong Yaodong and returned to the villa. After the technology exchange, Wei Lan quickly digested the technology obtained from the Xinqing safety zone. And with Bai Su's cooperation, further experiments were conducted. The current scientific research building has begun to unconditionally provide resources for Bai Su's research. The top floors have become Bai Su's private places. Some special instruments that have never been used before have been installed, and the equipment conditions have been completely renewed. It took a few days to upgrade all the super body armors, and also used the remaining third-level materials from last time to make some standard armors. Although they are not as powerful as the source plant armors, they are generally quite good. The power of vulgarity. The most important thing is that the standard battle armor seems to bring great confidence to people. Now the entire safe zone is proud to wear this black standard battle armor, which has led to a large number of special awakened people joining the repair shop team. In just a few days, Susan formed a team of more than 50 people, all of whom had special skills and were at least junior awakened ones. That day, Lin Chi checked the data from the Source Project Center and found that the number of Source Project fighters had increased to over 200, and the names of several new weapons appeared. It seems that someone has obtained the source of the virus again. Where did this thing come from? The existence of the source of the virus has always been full of randomness, and it is only carried by zombies who were originally infected by the virus. But now that kind of zombie has long since disappeared, and it is difficult to encounter it again. After hearing what Lin Chi said, Bai Su turned around and opened a program. As for the source of the virus, there have been some studies before. It was only carried by some people who were infected in the initial period. However, most of the virus zombies that appeared at that time were destroyed, so only a small amount of data was obtained. Now I wanted to find the virus source zombie. You have to go to some inaccessible places, or the earliest closed places. Having said that, the holographic projection in the center has been turned on, showing the projection of Zhongyuan City. It's just that most areas on the map have been explored, and some places have even been bombed into ruins. Occasionally there are some missing places, and there are very few resources, and it is easy for people to stay. My source of the virus was originally obtained from the cold storage of a logistics company. It should have been stored in the cold storage after being infected with the virus. Only then did Lin Chi realize how lucky he was to obtain the source of the virus, and it was almost destroyed at that time. Wei Lan, please help us analyze where this special zombie might exist. Instead of searching aimlessly, it's better to make a selection, which can increase your luck to some extent. As Lin Chi finished speaking, the red light on the holographic projection disappeared little by little, and finally only some areas were left with red light. I have an idea. We can provide observation equipment to the soldiers who go out to search, as long as we encounter zombies that are suspected of being the source of the virus. Wei Lan should be able to identify them. Bai Su's eyes lit up. If it were a general computer analysis, it might not be able to complete such efficient work, But Wei Lan was different. Even the most tedious work could be easily completed. Sir, I can control all network ports in the safe zone and observe all monitoring equipment at any time. I only need to install equipment on vehicles or people who go out for simultaneous monitoring. Wei Lan gave a timely reminder and at the same time presented his virtual image in the holographic projection. At some point, it also gave itself a shape that resembled a human life form, and it also had a two-dimensional feel. Huh? Where did you get this look? The last time Wei Lan showed up, he was just a blue human face. He didn't expect that there would be such a big change this time. Ms. Xiaoling made the character structure for me, and I am quite satisfied. Wei Lan leaned over and saluted, quite politely. During this period, Tuanchuan and Xiaoling were also training in the villa area with the awakened team. Although the genetic crystals they took were more than the average person, they still lagged far behind in the use and development of their bodies. They could only master the ultimate. Only with your own strength can you become stronger. The two knew that they could not always be protected by Lin Qi, and they had to become bigger in order to be more helpful to Lin Qi. However, there are always some entertainment projects in their spare time, so creating characters for Wei Lan has become a pleasure for the two of them. After handing over the idea to an Xian for processing, Lin Qi once again immersed himself in the website of the Source Planning Center, not missing any way to get points. In this short period of time, Lin Qi also accepted some simple tasks, went out a few times, and earned a few points, but it was still far from enough to redeem deep technology. It seems we have to find a way to participate in a large-scale mission. Lin Qi once again mobilized the task of Sanshan Hydropower Station, and found that several people had already accepted it. Obviously everyone saw the possibility of profit from it. So with a thought, Su Lan's communication method was opened. The other party quickly connected, and a screen appeared on the holographic projection. Lin Qi, do you have something to do with me? Su Lan seemed to be doing research in the laboratory, and when he saw Lin Qi's figure, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This time she did not braid her hair into a braid, but let it hang loosely on her shoulders. The thin vest accentuated her curvy figure, making her look a bit hotter. I have recently taken my fancy to a good task, and would like to invite you to complete it together. Lin Qi tried hard to look away, but he still fell into the depth that seemed to disappear and appear at times. Ahem. It's not big. So why is it so attractive? Is it because I haven't seen it before? Okay. It just so happens that I want to do a few tasks recently. When will we set off? Su Lan agreed without even asking about the mission. Well, let's do it tomorrow. Let's prepare today. But why don't you ask me what my mission is? Lin Qi was a little surprised. How could Su Lan agree so quickly, and not be afraid that he would trick her into selling her? I believe you. We were comrades who fought side by side before. Su Lan looked at Lin Qi seriously, his eyes full of sincerity. The mission of the Sanshan Hydropower Station is to deal with the creatures in the water, which is a bit difficult. Please prepare in advance today. The two chatted for a while before closing the communication. What? Then you want to do it behind someone's back? Bai Su looked at Lin Qi's heated conversation, looking like he still had something to say, and couldn't help but taunted him. We have only known each other for a long time, but we already trust each other. TSK. A sour smell slowly spread in the basement. I want to hit you from behind now. Just lie down. Lin Qi had never seen Teacher Bai in a jealous state before. When talking about Tuan and Xiao Ling before, he had never seen her like this before. But it aroused Lin Qi's interest. So he stepped forward, pushed Bai Su down, and hit her, but hard. Bai Su barely struggled for a few times. But as Lin Qi restrained him, his body gradually became weak, and he cooperated obediently. Sir, do you want to play a video for fun? The Azure image appeared in the middle of the holographic projection equipment, watching the two people's movements curiously. With a wave of its small hand, the holographic projection was all turned on, and a clear picture appeared beside the two people. Chapter 168, Hold on. You can do it. After Teacher Bai was fed, he didn't mention anything about what happened before. Even while doing the experiment, there was a satisfied smile on his lips. Sure enough, after people are full, they don't have so many pressing matters. It was not until the evening that Tuanchu and Xiling Jinna returned to the villa and brought a dinner to the two of them. Oh, I'm exhausted from today's training. My whole body is so sore that I don't want to move. Xiaoling sank into the sofa and sighed. She had never exercised so hard. Even if she fought with Lin Qi at home, she would not last long before she fell. It's okay. I haven't even felt the limit. To Anchuan still looked energetic. This kind of intense exercise seemed to others to have exceeded the limits of human beings. But to her, it could only be regarded as a warm-up. After all, no one carries 2 constant supply stations like her. Tuan, give me a quick sip. I really can't do it anymore. After Xiaoling said that, she crawled towards to Anchuan, but was pushed away and pinned down on the sofa with one hand. Wait until night. There are still people here. Jean Na was confused when she heard this. But she didn't want to pay attention to anything at the moment. Her condition was only slightly better than Xiaoling's. Lin Qi and Bai Su were eating dinner and chatting about the mission. They had no time to talk to the 3 of them. When their physical strength was almost restored, the 3 of them went upstairs to wash up and prepare to rest. After eating, Lin Qi did not go to the laboratory again. While the 3 of them were washing up, Lin Qi took Bai Su and took a mandarin duck bath. During the day of training, the 3 of them had soaked in the bathtub to relieve fatigue. They would not be able to get out for a while. So Lin Qi's white skin was not worried about being damaged. She scored twice in one day, making it difficult for Bai Su to resist. Even the strong physique of the Yuan Project warriors could not withstand Lin Qi's repeated attacks on her weaknesses. Afterwards, he lit a cigarette and sat on the balcony to relax leisurely. After resting for a while, Lin Qi sent a message to Jean Na, preparing to check the results of her day's training. A few days ago, Lin Qi turned off Jean Na's gene lock. Regular exercise can stimulate the awakening of her own genes. Calculating the time, she should have reached the bottleneck state. The door was not locked and opened with a slight push. The light was on, and there was still a little warmth in the room. It was obvious that he had just taken a shower. Jinna was sitting on the bed in her bathrobe, wiping her wet hair. Captain, should I change my clothes? Jean Na's voice was a little shy. After all, she was naked and didn't wear anything under her bathrobe. No, just a simple check. And you'll have to take it off later. Hearing Lin Qi's words, Jean Na became even more nervous and stood up awkwardly, as if she had made a mistake. Although she was mentally prepared to take off her clothes in front of Lin Qi, she still couldn't accept it for a while. You don't need to activate the gene lock now. Just try how long you can be invisible. Lin Qi sat at the end of the bed and looked at Jean Na at leisure. After these few days of exercise, coupled with various nutritional supplements, even ordinary people can be greatly improved, let alone a special awakened person. I'll give it a try. I haven't used my invisibility ability in the past few days. Jean Na took a deep breath, and her figure quickly faded, leaving only the bathrobe on her body. Take off the bathrobe. It will make you last longer. Lin Qi waved his hand, and Jean Na's bathrobe automatically flew to the side, making her scream in surprise. But in the invisible state, her figure was not revealed. I can only be invisible for 3 minutes, Jean Na said agreeably. In Lin Qi's mental perception, she put her hands in front of her body and bent slightly, looking pitiful. However, there seemed to be a layer of mosaic-like energy around the body, which hindered further exploration of the mental power, making the perception somewhat blurry. You should be able to break 3 minutes now. If there was no psychological burden, she would definitely think that she would be done in 3 minutes. But with this kind of pressure, she could hold on longer no matter what. Sure enough, 3 minutes passed quickly. Jean Na was still invisible, and the fluctuations on her body were still stable. I'm just telling you. You can definitely hold on for 3 minutes. Try to get 5 minutes now. Otherwise, I won't close my eyes later. Lin Qi looked at him intently. But he had just come out of Bai Su's room and didn't have much desire. Jean Na was thinking about the time silently in her heart. At this moment, she felt the pressure in her body rising suddenly. But she still held on to her condition. Captain Lin, I can't hold on any longer, Jean Na begged in a tone of voice, and even curled up on the bed, reaching out to grab the bathrobe and put it on. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, the bathrobe floated further away. Hold on. You can definitely do it, Lin Qi encouraged her. This method of exercise is very effective for Jean Na, and it can also satisfy her visual enjoyment. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the surface of Jean Na's body gradually began to fluctuate, and even the outline of her body gradually appeared. In the interweaving of illusions, the outline of her body became more and more obvious. Can't you hold on anymore? It seems that the limit is 5.5 points, which is a lot better than before. At the moment when Jean Na was completely revealed, Lin Qi sighed through the bathrobe over and covered her body. Captain Lin, have I made a lot of progress? Jean Na's entire body hidden under the bathrobe turned red. This was a side effect of pushing her abilities to the extreme. But now she was very relaxed and felt like she just wanted to fall asleep. There has been a lot of progress. Can you feel that the bottleneck of the gene lock has appeared now? At this time, if a bottleneck occurs, taking a bottle of first-order genetic fluid will greatly increase her potential. Jean Na's potential is only a little higher than that of a normal person. She reached her limit after taking 11 genetic crystals in the first stage. If she can get help from Lin Chi, when she reaches 15, her invisibility should reach its first qualitative change. It seems to work, but I've tried it these past few days. But I don't know why I can't open the gene lock. Jean Na didn't know that her genetic lock had been tampered with by Lin Chi, and thought it was physical exhaustion caused by overtraining. Drink this, have a good sleep, and continue training tomorrow. Lin Chi threw the first-order genetic fluid that he had prepared to Jean Na, then stood up and walked outside. He said something back before leaving. Go back and wash the sheets. How old is this kid? He still wets the bed. It turned out that when the limit was reached just now, Jean Na could not control herself again and let the unknown liquid leak out. Ah, I know. I'm going to wash it right now. Hearing Lin Chi's voice, Jean Na hurriedly put on her bathrobe, pulled out a tissue, and wiped it on the bed. Back in the room, Lin Chi gave to Anchuan and Xiaoling a simple body massage before falling asleep peacefully. On the second day, after contacting Su Lan early, two figures, one black and one red, met in the sky and flew together towards the Sanshan safety zone. Chapter 169 10,000 kilograms of mutated herring. Because they were dealing with underwater mutated creatures, both of them made slight adjustments to their armors. This makes the armor itself more streamlined and able to give full play to its combat capabilities in the water. I've seen this mission, and there are already several Source Project soldiers participating. And there are also people from the 4 major bases. During the flight, Su Lan shared the information she knew. She joined the Source Project Center earlier than Lin Chi, so she knew some secret information. I've seen it too. Let's go observe it first. If it's too troublesome, we don't have to do it. Involving the 4 major bases, there are definitely advantages and disadvantages. If it is taken seriously, you can have a quota to enter the 4 major bases in advance. Neither of them turned on the extreme speed, so it took them dozens of minutes to reach the vicinity of the Sanshan safety zone. During the flight, Lin Chi and Su Lan had already accepted this mission, and at the same time made contact with the Source Project soldiers in the Sanshan safety zone. He wants us to go directly to Sanshan Dam, where people have already gathered. Lin Chi glanced at the reply message, told Su Lan, and then turned around and flew towards Sanshan Dam. Soon the two of them arrived above the dam. The huge dam of several kilometers directly intercepted the Sanshan reservoir. There were already several figures on the dam to greet them. Seeing the two people flying towards them, one of the men wearing blue armor waved his hand and motioned for the two to land. Hello. My name is Chu Xian. I am a Project Source soldier in the Sanshan safe zone. Chu Xian extended his hand to say hello enthusiastically. He did not expect that the task he uploaded would be successfully certified by the Source Planning Center and attract so many people. In the past few days, Project Source soldiers have arrived one after another, and together with Lin Chi and Su Lan, there are already 7. My name is Lin Chi, from the Central Plains Security Zone. My name is Su Lan, from Xincheng Safe Zone. Lin Chi and Su Lan did not hide their identities. After all, they are the most special group of people in the New World. There are only more than 200 people, so there is no need to hide them anymore. I have read your information. They are very close together. Let me introduce these people to you. During this period, we all need to cooperate. If we understand something, we can cooperate better. As the host, Chu Xian naturally had to be the introducer, so he introduced several other people in the order of first come, first served. One of the remaining 4 people is from the Wuching Safe Zone, the closest to here. His name is Jiang Tianqi, and the source plant armor on his body is also level 4, showing a light golden state. The other 2 people came from the safety zone of the capital. One was named Dongfang Song, wearing a cyan battle armor, and the other was a woman named Duan Ruoyan, whose battle armor was mixed with white and purple. The last person came out of the 4 bases. His armor was the most special, showing a dark golden color, and it was a head taller than ordinary people's armor. Perhaps because of his tall body, it gave people a very strong impression. Feeling of oppression. This is the Source Project soldier from the 4 major bases who came to support us. Chen Feng. People from the 4 major bases must be given some face even if they are in the safe zone of the capital. Lin Chi nodded and greeted each other. And everyone responded. But they didn't communicate much. To be able to become Project Source warriors, everyone has special abilities. Perhaps because of outstanding abilities. Or perhaps because of someone above them. Although no one looks down on anyone, there is no special compliment. After all, they are all 4th level armors. No one knows how strong the opponent is before he shows his strength. Chen Feng, who came out of the 4 major bases, may have materials from 5th level mutated creatures in his armor. So he looks stronger. So a trace. We have been investigating in the past few days. Many large mutated creatures have appeared in the Sanshan Reservoir, including several in the 4th level. They have hit the dam several times, and they seem to want to break through the dam and head downstream. Or the sea. At the end of the river is the ocean. This blocked river is the 2 largest rivers inland. There are countless aquatic creatures. While Chu Xinjing was talking, everyone suddenly felt a slight vibration in the dam, as if something was hitting it. Even if a nuclear bomb falls, this dam cannot be destroyed. How could it be knocked out of the gap? Chen Feng smiled disdainfully. The 4th level mutant beasts had limited strength. Even if they were aquatic creatures that could grow to exaggerated sizes, they would not be able to destroy the dam. What he cared about when he came here was whether there would be 5th level mutant creatures in the reservoir. This was the reason why the 4 major bases valued this place so much. As a member of the 4 bases, Chen Feng has a very thorough understanding of the Sanshan Dam. In peacetime, this dam is a top priority, and there are many federal land, sea and air forces stationed around it, making it an absolute restricted area. Later, because mutated creatures often attack the vicinity of the dam, the focus was shifted to the Sanshan safety zone and sealed here. None of them said anything else. After all, they had been here for several days, and everyone knew what was going on here. They just wanted to explain it to Lin Chi and Su Lan. After getting to know each other, Chu Xian added the 2 of them to the shared channel. They flew over the water and checked nearby. Chu Xian took Lin Chi and Su Lan to the studio on the dam. Let the 2 of them check the information obtained in the past few days. After a brief understanding, Lin Chi understood the current situation. There were 4th level mutant beasts, but it was difficult to see them showing their physical form. As for whether there were 5th level mutant beasts, it was still unknown. It seems that we can also get some unexpected gains. Even if there were 5th level mutant beasts, it would be difficult to kill them in the water, let alone let 2 people get them. But the 4th level mutant beast was different. Whoever has the ability to hunt it at this time belongs to him. Just after checking the information, the convener's voice came from the shared channel, and it seemed that the target had been discovered. Lin Chi and Su Lan looked at each other, quickly walked out of the studio, and flew upstream of the dam. By the time the 2 arrived, the other 5 people had been waiting at a shore for a long time. Just now, a big fish emerged from the water. It was attacked by us and shrank back. It should be a 3rd level mutant beast. It is not big, weighing up to 10,000 kilograms. The size Chu Xian mentioned was not large, but it was much larger than a normal off-road vehicle. Moreover, the fish's body was covered with hard scales, and its defense was extremely outstanding. He only felt that the fish was not big because he had seen a 4th-order mutant beast appear in the water. Water will offset most of the attack power. If you want to seriously injure them, you must use special methods. It was the first time for everyone to attack the mutant beast in the water. They had little experience at all, so they failed every time they tried. Chu Xian stood at the front, looking at the gradually calming water. A small blue sphere slowly condensed on the armor, and was thrown into the water. A clear picture of the bottom of the water suddenly appeared before his eyes, and he slowly found the mutated big fish hidden under the water. It hasn't even run away yet. It seems like this fish holds a grudge. After Chu Xian finished speaking, he shared the picture with everyone, and saw that the blue ball he controlled slowly surged and followed the water flow into the mouth of the mutated big fish. The next second, the screen disappeared, and there was a huge earthquake under the water. Boom! Huge waves rolled up the water, and a stream of blood quickly turned red and gushes out. A large mutant fish like a big truck slowly floated up. 10,000 caddies of mutated herring. Chapter 170 Fishing Plan. Several people threw out the hook lock and dragged the mutated herring to the shore. They saw that half of the mutated herring's body was blown to pieces. Fortunately, the genetic crystal in its head was not lost. It's still a good deal to exchange a 2nd-level energy bomb for a 3rd-level mutant beast. Chu Xian put away the genetic crystal. As for the body of the mutated herring, He would find someone to transport it back to the safe area later, so that he could eat it. Since the second-level energy bomb can be exchanged for a third-level mutant fish, can't the third-level one be exchanged for a fourth-level one? Lin Chi did not expect that Chu Xian actually had the technology to fry fish. And the energy bomb clearly had the shadow of fusion technology. Otherwise it would not be so powerful. It would be nice if it was that easy. The fourth-level mutated creatures already have enough judgment. They can sense the existence of danger, and will not eat strange things easily. It is difficult to kill them by blowing up. It's not that he didn't try it. After several failures, he gave up on the idea. I would say just go into the water, and kill those mutated fish and drag them up. Qin Feng directly said the most violent method. He did have the confidence. He had singled out a 4-stage mutant beast before and killed it easily. Everyone was talking to each other, expressing their own ideas. And they seemed to be feasible. But without trying them, no one knew what would happen. I have a solution that will last forever. Duan Ruiyun, who had been silent, stood up and pointed to the hydropower station on Sanshan Dam. We can open the hydropower station, generate electricity through the dam's flood discharge, and then guide the power into the dam. Even the fourth-level mutated fish will not be able to sustain it for long. And it can even wipe out all the creatures in the dam in one fell swoop. After hearing her words, several people fell silent for a moment and moved away. This seemingly quiet woman turned out to be a living king of HL. This won't work. The existence of mutated beasts is also the basis for promoting the evolution of human awakeners. A delicate balance must be maintained. Otherwise, when awakeners from other federations grow up, they will definitely suppress our federation. When the new world takes shape, we will be at an absolute disadvantage and cannot be quick. Qin Feng stood up. He was at a different level and had different considerations. In fact, his arrival was also to restrict some people from taking drastic actions. Fishing is nothing more than using a net or fishing rod. For larger fish, use a larger net or a larger fishing rod. We use rebar, aircraft carrier arresting cables, and anchor hooks. Even fourth-level mutant fish be caught? Jiang Tianqi was half joking. But after he finished speaking, he found that everyone's eyes were focused on him, which was a little baffling for a moment. No, I'm just kidding. You really want to fish. He was just talking. No one would really think about catching such a big fish. Chu Xian, can you get a big crane? Dongfang Songjiang added to the plan. Even they did not dare to face the power of the fourth-level mutant fish, let alone in the water. They could exert exponential power. They could only use special techniques to slowly walk the fish. When you are exhausted, you can get out of the water. I can get a 500-ton crane. As long as we modify it a little, we should be able to give it a try. When men talk about topics of common interest, they just do what they say, without any hesitation. And the tasks are assigned in just a moment. I broke up the fish and threw it in to make a nest, trying to attract the big fish. Lin Chi took the initiative to take over the task of making a nest. Chu Xian and the two people from the Beijing safety zone went to the safety zone to get the crane over, which might take several hours. One fish may not be enough to make a nest. Jiang Tianqi and I went to hunt some mutant beasts in the nearby mountains. Qin Feng also found a mission for himself and took Jiang Tianqi to fly directly to the nearby mountains. Originally, most of the fish ate some plankton and aquatic plants, and only carnivorous fish had the habit of hunting. However, since the mutation, most of these fish eat both meat and vegetables, and even kill each other to grow. Lin Chi and Su Lan stayed on the shore and deliberately chose a hard shore where the crane could be parked. Then, they cut the third-order mutated fish into fish strips and threw them all into the water. Are you really going to catch fourth-level mutant fish? Although Su Lan did not stand idly by, she still felt a little unreliable when she helped. She has seen fourth-level mutant beasts on land, which are already beyond the reach of ordinary awakened people. The mutant beasts in the water will be much larger than those on the ground. Go fishing. Why don't you fish? What if you catch it? Even if you can't catch the fourth-level mutated fish, it should be easy to catch a few third-level ones, and you won't be able to catch the Air Force. As soon as Lin Chi finished making the nest, he saw a large number of bubbles appearing on the water surface. It was obvious that fish were already grabbing for food below. The fish bones and spines of the third-level mutated fish have extremely strong toughness, and the strength of the fish tendons is far superior to that of ordinary ropes. With some additional materials, we should be able to make a handy fishing rod. The super-body battle armor slowly extended out a black substance to wrap the material on the third-order mutated fish. continuously decomposing and fusing it, condensing the most essential parts of the material. Not long after, a fishing rod 10 meters long and as thick as an arm took shape, looking like a spear. Above the top, filaments are spread and woven, forming a finger-thick fishing line. The fish float and fish hook also show the most suitable shape according to the blue calculation. As other parts were gradually improved, Lin Chi hung up a piece of mutated fish meat and threw it directly into the water. Throw a shot with confidence. Seeing that Lin Chi had really caught a fish, Su Lan simply sat aside and watched patiently. With the blessing of mental power, Lin Chi didn't even need to look at the float. Through the mental power induction attached to the fish hook, he could know whether there was a fish eating the hook. When he noticed that a big fish was gradually approaching, he suddenly became nervous. I have never caught a big fish in my life, but I never expected that I would experience the feeling of a wild fish in the apocalypse. Coming! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chi suddenly lifted the rod, and a huge pulling force came instantly. The 10-meter-long fishing rod tightened instantly, and the top curved directly. It was pulled down with a huge force, and the sound of the fishing line cutting into the water was extremely harsh. After walking for 2 rounds, Lin Chi roughly judged the weight of the fish, and with a sharp lift of the rod, Lin Chi, I heard the water surface rolling, and a 5-meter-long fish was pulled directly out of the water and flew straight to the shore. The big fish landed on the ground, rolled a few times, and then stopped moving. Azure automatically prompted the big fish's race information, which appeared in front of Lin Chi's eyes. Thousands of pounds of cocky lips. Second-level mutant fish. Easy to handle. Chapter 171 Crane Fishing. Lin Chi couldn't stop enjoying the pleasure of catching a 1,000-pound fish. Moreover, the fish that dared to snatch food from the nest were all second-level or above, and each one was worth a lot of money. Later, when Shen Feng and Jiang Tianqi came back with their prey, they were stunned for a long time when they saw a lot of mutated puckered lips on the ground. The two of them killed the mutant beasts in their hands and threw them into the water to make a nest. However, because the intelligence system of the armor was not perfect, it was impossible to program the data information of the fishing rod in a short time. Brother Lin, I'll give you a 3rd-level gene crystal to make me feel good for a while. Jiang Tianqi handed Lin Chi the genetic crystal of a 3rd-level mutated wild boar he had just hunted in the mountains and looked at the special fishing rod expectantly. Although it is not rebar, it is better than rebar, and the feel when flying fish seems to be stronger than ordinary fishing rods. Okay, I'll give you this fishing rod. I'll get another one. Lin Chi doesn't like to eat alone. Anyway, as long as he has the materials, he can make a steady stream of fishing rods. Only by fishing together can we achieve greater harvests. The 3rd-level mutated herring from before still has a lot of materials left, and it can still make a few fishing rods. By the time Chu Xian and others brought the crane over, Jiang Tianqi had already caught more than a dozen second-order mutated cockroaches, and they were piled all over the ground. I'll go. How long has it been since you got so much? Chu Xian flew down from the car and saw Lin Chi and Jiang Tianqi each with a fishing rod, smoking white strips non-stop. Moreover, these white strips weigh more than 100 kilograms and are first-order mutated fish, so they are of considerable value. As a person from the Sanshan safety zone, Chu Xian's biggest hobby before was fishing. Seeing this scene, he suddenly felt itchy. It's cool. I didn't expect Brother Lin's Project Source armor to actually store the data of the fishing rod. And the fishing rod made is very smooth. Jiang Tianqi hung up the fish and threw it out again, then stared at the float with all his concentration. As soon as the bait fell, there was a joint. He suddenly lifted it, and the 10-meter-long fishing rod instantly became a bow. No, it's the big guy. This kind of pulling force is at least something that only a fish weighing tens of thousands of kilograms can possess. It is similar to the mutant herring that was fried before. The ground under Jiang Tianqi's feet collapsed instantly, and the powerful force caused his feet to sink directly into the ground, and the armor on his body was in a tight state. Brother Jiang, hold on. Wait until I get the crane ready. Chu Xian quickly flew back to the crane, slowly stretched out the robotic arm, and pulled out a 20mm wire rope with a huge hook tied to the top. Shen Feng quickly flew forward, grabbed the hook and plunged into the water. After a few seconds, he broke out of the water and was suspended in the air. Pull quickly. I've already stuffed the fish hook into its mouth. They were forced to fish, and even if they didn't eat, they still had to stuff the hook into their mouths. Apparently everyone got excited when they saw the big fish appear. As the machine was running, the wire rope was slowly retracted, and the water surface was rolling more and more fiercely. Gradually, a big fish like a truck could be seen, rolling its body in the water. But it was still unable to break free. It's another third-level mutant fish weighing more than 10,000 kilograms. And it's a mutant catfish, which is the most ferocious fish in fresh water. This mutated anchovy has a slender body and looks larger than the previous mutated herring. It is also very powerful and struggling in the water. After several attempts, the wire rope drum almost smoked and was scrapped. But the 500-ton crane is extraordinary after all, and its powerful force directly pulls the mutated catfish out of the water. As long as the fish comes out of the water, everyone can easily determine the outcome. Qin Fengfei stepped forward, condensed a giant hammer in his hand, and hit the head of the mutated catfish with one hammer, causing the hard skull to sink directly into a big pit. The mutated catfish, which was still struggling, swung its body, turned over, and was pulled up to the surface by the crane. I have never hunted mutant beasts so easily. Using this method, I might be able to catch dozens of them a day. Nowadays, third-level mutant beasts are still the mainstream. Naturally, the more of these resources, the better. Even if everyone shares them equally, it is still a big gain. Brother Lin, help us make a few more fishing rods, and let's all smoke them together. Only 2 people at most can operate the crane. The remaining people can't help at all. But they can't be idle. Although this kind of fishing rod is a bit reluctant to catch third-level mutant fish, first and second-level ones can fly ashore easily. It's a rare opportunity to have fun, and even people who don't know how to fish can't resist their curiosity. Okay, I'll try using these materials. But if there are 4th-level mutant materials, it will be much easier to catch 3rd-level fish. Although Lin Chi didn't have extra 4th-level materials, it didn't mean that others didn't. Just like Shen Feng, who came out of the 4 major bases, he could at least get 5th-level mutant beast materials. I have some materials for the 4-stage mutant beast. If you can help me make a suitable fishing rod, I can give you some reward. Jiang Tianqi immediately said that he was becoming more and more fond of this feeling of wild pulling. After all, strictly speaking, fishing is also a kind of hunting. If he goes back now to update the data of the armor and add the parameters of the fishing rod, it will cost at least 1 crystal chip. Not to mention the waste. It will take a long time, and there will be no time at all. Everyone is a teammate. When it comes to remuneration, it's just a matter of effort. Lin Chi had just received a 3rd-level gene crystal from Jiang Tianqi, and it was unreasonable to charge him any more. After agreeing, Jiang Tianqi flew directly towards his safe zone, obviously going back to get the materials. With the start, the remaining people expressed their intention to make a fishing rod. Chu Xian, who was the closest, even flew directly back to the base. After a while, he brought back a large piece of processed 4th-order mutation animal material. Dongfang Song and Duan Ruoyun in the capital safety zone were too far away from the safety zone and could not return for a while, so they chose to control the crane. Qin Feng saw everyone busy, and there was some movement in his eyes, but it was impossible for him to return to the 4 bases for a fishing rod. He just watched everyone start fishing, and he was a little anxious for a while. Lin Chi naturally gained a lot of benefits from the process of making the fishing rod. Among them, he separated some of the essence of the 4th-level mutation material and kept it on his armor. After helping several people make it, I also had the materials for a 4th-level fishing rod. A large number of mutant fish were making nests, and the movement of lifting the 3rd-level mutant fish just now had already alarmed the large fish in the reservoir. They are not like ordinary fish that run away after being frightened. Instead, they become more and more curious about what is happening here. I saw a ripple suddenly appear on the surface of the reservoir, as if a huge wave appeared out of thin air, gradually approaching the shore. There is a large mutant fish coming over. It is definitely a 4th-level existence. Dongfang Song stood on the crane, looking at the rolling waves, grabbed the giant fish hook, and rushed towards the water. Everyone was a little slower, and he took the lead. However, if you want to catch the 4-stage mutant fish, you must use the power of the crane and compete with the 4-stage fishing rod, which is obviously insufficient. Chapter 172 4th-level mutated carp. With the experience last time, Dongfang Song also learned Shen Feng's method and prepared to put the fish hook directly into the mutated fish's mouth. However, after entering the water for a long time, he saw the water surface rolling endlessly, but he still failed. He even got caught in the tail of a fish several times and flew out of the water. Although this attack did not cause much harm to him, the insult was still inevitable. What kind of fish is that down there? Everyone flew forward to ask, because the battle below just now caused a huge wave that was even more than 10 meters high, which was enough to see how extraordinary this fish was. It's a carp with horns growing out of its head. It's more than twice as big as the previous anchovy. Dong Fangkang was still frightened. He had almost been cut by the mutated carps then a few times just now, when he tried to avoid it. The turbulence of the water couldn't even keep him steady. When water creatures reach a certain level, they will awaken the genes hidden in their bodies. Could it be that this fish has the genes of a dragon? Everyone is a high-ranking figure in the safe zone. Naturally, they know what was studied in the intensification experiment, and they are not surprised by the changes in the dragon's bloodline. But excitement is inevitable. After all, it contains the blood of a dragon and is an absolute treasure. I'll come this time, and you guys will cover me. Qin Feng took the hook from Dong Fangkang. Except for Chu Xian, who controlled the crane, and Duan Ruoyun and Su Lan, who were covering the water. The remaining people rushed into the water. As soon as she entered the water, Wei Lan switched to the underwater observation mode, and the picture in front of her became clearer little by little. One by one, the giant fish hid and swam away quickly. But the brave fish rushed up and tried to attack the food that suddenly appeared. For a fish weighing more than 1,000 kilograms, a human being of this size is undoubtedly food. However, several people did not bother and dived directly to the bottom of the water. After all, carp's living habits are generally at the bottom of the water. The original water depth of Sanshan Reservoir was hundreds of meters deep. In addition, because there was no flood discharge during this period, the water surface rose a lot. The four people dived into the water and discovered the mutated carp wandering at the bottom. Dragon horns actually grew, and its head also mutated. Originally, the head of the carp was somewhat rounded, with downward-facing lips and broad lips. Now, the head of this mutated carp, which is over 10 meters tall, already has a ferocious look. The scales all over its body are golden and can be clearly seen under the water. However, this kind of creature without arms and legs has a very simple attack method, which is nothing more than charging and swiping its tail. However, its big mouth is like a cave, and it can suck things in the nearby water into its belly with every breath. Jiang Tianqi and I will attack it, and you will take the opportunity to stuff the fishhook into its mouth. Lin Qi took the initiative to stop the mission. The size and weight of this mutated carp exceeded that of the mutated giant bear he had encountered before. Moreover, it was still in the water. He lacked underwater combat experience, so he could only try to deal with it slowly. After saying that, he condensed a spear in his hand, fully opened the thrusters behind him, and rushed towards the lower body of the mutated carp. Not to be outdone, Jiang Tianqi condensed his original weapon, which was a broad-bladed giant sword. The two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, attacked the mutated carp. The mutated carp sensed the crisis, and just flicked its tail, and rushed forward suddenly. The water wave caused by the water slowed the two of them down, and the attack missed. However, it did not escape. After turning around, it rushed towards the two of them. Jiang Tianqi raised his sword and slashed hard, with the support of the propulsion device on his arm. The giant sword broke through the water. Under the huge water pressure, the giant sword was still as fast as lightning. With a muffled bang, the giant sword struck the mutant carp's head, but the sharp blade only cut a white mark on the mutant carp's skull. The powerful force directly knocked Jiang Tianqi into the bottom of the water. The mutated carp just swung its tail and charged towards Lin Qi again. A sharp light and shadow appeared on the spear, and Lin Qi did not retreat even half an inch. A series of auxiliary wings like fish fins spread out from his back, making his speed even faster. In the flash of lightning, the two passed each other. A stream of blood mist mixed with broken fish scales spread out, completely dyeing the bottom of the water red. The mutated carp was in pain. The water in its mouth surged, and it seemed to emit a mournful cry. It swung its tail again and fled to the other side. At this time, the direction in which it was escaping happened to be where Qin Feng and Dongfang Song were. With a shake of the wire rope in their hands, they accurately threw it into the mutated carp's mouth. At the moment when he held his hand, Dongfang Song pulled the wire rope and rushed out of the water quickly. Chu Xian in the crane was also reminded and started the machine immediately. The strong pulling force instantly tightened the wire rope, and even the crane's mechanical arm swayed slightly. But it still withstood the impact of the mutated carp for the first time. Let go of the leash and walk it for a while to consume its energy. Jiang Tianqi, who flew out of the water, quickly gave instructions. Although he was hit into the mud at the bottom of the water just now, he was not seriously injured. However, he was stained with some mud at the moment and looked a little embarrassed. He knows the habits of fish very well, and knows that he cannot resist forcefully at this time and must slowly consume the mutant carp's power. But at the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Chi. After all, he slashed with his sword and didn't even break the mutated carp's scales. However, Lin Chi's shot left a deep wound on the opponent's body, draw from the head to the back, making a judgment. Although he strongly disliked ordinary people in his heart, his reason told him that Lin Chi must have some special means, or the weapon materials in his hands were far beyond the 4th level. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Just make it incapacitated and you can fish it out easily. Right? Duan Ruoyan flew up from the shore and landed on the big arm of the crane. The purple color of her armor became more and more intense. She put her hands in front of her, and a bolt of lightning shot out from her palms. The purple electric current spread rapidly along the steel wire rope and passed into the water in the blink of an eye. The mutated carp that was still struggling suddenly twitched, and its body became stiffer. Now pull it up in one go, Duan Ruoyan said in a deep voice, his hands still condensed with purple thunder and lightning, not daring to relax at all. When passed into the water through the wire rope, part of the electricity will be consumed, and the rest will only paralyze the mutated carp's body, but will not kill it at all. She also couldn't sustain this state for long. The crane's wire rope was quickly harvested, and the several hundred meters long wire rope was released and slowly retracted. Finally, the figure of the 4th order mutant carp was seen. This mutant giant fish was larger than the previous 2 3rd-level mutant fish combined, weighing almost 50,000 kilograms. It had just come out of the water and set off huge waves. This fish is really big. It would be great if I could get my hands on it and take a walk. Jiang Tianqi looked at the mutated carp still struggling on the water surface and rubbed his hands anxiously. But the fish was still flashing with lightning, and there were already many small fish weighing 100 kilograms on the water surface, which were obviously affected by lightning. When they were fighting underwater just now, the other fish had already been scared away, and only these small fish weighing 100 pounds were left, and they still dared to join in the fun out of curiosity. As the 50,000 kilogram giant thing came out of the water and was pulled to the shore, Duan Ruoyan, who was standing on the crane's arm, was exhausted and limp. She sat helplessly on the mechanical arm. It was obvious that the continuous release consumed most of her strength. Chapter 173 The Energy of the Virus Source. The 4th level mutated creatures were of great value and had to be treated with caution in distribution. Therefore, after killing the mutated giant fish, everyone discussed on the shore. The 2 people in the safe zone of Beijing got the 4th level gene crystal, but they also took out some things to compensate everyone. After all, only the gene crystal is the most precious thing. The scales, bones, and bones of the 4th level mutated carp are all extremely valuable materials. With simple decomposition and extraction, they can be made into armor, with excellent defense and sharp weapons. Lin Chi chose some fish bones and fish scales, while Chen Feng chose the mutated parts of the fish's head. Although the distribution was a bit unfair, no one said anything. After all, it was the first time to cooperate, and the 4th level mutant beast that was easily obtained was a very wonderful start. But after Duan Ruoyan shot the nearby waters, no fish dared to approach it anymore. The nest that Lin Chi had worked so hard to build was considered scrapped. Let's stop here today. I'll find a good place tomorrow, and we can continue? Chu Xian called people in the safe zone to take back the remaining materials and fish meat from the mutant fish. Such a large number of dead fish left here will definitely attract a large number of mutant beasts to fight for it in the middle of the night. They must be taken back and dealt with properly. Okay, let's come back tomorrow morning, and I'll go back and reshape the data of the fishing rod to make the design more reasonable. Lin Chi just asked Wei Lan to simply make a fishing rod, but the performance was far from meeting the needs. If he further researches and improves the material properties, perhaps a 4th level fishing rod can catch 4th level fish. Then I will go back and prepare. I remember that there is a factory in our safety zone that produces aircraft carrier arresting ropes. I will find a truck to transport some tomorrow and try it out. Jiang Tianqi patted his chest and assured that although the crane could catch 4th level mutant fish, looking at this situation, it would definitely not be able to support it when encountering 5th level mutant fish. Not to mention whether the crane arm could hold on. A wire rope cannot support the strength of a 5th level mutant fish. Chen Feng wants to return to the 4 major bases with the mutated fish heads for research. After all, The genes of the atavistic ancestors contain the genes of the legendary dragon clan, which has always been the focus of the base's research. Everyone agreed on a time, and then said goodbye to each other. However, when they separated, none of the visors on their armors had been opened, and no one knew what the other person looked like. On the way back, Su Lan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Lin Chi, I don't need to come tomorrow. Su Lan hasn't been of much help today, but he was also given a piece of supplies, which was an unexpected surprise. But she felt a little uncomfortable. After all, among everyone, her ability was not used at all. Her awakened ability is related to fire, and it can quickly change the surrounding temperature. This is why the Fire Phoenix armor will become extremely hot when it explodes with all its strength. In addition, the Source Planning Center had just informed that the task was completed. So I got 10 points in vain. What's wrong? I'll get you a fishing rod tomorrow. You can catch some second-order mutant fish. Su Lan's strength is not strong. Even with the blessing of the active plan armor, it is difficult to catch large fish weighing tens of thousands of kilograms. But it is more than enough to deal with small fish weighing several thousand kilograms. I'm not interested in fishing in a reservoir near the Xinqing safety zone. We also tried to hunt mutant beasts in the water, but we rarely saw big fish weighing 1,000 kilograms. Some second-level mutant fish only weighed a few hundred kilograms. The fish in Sanshan Reservoir seemed to be a little different. Su Lan expressed his doubts. There were too many mutant fish in Sanshan Reservoir. After all, it is one of the largest reservoirs in the Federation. It flows along the mountain gorge and has been flowing continuously for thousands of years. Who knows how many special fish there are in it? Some big fish are considered normal. Lin Chi didn't care. No matter how strong the mutant fish was, it couldn't leave the water and pose no threat to the creatures on land. Their existence is nothing more than a constant source of energy to provide genetic crystals and materials for the awakened. There are some things to be dealt with in the new city security zone tomorrow, so I won't go there. Just tell them. Su Lan still rejected Lin Chi's kindness. The situation on the first day was unclear. It was just a mess of tasks. If he couldn't help tomorrow, it would be unreasonable. Even if others didn't say it, they would definitely have something in mind. Her strength lies in land and air combat. If there is a mission that suits her ability, she will naturally not have this idea. Okay, don't force it. The two stopped communicating and waited until they were over the Central Plain safety zone before saying goodbye to each other and flying towards their own safety zones. After returning to the villa, Lin Chi stored today's harvest in the basement and asked Wei Lan to collect all information about Sanshan Reservoir. The rewards of this mission are not small. There are so many genetic crystals. Looking at the third order and more than 20 second order gene crystals that Lin Chi brought back, Bai Su asked curiously. There are a large number of mutant fish in Sanshan Reservoir, and it is easy to catch some. Lin Chi didn't hide anything. He simply told his experience of this mission, then took off his armor and relaxed completely. I sat on a chair and browsed the data collected by Wei Lan for a while, and roughly understood some information. Because of the dam, the migration of fish was completely prevented, but it also blocked the organisms in the mountain water flow, resulting in a large number of large fish appearing in the upper reaches of the Sanshan Reservoir. After the mutation, these large fish were blessed with the ability to grow, and after continuously devouring other fish, their size increased rapidly. Bai Su decomposed the gene crystals in batches, but his eyes suddenly became serious during the process. No, these genetic crystals are a little different. She quickly stopped her movements and waved to Lin Chi. What's wrong? Lin Chi looked curiously and saw that the decomposed genetic crystals were still the same as before, and they didn't seem to have changed much. Unlike you, I cannot take these gene crystals to enhance my strength, but I can clearly sense the energy contained in these gene crystals. These are different from those that were decomposed before, and there is an additional substance in them that I can absorb. Bai Su collected the decomposed genetic fluid and slowly stretched his fingers into it. I saw that the originally white and tender fingers slowly turned red, and the blood vessels and veins were clearly visible, and even the outline of the white bones was faintly revealed. A trace of energy separated from the genetic fluid and penetrated into her fingers. It's the energy of the source of the virus. These gene crystals contain a trace of the energy of the gene crystals. All this time, the Federation has never found the source of the virus in mutant animals. Even when they were first infected with the virus, animals rarely showed special cases of virions, and either died directly or mutated directly. This trace of energy from the virus source made Bai Su see something was wrong. What you mean is that the creatures in Sanshan Reservoir contain the power of virus sources. So can these virus sources be extracted and used to make Source Project weapons? Since Baisu can discover it, there is no reason why others can't. Maybe the 4 major bases are also aware of the difference at this moment. No. This is just the energy of the virus source, not the virus source itself. However, I can confirm that there must be a special creature in Sanshan Reservoir. Baisu said with certainty that she had made a clear discovery about the source of the virus, and was gradually able to master this power. Chapter 174 Academic Exchanges with an Xian. The two didn't study for long, and the 3 people who were training nearby returned to the villa and brought back food for the 2 of them. Not long after the 3 of them returned to the villa, an Xian also arrived, bringing some small gifts. 6 people were sitting in the living room, talking and laughing, and it was very lively. Baisu, what you told me last time was to install cameras on all the vehicles that go out to search for supplies. This plan is a bit difficult to implement, and many search teams disagree. Baisu had informed an Xian of their previous ideas and asked her to find a way to implement them. But after they were assigned, they ran into trouble. After all, no one wants to expose their privacy to the eyes of the safe zone. After all, in the apocalypse, it is difficult to restrict the actions of those who indulge in indulgence. It is normal to go out, rob homes, kill people, and set fires. As long as the team does not say anything, everyone assumes that nothing will happen. But once this limit is touched, there will be a group protest. Let's implement this kind of thing in our own fleet in the safe zone first, and then wait for other people's fleets to connect to the safe zone network, and then slowly control it. There is no rush to find the source of the virus. This kind of thing requires more luck. Just like the incident at Sanshan Reservoir, Lin Chi did not expect to find the energy of the virus source. Okay then. I will try my best to arrange it. Now Anshin's status in the safety zone has been improved. He is not only in charge of the logistics department, but also has some say in the configuration of the search fleet, as well as the weapons distribution and scientific research departments. After eating, the 3 people who had trained all day did not want to move in the living room. They collected some old movies through the Blue Network and passed the time out of boredom. Baisu went to the basement again to study the special virus source energy. An Xian winked at Lin Chi and walked towards the 2nd floor. Is this bitch looking for me? Lin Chi originally wanted to go to the basement to come up with ideas for a new fishing rod. But when he saw an Xian's look, he followed him. In front of the study room on the 2nd floor, an Xian stretched out his hand and pulled Lin Chi in, with a squirming look on his face. What happened? This kind of look has never appeared on an Xian's face. I have forgotten some of the techniques you taught me last time. Please reinforce them for me. After returning home in the past few days, and Anshin tried to reward herself many times in the dead of night. But no matter how she tried, she could not achieve the effect that day. She even became more exhausted in the end and became more uncomfortable. As soon as I got the chance today, I couldn't hold it back, even though this situation was a bit embarrassing. Oh! It turns out it's a matter of fingering. This really can't be learned in just 1 or 2 sessions. Lin Chi suddenly realized that she had slowly changed an Xian's orientation, although her current purpose was still to get close to Baisu. So I looked around the room, and my eyes stopped on the table. Come and sit down at the table, and I'll give you some pointers. Lin Chi was naturally willing to help others. After an Xian sat down, he saw that the special battle suit she was wearing was also made of mutated animal skin, and ordinary strength could not penetrate it at all. In this way, the effect will probably be weakened a lot. Sure enough, after several attempts, an Xian became more and more restless. Is it because my clothes are too thick? Why don't I feel as strong as last time? She blushed and said this, having forgotten her original thoughts at this moment. Take it off then? Lin Chi picked out Anshin's clothes, which not only had excellent defense, but also had a thermal layer that blocked most of the force. As soon as he finished speaking, an Xian stood up and took off his pants. But there was still a thin layer of barrier inside. But this barrier was useless in front of Lin Chi. The key to the technique is agility. If the finger strength is too weak, the effect will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the structure of the human body must be understood in detail. Do you see a completely different feeling between the 2 points? Lin Chi patiently explained the essentials of his techniques, as if he was preaching and practicing. They were doing extremely ridiculous things, but the communication between the 2 was serious, as if they were discussing profound academic issues. An Xian gritted his teeth and grabbed the table. His muscles tensed up. After a long time, His body slowly relaxed, but he still held Lin Chi's fingers. You haven't already activated the second-level gene lock, right? Why are you so powerful? Feeling the pressure on his fingers, Lin Chi was extremely surprised. I always thought that an Xian was just an auxiliary talent, but I didn't expect that he was so strong. The second-level gene lock? The Source Project warriors on the rankings have already activated it, and even the top few may be already attacking the third-level gene lock. However, Lin Chi is not in a hurry. He needs to wait until the first stage is completed. After that, the second-level power will be considered. I have never lacked gene crystals, and I have already opened the second-level gene lock. An Xian spoke softly and slowly laid down on the table, resting her head on Lin Chi's arms. After relaxing, she felt a sense of powerlessness all over her body, causing her to subconsciously look for the most comfortable place. The steps seem to be a bit too big. Your strength is too superficial and not strong enough. Feeling the strength on his fingers gradually weakening, Lin Chi slowly withdrew it and stuffed it directly into an Xian's mouth. Ouch! Bah! After noticing her own smell, an Xian spat it out and sighed several times in disgust. How's it going? How much did you learn? Lin Chi didn't care and continued to wipe his fingers on an Xian's body a few times. Your fingers are so good. I already like this feeling. An Xian curled her lips, feeling as if she had fallen, and felt a little regretful at this time. I have something even better. You'll like it even more after you try it. But at this moment, Lin Chi didn't see a trace of desire in an Xian's eyes, as if it had been released. If he continued, he would definitely be rejected. I couldn't help but feel helpless. It seemed that I was being treated as a tool. Next time you have a chance, I'll go down first. You clean the room by yourself. An Xian glanced at a water stain on the ground. After getting off the table, he put his clothes in order and walked out of the study carefully. After going downstairs, the movie was already halfway through. She pretended to be normal and said hello to Xiaoling and Jean Na, then walked outside and left the villa. Go to bed quickly and watch some movies. The three of them sat on the sofa and stared at the projected picture. From time to time, laughter came from the living room, and then they were scolded by Lin Chi. After driving the three people upstairs, Lin Chi walked towards the basement. The unfinished tasks for an Xian can only be released by Baisu. After all, there is still a causal relationship between the two. I just made a sensor based on the energy induction of the virus source. When I detect severe fluctuations in the energy of the virus source, a prompt will appear within a certain range. After Baisu said this, a ball of red energy condensed in his hand, and a beeping sound came from the sensor instantly. She looked at Lin Chi with hope. With this thing, it should be easier to detect. It's really convenient. I was worried about this. It seems I have to reward you. Lin Chi put the sensor away and put it into the super body armor. He turned around, picked up Baisu, and walked towards the holographic projection table. Chapter 175 Level 5 Dragon Head Sturgeon. Early the next morning, Lin Chi flew towards the Sanshan Dam. When he arrived at his destination, only Chu Xian, Donfang Song, and Duan Ruoyan were on the dam, and the others had not arrived yet. There may be some accidents today. Qin Feng and Jiang Tianqi have something to do. I'm afraid it will be later. Chu Xian took the fishing rod Lin Chi made for him and searched for prey on the shore, while the remaining two people controlled the crane. Not to be outdone, Su Lan also has something to do and is afraid she won't be able to come. What about us today? Although there are 3 less people, although we can still play, we will be unable to deal with the 4th level mutant fish. However, one person can get the 3rd level mutant fish without any help at all, and there is no need to cooperate anymore. Let's just have fun and relax. After Chu Xian said this, he lifted the rod fiercely, and a second-order mutated fish flew directly out of the water. After the 3 of them greeted each other, Lin Chi flew toward the upper reaches of the water alone, looking for suspicious targets. Yesterday, the energy of the virus source was isolated from the genetic crystal of the mutated fish, which gave Lin Chi a new idea today. So after staying away from the sight of the 3 people, he separated a small drone to search the water, and he plunged into the water. The super armor automatically simulated a nearby large fish weighing 100 kilograms and transformed into a fish form. Azure. Search for data on mutant fish encountered. The super fish is completely black and can easily hide its figure underwater. Coupled with a loaded sonar system, it can easily avoid several third-level mutated fish and dive deeper and deeper into the water. Mutated fish were recorded in the database one after another, but no special fish was ever detected. Synchronized pictures on the shore appeared in Lin Chi's field of vision, guiding him in the direction of progress. Suddenly, a huge reverberation appeared on the sonar screen. Lin Chi immediately hid himself and observed carefully. Level 4 mutated catfish. A 4th level mutant carp with a body size of more than 15 meters swam slowly. This ferocious carnivorous fish was larger than the previous mutant carp. As its body swayed, the bottom of the water shook. Lin Chi carefully hid in the crevices of the underwater rocks and secretly observed the behavior of the 4th-stage mutated catfish. After its figure swam quickly by, he slowly followed it. 4th level mutant beasts are hard to come by. Once you encounter them, you must not let them go. If you can kill them, that would be the best. But not long after swimming, another huge figure quickly approached from nearby. Through sonar detection, it turned out that it was not much smaller than this one. Another stage 4 mutated fish. Encountering 2 4th level mutant beasts in succession, Jean had to slow down and rely on the underwater structure to sneak slowly. At the same time, the small drone in the sky also detected the waves on the water surface. At this moment, it was at the intersection of 2 mountain gorges. The width of the water surface was less than 100 meters. If the 2 fish continued to move forward, they would definitely be able to detect it. To each other. 2 dogs fight. Play off. Lin Chi thought of this sentence instantly in his mind. If he could wait until these 2 fishes were bruised, it would not be too late for him to take action. But after following for a while, they discovered that although the 2 mutant fish met in a narrow water area, they did not make an attack gesture, but slowed down and advanced alternately. Even some small fish weighing 100 pounds swam to their mouths without being attacked, and seemed to have reached a brief peace. After passing this water area, they came to a large backwater bend. Lin Chi followed the 2 big fish and dived down. After reaching this calm water area, a bigger red dot actually appeared on the sonar. As soon as I looked into the eyes, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in front of me, like a huge boulder lying on the bottom of the water. It was even more than 40 meters long. On the back of this giant fish, there are sharp bone spurs, each extending several meters long, and the fish head is even more similar to the legendary dragon head. Just lying still, it gives people a strong impression. Feel. Lin Chi controlled the super armor to sneak into the crevices of the rocks nearby, looking for the most suitable angle to observe this behemoth. After the Asher scan, the biological information given was presented to Lin Chi, and the detailed data was evaluated at the same time. Level 5 mutant dragon-headed sturgeon. The predecessor of this fish was the largest sturgeon in Sanshan Reservoir. Even before the end of the world, it could grow to 7 or 8 meters. Like a small water monster. This kind of existence can reach the 5th level not only because of its size, but also because of the special nature of its bloodline. The dragon-headed sturgeon noticed that 2 4th level mutant fish were approaching, and its long tail suddenly swung, causing a huge wave out of thin air under the water. Its more than 40-meter long body disappeared directly from the place. When it reappeared, it bit the fish in one bite. Blood spurts out from the 4th level mutated catfish. The mutant catfish, which was more than 10 meters long, was bitten in half. This mutant fish had no scales for defense. Although its thick skin was smooth and tough, it could not withstand the huge mouth of the sturgeon that transformed into a dragon. The blood instantly dyed the bottom of the water red, and huge waves were set off above the water, spreading in all directions, which was extremely dangerous. The other mutated catfish sensed the crisis, was stimulated by the bloody air, and became violent. It swung its long tail and swam around, but never dared to get close. The coercion of the 5th level dragon-headed sturgeon made it dare not step forward at all. But there seemed to be something special nearby, and it seemed that it didn't want to leave. What a great opportunity! 4th level genetic crystallization. The mutated catfish was directly bitten in half, and the surrounding small sturgeons rushed forward to bite. Enjoying this rare delicacy, Lin Chi quickly made the super armor simulate the appearance of a sturgeon, swam his body to the head of the mutated catfish, and directly got into the catfish's open mouth. The super armor extended a sharp blade, broke open the catfish's upper body, and took out the genetic crystal. Then he quickly swam out and got into the crevices of the rocks. Not long after escaping, the dragon-headed sturgeon opened its mouth again and bit into pieces, crushing the mutated catfish's head. A suction force came and all the brain matter was sucked out of the damaged skull. But it never enjoyed the genetic crystal. A feeling of. After a brief moment of doubt, the dragon-headed sturgeon swallowed the rest of the head directly into its mouth. then turned around and chased after the mutated catfish. Half a mutated catfish is enough for it to digest for a while. But it has not absorbed the power of the fourth-order genetic crystal, so the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. As soon as the dragon-headed sturgeon left, the remaining mutant sturgeon swarmed up and quickly devoured the remaining half of the mutant catfish. Lin Chi also followed closely, making up his mind to snatch another fourth-order gene crystal from the mouth of this dragon-headed sturgeon. The mutated catfish was soon overtaken by the dragon-headed sturgeon. The latter's body was more than 40 meters long and could move freely in the water. With a flick of its tail, it could rush hundreds of meters away in just a few breaths. The mutated anchovy had nowhere to run and had no choice but to flee further upstream. It was eager to get rid of the pursuit of the dragon-headed sturgeon and actually jumped out of the water in the crisis. But before it fell into the water, a huge dragon head burst out of the water and bit into the belly of the mutated anchovy. Chapter 176 Underground River. The two mutant fish fell into the water again, causing waves of more than 10 meters, which quickly spread towards both sides of the bank. Lin Chi copied the previous operation again, and while the mutant fish was struggling, he got into its mouth, broke open its skull, and took out the precious genetic crystal. Perhaps because of the same species, the dragon-headed sturgeon doesn't care at all about the small sturgeons that appear around it, and even allows them to eat their own leftovers. When it tore open the head of the mutated catfish and once again failed to absorb the energy of the genetic crystallization, the dragon-headed catfish, which already had some intelligence, finally noticed something was wrong. It can evolve so fast. In addition to the specialness of its own bloodline, it also constantly swallows creatures in the water. In the past, when it swallowed this fourth-order mutant fish, it could feel a powerful energy spreading in the body. But this time, I just had a full stomach twice. The dragon-headed sturgeon searched nearby for a while, and even used dragon water absorption to filter all the water flow within 100 meters. However, it still couldn't find what it wanted. In an instant, it rolled furiously in the water, and the underwater rock shattered when it hit it. Mud is flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Chi had left the water and came to a protruding rock above the mountain gorge. The super armor returned to its fighting form, with two more gene crystals emitting red light in his hands. The drone in the sky quickly entered the water, firmly fixed on the back of the dragon-head sturgeon, and embedded a positioning chip. Lin Chi couldn't do anything about this fifth-level mutated sturgeon, so he first located its location, and would not let it go when he had the opportunity. The most urgent task is to use detection equipment to search the waters of Sanshan to find out where the source energy of the virus is. After crossing a body of water, Lin Chi dived into the water again, quickly shuttled through the water, and always paid attention to the information on the instrument, looking for the energy of the source of the virus. At the same time, an acquaintance also appeared near Sanshan waters. It was Chen Feng, who had returned to the 4 bases before. After returning to the 4 major bases, he did some research on the genetic crystals and mutated carp heads, and also discovered anomalies in them. There are more sophisticated instruments in the 4 major bases, and there are even real source plan fighters who are as successful as Baisu. Naturally, they have a thorough understanding of the energy of the virus source body. Therefore, after learning the news, he immediately took people to Sanshan waters to find out the situation. I found an unknown fluctuation here. Come for support quickly. Chen Feng saw that the waves on the water surface had not subsided, and there was still a lot of blood spreading. So he quickly called the nearby source project soldiers to come. Within a moment, 3 rays of light flew from a distance and stopped over the mountain gorge. Captain Chen, what did you find? The visitors were 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom were among the top 50 source project warriors. However, the configurations on their armors were slightly different. A 5th-level mutated fish should have appeared here, and its hunting aura still lingers on the water. Chen Feng has already confirmed the existence of 5th-level mutated creatures in the waters of Sanshan, and this trip is even more determined to win. Compared with the mysterious virus source energy, he cares more about a 5th-level mutant beast. If he can kill the opponent, his source project armor can also advance to the 5th level and become the top existence of the 4 major bases. Is it a 5th-level mutant fish? Really? There was a glint in the woman's eyes, and she was even more eager than Chen Feng. Go down and have a look. Maybe you can find traces of it. After Chen Feng confessed, he took the initiative to fall towards the water. After returning this time, he spent a 4th-order crystal chip to change the armor into an underwater combat form. The originally thick armor became full of water in the blink of an eye. Streamlined and there are fin-like auxiliary wings on the joints. After entering the water, he swam quickly and turned on the sonar detection, trying to find traces of the 5th-level mutated fish. The remaining 3 people used their own methods, either in the air or close to the water, to search in all directions. On the contrary, Lin Chi gradually came upstream to search, and the water upstream was getting shallower and shallower. It was rare to see mutant fish above the 2nd level. However, there was a slight fluctuation in the detector's index, which made Lin Chi realize that he was not looking in the wrong direction. What on earth could it be? Lin Chi kept searching along the waves, and gradually found that he had entered an underwater passage, passed through a narrow underwater gap, and entered an underground water area. At this moment, according to the coordinates on the map, his position has deviated from the normal river course and seems to have entered the bottom of the mountain gorge. Several small fish swam by. They looked like they only weighed a few dozen kilograms, but they looked very strange. Their huge heads were full of fangs. When they noticed Lin Chi entering them, a group of fish swarmed towards them. The sharp fangs bit into the super armor, causing Lin Chi to feel a stinging sensation of oppression. What kind of fish is this? So powerful? Since entering the water, it is not that no mutant fish have attacked, but mutant fish below the 2nd level cannot break through the defense of the super armor. At this moment, Lin Chi can clearly feel that the fangs of these mutant fish bite into the super armor. There are even teeth marks on it. Lin spun around, shook off the mutated fish biting on his body, started to advance, and quickly rushed out of the encirclement. But the mutant fish behind him seemed to regard him as a target and still pursued him. Moreover, a large number of mutant fish continued to appear in the narrow waterway. It's endless, right? This kind of fish weighing more than 10 kilograms is too easy to kill. But as long as there is a slight pause, countless fish will come around and bite. And their teeth are incredibly sharp. His 4th-level super body armor could actually be bitten and leave traces. Lin Chi pushed his speed to the extreme, and suddenly felt that the surrounding area was empty. His speed suddenly increased, and he hit a rock. The super armor was completely embedded in the rock. After a while, he pulled out half of his body with both arms. A trace of fluctuation came from the battle armor. After receiving the feedback information, Lin Chi's vision suddenly appeared in full view of the underground space. Below is an underground river. This place is actually a cave. He just flew out of the underground river. In the underground river, densely packed mutant fish were still jumping and refusing to leave. Fu Long Xiang Tianpa. Fortunately, there was no one around. So Lin Chi boldly called out the name of the marksmanship, and the spear condensed in his hand fell with a shadow, and the water surface exploded, creating a large sedimentation crater. When the force dissipated, the waves splashed, and the mutated fish were shaken and fell down, dying no longer. Lin Chi then fell from the air. His spear shrank into a long knife, and he picked up a mutated fish. It's just a first-order mutant fish. How can its teeth be so sharp? After cutting open the fish head, he took out a first-order gene crystal inside. When he got closer to the detector, the signal was indeed a little clearer. This shows that the mutant fish in this underground river contains more energy from the virus source. Chapter 177 Mysterious Stone. Lin Chi immediately grilled some fish to enjoy, and tried to combine ingredients from a mutated fish. Although these mutated fish are only at the 1st level, the sharp-toothed material has reached the 4th level standard and is extremely hard. It's just that it's very troublesome to collect, and the blow just now has scared away the remaining mutant fish. After a short rest, Lin Chi continued walking deeper into the cave, slowly searching for the source of the underground river. For a long time, everyone has been looking for the source of the virus, but no clear discovery has been made from beginning to end. It seems that this special virus appeared out of thin air overnight and infected the whole world. The source of the virus is the source closest to the target and the original existence of the virus. Since the Sanshan Reservoir contains the energy of the source of the virus, it means that specific clues can definitely be found here. Not long after, a light suddenly lit up in the underground river in front of him, illuminating the dark river water clearly, and the light was still flickering slightly. It was a luminous stone, and the flashing light was transmitted from the stone. It was covered with rubble, as if it had collapsed. At this moment, the signal of the detector on the arm surged again, which seemed to confirm that the energy of the virus source was emanating from here. The luminous stone was more than half a meter in diameter, completely oval, and seemed to be a special egg. However, after a superbody scan, no breath of life was found inside. Lin Chi looked up and was surprised to find a 5-meter-sized exit at the top of the cave. judging from the traces on the surrounding rocks. It seemed that it was a new cave. So Lin Chi stretched out a fishing rod from his arm, wrapped the thin line at the top, tied the black stone tightly, and slowly pulled it to the shore. Although the stone is only 50 centimeters in size, it weighs 1,000 kilograms. When it was pulled to the shore, it seemed that something inside was touched, and the originally dim stone once again emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, the value of the detector has reached its limit, which further proves that this stone is the carrier of the source of the virus. What the hell is this? Lin Chi slowly stretched his hand forward and pressed it on the glowing stone. The surface of this stone was not very smooth and seemed to have lines. After touching it, he felt a unique energy, as if echoing his own source plan armor. The arms of the armor were also dyed with that blue light. Unknown data detected and being analyzed. Analysis failed. An emergency alert appeared on Wei Lan, and there was a trace of anxiety in the tone of this intelligent being. Lin Chi quickly retracted his hand, but with a tug, the stone seemed to turn into liquid and connected to his palm, showing a drawing state. What the hell is this? What happened at this moment shocked Lin Chi, and he quickly broke away from the super armor. Sir, this is an unknown material. It stores unknown information inside, has the ability to absorb energy, and carries a large amount of genetic data. Wei Lan presented the data he analyzed. Some of them were similar to the source of the virus, but the rest were all unknown. Although Asher's database has not yet reached a perfect state, the additions made during this period have made it surpass most intelligent computers. Logically speaking, there should be no substances that it cannot analyze, unless they have never been displayed in the world. Or, it's something that doesn't exist in this world. Is it dangerous? Lin Chi asked cautiously. No danger has been found. This object does not have any active abilities. After another analysis, Wei Lan gave a detailed answer, and at the same time controlled the super body armor to slowly fuse the stones. The blue light gradually turned into streams of light, filling the inside of the armor and forming a unique pattern. These lines are like the flow of energy, forming a backflow in the inner layer of the armor. Sir, the super body armor has been integrated with the unknown object, and the unknown data is being analyzed. The Azure voice kept prompting, and it was obvious that after fusing the stone, this intelligent life was surprised and was constantly trying to understand the changes. Parse failed. Delete it? The mysterious data information could not be analyzed by even an intelligent life like Wei Lan, which made Lin Chi couldn't help but guess where this thing came from. You don't need to delete it. Just seal it. Maybe you will know what this information is when you have the opportunity in the future. Unknown materials and unknown information made Lin Chi couldn't help but guess whether this thing was a product of Blue Star, and whether it was inextricably related to the outbreak of the virus. Testing the armor's safety, Lin Chi gave the order again. If something unexpected happens to the super armor that is fused with unknown items, it can only be sealed temporarily. Energy storage has been improved. Some material levels have been upgraded. The perception range has been increased, and the fusion ability has been improved. A series of improvements were made in terms of optimization, and there were no disadvantages. So Lin Chi felt relieved. After slowly approaching, he stretched out his hand to touch the super armor. After feeling no change, he put it back on his body. Is part of the material level evolution due to the part that was just fused? With a thought in Lin Chi's mind, a long knife quickly extended from his arm. The originally black blade now had blue lines, which were exactly the blue light emitted from the stone just now. With a wave of his hand, a burst of energy broke out, and a huge boulder in front of him split into two instantly. Is this the energy contained in it? Unfortunately, after one strike, the blue light on the long knife was obviously dimmed, and it was obvious that the consumption could not keep up, and the strength of this material exceeds at least the 5th level, and may even reach the 6th level. Feeling the difference in the fused materials just now, although Lin Chi couldn't believe the detailed judgment, he also noticed the general idea. With this object, you can easily break through the defensive layer on the 5th level mutated fish and get the genetic crystal directly. After getting familiar with the armor for a while, Lin Chi did not stay in the underground river for long and quickly flew upward along the cave above his head. When he saw the exit, he realized that his location was actually on the cliff of a mountain range. Looking back, I saw that half of the cliff collapsed, and the deep hole led directly to the underground river. In this case, it should be something falling from the sky. It seems that that thing is really not something from the Blue Star. At this moment, Lin Chi further confirmed his suspicion that the virus that was most likely to spread was brought by something from the outside. But even if you know it now, you can't change anything. So the secret can only be sealed temporarily. The location of the mountains here is dozens of kilometers away from the Sanshan waters. It is obviously far away through the underground river. After checking the location of the 5th level mutated dragon-headed sturgeon, Lin Chi quickly flew over. Chapter 178 Flying Wuji Fishing. Over a body of water more than 10 kilometers away, the two of them were suspended in the air, with the thrusters behind them constantly emitting energy. It's coming out. Suddenly, someone spoke in a deep voice, his tone full of seriousness. The shape of the other project name armor is obviously that of a woman. The armor is exquisite and graceful, with the front protruding and the back curving. 2 laser weapons quickly popped out from her shoulders and locked onto the wavy water. The next second, a huge wave suddenly erupted from the water, and a huge dragon head broke out of the water. The waves turned up and formed a wall of water, hitting the location of the two of them. Careful! The man exclaimed and blasted out with an energy cannon condensed in his palm. The powerful recoil sent him flying dozens of meters away, knocking the woman behind him out, just in time to avoid the attack of the dragon-headed sturgeon. But he was still inevitably hit by the water waves and sprayed all over his body. Before the dragon-headed sturgeon fell into the water, 2 figures emerged from the water. It was Chen Feng and another Source Project soldier who were entangled with it in the water. The 2 men held sharp blades in their hands, slashed them hard from the tail of the dragon-headed sturgeon, and slid dozens of meters away on the water. In the water, the 2 of them couldn't catch up with the speed of the dragon-headed sturgeon. They could only look for opportunities for sneak attacks by attracting attacks from the 2 people outside. The moment the dragon-headed sturgeon jumps out of the water, it is at its slowest and full of flaws. The sharp blade cut and fell, and a piece of the originally slender tail of the dragon-headed sturgeon was instantly broken. Although it looked harmless, it would definitely affect its speed. When its more than 40-meter-long body fell heavily into the water, it once again created huge waves and disappeared into the water in an instant. Beast, you can't escape. Chen Feng followed him into the water to pursue him. But the 5th-level dragon-headed sturgeon was intent on escaping. Even with his updated armor, it was impossible to catch up. After just a moment, Chen Feng reappeared on the water and joined the 3 of them. Captain Chen, how are you? The 4 of them found this dragon-headed sturgeon and fought with it several times, but they never took advantage. After all, fish in the water are really difficult to deal with. I put a locator on it and can track it at any time. However, with our strength, it is too difficult to kill it in the water. Let's find that thing first. After delaying for so long, it's not that nothing has been gained. As long as we come back and be prepared next time, we will definitely be able to kill this 5th-level dragon-headed sturgeon. The 4 of them gradually disappeared over the water, and Lin Chizai slowly flew out of the mountains in the distance and stayed on the nearby shore. Are these guys also here for the energy of the virus source? Looking at the direction in which the people were leaving, Lin Chi was thoughtful. After all, Bai Su could detect the existence of that kind of energy, and he would definitely be able to find it in the 4 major safe zones. But he was just one step ahead. Sensing the dragon-headed sturgeon's position gradually moving away, Lin Chi quickly chased after it. On the way, I happened to meet Chu Xian, who noticed the movement and came to check. Brother Lin, what was the sound just now? Although this place is far away from the Sanshan hydropower station, it can still be detected with the ability of the awakened person. Just now a big fish burst into the water and swam towards the hydropower station. It was at least level 4. Lin Chi pretended to have just arrived and gestured at the shape of the big fish. Level 4? Then let's catch it, Chu Xian said with excitement. After all, he had the experience of catching a 4th-level mutated fish yesterday. As long as a few people cooperate well, they will definitely be able to catch it again. Okay, let's go try it. I just made a new fishing rod. Lin Chi was about to try to see if the fishing rod with the mysterious material could catch the dragon-headed sturgeon. Moreover, the energy emitted by the virus source seemed to be extremely attractive to mutant creatures. The 2 came to another shore. Dongfang Song and Duan Ruoyun were still fishing on the shore, operating the crane to deal with the emergence of 4th-order mutant fish at any time. Seeing Lin Chi coming back, the 2 of them just turned their heads and glanced at each other, then immersed themselves in fishing again. There are many mutant fish piled behind the crane, all of which have been genetically crystallized. The remaining fish are piled in one place, waiting for subsequent processing. Brother Lin, should we have a competition to see who catches more? After half a day of adapting, Chu Xian has mastered the method of catching mutant fish. And he has also specially made a fishing bait, which is extremely effective. Okay, this is a rare opportunity. Let's compare. A fishing rod slowly formed on Lin Chi's arm. After extending 10 meters away, the fishing line, made of special materials, also slowly extended. However, there were some inexplicable blue lines on the fishing rod. Mysterious materials are added to the new fishing rod, which greatly improves the strength and toughness. I dug out a fish eye and hung it up, and flicked it directly into the water. The bait slowly fell into the water, and a faint blue light gradually emitted from the hook. The energy belonging to the source of the virus spread, attracting nearby mutated fish in just a short time. Sure enough, within 10 seconds, the float sank violently and blackly floated into the water. Coming! Lin Chi lifted the rod hard, and the fishing line instantly stretched straight. The strong pulling force directly caused the fish in the water to be dragged towards the shore. Did you catch a fish? Not big, right? Seeing Lin Chi's ease, Chu Xian guessed that it wasn't a big fish. Otherwise, he would have felt a strong pulling force as soon as he bit the hook. When the fish reacted, it began to struggle fiercely. The sound of the fishing line cutting into the water made a chaotic sound, and it kept rushing towards the deep water. You bit my hook, and you still want to escape? The first half of the marksmanship. The second skill of the marksmanship is a half-lifting action. Lin Chi completely integrated it into his fishing skills at this moment. He held the fishing rod in front of him, quickly turned his body, and lifted into the air. Hack! Feiqian Wuji fishing. Chu Xian watched with shock as Lin Chi lifted into the air like a propeller. The strong pulling force directly pulled the mutant fish at the bottom out of the water and flew straight up. It's still a third-level mutated fish. But before the third-level mutant fish fell, the water surface exploded again, and a huge dragon head poked out, swallowing the third-level mutant fish whole in one mouthful. Holy shit. Shit! Level 5. The three people rushed over, wanting to observe the form of this fifth-level mutant fish up close. The more than 40-meter-long body only revealed a dragon head, but the waves it stirred up rushed to the shore more than 10 meters away, almost submerging the crane. However, after the dragon-headed sturgeon swallowed the third-level mutant fish, Lin Chi controlled the fish hook to surge, turning into scattered anchor hooks, and fixed them in the mouth of the dragon-headed sturgeon. Drink! Lin Chi quickly fell to the ground. His thrusters were fully activated, and the fishing rod in his hand was bent into a bow shape, trying to compete with the dragon-headed sturgeon with all his strength. The ground beneath your feet sunk deeply, and pieces of gravel exploded as if rooted in the ground. Standing still. Chapter 179. The dragon-headed sturgeon comes ashore. Brother Lin, let go quickly. We can't catch this fish. The moment the dragon-headed sturgeon appeared, it gave everyone great pressure. This kind of fish could not be fished by humans at all, and even a crane would probably drag it into the water. Moreover, the material used in their fishing rods is only of the 4th grade. So how can it support such a pulling force? But Chu Xian didn't know that Lin Chi's fishing rod had already surpassed the 4th level, and could easily resist even 5th level mutant creatures. Now that you've bitten the hook, how can there be any reason to let go? Lin Chi pulled the fishing rod with all his strength, and still had time to reply to Chu Xian's words. He turned on the propeller at full power, and with his own strong strength, he was still pulled to the shore little by little. It's really overestimating one's capabilities. That's a 5th level mutated fish, and it's already showing signs of transforming into a dragon. How could he catch it by himself? Duan Ruiyun couldn't help but sneer at Lin Chi's still unwillingness to let go, but he quickly stepped forward, ready to help. Brother Lin, I will help you with the crane. Dongfang Song held a big hook on the wire rope and prepared to enter the water to help. If he added the power of the crane and asked Duan Ruiyun to help connect the electricity, he might still be able to fight. No, I can be alone. Lin Chi once again rejected the two people's kindness, and the pupils in his eyes instantly expanded, turning on the gene lock. Drink! A powerful momentum burst out from his body, and blue lines gradually appeared on the originally dark armor, as if energy was flowing. This explosive momentum formed a wave of air and spread, causing the three of them to subconsciously take a few steps back. All this time, they were just fishing with fishing rods, without any head-on battles. Several people had never opened the gene lock, and they only relied on their normal strength. But at this moment, Lin Chi's movement when he opened the gene lock really shocked the three of them. How is that possible? How come his aura is so strong? As the leader among the few, Dongfang Song only took 13 gene crystals before the first stage. Although the bonus after opening the gene lock is much higher than that of ordinary people, there is a limit. But the aura of Lin Chi in front of him surpassed the strongest person he had ever seen. That person was the strongest innate awakener in the safety zone of the capital. And he had only taken 15 pills in one stage, 19 pills in the first stage, and 10 pills in the second stage. It turns out that this is how it feels to let go of your limits. But even so, Lin Chi felt that he could not pull the huge body of the dragon-headed sturgeon, and could only rely on the elasticity of the fishing rod to slow down the situation of being pulled into the water. The stone beneath his feet shattered again. As the dragon-headed sturgeon continued to exert force, Lin Chi's body was gradually pulled into the water. Suddenly, the gravel under his feet collapsed, and he was pulled directly into the water. Let me tell you, he can't do it. That's a 5th-level mutant fish. Duan Ruiyun continued to taunt. Although Lin Chi's explosive momentum just now really shocked her. But the 5th-level mutant beast was simply not something they could deal with their current strength. Wait. Look at the water. Chu Xian didn't know why, but he was full of confidence in Lin Chi. His intuition told him that Lin Chi's strength was more than that. Sure enough, a whirlpool more than 10 meters wide suddenly erupted on the water, and Lin Chi's figure spun and flew into the sky before rushing out of the water again. Wandering Dragon throws the world to pieces. Lin Chi used the fishing rod as a gun and threw it into the sky. The fishing rod pierced the sky and rushed out of an illusory air current, accompanied by an inexplicable roar. This is the sound of a sudden change in wind pressure, which is enough to show the power of this move. Damn it! Flying sky monkeys fishing. Chu Xian exclaimed again. The fishing rod that shot up into the sky carried a powerful force and directly pulled the 5th-order dragon-headed sturgeon out of the water. Seeing this opportunity, Dongfang Song quickly seized the opportunity, threw out the wire rope in his hand, and the fish hook hung firmly in the mouth of the dragon-headed sturgeon. Power-ups. Duan Ruiyun on the side quickly flew into the sky. His purple armor emitted a dazzling light, and he suddenly waved his hands down. A thick electric current fell with her hands and hit the head of the dragon-headed sturgeon. The power of thunder and lightning with all its strength instantly paralyzed the 5th-level mutant fish out of the water, leaving it unable to resist. I can't hold on for long. Do it quickly. Duan Ruiyun directly pushed her power to the extreme, and even activated the 2nd-level gene lock state. The blooming lightning almost turned her into a purple light person. Seeing that half of the body of the dragon-headed sturgeon had been pulled out of the water and was slowly sinking, Chu Xian controlled the crane to run at full strength and applied pulling force again. Coupled with the buoyancy of the water and the helpless struggle of the dragon-headed sturgeon, the mutant fish, which was more than 40 meters long, was being pulled to the shore little by little. Wind blows. Dongfang Song also showed his power for the first time. A violent hurricane appeared out of thin air, rolling up the water to form a huge whirlpool, dragging the dragon-headed sturgeon slowly toward the shore. As long as the dragon-headed sturgeon is pushed to the shore or stranded, several people can easily kill it by their own means. Lin Chi stretched out his hand to grab it. The fishing rod that fell from the air quickly flew back into his hand and turned into a sharp long knife in the blink of an eye. Step aside. With the long knife in hand, Lin Chi's temperament suddenly changed, giving people a feeling of overwhelming dominance, and even the surrounding air appeared distorted phantoms. The figure rushed into the sky. The blade of the sword swirled out of light and shadow, and slashed towards the middle of the head of the dragon-headed sturgeon. Boom! The 40-meter-long huge knife shadow cut through the air, with a blue stream of light, and struck hard on the head of the dragon-headed sturgeon. Blood spattered. The fish skin was broken, and a deep scar appeared on the head of the dragon-headed sturgeon. A red gene crystal inside was visible to the naked eye, glowing brightly. 5th-level genetic crystal. Dongfang Song, who was in the sky, looked at it warmly. After all, it was a 5th-level gene crystal. As long as they could get it, they could become one of the strongest people in the world. At this moment, Duan Ruiyun also withdrew the power of thunder and lightning and slowly fell to the ground. But at this moment, he didn't dare to show any hint of ridicule, and instead looked at Lin Chi with a worried look. The grace of that sword completely shocked everyone. Lin Chi stood on the head of the dragon-headed sturgeon, condensed a small bow with one hand, and shot an arrow to cut off the red blood vessel connected to the gene crystal. He mentally grabbed the gene crystal inside and took it out, wrapping it directly into the super body. In battle armor, the last attack was done with a bow and arrow, just enough to refresh the skill advancement requirements. A few of us have joined forces to help. You can get some of the materials for this 5th-level mutated fish. Naturally, Lin Chi did not share the most valuable dragon head and tendons of the dragon head sturgeon with them. As soon as he killed the fish, he notified Su Lan and asked her to come over and help. Brother Lin, can you give us its genetic crystal? We can give you other things as compensation. Duan Ruoyun had a glimmer of hope. If he could get this genetic crystal, it would be worth it even if he paid some price. Don't let me slap you when I'm in a good mood. Let's get to know each other. And we can work together if we have the opportunity in the future. If we break up, it will be me without you. Lin Chi said coldly. Does this girl think there is anything more precious than the fifth order gene crystal? Dongfang San quickly stepped forward and pulled Duan Ruoyun back, apologizing continuously. Brother Lin, don't mind. If Ruoyun is ignorant, we really need this genetic crystal. But since Brother Lin doesn't want to give up, we won't force it. Having seen Lin Chi's strength just now, I'm afraid that the three of them together will not be an opponent. Not to mention Chu Xian's appearance. He probably won't stand with them. The two of them helped without any hesitation before, allowing Lin Chi to successfully pull the dragon-headed sturgeon out of the water. It was considered that they had exerted some effort, and it was normal to give them a share. But this is not a fourth-order genetic crystal that can be replaced by other things. Chapter 180 Chat information of 7 people. The dragon-headed sturgeon was quickly dismembered with a long knife, and the materials were sorted and stacked. The 4 people worked together to quickly pick out the main backbone of the dragon-headed sturgeon. The 4 of them used the abilities of the Source Project armor to smelt and purify the materials, and in a short time, they molded them into easily portable blocks of materials. In terms of materials, Lin Chi still occupies the main part. Although the materials given to the 3 of them are not scraps, they can still completely upgrade the armor's materials. While the last mutated fish meat was being processed, 4 figures suddenly flew down from the upper reaches of the reservoir and landed directly on the shore. This is a dragon-headed sturgeon. Did you kill it? Chen Feng looked at the few people with a surprised look on his face. He glanced over it, but he didn't see who had such strength. However, when he saw the materials piled around Lin Chi, he had roughly made a judgment. Where is the genetic crystal of the dragon-headed sturgeon? A woman next to Chen Feng asked. She took a step forward and opened her visor, revealing a stern expression. This woman looks to be about 30 years old. Perhaps genetic evolution has given her a unique temperament. But her words are even more offensive. If Duan Ruoyun just had a bad attitude, he was at least willing to use other items in exchange. But this woman actually used a demanding tone, even with a hint of order. Chu Xian also frowned. Hunting the 5th-level dragon-headed sturgeon was a joint effort of 4 people. Lin Chi took the majority. That was because they were strong. But what did these people mean? Chen Feng, are these Project Source soldiers from the 4 major bases? Dongfang Song stepped forward to negotiate, hoping that the other party would express his position. After all, several people had cooperated yesterday. Everyone, we have been eyeing this dragon-headed sturgeon for a long time. We hope you can hand over its genetic crystal to us. As for the materials, before Chen Feng finished speaking, the woman jumped in and took the right to speak in her own hands. The materials for 5th-level mutant beasts can only be of maximum value in the 4 major bases. I will give you some technical compensation. You must know that developing safe zones is the most important now. If you encounter danger in the future, you can also ask us help. Lin Chi looked at the woman as if she were a fool. This was the first Source Project owner to take off his mask, since everyone knew her. However, she didn't know it and walked over casually, but towards the 2 people in the safe area of the capital. When she communicated with Chen Feng before, she knew the identities of these people in Sanshan Reservoir. Only these 2 Source Project soldiers in the Beijing safe zone could attract her attention. As for the others, they were just some lucky ones in the small safe zone. That's all. Well, your safe zone may not have the advanced technology of the 4 major bases. If you use this deal, the people above will definitely agree. Duan Ruoyun subconsciously took a step back and turned to look at Lin Chi. Brother Chen, what do you mean? Chu Xian stepped forward to question, but was stopped by the other 2 people. It seemed that the right to speak in their team was in the hands of the woman. Peiyun, the gene is crystallized in his hands. Chen Feng covered his forehead and looked speechless. This woman thinks she is too smart. And sometimes she is too smart. Yu Peiyun stiffened slightly and turned to look at Lin Chi. When he saw the pure black armor, there was a trace of disgust in his eyes. Black armor. You are Lin Chi, the super armor from the Central Plains Security Zone. According to the information I have read, you rank nearly 200 among the Source Project soldiers. You are able to hunt this dragon-headed sturgeon. I guess you are hiding it. Strength. This time she did not continue to act stupidly. Perhaps because of her embarrassing behavior just now, and to show her good judgment. Who are you? Lin Chi couldn't stand this kind of pretentiousness. When they met just now, he asked Waylon to collect the information of the 3 people. Although they were all in the top 50 on the Source Project ranking list, the information was very detailed and gorgeous, and could be given to his feeling was far inferior to Chen Feng. My name is Yu Peiyun, and I am the deputy captain of the 5th action team of the 4 bases Source Plan. Rather than being the vice captain, she acted as if she were the captain at this moment. She interrupted Chen Feng several times, and acted as if she was determined to have her own way. I heard that the equipment of the Source Project in the 4 major bases is obtained by those with authority. It turns out that this is really the case. Didn't Chen Feng tell you the way of cooperation between us? Yesterday, when everyone was dividing the trophies, they made a simple verbal agreement, and the trophies hunted were distributed according to contribution. If you are not involved, you are not eligible for distribution. This woman is relying on the rights of the 4 major bases to get a share of the pie, which has violated the agreement. Of course, this agreement can be voided at any time, depending on who breaks the rules first. I don't know your agreement, but human beings prioritize future security, and 5th level genetic crystals must be handed over to the 4 major bases for processing. After Yu Peiyun said this, he closed his visor instantly and strode towards Lin Chi. As the owner of the 4th level Source Project armor, and also an awakened person, she believed that she was no weaker than people of the same level. As long as she did not encounter a 5th level Source Project warrior, she would be able to fight. What's more, there are 3 helpers around. Closing the visor indicates that you are ready to take action. Don't use the safety of mankind to kidnap me. I won't accept this. Seeing Yu Peiyun raise his hand, Lin Chi flashed and appeared in front of her instantly, and slapped him. The big pussy covers the face instantly. Although the attack power is not very strong. For women, this method is obviously a blessing. Even if Lin Chi didn't use all his strength. With Yu Peiyun's reaction speed, he couldn't keep up. Just hearing a snap, Yu Peiyun, who was wearing armor, spun 720 degrees, hit the ground heavily, and rolled out more than 10 meters away. This slap made her stunned. Chen Feng's raised hand froze in place, then silently took it back. On the contrary, the other 2 people quickly rushed forward when they saw the scene. One helped Yu Peiyun up, and the other condensed a scimitar and slashed at Lin Chi's neck. It is also a 4th level material, and there are also strong and weak divisions. After all, some mutant beasts blessed by special bloodlines are inherently superior to ordinary mutant beasts. The long knife in his hand turned into an afterimage. The shadow of the knife came first, followed by the sound of breaking through the air. There was a loud explosion. The air waves in the air vibrated, and the scimitar instantly broke into 2 pieces. The flying piece spun across an arc, directly cutting off the man's head. Lin Chi stood up and charged forward, the long knife in his hand emitting blue light and shadow, and a bolt of thunder erupted, passing in front of the 2 of them. Duan Ruoyun took a step back again, with a trace of surprise on his face under his visor. That is the power of thunder and lightning. And he actually has this power. The power of thunder and lightning on the long knife covered up the blue light. But the familiar power frightened Duan Ruoyun, and he paid more attention to Lin Chi for a while. I am just short of 3 pieces of Project Source equipment, and you gave me the perfect excuse. Lin Chi withdrew the long knife and watched as the cut armor was still squirming and recovering. But the owner inside had completely lost his life. You can't take these 3 sets of armor away. Chen Feng had to stand up. It would be fine if he died. If the Yuan Project armor was also taken away, then he really would not be able to go back and explain. What? You want me to publish the chat information just now? Lin Chi looked at Chen Feng jokingly. Although this guy had some strength, he couldn't be killed easily, but having someone he could contact at any time would be more useful. As he spoke, the chat channel of several teams was projected in front of his eyes, which contained the message that Lin Chi had just sent. Lin Chi, Chen Feng. If you don't take action, I will kill the 3 of them. Donfan Song? Duan Ruoyun? Chu Xian, brother. Stop making trouble. We are from the 4 major bases. We are all together. Chen Feng, okay. Chu Xian? Jiang Tianqi, what happened? Su Lan, I'll be there soon. A chat message flashed in the projection. Chapter 181 Grasshopper on a Rope. It's okay if they die, but I can't bear the responsibility for the loss of the Source Project armor. And the 4 major bases will not let go of your safe zone. Qin Feng is still fighting hard, although he has long thought that this woman Yu Peiyun is dead. As Lin Qi said, other safe zones can become Project Source warriors because they have strong abilities or sufficient prestige. But the 4 major bases are different. Because the order is intact, the top management retains too many. They have not experienced shuffling at all, leaving behind too many related households from peacetime. Those people control most of the resources. Once the active planning equipment appears, priority will be given to the direct reports and close associates of the senior officials. Don't worry. They won't attack a safe zone. If innocent people are involved, how can the 4 major bases have any face in the world? At most, they are just looking for trouble with me. After Lin Qi goes back and upgrades his super body to the 5th level and directly refreshes the rankings, he will have to be careful with anyone who dares to trouble him. Maybe more people are waiting to recruit them. But Qin Feng still held on to a glimmer of hope. At this moment, he felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Not long after, a fiery red figure descended from the sky, with wings emitting flames from its back retracting into its body. It was Su Lan, who had arrived after being notified by Lin Qi. After seeing the message, she directly turned on all the power, boosting it at 4 times supersonic speed, and the Fire Phoenix armor started to smoke. When he saw the 3 Source Project armors on the ground, he immediately became alert. Without waiting for a moment, the nearest Jiang Tianqi also flew over and asked what happened as soon as he landed. Okay, everyone is here. There are still 7 of us. Let's share some materials so that we can get together and relax, Lin Qi said with a smile. After saying a few words to Su Lan, he stepped forward and took off the armors from Yu Peiyun and the others. Brother Lin, it's useless for you to get these 3 Source Project armors. When they were designed and formed, they were already matched with personal gene locks. And there were also restrictions on the genetic level, as well as the security measures of the 4 major bases. If you don't take them back, if it is lifted, others will not be able to use it. So why not? Before Qin Feng finished speaking, he saw Lin Qi pressing his hand on Yu Peiyun's armor, and a blue light flashed in his palm. It has been detected that the target has a genetic matching restriction. Do you want to open it? This was a prompt for unlocking skills, and Lin Qi directly agreed. Sir, it has been detected that the target has a simple artificial intelligence program. Do you want to delete it? Delete it. Crappy stuff is useless. It's nothing more than an artificial intelligence program. How can it compare to an intelligent life like Weilon, which can be used with just a small permission? After cleaning up the remaining data on the armor, as the super body dissolved, the armor gradually shrank into a round ball. Lin Qi followed suit, and so did the other 2 sets of armor, returning to their original form. Qin Feng swallowed back what he said, and when he looked at Lin Qi again, there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Brother Lin has this kind of means. We, the Yuan Project soldiers, are afraid that everyone will be in danger. Dongfang Song took a deep breath, feeling a little glad that he had not turned against Lin Qi before. At the same time, he glanced at Duan Ruiyun, who was stunned on the spot, and quickly sent her a private message. Duan Ruiyun finally reacted and quickly took out the 4th level gene crystal they had obtained from his waist. Brother Lin, I have offended you many times before. Ruiyun wants to apologize to you. I have been spoiled since I was a child. Even to my father. You must not keep it in your heart. This is my apology. When Duan Ruiyun saw the scene just now, he was just surprised and didn't realize the danger at all. However, he reacted after being reminded by Dongfang Song. Even his voice was trembling. I accept your apology, but comparing me with your father is a bit much. Lin Qi was joking. Since these people were tied to a boat, no one could get off the boat. As long as he announced this information to the 4 major bases, no one would be able to escape responsibility. Duan Ruiyun smiled flatteringly and hid behind Dongfang Song, wary of Lin Qi. You should report it honestly when you go back. You tried to rob me of my 5th level gene crystals and materials, but I killed you. Just throw all the bodies into the Sanshan reservoir. Don't worry about them checking your armor. Ours, I have encrypted the chat channel, so no one can find it. After Lin Qi said that, he kicked all the corpses on the ground into the reservoir. The 2 men were still wearing big pants, but Yu Peiyun was naked and still in a vacuum state. Before the bodies of the 3 people sank into the water, they were eaten by a group of mutated fish and disappeared in just a moment. Qin Feng lowered his head and sighed, taking off his mask, completely exposing his last private parts. He has a strong build, a Chinese character face, and firm eyebrows. Seeing this, Da Fong Song also took off his mask, but he had a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, which was in line with the public's aesthetics and had an ancient costume temperament. Although the remaining people were a little confused, they all took off their masks. Chu Xian saw that Jiang Tianqi, who had just arrived, still didn't know what had happened, so he pulled him to analyze in a low voice and pointed at Chen Feng from time to time. Even though that guy was tall and smart, he was able to respond quickly when Lin Qi asked him for the first time, which showed that this guy was extraordinary. But the most shocking thing was Lin Qi. How dare he? Everyone should tell the truth. I will definitely be interrogated when I return. However, the three of them are responsible for what happened today. If someone exposes this matter, you will not be able to escape responsibility. After Chen Feng made an explanation, he stepped forward to take some materials. Looking at Lin Qi's unfriendly eyes, he did not dare to take more and quickly flew away from the place. Although it won't be used for a while, it can be hidden secretly and used to upgrade the armor later. Hey, why am I so curious? Why do I have to come and join in the fun? Jiang Tianping sat on the ground inside. Originally, he was not at the scene and could stay out of the matter, but he asked curiously and came very quickly. If you don't come, I'm afraid you'll end up like those 3 fish feeders. Chu Xian patted his shoulder, looking gloating. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. What does Brother Lin say? Chu Xian carefully weighed the pros and cons. Although a few of them would be affected to some extent, the relationship was not significant. After all, as long as the words were consistent, the 4 major bases would not be able to implicate them. Moreover, Lin Qi is very powerful. After he upgrades the source plant armor to the 5th level, it is still unknown what the attitude of the 4 major bases will be. Chen Feng dared to agree, which proved that the matter was not as serious as imagined. Each of them allocated their own materials, but they all made a tacit understanding not to integrate the 5th level materials into the armor, and wait until the matter is over before making plans. Brother Lin, why don't you make me a fishing rod first? And I'll enjoy using it first. The material on the dragon flesh sturgeon is perfect for making fishing rods. Not to mention the toughness of the fish bones and skin. The strength is also up to standard. And the feel is better than other materials. How long have you been thinking about fishing? It's better not to use this thing for a short period of time. Da Fong Song reminded. And at the same time, he also had a bold idea in his mind. Brother Lin, I have a friend who wants to lend your hand to kill him. Don't worry. This person is really bad. There was a trace of embarrassment on Da Fong Song's face. After all, it was hard to talk about this kind of thing. To put it worse, it was betraying his own safe zone. It's so unfortunate that your friend has a friend like you. Everyone was not a good person, and Lin Qi didn't despise this guy. So he set his own price. A 4th-order genetic crystal, plus a piece of energy fusion technology. Deal. But you have to leave with dignity. You can't be stripped naked. Right. The implication is that the Yuan Project armor cannot be given to Lin Qi. Then you'd better do it yourself. There's nothing I can do to help. The Yuan Project armor was the biggest trophy. How could Lin Qi let it go? He immediately waved his hand, indicating that he could not help. Don Fong, promise him. I've long wanted that guy to be dead. Duan Ruiyun had recovered by this time and quickly stepped forward to persuade Da Fong Song. A set of Project Source armor is indeed precious. But killing the guy is not only beneficial to them, but the scumbag really deserves to die. Chapter 182. The captain brought the woman back. With the help of a few people, the important materials were quickly broken down and resmelted into a single piece of high-end material. During Weilan's analysis, Lin Qi made the material into a glider, making it easier to transport. We're going back first. You can handle the rest on your own. Everyone helped condense the materials on the dragon-headed sturgeon into the shape of a glider. Its wings were spread tens of meters long, but the power source still relied on the general's armor. At that time, as long as it is given a little propulsion power, it will be able to ride on the wind, and the 2 of them will be able to fly into the sky in no time. Goodbye, Brother Lin. Da Fong Song waved his hand, and a hurricane rose, giving the glider more power to lift off. When the 2 of them supported the fuselage and flew into the sky, they personally sent them off. After the glider disappeared from sight, several people withdrew their gaze. Help me, guys. Clean up the scene as soon as possible. The remaining things should be transported to the Sanshan safety zone for storage first. Chu Xian waved. The large amount of dragon meat sturgeon meat is of great value. Naturally, It cannot be wasted directly into the water. This kind of fish is a top ingredient at any time. A few people quickly cleaned up the scene without leaving even a trace. Lin Chi and Su Lan spent a lot of time on their way back. And it wasn't until the sky darkened that they arrived near the safe zone. On the way, we also encountered some mutant beasts flying in the air, apparently attracted by the mutant fish meat carried on the glider. But for these low-level mutated birds, Lin Chi only needed to hold a long knife in his hand and exude domineering aura to scare them away from them. Go to my place and take a rest first. Can you try some dragon-head sturgeon meat tonight? Su Lan's ability to come to help with just one sentence was something Lin Chi never expected. And it also proved that this woman could be trusted. Okay. Just in time to see how your safe zone is doing. Su Lan agreed. And the two of them maintained their direction and slowly approached the Central Plains safety zone. Some defensive measures had been deployed on the original city wall. But Lin Chi quickly contacted the aerial certification through Waylon and landed towards the repair shop. The space of the villa is too small to accommodate such a large glider. And after returning, some disturbances will inevitably occur. The ruins near the repair shop have expanded the yard. After receiving the notice from Lin Chi, Susan immediately notified everyone to come out, light a bonfire, and guide the landing location. As the glider landed steadily, everyone gathered around. Susan, let the brothers take the meat off the glider and let everyone taste it tonight. Lin Chi did not tell them that these fish and meat came from 5th-level mutant beasts, for fear of causing confusion. But they were all his own, and it would be the same for anyone who ate them. Captain, what is this plane for? Susan reached out and touched the materials on the glider, feeling something special. Put it here first. I will take care of it myself tomorrow and let people take care of it. Lin Chi gave a careful explanation and led Su Lan towards the resting place. Is this your territory? Su Lan was a little surprised. This place was at the edge of the safety zone, and except for the repair shop next to it, the rest of the place was newly built. It didn't look like a territory owned by a Source Project soldier. When I first came to the Central Plains security zone, I made a living and supported some of my subordinates. At that time, I had not yet come into contact with the higher-ups in the security zone. There was a place to live in the center of the security zone, but it just couldn't accommodate these things. It was the first time he brought someone back. Lin Chi didn't dare to let the women in the villa meet Su Lan, and he didn't dare to get angry again. There is a special rest room for Lin Chi in the office building. It is cleaned on weekdays and is relatively clean and tidy. After entering the house, Lin Chi placed the ball made of 3 Source Project armors in the bedroom and motioned Su Lan to rest on the sofa for a while. You offended people from the 4 major bases today. How do you plan to respond? Although the 7 people are tied together and can get information at any time, they are the 4 major bases after all, which gather the strongest combat power of the Federation. If they wanted to target a safe zone, it would be a piece of cake. Can you fully control the situation in the new city safety zone? Lin Chi asked back, preparing tea to serve the guests. But Su Lan reached out and pressed it on the teapot. In just a few breaths, the water began to boil. Her ability is simply not on the same level as Su Yu. There is still a group of old diehards in the Xinqing safe zone. They see that I am strong and have gained prestige by saving the safe zone many times, so they let me stand on the bright side. In fact, I don't have much power. Su Lan shook his head. It was difficult to unify the forces in the safe zone in such a short period of time. Our safe zones are all like this. The 4 major bases will definitely be more chaotic. They may be of the same mind at first, but after the situation stabilizes, it will be a struggle for power. A dead person is not worth the effort. At most, a few people can be sent to negotiate. Lin Chi was not worried at all. When he returned to the villa tomorrow and upgraded his armor to level 5, it would be enough to arouse the other party's fear. After you go back, bring some materials to upgrade the armor. But don't go to the Source Project Center to get the level certification yet. The two were chatting in the living room, and it was very lively outside, especially Hong Yaodong, who directed the people in the kitchen to cook fish. After finishing their work, he went to the front to find Susan. Brotherson, the captain has brought back another woman. Susan's sister has been living in the villa, and now she is taken care of by Lin Chi. She has the ability to transform and grow up. Naturally, everyone guessed the relationship between Lin Chi and those in the villa, so Han Yaodong couldn't help but started teasing. Don't be so fussy. The captain has been kind to us. Xiaoling is lucky to be able to follow him. If I have a choice, I hope that Xiaoling can always be protected by him. During this period, Susan would occasionally visit Shaoling. He was very pleased to see his sister training hard and growing in strength day by day. Because of his sister, the resources he needs have always been sufficient. If he breaks out at full strength, he will be able to rank in the safe zone. I'm just worried. This woman is wearing the same armor as the captain. She must be a powerful character. Ordinary people know nothing about the Yuan Project armor. But when they see that special armor, they will definitely feel different. While they were talking, the fish in the kitchen had been cooked. Hong Yaodong sent someone to deliver a portion to Lin Qi. The rest of them all rushed into the kitchen. After all, the smell of dragon head sturgeon was so attractive. In the living room, after the food was served, the two of them took off their battle armor, leaving only their thin casual clothes. Su Lan wore tight-fitting black inner armor that highlighted her figure, especially paired with long red hair. It looks even more charming. Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to a drink last time? Do you want some? Lin Qi looked at the things prepared on the table. There were dishes but no wine. Some fun and opportunities were missing out of thin air. Su Lan glanced at Lin Qi in surprise, remembering what he said last time. But he didn't like drinking. But he still nodded, with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Chapter 183 Ranking No. 1 in Source Plan. The head of the dragon-headed sturgeon was not moved. After all, it was the most special existence and had to be taken back for further study. However, the remaining fish meat was made into several hard dishes. The two of them chatted about each other, from their experiences before the apocalypse to their subsequent growth, and unknowingly there was more laughter in the conversation. After finishing a bottle of red wine, Lin Qi replaced it with a bottle of white wine. But Su Lan didn't look drunk at all on his face. This woman doesn't give her a chance at all. Lin Qi sighed in his heart and roughly understood Su Lan's thoughts. Although the two had met several times and had the experience of fighting together, they still didn't know each other's strengths and weaknesses. In addition, they had just offended the 4 major bases, so they must be worried. After drinking until she was tipsy, Su Lan proposed the idea of going back, and Lin Qi did not try to stop him. However, she did not choose to take those materials back now, and would come back later when she had time. After watching the Fire Phoenix armor fly into the sky and disappear into the night, Lin Qi had someone prepare a car, loaded some materials and the 3 source plant armors, and headed towards the villa. Although it was already night, the lights were still on in the villa. After Lin Qi said hello in advance, when he arrived at the front door of the villa, the door was already open, and he went straight in. Why are you back so late? The 4 of them were greeted at the door, and they were all a little curious as they watched Lin Qi drive back. I got some good stuff this time. I spent some time in the repair shop, and everyone helped get it into the basement. The car contained the 3 source project armors, a car of materials, and a lot of dragon and sturgeon meat. Especially the horns of the dragon-headed sturgeon were also brought back by Lin Qi. After Bai Su saw the 3 spherical objects, he immediately recognized the characteristics of the source of the virus. This thing? She said with some uncertainty. After all, the source of the virus was too difficult to obtain, and it was still in its formative stage. I'll tell you later. Lin Qi didn't have time to answer her questions now, so they worked together to move all the things in the car to the basement and stack them all together. I hunted a 5th-level mutant fish in Sanshan Reservoir today. You may have to work hard tonight to help me upgrade the superbody armor. Lin Qi took out the 5th-level gene crystal and handed it to Bai Su. The 5th-level genetic crystal is only slightly larger than the 4th-level one, but the color is deeper. At this moment, the energy is restrained, exuding a dark color. A 5th-level one? You are capable of hunting mutant creatures of this level so quickly. There was no unexpected surprise on Bai Su's face. After receiving the gene crystal, he started to get busy. These 3 source project armors were obtained by me from 3 source project soldiers. The data inside have been reset. I just used these 3 4th-order gene crystals to recreate source project weapons. Naturally, new source plan weapons cannot use the previous data. They must increase according to the user's ability, match their habits, etc. Lin Qi planned to give these 3 source plant armors to 3 people for use first, and then acquire them later if anyone needs them. After allocating everyone's tasks, Lin Qi came to the pile of materials and began to fuse the 5-stage materials into the super armor. The 2 dragon horns are the most special parts of the dragon-headed sturgeon, and they are also the essence of the body. The super armor gradually turns into a black liquid, absorbs and fuses all the materials, and slowly evolves into a new form. Until dawn, Xiaoling and Jean Na fell asleep in the corner of the basement, leaving only the three of them busy. Husband, is this okay? Tuanchuan put her hand into the new source project armor, and the 5th level materials added continued to fuse, slowly covering her arms. The 4th level crystal chip has been reprogrammed by Wei Lan with the armor's data and weapons, leaving only the final verification of Tuanchuan's genetic information. Well, that's enough. You can try it and see how it works. The first completed armor was naturally mastered by Tuanchuan, whom Lin Qi first got along with. She was seen slowly mobilizing her power. Her pupils slightly dilated. After turning on the gene lock, Tuanchuan's aura did not change much. Instead, he felt like he was returning to his original nature, and the armor on his arms changed faster and faster, gradually wrapping around his body. The original owner of this armor was none other than Yu Peiyan, who was killed by Lin Qi. It was also the strongest of the 3 armors. After adding 5th level materials, it was upgraded by 1.5 levels. As the battle armor slowly formed, a set of blue and white full coverage battle armor covered Tuanchuan's body, with the chest defense being the most outstanding. In Tuanchuan's field of vision, the data of all the objects were displayed in front of her eyes. Her armor was connected to Azure's database, and there was also Azure's intelligence system, which was enough to help her understand the capabilities of this armor as quickly as possible. You should get used to it first. My armor is about to be upgraded. At this moment, Bai Su had already produced the completed 5th level crystal chip and handed it to Lin Qi. I used the energy fusion technology you brought back to upgrade the energy system of the armor. You can try the changes. The chip is integrated into the body, and the blue stream of light emerges again, like veins, flowing slowly through the super body armor. And the newly added 5th level materials are integrated with it, and a unique momentum condenses and rises. Lin Qi opened the source planning center and uploaded all the detailed data of this armor. He saw that his super armor jumped from more than 180 to the 1st place. The new armor has a circular energy fusion reactor on its chest, which is used to stimulate the power of energy crystallization. And there are countless blue veins connected to it to fully operate the power within it. Is it the 1st place? Why do I feel so relaxed? Seeing that his armor instantly ranked 1st, Lin frowned. But when he thought of his actions before uploading the information, he immediately reacted. There should be a lot of powerful beings who did not choose to upload the data from the source planning center. Now, they are just people who want everyone to see it. So Lin Qi stopped Tuanchuan's move to register the source planning center. With the current situation, there was no need for one more person to join. Teacher Bai, you should also try the new armor. There are still 2 copies of the source plan materials left, which are naturally reserved for those who are suitable to use them. The last one is reserved for Xiaoling. As for Jean Na, she is far from qualified. I can't use it for the time being. You can leave it to others. Bai Su shook her head. She had been staying in the safe area for research and had no time to go out at all. Even if she had a set of armor, it would not be of much use. However, Lin Qi was able to think of her, which still moved her slightly. Then you study it first. If you don't want to use it, give it to someone else. Bai Su doesn't need it. The remaining candidates are moving forward. The most qualified one is Su Xin. But there is no rush now. So he integrated the last set of armor into the crystal chip and woke up Xiaoling, who was sleeping in the corner. Chapter 184 Invitations from the 4 major bases. When the super body armor was upgraded to the top of the source project weapon rankings, Wei Lan received several unfamiliar messages. But Lin Qi had no time to pay attention. In the channel of the 7-member team, several people also exclaimed. After all, everyone was always paying attention to this information, but they did not expect it to come so quickly. Congratulations, Brother Lin, for jumping to the top of the list. Dongfang Song was the first to express congratulations. He and Duan Ruoyun still stayed in the Sanshan safe zone and never left. After seeing the news, several other people also expressed their congratulations. But Chen Feng had no news. Lin Qi simply replied, and then checked other unfamiliar messages. Most of them applied for special contact information, with the intention of making friends. And of course, the information of the 4 major bases is indispensable. Originally, after the 4 major bases learned that Yu Peiyun and the others had died, they planned to send people to the Central Plain Security Zone to capture Lin Qi. But if you want to kill 3 Source Plan warriors of the same level in one instant, you must dispatch at least a 5th level Source Plan warrior to be safe. But the 5th level Source Plan warrior was not something they could order. They could only follow the formal process and issue orders from the 4 major bases. After just one round of this process, I saw the new Source Project Warrior rankings. For a time, there were several different opinions on Lin Chi's behavior in the base, and they were temporarily shelved until this process is finalized. People cannot be dispatched. After a short rest during the day, Xiaoling also gave Xiaoling a try on the last set of armor. With her petite body, she was extremely suitable for this set of armor. Moreover, after turning on the gene lock and enlarging the armor, she could gain another form, and her combat power increased by leaps and bounds. These two sets of armors have not registered to join the Source Planning Center. Although they cannot directly see the information and tasks of the Source Planning Center, they can view the above information through the Azure system. It wasn't until the third day that a strange guest appeared in the Central Plains security zone. Qin Weijun slowly landed on the top of a building outside the ruins of the Zhongyuan safety zone. Looking at the safety zone in his field of vision, he couldn't help but shake his head. This level of defense will probably not exist for long. Seeing the defensive measures on the city wall, the Qin Weijun had already determined that the Central Plains security zone was doomed to fall. But that might be some time later. Of course, the purpose of his trip was not just for a simple assessment, but to meet an important person. He sent a message to Lin Chi through the information network of the Source Planning Center, and then waited on the roof. But after waiting for half an hour, there was still no reply to the message, and Qin Weijun gradually showed a look of anxiety on his face. Being able to be sent here to negotiate with Lin Chi has proven that his status is extraordinary, and that he has traveled thousands of miles to come here, which also means that his strength is at the top level of mankind. Just as he was about to enter the safe zone for a visit, a voice finally came from the communicator, which shocked him. His Source Project armor ranks 8th among the 4 major bases. Although it has not reached the 5th level, the key weapons and equipment are made of 5th level materials, and it is also equipped with the top level technology of the 4 major bases, as well as a mature intelligence system. His communicator was connected to the intelligence system, but it received the information directly without his notification. After a moment, a black light flew out of the safe area and landed on the roof of the building. Your Excellency is the leader of the Central Plains Security Zone. Mr. Lin Chi. I am the Qin Weijun, a Project Source soldier from the 4 major bases. The moment he saw Lin Chi, Qin Weijun was slightly frightened. His intelligence system had already assessed the opponent's strength, which was far superior to his own. Qin Weijun? The 8th one. Right. You came alone? Seeing that the other party came here alone and had not yet entered the safe zone, Lin Chi guessed the plans of the 4 major bases. This is to find a polite person to find out the truth. Mr. Lin Chi. The 4 major bases are also divided into many factions. The faction I represent is different from Yupei's. Our leaders prefer talents. After learning about your situation, they specially sent me to solve your problem. Qin Weijun showed full respect for each one of them. The 5th level Source Plan warriors are very rare among the 4 major bases. If you have a choice, it is better to recruit them as much as possible. As for Yupei and the other 3, whoever has no stain on their body will be pulled out and criticized once they are exposed. Even if they are dead. Even if they work properly, Lin Chi will become a hero against evil forces. So, the forces behind Yupei will still come to trouble me. It was windy upstairs, so Lin Chi led Qin Weijun to the broken house downstairs. Although all the doors and windows were destroyed, fortunately there were still a few walls to block it. The two sat down in the shabby living room and had further discussions. If Mr. Lin Chi is willing to join us, I can guarantee that I will help you solve the trouble, and this matter will come to an end. Qin Weijun's attitude was sincere. No one could estimate how much convenience a 5th level Yuan Plan warrior could bring to a force. Not to mention that Lin Chi had been able to kill a 5th level dragon-headed sturgeon before. Although they also have the means to kill such a strong man in his growth stage. That is the stupidest approach. If I join your 4 major bases in my current capacity, I will undoubtedly stir up disputes among the bases, which will implicate the people above you. Lin has always done things openly, and will never make things difficult for others. Hearing Lin Chi's words, Qin Weijun curled his lips speechlessly. This guy was so shameless. Could it be that the conditions I gave you were not attractive enough? Does this guy not understand his situation? Mr. Lin Chi. A mere safe zone cannot compete with any force in the 4 major bases. You have to know that a safe zone can be destroyed by any attack they send casually. Qin Weijun's eyes narrowed, thinking that Lin Chi didn't know the powerful relationship and underestimated the strength of the 4 major bases. Oh, you are anti-human. You want to destroy a human safe zone? No one would say such a threat openly. But in private, if pressed, someone might actually dare to do it. I didn't mean that. I just gave an example. The advanced weapons of the 4 major bases at this stage can easily destroy a safe zone. You also know the previous aerial cleaning plan. Most of the missiles were launched from the 4 major bases. The Federation has been safely isolated into large and small safe zones, so that humans can have a chance to rest temporarily. Qin Weijun was anxious and quickly proposed the previous cleaning plan, saying that the 4 major bases had this capability. So in order to threaten me, are you planning to destroy the Central Plain security zone? Lin Chi looked at Qin Weijun with a half smile. And then a screen popped up on his arm, which played the video of the conversation between the two just now. Chapter 185: The Origin of Meteorites from Outer Space. Something that only 2 people know about can be called a threat. But if everyone knows about it, it has no threatening value. What's more, whether Lin Chi cares about the existence of the Central Plain safe zone is still the same thing. Before the attack came, he was fully confident that he could take his people away from the bombing range. Or at worst, find another place to start over. Qin Weijun was a little dumbfounded when he looked at the projected picture. Why didn't this guy play his cards according to the routine? Mr. Lin Chi, do you know the impact of publishing our conversation? Do you want the Federation to fall apart again? Although Qin Weijun cannot represent the 4 major bases, such remarks came from his mouth after all. And there is a certain relationship between them and the 4 major bases' instructions. You all want to kill me. Why are you still letting me sit there and wait to die? Looking at Lin Chi's serious gaze, Qin Weijun's sweat dropped for a moment. The 4 major bases now occupy the name of the last refuge of the Federation, and can continuously recruit elites from other safe zones. But once such remarks are made public, no matter whether others believe it or not, it is a fatal blow to the prestige of the 4 major bases. Mr. Lin, don't be joking. I already told you before I came here that the leader attaches great importance to Mr. Lin's strength. We can reach a cooperative relationship. Qin Weijun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forced a smile, and pretended to be relaxed, backed by the power of the 4 major bases. Even though he was wary of Lin Chi's strength at first, he did not take this man to heart. However, he did not expect that one wrong word could cause such a big trouble. How do you know I'm joking? Tell me how we can cooperate. Seeing the other party's attitude, Lin Chi couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere relaxed again. We can provide Mr. Lin with the most advanced technical support. If necessary, we can send some people from the Central Plain security zone to the 4 major bases to live in advance. We only need Mr. Lin to help deal with dangerous enemies at critical moments. When cooperation eased, Qin Weijun showed his professional attitude. Who are the dangerous enemies? Do you want me to help eliminate your opponents? Lin Chi had no interest in being a thug for others. This kind of thing would definitely have huge benefits. But if he got into it too deep, there would be no turning back. There are some disasters that ordinary people cannot deal with, such as 5th-level mutant beasts, tides of mutant beasts, insect tides, and other awakened ones in the Federation. Awakened people in other federations, especially the Blue Star tropical regions and certain continents, where the climate is mild and wild animals are rampant. Although the human survivors lived like H.L. and lost most of their homes, it was this disaster that made they gave birth to a large number of strong men. Many people could not survive in their homeland and slowly migrated to other federations to occupy a place. If there are mutant beasts of level 5 or above, I can help. As for the awakened ones from other federations, that is even more obligatory. But how can you guarantee that you can help me settle this matter? What Qin Weijun said did not make Lin Chi feel uncomfortable, but was more beneficial to him. There are people behind you Peiyun who have long wanted to deal with them. And that woman is not clean. After her scandal comes out, there will be people who will cause trouble for them. And then no one will care about you. Mr. Lin. The conversation between the two did not last long. After all, Qin Weijun only came to express the attitude of the 4 bases. When he was about to elaborate on the benefits of the 4 bases, he saw Lin Chi turning on the communicator and presented an unfamiliar message. There is a strange news. It seems to be from the 4 major bases. You may recognize it. In the message, he also wanted to meet Lin Chi, and even seemed to be soliciting. They are people from the 4 major bases, but those people are too strong. With Mr. Lin's character, he probably won't join them. Qin Weijun said firmly that after a brief contact with Lin Chi, he could see that the other party was a person who did not want to be restrained. and ordinary threats did not work at all, and could even anger and offend people, only in a cooperative manner, with as little sense of restraint as possible. Can we reach an agreement with the other party? Lin Chi did not reply to the message immediately. After hearing what Qin Weijun said, he roughly made some judgments in his mind. Qin Weijun also transmitted the content of the conversation back to his superiors. After a short wait, the order was issued again. Recently, the 4 major bases will organize some people to go to the south to clean up the possible insect tide. When the time comes, they will call in the Source Project soldiers to help. I hope Mr. Lin can take action when the time comes. Of course, the reward for you will definitely be different from others. He saw the order issued by his superiors and understood the first meaning. Everyone only has a guess as to what Lin Chi's strength is. But being able to hunt down a 5th-level dragon-headed sturgeon before was enough for him to stand firm and gain the respect of others. Okay. I also want to see the resurrected Zerg. Several of Lin Chi's skills require hunting Zerg to advance. And they also require the evolutionary crystallization of Zerg. Although there are many special bugs appearing in the Central Plains, they are all in the larval stage and do not pose much of a threat at all. Qin Weijun did not stay in the ruined building for long. After the two established a special communication channel, he left the Central Plains safety zone. But not long after, the message from Fire Phoenix came from the communicator. Not long after Qin Weijun left, he arrived at the new city safety zone and found Su Lan. The 7 people had colluded for a long time, so they naturally knew what was happening here in Lin Chi. With preparations in advance, they didn't worry about any accidents. Back in the villa, except for Bai Su, who was still studying the energy of the virus source in the basement, the rest of the people went to train nearby. You're back. Quickly condense the mysterious energy on the armor and let me see it. When Bai Su saw Lin Chi coming back, she didn't ask what happened. She was more concerned about the mysterious material that Lin Chi had obtained from the underground river in Sanshan. I am also looking for an opportunity for you to help me take a look. This material contains some data that cannot be parsed. It does not seem to be information from this world. The super armor was slowly peeled off, and a piece of data was uploaded to the holographic projection and presented in front of the two of them. These data are more like some kind of strange fluctuations, with no rules at all, so that there is no matching analysis method in the entire blue star. Cure. Help me calculate and compare the properties of materials and energy. Bai Su quickly entered the role, and with the help of Wei Lan, he further inspected the material separated from the blue energy and super body. Seeing Bai Su so busy, Lin Chi couldn't get involved at all for a while. So he simply asked Wei Lan to find an action movie and watch it from the sidelines. Chapter 186: The Origin of the Virus. The fighting style of action movies gave Lin Chi a lot of inspiration, giving him some wonderful attack methods when using a spear. This energy is very similar to the energy present in the source of the virus, but it seems to be pure and has no changes in human genes. Bai Su compared the red energy he had condensed with the blue energy, and then mobilized the energy in another backup source plan armor to conduct a 3-way experiment. Her energy has unique vitality, and is now completely under her control. The energy of the source plan armor is dependent on the source material of the virus, and is changed by the influence of materials. The last blue energy is pure like it is a pure energy body, and it is only attached to that mysterious material. Bai Su compared the materials separated from the super armor one by one, and found that they were not any kind of material owned by Blue Star. Thinking of Lin Chi's words that this material fell from the sky and hit the underground river, he speculated that it was an alien object from the sky. Some people have analyzed before that the emergence of the virus may be spread by viruses carried by meteorites from outer space. I didn't expect that this is really possible. Bai Su was relieved to find the source of the virus, but he became confused the next second. Even if a meteorite landed on Blue Star, it could only be in one place. How could the same virus break out in the entire Blue Star at the same time? Woolen cloth. She subconsciously looked at Lin Chi, but found that he was thinking about the scene of a fight between many people, and her brows instantly furrowed. I am working hard here doing research and comparisons, but this guy is relaxing in the corner? Lin Chi, did you listen to me just now? Angrily, he asked loudly. Ah? Are you listening? Wei Lan's quick explanation came to his ears, and Lin Chi understood Bai Su's research results in just a few seconds. This is simple. I just ask someone and it'll be okay. So Lin Chi opened a communicator in front of Bai Su. Brother Qin, do our 4 major bases know the origin of the virus? At this time, the Qin Wei army had just left the Xinqing base, and was preparing to fly towards the Sanshan base. After seeing Lin Chi's communication message, he immediately opened the reply. As for the source of the virus, the 4 major bases already have the exact answer. I will send the data to you later, and you will understand after reading it. After Qin Weijun finished speaking, he opened the databases of the 4 major bases with his own authority, downloaded some data from them, and transmitted them to Lin Chi. Azure. Open it and take a look. The moment the data was transmitted, Lin Chi asked Wei Lan to receive it and present it on the holographic projection. Files were opened one by one, mixed with videos, patterns, analysis charts, energy indexes, etc., all classified and scattered. Oh, just as you guessed, it's an extraterrestrial thing. And when Lin Chi saw one of the files, his tone slowly paused. That document was marked with information about objects coming from the sky. They were all the same round objects, exactly the same as what Lin Chi had seen, but the size was slightly different. The Central Asian Federation discovered 2, and the one in Lin Chi's hand was the 3rd one. Other federations also discovered some, but most of them were unknown. As for the value and function of these things, it seems to be hidden in the data. Even the fact that they contain the energy of the virus source has not been announced, let alone the function of the material itself. It was just called a special meteorite containing viruses. So the discoverer immediately notified the 4 major bases to deal with it. Where did you get the information? Bai Su looked at the complete information, even some maps of cities and other federations, with surprise on his face. A partner gave it to me and asked me to get a few more and study them. Maybe I can find the secrets in them. Since it is an extraterrestrial object, and it falls on the blue star very evenly, there must be a pattern. Lin Chi quickly issued an order, asking Wei Lan to collect all the locations where extraterrestrial objects were found, and mark them one by one on the blue star. But after looking at it again, I still can't find any pattern, as if they are randomly scattered on the blue star. You have forgotten the distribution of the population. Since it is going to infect all mankind, it will definitely be concentrated in places with many people. Let Wei Lan change the algorithm. Bai Su waved his hand, and all the maps on the holographic projection disappeared, leaving only the main areas of human activity. When he looked at it again this time, he discovered the connection. Except for the undiscovered places, there are more or less markers in other places where humans are active. And based on the density of the population, the location and number of extraterrestrial objects can be calculated. Soon, Lin Chi locked on the nearest location, which was not far from the Central Plains Safety Zone, about 300 kilometers away. Early the next morning, the 2 of them flew out of the villa, rushed into the sky, and flew to the place marked by the blue. This is the first time I have experienced the feeling of flying at high altitude. I didn't expect it to be like this. Bai Su's body was tightly wrapped in the super armor, as if hanging on Lin Chi's body. Their heads were wrapped in a large protective mask, sharing the field of vision. Lin Chi moved his body slightly, so that the 2 of them fit together perfectly. This is also my first time to experience high-altitude flying earthquakes. The vibration caused by breaking through the air barrier gave both of them a tingling sensation, and they could feel the subtle contact without any movement. Lin Chi was doing various fancy moves in the air. The journey that originally only took 10 minutes took more than half an hour. After arriving at the destination, a mountain range was located near it through calculation. Is this right here? After landing from the air, the 2 bodies separated. A gap opened in the super body display frame, and Bai Su walked out of it. She held an energy detector in her hand, searching for nearby energy fluctuations. No! But after turning around for a long time, I couldn't find any fluctuations. Wait until I get a drone to go up and take a look. Lin Chi raised his palm, and the super armor condensed into a small drone, which quickly flew into the sky, sharing a line of sight. This mountain range is very desolate. If there is an abnormality of meteorite falling, it will definitely be searched. Moreover, when the virus first broke out a few months ago, if there is a meteorite falling, there will be some movement left behind. However, as the drone shuttled through the mountains, it did not find any strange scenes. It only occasionally encountered a few mutant beasts shuttled through the mountains and forests. It seems like someone has been here. Bai Su pointed to a vague trace on the ground in the distance. It was the attack method left by the laser weapon. It looked very obvious. Just judging from the traces, it should have been a while. It seems that some people have the same guess as us. It should be people sent by the 4 major bases to search. After guessing this possibility, Lin Chi felt a sense of disappointment. Since others could find the clues here, It proved that they had also figured out the rules. It would be more difficult for him to pick up the leaks. But now that it's here, it's better to search carefully. Chapter 187 Ant Nest. There is a city near the mountains. Built on the mountains. But an isolation zone has been bombed out between the mountains and the city. And further away is an abandoned shelter. There are many zombies wandering around in the city. Outside the bombing isolation zone, traces of mutant beasts can be seen everywhere. After being bombed, natural protection was formed on the edge of the city, preventing zombies from effectively forming a zombie wave. Except for a small number of mutated zombies that left the city through the ruins. Most were still trapped inside. Without human intervention, these zombies would sometimes kill each other. In the process of survival of the fittest, the best among them become more powerful. In the field of view shared by the drone, a mutant zombie more than 4 meters tall was discovered. According to the classification of mutant beasts, it had reached the 3rd level. I'm going to kill some monsters. You stay here and don't move around. Lin Chi saw Baisu collecting samples. So he couldn't bear it anymore. Left a word and flew towards the town. I also memorized that text. Baisu picked up a stone and threw it over to express his dissatisfaction. After flying over the city, Lin Chi landed steadily on a tall building and quickly looked around the city. Wei Lan recorded the screen, quickly analyzed the targeted targets, and presented them one by one in front of Lin Chi's eyes. Sir, we found a 3rd-level mutated zombie. Do you want to lock it? Azure's Combat Auxiliary program can prioritize targets worth hunting for prompts, and will remain locked in the field of vision until the target disappears. Practice your skills first, and see what the difference is between the 3rd-level mutant zombies. Lin Chi slowly drew out the long knife, and the surrounding air flow was calm, and he jumped towards the ground. The building with a height of more than 20 stories quickly reached the ground in free fall. When it was close to the ground, the propeller under its feet suddenly opened, and a reaction force hit the ground, and it fell steadily. The movement attracted several zombies nearby. One of the zombies with fleshy membranes on its arms jumped up, glided in the air, and pounced towards Lin Chi. Can it still mutate like this? The zombie that rushed towards him had a thin body, and its arms and sides of its body seemed to have grown together, forming a layer of skin, as if it were flying in a wingsuit. The 2 hands have turned into sharp claws, and the fangs in the mouth are turned out. But before he could jump in front of Lin Chi, a bolt of lightning struck out from the blade and split it in half. The exploding blood mist was blocked by an invisible force, and the 2 halves of the body were torn into pieces before they even hit the ground. The 3rd-level zombies still haven't crystallized. It seems that humans are fundamentally different from other creatures. Humans do not contain crystals, but they have evolved various abilities. Even after turning into zombies, each mutation has a different direction. After killing this zombie, a group of nearby alarmed zombies has surrounded them. Except for some mutant zombies with flexible bodies, most of the remaining zombies are ordinary zombies with staggering steps, rotten flesh, and even some with their bellies exposed. Bones. These are all zombies that failed to mutate. Only the original virus maintains the power of movement. Perhaps after devouring a large amount of flesh and blood, the body will mutate again. But that chance is really slim. Lin Chi held a long knife and killed 7 in and out of the zombies. The pleasure of cutting flesh with a knife was completely different from the feeling when hunting with long-range weapons. Before long, the ground was full of zombies, and the smell of blood filled the air, attracting a steady stream of mutated zombies nearby. A dark thing in the ruins emerged from the corner and slowly approached the center of the battlefield. Azure gave a timely reminder and magnified the scene it observed. It was a group of black ants the size of fists. They got into the zombie bodies and quickly ate up one zombie before crawling towards the next zombie again. Like a spreading tide, it only consolidated for a moment and has already covered the ground. Attracted by the bloody air, groups of mutant rats also crawled out of the ruins, squeaking and squeaking, as if they were afraid of the black ants. But there were still many that rushed forward to eat the mutant zombies on the ground. As soon as the 2 forces came into contact, a fierce battle broke out. A single ant may not be a match for the mutant rat, but a swarm of ants could gnaw the mutant rat into pieces in just an instant. Lin Chi quickly rose into the air to avoid this situation, and it was difficult to deal with it for a while. It's better if Su Lan is here. One flame can burn them all. Among mutant creatures, those with small bodies are not necessarily weak. When the number reaches a qualitative change, even high-level mutant beasts must avoid their sharp edges. Seeing the 2 densely packed groups on the ground starting to fight, Lin Chi flew straight into the sky and gradually disappeared into the clouds. The next second, the clouds in the sky suddenly rolled rapidly, and the white clouds seemed to be torn apart by a force, forming a huge whirlpool. A tornado fell straight down, and a huge tornado appeared out of thin air, raging violently across the earth. On the top of the mountain, Baisu watched the changes in the city. The power of the tornado became stronger and stronger, almost ravaging 100 meters in radius, and even rolled out a deep pit in the ground. This is definitely not a power that an awakened person can possess. What on earth did this guy Lin-Chi get? There was a glint in Baisu's eyes. Until now, she still couldn't see through Lin-Chi, and she even felt more and more mysterious. When the tornado gradually dissipated, a huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and there were several deep caves in the pit. Azure, check it out. Lin-Chi blasted out a shock wave, causing the air frequency to tremble rapidly. This was an opportunity for Azure to detect the depth of the underground cave through the air frequency. After a moment, the view split into two screens, and a three-dimensional picture appeared. Anthill. The scene is shockingly complex and intricate. The smallest cave is as thick as a thigh, and the main path of the ant nest is 5 meters in diameter, leading deep into the ground. Lin-Chi, take me over and take a look. Baisu's call came from the top of the mountain, and he seemed to be a little curious about the scene Lin-Chi had created. After a slight delay, after taking Baisu over, a large number of black ants began to pour out from the ant nest, and they were much larger than before, and there were even a few with sharp jaws. There seems to be energy from the meteorite in this cave. Baisu looked at the changes in the values on the detector, with a hint of surprise on his face. Just now when the tornado was riding, she was keenly aware of a trace of energy fluctuations, and it was exactly as she guessed. So, the meteorites that fell here were most likely dragged into the underground ant nests by them. Originally, Lin-Chi had given up on the idea of searching for meteorites, but he didn't expect to find an unexpected harvest. It's not easy to get into the depths of an anthill. Chapter 188, Entering the Ant Nest. There should be evolutionary crystals on this evolved ant, right? As more and more mutated ants appeared in the ant hole, a giant ant nearly 4 meters long emerged from the hole. It had a dark L and hard hair, and looked like a large mechanical creature. This must be an elite among ants. They noticed the movement outside, and the pheromones released by other ants. So they came out from deep underground to check the changes in the outside world. It is difficult for ordinary social insects to breed evolutionary crystals. Only the elite among them, or insect kings and queens, had this unique ability. This ant looks so big. It should be a fighting type. Maybe it is possible to breed it in the body. The crystallization of evolution. Baisu has also conducted in-depth research on ant groups. There are more than 600 ants in the Federation. This type is obviously a variant of black ants and has extremely powerful fighting power. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a 10-meter-long fishing rod thrown out of Lin-Chi's hand, with a 3-hook hanging on the fishing line. The hook accurately hit the giant ant, and it was pulled out with one force. The giant black ant smashed into the ruins, but judging from its 4-meter-long body, it was not as heavy as expected. It turned over in the ruins and patrolled the surroundings with full vigilance. The giant black ant was in a strange place for a moment, and the giant black ant was in a daze for a moment. The tentacles on its forehead swept back and forth to collect pheromones in the air. It picked up a cement board and threw it directly into the distance, making a big noise, and then quickly dug with both jaws, trying to get into the ground. Still want to escape. Seeing how smart this giant black ant was, Lin-Chi concluded that there should be evolutionary crystals in its body. So he quickly fell from the air, and the fishing rod in his hand condensed and spun, turning into a spear. A cold light flashed above the tip of the gun, and with one sweep of the gun, the giant black ant's hard skull was instantly broken open, and a stream of viscous liquid spurted out. The liquid in the ant's body contains an acidity, especially after evolution. This acidic ability becomes more powerful. When it falls into the ruins, white smoke rises, and a pit is corroded. With the spear raised, an evolutionary crystal the size of a walnut flew out and fell into Lin-Chi's hand. This is the first time I have actually seen the actual object of the evolutionary crystal. Although I have seen introductions about the evolutionary crystal on the Source Project Center network before, it is far from the reality of using it in person. The second-order evolutionary crystal is very pure. Baisu also followed. This kind of giant black ant has a second-order genetic crystal in its body, but it is an unexpected surprise. The most important thing is that the number of ant colonies is huge. This is a treasure. The second-order evolutionary crystal is comparable to the second-order mutation crystal. And in some aspects, it is more outstanding than the mutation crystal. I need a lot of them. It seems I have to go into the cave. How about I send you back first? Baisu doesn't have a battle armor to protect his body. If he encounters swarms of ants, he will definitely be unable to resist them. If he can't react even a little, he will be riddled by the ants and become food completely. I can get in and out easily by myself. I also want to go in and see what the queen ant looks like. Baisu shook her head. This kind of opportunity was once in a lifetime. How could she be willing to leave? Even if there was any danger, it was still worth taking. Don't underestimate me. I am also very strong. After saying that, red energy condensed on her arm, and she lightly stroked the ruins beside her. The hard cement board instantly broke in half, and the cut surface was smooth without any obstruction. Okay, but you have to prepare in advance. Lin Chi was slightly surprised to see Baisu using his power. This was the first time he saw the destructive power of the Yuan Project warriors, which was even more powerful than his own blue energy. So he used the super armor to dissolve all the hard LS on the giant ants, and slowly condense them into a ball of black substance. Pressing one hand on Baisu's chest, the black substance quickly wrapped around Baisu's body, forming a black ant suit in a short time. In haste, this suit can only block the smell of your body, and the defense is not outstanding. However, it should be safer after entering the ant nest. Originally, as long as he understood the body structure of giant ants, Lin Chi could even make a more powerful biological suit. But now time simply did not allow it. Baisu moved her hands and feet. The surface of the ant suit was very hard. Only the joints could rotate, which prevented her body's flexibility from being fully utilized. But the benefits are also very obvious. The surface is smooth and delicate, close to the body, and even more exquisite. It looks like a human-shaped black ant, giving people a special sense of appreciation. It's okay. Let's go! After completely adapting to the ant suit, Baisu couldn't wait to walk towards the crypt. Before entering, Lin Chi sent a message to several people in the Central Plains security zone, asking them to lead a convoy to come to meet them, and gave another set of project source suits to Susan for use. That kind of thing can only be used to its fullest value by the user. Thunder slash. In the narrow passage, the spear could not exert its greatest advantage. So Lin Chi transformed the weapon into a long knife and rushed towards the cave first. The entrance is only 5 meters in diameter, but after entering it, the inside is intricate and complicated, like an underground world, becoming more and more spacious. The domineering energy wrapped around his body caused the evolved ant's pheromones to misjudge. The group of small ants took detours and did not dare to move forward. They all fled wherever Lin Chi came close. So domineering energy has this effect? Threats often have a miraculous effect on lower-level creatures, especially those that live in groups, as their perceptions are more acute. After entering the depths of the underground ant nest, Baisu used a detector to check the energy fluctuations, which were a bit stronger than outside. Suddenly, a special wave came from the burrow, and all the ants became restless instantly, as if they had received a special order, and scrambled to crawl towards Lin Chi. Has the queen ant taken action? This wave of fluctuation was a unique form of mental control. All the black ants who received the control rioted and strictly carried out the queen's orders. Careful! Feeling this pressure, Lin Chi thought, and a wave of mental waves spread out, forming a unique defense layer, and then rushed out of the siege with Baisu. After landing, there was a huge underground space in front of us, as if it had been completely hollowed out by ants. It was spacious and deep. Pillars connect the upper floors, and above the head is a dense cave, with ants going in and out. Underfoot are the remains that have been eaten by ants and broken into pieces. And there are even corpses of mutated creatures. The atmosphere here is too heavy. We're afraid we won't be able to stay long. The underground air is already thin. And there is also the smell of rotting corpses, almost turning into a miasma. It is also difficult for living creatures to escape if they fall into it. Baisu shields his breathing, and tries to hold on for as long as possible. With so many giant ants, it seems that this nest is really special. Lin Chi didn't worry about breathing problems at all. The super armor could automatically absorb and filter the oxygen in the air. The top priority right now was to quickly find the queen in the ant nest and the mysterious meteorite. The long knife was thrown out, and a bolt of lightning bloomed. Chapter 189: The Energy of the Ant King. This place limits my performance. Lin Chi originally wanted to slash out 40 meters of sword energy and sweep through thousands of troops. But if all the pillars in the cave were cut off, it might collapse completely and bury the two of them inside. He can only use all his strength to activate the power of thunder, condense the rich power of thunder around his body, and kill the giant ants in all directions. The long knife is not only equipped with the power of thunder, but also the mysterious power of blue. Wherever it passes, it is like cutting a melon or tofu. Although the SHL of the giant ant is strong, it cannot resist the sharp edge. Lin Chi was harvesting in the front, and Bai Su was collecting evolutionary crystals in the back. The two of them cooperated with each other and gradually went deep into the ant nest. The signal is getting stronger and stronger. It seems to be right below. I don't know how many passages I have drilled into, but the ants around me are getting rarer and rarer. The deeper I go, the more spacious the cave becomes, as if I have entered the underground world. The terrain here should have existed originally, but it was just occupied by ant colonies. Bai Su reached out and touched the nearby rock wall. There were no traces of ants eating, so it should be a natural cave. If this black ant race is allowed to grow wantonly, it will definitely become a scourge. After they finish eating the zombies in the city, they will definitely look for other targets. Then, they will dig underground and spread toward new places of survival. If it is close to other safe areas, it will be a disaster. While he was talking, there was a rustling sound in front of him, and a huge ant head poked out from the darkness. Its sharp jaws moved slightly and crushed the rocks on the ground. This giant-jawed black ant is one size larger than the ones we encountered before, and the double jaws on its head take up half of its body. It belongs to the fighting elite among ants, the third-level evolved ant. The role of the giant jaw ant is generally to decompose large food. Of course, it can also exert powerful force in battle. It can easily kill most opponents with its pair of giant jaws alone. This giant pallet ant is 5 meters long, and its limbs are much thicker than ordinary giant black ants. It crawls in the cave with agile movements, and its sharp ant legs are covered with barbs and spikes. When it rushed out, several more appeared behind it, almost occupying the entire passage. There are giant pallet ants here. It seems that the queen is not far away. Bai Su's eyes gradually gathered red light, and her hands also glowed red. She flashed and disappeared instantly. The head of a giant pallet ant was cut in half in an instant, and its body was still facing forward. Rush away. Although Bai Su's evolutionary path cannot open the gene lock, the strength displayed at this moment is actually more powerful than other awakened people who have opened the second-level gene lock. Especially the red energy is sharper than the hardest in the Federation. Substance. Her figure moved quickly, and the attached red light circulated, creating afterimages in the crypt. As her figure fell, the giant-jawed ants fell to the ground one by one, struggling to get up. Amazing! Lin Chi stretched out his thumb. At that moment, Bai Su was like a ghost at night, dancing in the darkness with a red light. He was the most powerful one he had ever seen. I need some third-order evolutionary crystals, and this thing seems to be useful to me. Bai Su dug out a third-order evolutionary crystal, and the red light appeared again in his hand, absorbing the energy in the crystal bit by bit. Since you have contributed, I will definitely give you a share. There were at least dozens of giant-jawed ants in this cave, and the evolutionary crystals obtained were enough for 2 people. After collecting the loot, Lin Chi made 2 backpacks using the SHLs of the giant-jawed ants, and put all the evolutionary crystals in them. Unknowingly, the two of them came to a deeper cave. It seemed like an abyss in an underground cave, and a cold air overflowed from it. The ants have a distinct hierarchy. The small ones we encounter outside are the most common worker ants, and the larger ones are the soldier ants responsible for fighting. In addition to these two, there are also male ants, which are the ones in the ant colony. The ant king here. But the ants here are so weird. They have evolved so much that it's ridiculous. Lin Chi had brought back samples of evolved ants before. According to the sample calculations, even the second-order evolved ants are only 1 meter in size, and there is no way they can grow to about 4 meters. The two of them saw only worker ants and soldier ants along the way, but no other types yet. When Bai Sujin was doing some popular science, suddenly there was a movement in the deep cave in front of him, as if something was climbing out. Lin Chi tapped the long knife in his hand, and a bolt of lightning fell, illuminating the dark cave. Only then could he see the scene inside clearly. A larger black ant was slowly climbing out of the cave. When the lightning was shining, it suddenly jumped towards Lin Chi, its sharp jaws emitting a special cold light. Thunder slash. Lin Chi subconsciously slashed out with his sword, and the lightning flashed away. The giant black ant's double jaws were cut off in half in an instant. But it opened its mouth wide, and a blue energy spurted out from the mouth, even with a thick feeling. At the same time, the belly of this giant black ant turned blue, and it seemed to contain extremely strong power. This is the Ant King. Be careful. It can use source power. As soon as the power surged out, Lin Chi immediately noticed that it was exactly the same as the material fused to his armor. Have all insects evolved to this extent? Blue energy poured out, and a big hole was instantly blasted out of the ground, even forming a ray that spread in the direction of Bai Su. This looks even more violent than the laser weapons developed by the Federation. With the thrusters on his back fully activated, Lin Chi quickly dodged the first attack, ducked in front of the Ant King's head, and slapped him. The Ant King's body stiffened, and the energy sprayed from his mouth stopped abruptly. His limbs went limp, and he fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the brief stupor, Lin Chi chopped off its head with a knife and took out the evolutionary crystal. Come on! The rest are going to explode. However, after it died, the belly that originally gathered strength suddenly became extremely unstable. The blue light became more dazzling, and it was possible to break out of the body at any time. Lin Chi kicked the Ant King into the ground and held Bai Su in his arms. There was a roar from behind, and a blue beam of light rose into the sky and spread in all directions. Fortunately, the crypt restricted the spread of most energy, and the scattered impact was easily blocked. After all the shock waves dissipated, the two of them came to the crypt and once again condensed a bolt of lightning and threw it out. After the explosion, no ants crawled out for the time being, but according to the habits of the ant colony, in addition to the queen, there should be several ant kings, responsible for pleasing the queen. When the airflow subsided, the two jumped down and went deeper into the cave again. The queen's nest should be deep in this crypt. Bai Su looked at the increasingly intense values on the detector and concluded that it was precisely because of the source of power from the meteorite that these ants had undergone such a strange evolution. As long as we find that special queen ant, we should be able to reveal the special ability of the origin stone. Chapter 190 The Fifth Order Queen Ant. The two of them kept falling, and countless large caves gradually appeared in the underground cave, which was the nest of the Ant King. With the experience from last time, Lin Chi didn't wait for the Ant King to gather his power to attack. He slapped him directly, and then opened his head. Ants are also faceless creatures? Lin Chi became interested in seeing the advancement conditions of Bai Do improved. If he improved this manual skill, he didn't know what would happen. When he landed on the ground, he killed 7 more Ant Kings and put all the evolutionary crystals into his backpack. Therefore, the Ant King had no time to mobilize the source power in his body, and had no chance to expose himself. The ground is full of fine gravel, which feels soft when you step on it. It should be a perfect residence built by worker ants for the queen. And in this environment, the newly born eggs will not be damaged by contact. Those glowing things should be ant eggs. Lin Chi separated several parts of the super armor and fixed them on the surrounding stone walls, illuminating the cave clearly. Only then did he see clearly that there were many ant eggs piled up at the bottom of the cave. The small ones were only as big as a fist, while the large ones were taller than a person, especially the large ones, most of which emitted a faint blue light. Some small worker ants in the corner were hiding in a dark place and did not dare to come out. Only a few large soldier ants slowly surrounded the two of them. After Lin Chi gave each of them a slap, he asked Bai Su to follow up. The two of them followed the ant eggs and gradually came to the largest cave. A faint blue light emitted from the deep cave, and a huge ant head was clearly visible, and the body behind it was extremely large, like a wriggling mountain of meat. This queen ant should have reached level 5. I saw a 5th level existence again, but this one had little combat power, but the energy contained in it could not be ignored. As soon as the two of them arrived in front of the cave, they saw the queen's eyes emitting a rich blue light, an invisible force spreading, and a sense of oppression instantly struck. Bai Su didn't react at all. He was instantly knocked out and hit the far wall, his whole body falling into it. Lin Chi's figure slid backwards for several meters, until a layer of fluctuations formed around his body, and then he stabilized. What a powerful spirit! This power is the same mental power as his own, and it bursts out from the 5 ant queens, far more powerful than himself. Gene lock. Open! After opening a gene lock, the violent mental fluctuations around him became more intense, and even the sand and stones on the ground were stirred up one after another, slowly floating under the pressure of the two forces. The next second, All the sand and stones flew towards Lin and started spinning violently. A circular mental barrier formed around Lin Chi, causing the sand and stones to spin rapidly, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The powerful impact caused him to continuously retreat, and the rolling sand and stones transformed into giant ants, constantly hitting the barrier. Lin Chi had already activated his mental power to the extreme, but the opponent's mental power was even more vast, like a big river, constantly washing away, leaving no one with any chance to resist. At this moment, Lin Chi felt like a small boat in the torrent. Although he would not be washed away, he could not make any progress. This level can only be resisted by opening the second level gene lock. When he was anxious, a red light suddenly rushed out from behind and turned into a sharp sword and rushed towards the fifth order ant queen. The red light broke through and was mixed with the mental power of the sand and stones. Sparks were drawn when touching, and Baisu's body was filled with rich red light at this moment. Under the impact of the mental power, the black ant armor on his body was shattered inch by inch. Even the clothes and skin on his body were scratched and bloody. But Baisu's complexion remained unchanged, and the red source power completely exploded, crushing the queen's mental barrier into a concave shape. This force obviously attracted the attention of the queen ant, and she immediately mobilized more power to suppress Baisu. Feeling that the opponent's strength was slightly relaxed, Lin Chi quickly formed a long bow from the super armor behind him, and placed a thick arrow emitting blue light on it. Go! At such a close range, the target couldn't be clearer. But after the arrow passed through the mental barrier, its speed instantly weakened countless times, as if the camera was slowed down, and it slowly shot forward. Although there was an awkward obstruction, the arrow still shot slowly towards the fifth order ant queen, passing through layers of mental barriers without stopping. Feeling the targeted attack, the queen ant's eyes burst out with bright blue light again, and an even more turbulent mental power erupted, directly flying the white bullets out of the air. Even the mental barrier that Lin Chi had condensed was instantly broken, and his body hit the stone wall behind him heavily. Even with the protection of super armor, you can still feel this powerful collision force, which makes people's blood boil. However, the arrow was not affected at all. It still penetrated the layers of mental barriers and slowly shot towards the ant queen. Feeling an unprecedented crisis, the ant queen decisively gave up its dispersed mental power and mobilized all its energy in front. The sand and stones on the ground quickly condensed into whirlpools, blocking the arrows. No arrow I shot was blocked. Lin Chi walked out of the stone wall and saw the arrows still advancing in front of him, and his heart suddenly became calm. This arrow was condensed from the hardest material on his super armor. It contains all the source power, so it is naturally not afraid of being damaged. Moreover, the power attached to the arrow cannot be blocked by mental power at all. Baisu also stood up from the ruins. There were many wounds on her body, and even the bones were exposed in some places. However, with a few steps, the injuries were recovering quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without the suppression of the queen's mental power, the two of them were able to move freely. Seeing that Baisu wanted to continue attacking, Lin Chi stretched out his hand to stop her. No need to go over there. This arrow is enough to penetrate it. At this moment, the arrow has flown in front of the queen ant's head. Although the mental power at the closest part of her body has been concentrated to the extreme, it still cannot stop the arrow's progress. Suddenly there was a soft click. The hard head L of the queen ant shattered, and the arrow slowly shot into the head, accompanied by a sharp scream. The spiritual power in the crypt instantly went riot, turning into a hurricane and spurting out, and then stopped abruptly. Without the restraint of mental power, the arrow pierced through its huge body in an instant, leaving a gap in its back. After the wind pressure stabilized, Lin Chi and Baisu stepped forward. At this moment, a huge gap opened above the body of the queen ant, and a stream of mucus slowly flowed out, and it also emitted a blue aura. The genetic crystallization of this queen ant must be very special. The two speculated that the queen ant must have swallowed the source stone to have such a strange change, and the power it possessed was exactly like this. If it weren't for that fatal arrow, I'm afraid the two of them wouldn't be able to get close at all, and they would even be completely crushed by the powerful mental power. Chapter 191 Ground Crisis. After taking out the evolutionary crystal from the queen ant's head, their suspicions were further confirmed. Sure enough, its evolutionary crystal has absorbed the power of the extraterrestrial source stone and has become something different. Baisu looked at the blue evolutionary crystal in Lin Chi's hand. It contained extremely rich source power, even more powerful than what she had. Moreover, the source power also contains mental power fluctuations. if humans are allowed to take it. Their mental abilities will also be awakened. It's a pity that this thing can't be taken now. Lin Chi can only absorb the first and second level genetic crystals and evolutionary crystals at the moment. As for the fifth level, he can only lag behind. Moreover, no one in the entire blue star can absorb the energy of the fifth level crystals at the moment. All of them have been invested in scientific research. Superior. Even if you don't use it, if you keep it with you, it can effectively increase your mental power. Bai Su carefully examined the evolutionary crystal. In fact, she was able to absorb some of the source power contained in it. But she did not tell Lin Chi and returned it. It seems to be a buffing equipment. And it's permanent. Lin Chi kicked the fifth level evolutionary crystal into his arms, and slowly felt the spread of power. At this moment, there was no restriction from the queen in the ant nest. All the remaining ants were running aimlessly. And some of them even attacked the two of them. Come! Those ant eggs cannot be left behind. Without the queen ant, a princess will be born. Then she will regain control of the situation. Or should she destroy it directly? Bai Su waved his hand, and a red light shot out, exploding an ant egg the size of a person. And the white liquid exploded all over the floor. Once there is no queen in the ant colony, it will quickly and completely dissipate. But if left alone, after the eggs hatch, the best among them will definitely become the queen again. Even if the remaining old parts are not collected, they can still occupy this cave and grow again. I have contacted the Central Plains Security Zone. They are sending people here now. Everything here can be transported back. An ant egg is full of protein, almost 5 or 6 times that of beef. And some special evolved eggs also contain blue source power. After the awakened person takes it, he will be somewhat improved. Instead of destroying it in vain, it is better to increase the overall strength. As Lin Chi spoke, he kept shooting small spears with arrows in his hand, killing the surrounding ants and improving his spear and archery skills. Then do we have to wait here all the time? Bai Su entered the queen's cave and wanted to check if there were any other trophies. Even if the source stone is absorbed by the queen ant, there may still be some energy left. But after searching for a long time, I only found a few ant eggs containing rich source power, and nothing else. Gradually, no ants dared to come to this area anymore, and the remaining ones fled in all directions, not knowing where they were going. When they noticed that the queen ant's aura had dissipated, these ants also became a group without an owner. Without external intervention, they would sooner or later enter the crisis of extinction. After retracting all the short guns fired, Lin Chi selected an ant egg with sufficient energy, threaded it on the long gun, turned on the laser weapon to the scattering state, and slowly baked it. After a while, the entire ant egg became larger and exuded a strong protein fragrance. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Come and try it! The long knife cut off a piece, and the thing inside suddenly turned white and tender, and was steaming. If there is no seasoning, it needs to be roasted a little to bring out the aroma. Bai Su did not hesitate, tore off a piece and tasted it, and her comments were very pertinent. The two of them quickly ate up almost a whole ant egg. Despite its size, after being roasted and the water inside evaporated, it shrank several times. After filling my stomach, I can clearly feel a special energy slowly spreading in my body. Exercise after meals? Lin Chi felt that his body was slowly getting hotter and hotter. Coupled with this dark environment, he would really feel a little bored if he didn't do something. How about some exercise? There was a trace of emotion on Bai Su's face. He hadn't left the safe zone for a long time. He wanted to indulge for a long time. So he stretched out his hand to open his clothes and completely released the restraints on his body. When she was attacked by the queen ant just now, the clothes on her body had been torn to pieces. Even if they were not removed, they still revealed a lot of spring, which made her even more attractive. Lin Chi patted his chest, and the super armor automatically untied and walked out. In the darkness, Bai Su was like a red elf. After stimulating the source power in his body, his whole body exuded a faint red light, jumping and dancing freely in the cave, until Lin Chi rushed up and pressed her against the wall, completely subduing this cheerful elf. Above the surface, several rays of light were flying in the sky, and wherever they went, they were all heading in the same direction. The strong source power fluctuation just now should be in this area. The information in the communicator was constantly alternating, and the Flying Source Project warriors were exchanging information with each other. That area seems to have been searched by the base. Was it missed before? While they were talking, several people had already arrived above the city, quickly searching for the source of the fluctuations. But the ruined city was silent. and after the fluctuating energy dissipated, it became traceless. Even if you were in the city, you couldn't sense it at all. 5 people landed on a tall building at the same time, waiting for orders from the base. These 5 people are all Source Project fighters, and are at the top of the Source Project rankings. But one of them has a completely different aura from the others. I can sense that there are still weak energy fluctuations in this city. Please look carefully. The speaker was a middle-aged man. He stood in front of the 4 people as if he were a leader. The eyes on his faceplate were narrow and sharp, shining with a strange blue light. If Lin Chi were here at this moment, he would definitely be able to sense that there is also a unique source power hidden in the source plan armor on this person. Even though the 4 of them were all strong men on the Source Project rankings, they did not dare to disobey the orders of the people in front of them in the slightest. After all, some people have special permissions and can be independent from the group. The 4 figures quickly dispersed and continued to search in all directions of the city. Some were conducting high-altitude reconnaissance, and some were walking through the ruins, leaving no trace of suspicious places. Finally, a message came from the communicator, causing the person standing on the tall building to turn his eyes and look at the person who was sending the message. The next second, his figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the building. Is this right here? Over the city, the 5 people gathered together again, looking at a deep pit in the ruins, and there were scattered ant corpses all around. A few living ants crawled aimlessly in the ruins and disappeared into the gaps between the collapsed floors. Anthill. Everyone blocks outside information and keeps team communications. The existence of the Origin Stone has always been the biggest secret of the base. Naturally, no information can be leaked. Therefore, the middle-aged man immediately asked everyone to block outside information. The purpose was to prevent someone from secretly communicating to the outside world after entering. Chapter 192 5 Source Project Warriors. Inside the ant nest, after Lin Chi and Bai Su had a real battle with live ammunition, the 2 of them lay on the big bed transformed by the super body and rested temporarily. It would be great if there was no end of the world. Bai Su murmured to herself that although she was living a carefree life now, the changes in the world made her feel very unfamiliar with everything. Without the end of the world, you wouldn't have the power you have now. And you wouldn't have met me. Right? Lin Chi stroked the smooth white skin and gently fiddled with it on one point. The condensed red light flashed, and it seemed that he could see the abundant blood vessels under the skin. Yes. Bai Su sighed and grabbed Lin Chi's handle. The physiques of the 2 of them have already exceeded that of ordinary people. This consumption can only be recovered in an instant. But they can't help but want to fight. But just as Bai Su turned around and suppressed Lin Chi, the 2 of them suddenly noticed a special fluctuation and were stunned for a moment. Somebody is coming. The super armor instantly enveloped the 2 of them, turning into a special black body covering their entire bodies. It's other Project Source soldiers. I didn't expect to find them here so quickly. The location of the ant nest is deep underground, and even ordinary signals cannot be transmitted. However, the source power is different from the signal, and coupled with the strong mental power fluctuations of the Queen, it will cause some strange phenomena. It's rare to have such a good time and be disturbed like this. Bai Su stood up from Lin Chi reluctantly. Her body was also covered with a layer of armor, but it did not have the functionality of Lin Chi and could only be used as clothing with outstanding defense. Dissatisfied with desire, his face was full of resentment, and the red energy quickly condensed in his hand, transforming into a sharp long knife. Go and see who they are. If not, let them be buried here forever. Lin Chi also had an angry look on his face. Fortunately, the 2 of them noticed it early. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble if someone broke in and saw him. Moreover, there are a large number of precious ant eggs in the ant nest. If the people who come in insist on dividing their spoils, a big fight will inevitably happen. The 2 of them flew quickly towards the top of the ant nest, trying to block the intruders before entering the main hole of the ant nest. The mutual energy induction made both parties aware of each other's location. It didn't take long for the 2 parties to meet in a passage in the ant nest. 5. Facing the 5 Source Project Warriors, Lin Chi was not afraid at all. I'm sorry. This anthill is already our trophy. We took it first. Please return. Although there were no unwritten rules, the 2 worked hard to kill the queen ant and obtained a large amount of loot, which could not be distributed to outsiders for no reason. Is it just you 2? Only the middle-aged man seemed a little unconvinced. But according to his Source Project induction, there were no other energy fluctuations in the anthill. Moreover, he also noticed a special source of energy fluctuation on Lin Chi. Hand over the Source Stone. And you can keep the other things. The middle-aged man said calmly that all he cared about was the mysterious origin stone. You are from the 4 major bases, right? Lin recently reached a cooperative relationship with the 4 major bases. Is this how the bases deal with their own people? Although he didn't know what faction the Qin Weijun represented. Since they had reached cooperation, they would definitely notify the base's top brass. Lin Chi didn't want to get into trouble again if it wasn't necessary. Boss. He is Lin Chi, the owner of the super armor that currently ranks first in the Stage Source Project rankings. He was the one who killed Duan Peiyun. An orange-armored man behind the middle-aged man sent a message that he had recognized the person in front of him and had to pay attention. Duan Peiyun's strength was not weak, and he had 3 companions in the practice. But he still died neatly, and his body has not been found yet. Number 1 on the list? The middle-aged man's tone was full of disdain. Only those who want fame and fortune will care about the names on the ranking list. Special existences like them have long been transcended. You just want to cooperate with the base? It's just a chess piece and can be discarded at any time. He had also heard about Lin Chi, and when he saw the change at the top of the rankings, he still scoffed. It's just the 5th level source plan armor. For a moment, there was a tense situation in the passage. A person behind the middle-aged man pulled out a giant sword that condensed energy. With a casual stroke, the stone wall melted and a crack appeared. Before he could show off his strength, a thick arrow pierced his chest and pinned him directly to the stone wall. 1. After 1 arrow, the remaining 4 people moved quickly, leaving Lin Chi no chance to shoot another arrow. But the bow and arrow in his hand quickly transformed into a long sword, and a bolt of thunder fell. Bai Su transformed into a red stream of light and shuttled quickly in the darkness. The red blade flashed and jumped like a night elf. Those who can become Project Source warriors are all top-notch in strength. The remaining few people opened their gene locks one after another, and a violent aura filled the entire cave. Die! The laser bombarded continuously, causing cave debris to fly in random directions. The energy fluctuations that escaped almost formed turbulence, interfering with most of the functions of the armor. At this stage, you can only rely on your own eyesight and induction to observe the opponent's movements. But these did not hinder Lin Chi at all. With some strength. No wonder I dare to be so arrogant. But I tell you, even at this level, you will still die in the hands of me. Chao Xiong. Chao Xiong was the leading middle-aged man. The chaotic situation at this moment seemed to have no impact on him. He condensed a long knife in his hand and rushed towards Lin Chi. The 2 figures kept intertwining in the cave. The powerful force bombarded the stone wall, creating gaps. The sword light splashed and light and shadow flew. The purple thunder light was mixed with a trace of blue light. When the 2 forces collided, the spreading aftermath filled the entire channel, and waves of air spurted out. Source power. Chao Xiong's face became more cautious at this moment. He had already noticed the power hidden on the opponent's armor. It was the source power of the same level as his. In other words, the opponent had already obtained the power of the origin stone. If it were just this level, you would be buried in an anthill today. Lin Chi held a long sword, and blue light gradually covered the blade, activating the source power with all his strength. At this moment, the long sword is like an energy weapon, exuding dazzling light. In contrast, the weapon in Chao Xiong's hand was much dimmer, with only a few blue stripes emerging, and a weak source of power flowing. The acquisition of source power is also related to the material size of the meteorite. The piece Lin Chi got was not only made of perfect material, but also quite large, while the piece Chao Xiong got was much smaller. It had also been studied many times by the base and consumed most of its power. It can only be said to be an empty SHL of a defective product. The original pride in his heart disappeared at this moment. Seeing Lin Chi's luxurious equipment, Chao Xiong felt an inexplicable jealousy in his heart at this moment. He is one of the strongest people in the base, and the weapons he possesses are not as good as those of an awakened person in a small safe zone. But if he can grab this thing, he will definitely become the strongest person in the Federation and even the entire Blue Star. After all, in addition to the source power on the battle armor, the opponent may also have another source stone that has not yet been fused. Chapter 193 Behead. Second level gene lock. Open! Chao Xiong's momentum exploded instantly. His whole body seemed to be taller, and another long knife condensed in his hand. The 2 swords intersected, and the blue energy became more intense. After being thrown out suddenly, a blue light shot directly at Lin Chi. The energy properties are similar, but the intensity is much weaker. Lin Chi held his sword in front, and after blocking the attack, he already had a good understanding of this power. Is that all? Hearing Lin Chi's sarcastic tone, Chao Xiong's aura became stronger and stronger, as if he was preparing some kind of mysterious power. I know you are confident, but after all, the small safe zone is just a gathering place for ordinary survivors. And you don't understand the power of the base at all. In addition to providing sufficient resources, the 4 major bases are ahead of the outside world in all scientific and technological research. And they have even cracked a lot of information that does not exist in the world. Chao Xiong's eyes glowed with a faint blue light. His body swooped forward, and he slashed with the long knife in his hand. The blue light rotated rapidly, almost forming a hurricane blue gang, rolling up the raging energy and heading towards Lin Chi to suppress it. Whirlwind. Use your own powerful strength to perform special moves, and then add source power to possess the power of destruction. But this is just a simple way to use Yuanli. But its power is many times more powerful than ordinary attacks. It's worth seeing. Seeing the powerful attack displayed by the other party, Lin Chi finally paid attention to it. But to him, it was still just fancy. Drink. The long sword suddenly swung down, and a surging sword energy shot out of the air. Even a deep knife mark was cut out of the cave above his head, and it went straight towards Chao Xiong to suppress it. Although the energy attack displayed by the 40-meter-long sword cannot be fully unleashed in the cave, the power it extends is enough to destroy everything. Chao Xiong's pupil shrank. He quickly stopped his body, and kept swinging his swords, trying to stop the sword energy from falling. But the feeling of being unable to resist suppressed him in just an instant, and he was completely chopped to the ground. Boom! When the smoke and dust dispersed, the ground suddenly collapsed, and the entire cave collapsed. Although Chao Xiong, who was wearing the Source Project armor, resisted most of the force, his body was inevitably blasted into the ground by the powerful force and fell into the cave. Layer. The ant nests are connected layer by layer, and some passages are only less than 1 meter apart. Therefore, as long as the attack is enough, this area can be destroyed. Among the ruins, Chao Xiong slowly broke free from the rubble. The long knife in his hand had disappeared, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the Yuan Project armor. However, as the armor surged, the crack appeared, continuously recovering. No way. I can't lose. He had already activated the 2nd level gene lock, but the opponent suppressed him to the point of being unable to fight back without even using his full strength. This feeling of powerlessness completely shattered his self-esteem. He immediately took out 3 gene crystals from his arms, and stuffed them all into his mouth. Forcibly taking gene crystals will cause great damage to the body, and when the limit is not reached, it will greatly deplete one's own potential. But at the critical moment of life and death, Chao Xiong could no longer care about this. He only needs the energy of 3 gene crystals to open the 3rd level gene lock, and his strength will reach a whole new level by then. As the power of genetic crystallization rolled inside his body, Chao Xiong's body expanded again, and a violent aura overflowed from the Source Project armor. Level 3 gene lock. Open! The gravel in the cave exploded, as if being squeezed by an invisible force. Just the spread of power shook the surrounding gravel apart and crushed it. Die! In an instant, Chao Xiong locked onto Lin Chi's position, ejected his body, broke through layers of stone walls, and rushed towards Lin Chi. After entering the 3rd level for the first time, although I cannot fully grasp this powerful and violent force, I can crush the existence of the 2nd level with irradiated power. At this moment, my confidence is once again bursting. As long as you kill the opponent and seize the source power, even if your physical potential is somewhat lost, you can still make up for it. With the power of his mind, Lin Chi could more clearly sense Chao Xiong's changes. He felt that the opponent's strength had skyrocketed, and he roughly understood why. Are you forced to open the lock? It takes some time to slowly adapt to the absorption of each gene crystal. I originally obtained the gene crystal a little later, and each level requires more than ordinary people. Therefore, the 1st level has not yet reached perfection. The 2nd level has just reached the limit of unlocking the gene lock. But to deal with the guy in front of you, you can't use the power of gene lock at all. When Chao Xiong rushed forward, the powerful aura condensed a protective layer on the surface of his body, which could even knock away the gravel hitting him. A punch strikes, and the condensed air wave arrives first. The power of the 3rd level gene lock opens up almost all the limitations of the body. In a full explosion, it can condense all the body's power into one point. Seeing that the punch was about to hit, Lin Chi quickly retreated. At the same time, the long knife in his hand transformed, and a long spear poked out. Wandering dragon throws the world to pieces. The spear suddenly shot out, turning into a swimming dragon and roaring out, swallowing Chao Xiong in one bite. Boom! The two forces collided, and the spreading aftermath shook. The spear flew out, nailed straight into the stone wall, and disappeared completely. But Chao Xiong's fist was also shattered, leaving a scar. The Yuan plant armor was shattered, and his entire arm was exposed. Taking advantage of the brief opportunity, Lin Chi quickly rushed forward and punched out. Cord death. Although most of the attacks were blocked, the strength of the third level is still not to be underestimated. Even though most of the strength has been offset at this moment, regardless of the injury to his fist, Chao Xiong mobilized his strength again, and a rich blue light erupted from his fist. Boom! The two forces collided again, but this time it was Chao Xiongru who was hit hard and flew backwards, crashing into the stone wall. The power of the third level gene lock disappeared in an instant, causing his whole aura to fall to the bottom. With one punch, his arm exploded inch by inch, and his flesh and blood were blurred. Only the body protected by the armor was intact. Impossible. How could my power disappear? Even if the gene lock is forcibly opened, this power can be maintained for a period of time. How could it not even be able to withstand the second attack before it completely dissipated, along with the backlash, making him unable to control his body anymore? Nothing is impossible. No one can show off their gene lock power in front of me. In just a moment of contact, Lin Chi forcibly closed the opponent's gene lock. The subsequent force was unbearable, and naturally he could not withstand it. Lin Chi walked forward slowly, stretched out his hand, and the spear inserted in the stone wall flew back and touched Chao Xiong's head. How dare you kill me? After all, the identities of the four major bases are beyond ordinary people. Each one is extremely special. If there is any accident, someone will kill them. But Lin Chi obviously didn't care about the other party's threat. A sharp blade appeared on the spear, and with just a slight poke, it instantly broke through Chao Xiong's face armor. Before seeing his face like this, he completely fell into the ant nest. Chapter 194 Digging Black Ants. The super armor slowly absorbs the material of the opponent's armor, slowly absorbing the source power. And some high-level materials are also integrated into its own armor. After a while, he stripped the other party naked. Sir, it is detected that the opponent's armor has an intelligent system. Do you want to delete it? The source plant armors of the four major bases are all equipped with special artificial intelligence, although they are only experimental products. With the subsequent addition of the database and the evolution of intelligence, it may be possible to evolve real artificial intelligence. But this kind of thing was of no use to Lin Chi. After all, only one truly intelligent life is enough. Copy the data and delete the rest. After unlocking the genetic restrictions of this suit of armor, the remaining sources became ownerless, which meant that Lin Chi could use these sources to cultivate another source plan weapon. After peeling off everything, Lin Chi turned on the armor's energy laser and completely destroyed the body. Although the third level gene lock was forcibly broken through, the energy contained in this corpse cannot be ignored. If it is swallowed by some mutant beasts, it will definitely grow. At this moment, in another part of the cave, Bai Su was like a ghost at night, moving quickly through the cave, and there were only two of his opponents left. The two opponents were obviously panicked. After all, this special battle was a great challenge for everyone. We just need to cooperate well, and we can easily deal with her when the boss comes back. One person forced himself to remain calm, constantly observing the surroundings, and with all weapons on his body. If there was any abnormal movement, the firepower would pour out. The other man nodded, the laser weapons on his arms and shoulders locking back and forth. But the next second, a red light flashed away and cut off one of the arms. The intense pain made him scream in pain, and blood spurted out. Fortunately, the armor sealed the wound in time, so that he did not lose his fighting ability immediately. But with this strike, the defense between the two was completely opened. Before the two of them came to their senses, the ground beneath their feet suddenly sank deeply, and one of them lost his balance and fell straight down with a severed hand. The red light that followed frightened the other person, leaving his companions behind and flying straight out. But before he could escape from the cave, an arrow flew quickly and pierced his head. Has everything been solved? Lin Chi retracted the arrow and walked towards Bai Su, carrying the body on the ground. In the darkness, Bai Su's figure slowly emerged, holding a corpse in his hand. Solved. There were 5 people in total, except for the unlucky guy at the beginning. 4 of them had been eliminated, and Bai Su also showed his unique strength. Although she has been researching in the laboratory, her combat ability is not inferior to that of a warrior who fights all year round, and is even more powerful. All this is because the power brought by the virus source stimulates the deep fighting instinct of the gene, allowing her to have the same state as others when the gene is turned on at any time. After spending some time, he searched the remaining 4 corpses and obtained 4 materials of the source of the virus, all of which were sealed in the super body armor. Part of the ant nest has been destroyed by bombing, and the main road leading to the depths of the cave has been completely buried. But this has also completely blocked the idea of outsiders wanting to enter. Those ant eggs and materials cannot be wasted. In the next few days, I plan to reopen a passage to reach the ground directly. The topography of the ant nest has been recorded by Waylon using holographic projection. At this moment, even the collapsed parts have been located in detail, and a shortcut to the outside world has been planned. Just follow this path and keep digging outwards. You will reach the ground in the shortest way and avoid the cave outside. Human power obviously cannot reach this level, but the super armor can fuse the bodies of those giant-jawed ants and use the origins of the 5 virus sources to create 5 giant-jawed black ants, allowing them to dig quickly. With Waylon's powerful intelligent life, it is easy to separate 5 intelligent programs and control the 5 mechanical black ants to work non-stop. The 2 quickly collected materials, using the virus source as the core, and after fusing a large number of giant ant materials, they successfully created the first artificial giant black ant. Watching the 5 black ants quickly digging a tunnel, digging several meters away in just the blink of an eye, a bold idea slowly came to Lin Chi's mind. If I get more of this type of ground burrowing source plant equipment, can I easily build a safe shelter underground? Not long after, several figures flew into the sky over the city and found the entrance to the ant nest among the ruins. This is it, the last coordinate left before their signal disappeared. The leader is also the owner of the Source Project armor. Originally, the 5 Source Project warriors had the ability to protect themselves no matter where they went, but they mysteriously disappeared for nearly 5 days, which was enough to attract the attention of the base. But after entering the ant nest, several people found that the ant nest had collapsed long ago, and it was difficult to enter. They had to search inside and evacuate the place. Finally, 3 days later, the convoy from the Central Plains Safety Zone arrived at the edge of the city. After determining the coordinates, they successively drove to the new exit of the cave. The convoy that went out this time was led by an Xion and mobilized most of the top forces in the safety zone. In addition to the members of the repair shop, most of them were warriors who had unlocked the first-level gene lock. And there were a total of 20 large transport trucks and more than 30 armored vehicles escorting the team. Although we encountered some troubles on the way, we could easily overcome them with the help of several Project Source equipment owners. Su Sen's tall and strong body walked in front, like an iron tower, which was completely shocking. The Source Project armor he wore was a form designed by Wei Lan himself, which perfectly matched his own situation. A fierce man like him can easily deal with third-level mutant beasts with bare hands. The tunnel excavated underground is about 5 meters long, which is enough for most people to enter. And these giant black ants are used to continuously transport the materials in the ant nest and load them into trucks one after another. In addition to those huge ant eggs, there are also many fist-sized worker ant eggs. Although they do not contain much energy, they are still a delicacy. Lin Chi, you are so awesome. How did you find this place? This city is more than 300 kilometers away from the Central Plains Safety Zone, and it is also an ant nest hidden deep underground. Even if you search specifically, it is difficult to find it. The SHLs on those giant ants can easily be made into simple armors with good defense. As long as you pay attention, you can't find anything. By the way, did you meet any survivors on the way here this time? After crossing the 300 kilometers, there must have been many obstacles along the way. Otherwise it would not have taken 3 days. I met several small shelters, and they asked me for help. But I refused. And Xion shook her head and said that she knew her mission. It was very unwise to delay an important task for some irrelevant people. When you go back, tell them there is a shelter underground in this city. If you want to survive, go inside and survive. Maybe you can survive a little longer. Although part of the underground ant nest has collapsed, with the excavation of the hole, a main entrance and exit has just been formed. If it is properly guarded, it may become a suitable underground shelter. At that time, all you need to do is protect yourself from the attacks of mutant rats, and it will be a good place. Chapter 195, First Level of Perfection. It took everyone a day to move everything out of the ant nest. and the largest queen ant was also divided into several pieces and moved to the truck. Lin Chi's steel chariot was also driven out by Tuanchuan and Xiaoling, with this chariot opening the way ahead. Even if it was a blocked lane, it could easily push aside obstacles and keep the team flowing. The return journey was much smoother. Following the original route, the road was smooth, so it only took 1 day to return to the Central Plain safety zone. As night fell, the convoy drove into the ruins passage and saw the flashing searchlights on the city wall from a distance, illuminating their way forward. You have to have a good rest for a long time when you go back. The harvest this time is enough for the safe zone to digest for a long time. Lin Chi lay in the lounge of the Iron Chariot, enjoying Tuanchuan's warm service, not to mention getting the weapons of the Source Project, the data information stored in the armors of those few people, and the technology equipped on the armors, are not available in the Central Plain security zone. They must be analyzed and perfected by Azure before they can be used. Actually, you don't have to work so hard. It's great if we guard the safe zone. Tuanchuan is very satisfied with her current comfortable life. As long as she has familiar friends and Lin Chi by her side, it is enough for her. During this period, she, Xiaoling and Jin Na continued to train, and their strength was greatly improved. Be prepared for a rainy day. The safe zone must be more stable to make your future life more secure. Lin Chi patted Tuanchuan's hand, indicating to change positions. The convoy slowly drove into the safe zone and stopped at the transportation station near the repair shop. The accompanying soldiers were stationed nearby to guard the entire vehicle supplies. These are the trophies they brought back, and some of them will be distributed to a certain extent so that they can receive mission rewards. And there will be further rewards in the future. Due to time constraints, Lin Chi was too lazy to return to the villa. He just asked Bai Su to take a few people back while he stayed in the repair shop. Taking advantage of the cover of night, everyone unloaded all the materials from the 20 trucks and stored them in the warehouse of the transportation station. This area is Lin Chi's private territory. Even other high-level officials in the safe zone cannot enter easily. Likewise, no one can take out the materials inside. Even so, Lin Chi still felt unsafe. So he launched the follow-up plan overnight. Lin Chi did not distribute the 5 Source Project equipment he brought back to others, but planned to make 5 suitable tools for use. Based on the previous inspiration from the giant black ant, Lin Chi planned to fuse these 5 pieces of equipment with the body of the giant ant, and use the Azure Intelligence System as the core to create 5 underground excavation equipment, and build the underground base in the shortest possible time. The next day, Lin Chi chose a ruins and started digging. He also transported the initially excavated soil and gravel to the surrounding area to build a new site. The 5 modified digger ants are very fast. Their huge abdomen can carry a large amount of soil at a time, transport it out of the ground quickly, and stack it in a suitable location. In just half a day, they started to move in an orderly manner, and dug down to a depth of more than 10 meters. At the same time, Lin Chi also started to transform the steel chariot. Although steel had good defensive properties in the early stage, now with the Zerg SH/L material, it is even more convenient than steel. The most important thing is that after adding the Source Plan weapon core, it will have the function of automatic repair, which is definitely the most suitable choice. After copying all the data of the steel chariot through Azure, Lin Chi began to mobilize the fusion function of the superbody armor to fuse and reshape a large number of giant black ant materials to create pieces of materials that could replace steel. Nowadays, with a lot of special technology and research on laser weapons, Lin Chi is no longer satisfied with driving on the ground, but wants to build a real aerial fortress. With the busy days, in addition to the constant changes in the base near the repair shop, the strength of the Central Plain security zone is also constantly improving. Most survivors dare to go out and hunt mutant beasts and resurrected Zerg. The materials and genetic crystals they harvest can also be used to trade and purchase armor weapons produced in the safe zone to maximize their own strength. On this day, Lin Chi took a first-order gene crystal and advanced the first stage to 20. Then he sensed that the second stage had reached its limit, so he took another second-order gene crystal. The 2 forces spread within the body, allowing Lin Chi to clearly feel that his strength had once again risen to a new level. I don't know what will happen after the first level of perfection. Now for him, the first stage is only the last 3, and it will only take about a month to reach the most perfect level. Lin Chi also opened a passage under the repair shop in the villa, and moved all the equipment in the villa directly to the underground base. Through the underground passage, you can go back and forth quickly without spending much time at all. After the safe zone obtained several new technologies, it also built a variety of energy weapons on the surrounding city walls, using energy fusion technology to provide sufficient energy transmission, so that laser weapons finally had a place to be used. The new underground base gradually gained a certain scale. The first thing Lin Chi built was Baisu's basement experimental base, so that the two of them could sit inside and do various research. After spending a month peacefully, Lin Chi's first stage finally reached perfection. After taking 23 first-order gene crystals, the 23 pairs of genomes in the body were completely awakened, as if life had been sublimated, and a sense of enlightenment came to his heart. This state lasted for a day before Lin Chi returned to normal. His aura was completely restrained, as if he had reached a completely new state. I seem to have mastered the body's instincts without turning on the gene lock, and every cell in my body seems to be active. After the first stage of perfection, both vision and hearing have been greatly improved, and even mental power has been qualitatively sublimated. If he continued to train before, he could assist in combat, but now his mental power seems to have become a convenient method for Lin Chi. Wrapped in mental power, objects weighing several tons were easily lifted and slowly suspended in the air. The next second, under the compression of thought power, they quickly gathered together again, and continued to change shapes according to Lin Chi's thoughts. And after the 23 pairs of genomes were fully upgraded, Lin Chi seemed to sense a special power, which was the source power from the superbody armor. This kind of power that originally did not belong to him seemed to have entered the body at this moment, slowly flowing through the body. Second level gene lock. Open! Now, 14 of the second level gene crystals have been taken. After opening the gene lock, the evolved genes have been sublimated again, and the mysterious source of power has also grown stronger. Chapter 196 Restless Spying. He didn't show up for almost a month, but some people in the safe zone sensed an opportunity. Some high-level personnel, who had escaped from the 32 city shelters, gradually gained some strength and established a firm foothold in the safe zone. After all, these people were once in high positions, and being in trouble for a while could not stop their determination to rise to the top again. In a certain area of the Central Plains Security Zone, a group of people were carefully planning. Everyone, we now have Project Source soldiers, and we should enjoy certain rights in the safe zone. When they fled from the 32nd City District, they also took away some important supplies, including a piece of material on the source of the virus. Later, after a series of attempts, a piece of low-level source project equipment was produced. It is a silver armor with third-order materials and third-order crystal chips as its core. In order to hide the information, they did not register the set of source plan armor, so they could not see the information on the rankings. Although they knew that they would never be Lin Chi's opponents, they were not afraid at all. After all, these people had always mastered more than just force. That's right. The current situation is different. Having a source project warrior is a symbol of power. I heard that Lin Chi is just a grassroots employee with a low status. How can he be qualified to use the source project armor? I propose to make it for him. Do some ideological work and hand over the source plan armor to the person who is suitable for it. When a person's eyes look far away, his thoughts will also drift away. People sitting in the office generally don't do anything, and spend all day studying how to get benefits from others. I have inquired, and his power is only in the repair shop. Although he is closer to the logistics minister, Anshin, he does not have many troops. We can first use public opinion to mobilize the survivors in the safe zone and discredit his reputation. A group of people kept coming up with bad ideas, and the atmosphere in the conference room became more and more cheerful. On the second day, these people began to take action, and rumors against Lin Chi gradually spread in the safe zone. They tortured the soldiers in the safe zone, humiliated women, abducted minors, etc. In short, all means that could smear the reputation were used. Lin Chi got the news immediately, but when he heard these slanderous rumors, he was still confused. In the repair shop, everyone gathered in the office, looking cautious. Captain, I'm going to kill those people. Hong Yaodong looked excited. He often walked around outside, so he heard the most comprehensive news. Anyone who dared to smear his captain must have been specially provoked by someone in the dark. An Xian also came to the repair shop in a hurry. Compared with others who looked serious, she looked at Lin Chi with interest, as if she was watching the fun. Lin Chi, it seems that you have become the target of everyone. Do you want me to help you sort it out? Although he was only in charge of logistics, and Xian's method was anything but that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the confidence to say anything to help settle matters. Do you know who did it? Some of the rumors are indeed true. But if you can do such things as bullying women and abducting minors, Xiaoling is not considered a minor. Still checking. But we already have some clues. Yinming just sent me a message. He's not from them. As expected. He should be the ones who came from the 32nd City District before. He kindly took in a group of homeless dogs and gave them a kennel. Unexpectedly, he was spying on the owner's territory. This group of people really can't stop eating shit. Now that we know who it is, it's easy to handle. We have everyone ready for first-level combat preparations. Lin Chi stood up suddenly. To deal with such a person, he didn't need to show off his tactics. He could just be tough. Wait, they just want you to be like this. If you force yourself, you will only fall into the other party's trap. I will find a way to calm the public opinion and cover up this matter. And Xian saw the people in the room preparing to leave with murderous looks on their faces, and quickly stopped them. If this matter got serious, it would not end well. Times have changed. The old method no longer works. Since you dare to target me, you must be prepared to be targeted. If you don't want to help, just stay here. Lin Chi didn't have time to talk to the other party. His time was precious, and there was no need to waste it on such insignificant matters. So what if the reputation is worse? The personality thing can collapse at any time. And I can't guarantee that I will always be a positive person. I can just leave an impression on people in the safe zone in advance that it is not easy to mess with. Seeing all the people in the room leaving the room, they quickly mobilized their men. In just a moment, everyone was fully armed, wearing special equipment and carrying sophisticated weapons. Although there are still more than 200 people, none of them are weak in strength. And the armors they wear are made of second-level mutant beast materials and have outstanding defense. Forget it. I'll go crazy with you too. And Xian couldn't help but stamp his feet. Quickly contacted his own forces and sent some troops to control the situation first. Dozens of cars quickly drove out of the repair station and headed in the target direction. Those people were previously assigned to a separate community to the west of the safety zone, which is why they became a group of their own. Although the interior of the community is not heavily guarded, the accessible passages are guarded, but the safest building is bustling with activity. This group of senior executives gathered in a banquet hall, admiring the enchanting dance of several girls on the stage. Each of them had a scantily clad girl in their arms, freeing up one hand to play. Mr. Liu, your method is very clever. When all the survivors in the safe zone get wind of the news, they will definitely doubt the decision-making of the safe zone. When the time comes to attack him in groups, he will not be able to step down, and maybe even the Yin family will be killed. All will suffer from passivity. The speaker was holding a wine glass in one hand and hiding it in the girl's arms with the other. Looking very busy. Ha ha. Isn't this a common method we use? It's too easy to discredit a person. Those ignorant people will always believe that there are heinous bad people, but they won't believe that there are perfect good people. The man called Lao Lu already has gray hair, but due to genetic enhancement, he looks quite imposing. These guys who were originally on the verge of death, after being genetically enhanced, their bodies were revitalized again, and their desires that had gradually been extinguished were also rejuvenated. There is no need to tie one's hands in peacetime, let alone the current chaotic situation. As the girls' dance in the stands became more and more enchanting, everyone gradually couldn't hold it any longer and launched an offensive against the person in their arms. Upon closer inspection, these women were of different ages, but without exception, they all had a trace of panic and numbness in their eyes, and their bodies were frail, with almost no signs of taking genetic crystals. There are not only ordinary survivors in the safe zone, but those who dare not face zombies and mutant beasts can only rely on their skills to survive. And the only thing most women can do is to please the strong to gain a stable life. Chapter 197 I Don't Eat Beef. They're off! The informant, who had been monitoring the repair shop, quickly passed on the news. And then a special contact person notified the higher-ups in the community. After receiving the news, the group of people who were enjoying it did not feel that they were exceptions at all. But they just felt that they still had something to say. A reckless man is a reckless man. After being slightly provoked, he couldn't help it anymore. I still have a follow-up plan that I haven't implemented yet. Mr. Liu took out his palm, wiped it on the girl's hair, and slowly stood up. Let's go. It's time to meet that reckless man. By the way, we can lead the instigators to the neighborhood and see how he loses his temper. In his view, Occupying the moral high ground is far more useful than having strong personal force. The pressure of public opinion can push a person to a dead end. Everyone quickly tidied up their clothes, including their glasses, and instantly entered a sanctimonious state, and walked together downstairs in the community. At the same time, a large number of survivors who were watching the excitement also came to the vicinity of the community. Naturally, there were people they had placed in the crowd, inspired by interests and curiosity. There were thousands of people. Before Lin Chi's motorcade arrived near the community, it was surrounded by pedestrians on the road, and some even held banners describing in detail the crimes Lin Chi had committed. They really abducted minors. Xiaoling sat in the armored vehicle, looking at what was written on the banner, and couldn't help curling her lips. This was obviously making a fuss about himself, and he felt angry for a moment. With a thought, his body slowly grew taller. Even the destruction of the Fan family was blamed on me. It seems that they have done a lot of homework. Lin Chi looked at the slogan shouted by some indignant people in the crowd and shook his head indifferently, signaling the armored vehicle to continue driving forward. Captain, we can't drive. There's someone lying on the ground in front of us, blocking the way. After all, there are living people in front of us. Naturally, the driver in front does not dare to crush them in front of so many people. Otherwise it will completely cause turmoil. Lin Chi, don't get out of the car. They want you to show up. Some of these people must be arousing emotions. Once detonated, the consequences will be unimaginable. In peaceful times, it would be difficult to incite people's hearts. But the current situation is different. Everyone lives an extremely depressed life. Once the resentment in their hearts is triggered, those who can't survive will even make a grand contribution with their lives. Come out! At this point, Lin Chi had guessed what the other party was thinking. The strongest person in the safe zone. The owner of the Source Project armor. An ordinary person who has reached the sky in one step. How can he be willing to be slandered by the survivors at the bottom after experiencing a great rise in life? Once he takes action against those clamoring survivors, those charges will be directly placed on himself. Strictly speaking, control all those who come near the community and leave no one behind. These people who were instigated all had a lucky mentality. So naturally they could not stay. Although they would not kill everyone, it would be easy to expel them from the safe zone. Before arriving, Lin Chi had contacted Yan Ming, who also expressed his full cooperation with his actions. Soon people around the community realized something was wrong, and almost all the troops in the entire safety zone were mobilized to put the entire area under martial law. There was a panic among the crowd. At this time, the spectators wanted to escape, but they were blocked and unable to move at all. Strict investigation found that some people in the safe zone are suspected of splitting the safe zone and slandering the Source Project soldiers. Therefore, all survivors who participated today must be investigated. On a nearby high-rise building, Yan Ming and others were standing on it, and the person speaking was Chao Wei, who had sonic abilities. He spread his voice and enveloped everyone, ensuring that everyone could hear it clearly. After the group of people in the community heard this sound, their faces suddenly became serious. Mr. Liu, what should I do? That guy Yan Ming took action so quickly. Doesn't he want to monopolize the safe zone? As the same people in power, they thought that those in the Yin family would stand by and at least agree with their actions. Seeing the panicked expressions of the people around him, Mr. Liu calmly shook his head and smiled. It doesn't matter. Do they still want to silence all these thousands of people? I still have the second and third moves. After saying that, he clapped his hands, motioned for several of his confidants to come forward, and whispered the follow-up instructions. The outside world was now in chaos, and several people blocking the passage of vehicles were suppressed, and the road was cleared. The convoy moved forward again. Although the speed was much slower, it still arrived near the community. At the same time, the senior officials in the community, led by Mr. Liu, arrived at the gate of the community. Seeing Lin Chi walking out of the armored vehicle, Mr. Liu showed a condescending smile on his lips. Everyone, please calm down. With one hand behind his back, he slowly walked forward and calmed the restless people with a low tone. I have to say, he does have some abilities. At this moment, his aura alone overwhelmed the chaotic crowd. Mr. Liu glanced at Lin Chi, who was gradually approaching, and took the initiative to greet him, but still kept a certain distance. Lin Chi, don't think that just because you have the equipment of the Source Project, you can dominate alone. I have obtained evidence of your committing crimes and killing your colleagues. Although it is the end of the world, I will never allow such an unscrupulous villain like you Come represent the Central Plains Security Zone. After saying that, a Project Source soldier wearing a silver armor walked out from behind him, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, if you want to represent the safe zone, your character must meet everyone's requirements. Are you willing to let a heinous villain enslave us? With the replacement of the second Source Project soldier, it can still bring hope to the survivors in the safe zone, as long as they establish a positive image. Two in the crowd began to respond, and with the continuous support, the atmosphere was mobilized again. You are quite capable. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you directly? Lin Chi looked at the guy at the gate of the community. He was not very strong, but he had been in a high position for a long time, and his aura was even stronger than that of ordinary strong people. Since Lu dares to expose what you have done, he has already been prepared to die. How dare you kill someone in public? Lu Laoi stood opposite Lin Chi sternly, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. He has eaten more salt than the other party has eaten. When it comes to calculating people, no one can compare with these old guys who live until retirement. Such a righteous voice once again attracted everyone's attention, and someone in the crowd took this opportunity to start agitating. Mr. Lu finally let go of the hand behind his back. At the same time, a gunshot came from the dark place, and the bang shocked everyone, following everyone's gaze. Mr. Lu was seen clutching his chest and falling to the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. He pointed at Lin Chi with his other hand and scolded in a deep voice. Lin Chi, how dare you kill someone and silence them? It's just that there seems to be a joking look in his eyes. There is no doubt that this shot cannot kill him. Not to mention that he is also wearing a layer of inner armor made of third-level mutated animal skin. Killing! Killing! The crowd became chaotic again, and the survivors who were encouraged were all aroused at this moment, and they threw random things at Lin Chi. But the next second, those things were all bound in the air by an invisible force, as if they had stopped. The combat team obeys the order. Capture the community, leaving no one behind. Lin Chi gave the order indifferently, ignoring Mr. Lu, who was lying on the ground and gloating about his misfortune, and turned around and walked towards the car. No! It shouldn't be like this. How dare he? Mr. Lu slowly stood up with the help of people around him. But in the next second, several soldiers rushed into the community, firing guns in their hands, harvesting lives one after another. I forgot to tell you, I don't eat beef. Chapter 198, Building an Aircraft. As soon as the Silver Origin Project soldier rushed out, Susan grabbed his neck and pinned him to the ground, making him unable to move for an instant. People in the community fled in all directions, but they were unable to resist the encirclement and suppression soldiers. In just a moment, they were all suppressed. Strictly ordered the surrounding soldiers to quickly shrink the control circle, and drove the thousands of people watching to the edge of the safe zone. Anyone who dared to resist violently would be shot to death, which shocked everyone. You are all suspected of splitting the safety zone. I have received orders from my superiors to impose the severest punishment on this behavior. From today on, you are no longer residents of the Central Plains Safety Zone. Hand over your identity cards and leave here. Yen Ning still couldn't bear to kill all these people, so he just killed the chief culprit and then expelled the remaining people from the safe zone. The population of the Central Plains Security Zone is now at full capacity, and the sudden reduction of thousands of people can also relieve the pressure. Why should we be expelled? This matter has nothing to do with us. I'm just watching the fun. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, and before anyone could echo him, a shot hit him in the head, and blood splattered all over the floor. Of course, there are many awakened people with good strength among these people, but facing well-equipped warriors and even laser weapons locked in the distance, no one dares to resist. It wasn't until hundreds of people died that the group of survivors were driven behind the city wall and completely blocked from the outside. Captain Yin, are we going too far by doing this? A close soldier beside Yin Ming couldn't bear it. Most of the expelled survivors were old, weak, women and children, and they were all bewitched. And most of them didn't know anything about it. Is it true? I don't think it is true at all. If they have this idea, they must pay the price for what they have done. Otherwise, if this happens again next time, it will be an even more difficult to control situation. Yin Ming looked at the motorcade that was slowly entering the community, and he became more and more afraid of Lin. You know, it was this person who gave the order to clear all the onlookers out of the safe area. Send an elite team to guide people outside to stay away from the safe zone and stay hidden. Yin Ning knew that he had to deal with this matter cleanly. Otherwise it would not end as easily as it did today. Everyone in the community was under control, especially the direct descendants of the high-level officials, who were immediately purged. Weilon, connect to the other party's network system, and collect all the contact information since entering the safe zone, leaving no one behind. To be able to establish a foothold in the safe zone so quickly and plan new source plan fighters, there must be support. Otherwise, how could it be possible for the power of this community to achieve this? Sure enough, not long after starting Weilon, some information appeared in front of Lin Chi's eyes, and the intricate network of relationships was connected bit by bit. It turns out there are so many hidden rats in the safe zone. Although Yan Ming strictly cleaned up the Fan family before, it was not cleaned up completely. The remaining parts were scattered in the safe area, and they gathered again during this period. After cooperating with Mr. Liu, he came up with the idea of replacing the soldiers of the safe zone source plan. It's a pity that today's era is different from before, and morality can no longer kidnap anyone. All the rooms in the entire community were searched, although there were some people who resisted. With a powerful firepower, the other party could not resist at all. Seeing the people being squeezed out one after another, including dozens of women of different ages, Mr. Liu's face became paler. Old guy, you're having a great time. I have never restricted the men in the repair shop from being too indulgent. But these people still maintain the habits before the apocalypse. Even if there is a need, it is an equal exchange, or you and I are willing. But no one dares to blatantly keep women in captivity for pleasure. And some of them clearly look very young. Succeed the king and lose the gangster. Liu is in trouble this time. But even so, the crimes I committed can only be judged by the law. Until this moment, Mr. Liu was still speaking hard. After all, the original criminal immunity had been deeply rooted in their minds. Yao Dong, take these people out and hang them in a visible place to dry, as a warning to future generations. As soon as he heard that there was such an exciting mission, Hong Yaodong suddenly became excited. He called a few of his men and pushed these people outside. Keep your mouth shut and don't let them yell. Also break your hands and feet. Don't let them escape. You guys have to keep an eye on them and make them hack them thoroughly. Hong Yaodong ordered loudly without noticing that his aura was becoming more and more violent at this moment. It took 2 days to clean up the remaining fish that slipped through the net, and all the resources left by Mr. Liu were searched and brought back to the base below the repair shop. Lin Chi looked at the information collected by Wei Lan. In addition to most of the connections within the safe zone, there was also an external location signal source. It seems that an outsider was involved in this matter, or was instigated. Following the source of the signal, Wei Lan continued to track it, but it was cut off at the most critical moment and could no longer find any trace. However, Lin Chi obviously didn't take it to heart. General conspiracies and tricks can only be used against those who abide by the rules. What they think of as rules is ignored in his own eyes. After this month of rest, the Iron Chariot has been completely transformed. The original steel has been replaced with biological materials. Its core has also been integrated with a virus source body and equipped with a fourth-order crystal chip. The whole thing has also been transformed into a flight mode, just like a small aircraft in a movie, full of science fiction style. The powerful propulsion device allows this small aircraft to explode at twice the speed of supersonic speed. Although it is not as fast as the superbody armor, it is better than it can accommodate multiple people at the same time and carry some precious supplies. With the aircraft, we can form a project source team and go to the southern ruins to hunt high-level mutant beasts. The south has always suffered much more severe disasters than the north. The mild climate is more conducive to the growth of mutated beasts, and the recovery of the Zerg is much earlier. Lin Chi gathered everyone together. The people who now own the Source Project armor are the most trusted people around him. But the remaining few do not plan to give it to others for the time being. This time I plan to take you out to see the world. Almost all the powerful mutant beasts near the safe zone have been hunted down. Even zombies are very rare. Only some fallen cities in the south are still the hardest hit areas. Now they have the strength. If there are any safe areas, teams will be sent to the south. Through the coordination of the 4 major bases and the tasks issued by the Source Plan Center, many safe zones will be led by Source Plan soldiers to perform tasks to gain points, thereby redeeming the leading technology of the 4 bases. While completing the mission, it will also greatly alleviate the federal crisis. After hearing Lin Chi's words, everyone was a little moved, realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you can join the combat team, you will definitely receive key training, not to mention a sufficient supply of crystals. You may even be rewarded with Source Project equipment in the future. Chapter 199 Combat Experience. The team members were quickly identified. The repair shop needed someone to maintain the status quo. So Hong Yaodong was retained. But he recommended a young man beside him, who had been brought back from the ruins of the city. Yang Guang has performed well during this period. And he has a fierce spirit. If cultivated properly, he will definitely help the captain. Hong Yaodong rubbed Yang Guang's head. This young man transformed quickly. Compared with ordinary survivors, he has adapted to the apocalyptic environment. Among the others, there were also many outstanding ones. But for his first mission, Lin Chi had to select some strong team members. Several innate awakeners, who were originally trained, were called over at this moment. After equipping them with special equipment, their strength was not much weaker than that of the Source Project warriors. Zhao Tuanchuan, Su Sen, Su Xiaoling, Su Yu, Wu Lianhe, Chao Wuwei, Sun Tao, Jin Na, Yang Guang. It was his first time to go out, and he didn't need to bring too many people with him. So Lin Chi only chose these few. Tuanchuan Xiaoling and Su Sen are both equipped with Project Source armor, and their strength ranks among the top 50 in the Project Center. They are more than enough to deal with ordinary situations. And the remaining few people also have strong combat effectiveness. The aircraft slowly rose from the repair shop and drove close to the ground, like a large steel chariot. But after driving out of the ruins, it flew directly into the sky and flew towards the south. Energy delivery is stable. The thrusters are operating normally. The weapon module is functioning normally. Whalon continuously adjusts the data of the aircraft and reports it after detection. Under its precise control, there is no need for others to operate it. Everything is run by intelligent programs. Open the Source Plan Center task and view the latest tasks. Lin Chi sat in the main seat of the cab, watching the changing data on the screen. As the aircraft slowly accelerated, everyone could feel a slight shaking. The materials used in this aircraft are all manufactured under precise control by Azure. But the core power system used is just the most common engine modification. Once it reaches full compliance, there are some deficiencies in power operation. Of course, the 4 major bases must have more advanced technologies. But with Lin Chi's current points, he simply can't redeem them. After another hour, the gradual running in brought the aircraft to a stable state. Although it has not yet reached the limit of supersonic speed, for ordinary flying creatures, this speed is already far ahead. Captain, a flock of mutated birds is found ahead. Chao Wuwei, who was responsible for the observation, saw a dark cloud approaching quickly from a distance. After analyzing the blue data, he locked the situation of the dark cloud. At one glance, he couldn't help but take a breath of air and quickly spoke to remind him. Lin Chi had seen flocks of mutant birds before, so he didn't pay much attention. Just go around and don't disturb them. Most of the mutant bird flocks migrated from the south in search of abundant food. Moreover, the number of the flock in front of us is not large, and their levels are between the first and second levels. However, if they are surrounded, they will cause some damage to the aircraft. Inevitable damage. On his first trip, Lin Chi didn't want to get the aircraft covered in filth. The aircraft quickly changed its direction, flew past the mutant birds, and gradually arrived at the first target location. This is a safe zone that has been breached by mutant beasts. It has been occupied for more than a month. Only some of the survivors inside have escaped, and most of the rest have become food for the mutant beasts. The aircraft slowly stopped on top of a building, frightening away several mutant birds that were entrenched on the building. Chao Wuwei, Sun Tao, and Yang Guang will stay to guard the aircraft. The others will follow me down to take a look. The aircraft's cabin door opened, and several people stepped out of the cabin one after another. As they looked, the ruined city was in a mess, and mutant beasts could even be seen crawling on the streets. A group of zombies slowly wandered along the street, and the large group of dark shadows gave people an inexplicable shock. Is the outside world so miserable? Having been away from the safe zone for so long, these people have no idea how tragic the situation in the south is. The fall of a city means that all the millions of survivors have become zombies, or become food for mutant beasts. This will invisibly promote the rapid growth of mutant beasts and the reproduction and evolution of those insects. There are things even more tragic than these. Although we are in a good environment now, if we remain stubborn and do not prepare in advance, we may end up like the safe zone. The safe zone in the distance also has a very high city wall, but at the moment it is full of holes, with traces of damage everywhere. There are traces of destruction everywhere in the safe zone. It can be seen from the damaged buildings that it should be encountered an attack by a large mutant beast. Okay. Check the equipment and get ready to go downstairs. There is an office building at your feet, with a total of 33 floors. With the ability of a few people, it is impossible to fall straight down. You must take the stairs to go down step by step. They will inevitably encounter hidden crises during this period, but this just allows them to experience it. With the Source Project armor, they could fly down tall buildings easily, but a few people still chose to walk up the stairs. On the uppermost floors of the office building, almost all the glass was damaged, and the interior was in a mess. As soon as they entered the floor, they noticed slight movement in the room. Everyone, stay alert. There may be mutant beasts inside. Susan had excellent combat experience, but was far inferior to Wu Lianhe in terms of command. So after issuing the first order, he waved the command to Wu Lianhe. Captain Lin, I suspect that a mutated bird has built a nest on the floor. Have you smelled the smell of decay? Most of the birds like to nest in high-rise buildings, sometimes even occupying human balconies. After mutating, they become even more unscrupulous. High-rise buildings are natural nesting places, which not only provide shelter from wind and rain, but also effectively prevent other mutant beasts from finding their traces. All members of the team were on alert, equipped with laser weapons, and searched offices one after another. It is indeed the nest of a mutated bird, and it is also a third-level mutated bird. Lin Chi had already used his mental power to investigate, and sure enough, he sensed the life breath of the mutated bird in an office. The huge nest almost occupies the entire office, and the food piled inside is mostly human remains. 2 young birds, as tall as 1 person, were lying in the nest. Their round bodies looked extremely fat, and it was obvious that they were living a very nourishing life. Although the big bird has not returned yet. Judging from the physical characteristics of these 2 mutated birds, they should be some kind of raptor, and an extremely fierce one. The team quickly found the location of the bird's nest. Before opening the door, they smelled a foul odor, which forced people to turn off the external air circulation of the visor. It stinks so much. How much rotten stuff is in there? That stench is exactly the smell of decaying corpses. Human beings are naturally disgusted with this smell. The women in the team even lost their ability to fight immediately, holding onto the wall and retching. You only have 1 minute to adapt. Otherwise it won't be so easy when the big bird returns. Lin Chi didn't intend to take action. The third-level mutant beast, even the raptor in the air, was just a warm-up for him, and there was no pressure at all. But for these people, it is the most suitable target to fight. Chapter 200 Fierce Battle with Mutated Birds. Susan didn't seem to be affected by this situation, and the others were slightly less affected. However, what surprised Lin Chi was that Yang Guang, a young man, quickly adjusted after the initial discomfort. After Tuanchuan and Xiaoling closed the external air circulation of their masks, they'd finally recovered somewhat, but the stench seemed to be imprinted in their minds and lingered. Jean Na turned pale from vomiting and looked at the closed office, her eyes full of resistance. Without thinking about it, everyone can guess that there must be a large number of corpses in that office. Although there is not much threat, the smell of similar deaths will unknowingly arouse fear in oneself. Sushin kicked open the office door, and a stronger stench hit his face. But everyone was already prepared for protection. I saw Suyu urging the flames to pour into the door. As the flames surged, a sharp bird call was mixed with it. After the flames dissipated and the stench surprisingly weakened, everyone filed in. This office is very large. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony are broken. The corpses of humans and mutant beasts are piled up everywhere in the office. On a pile of broken bones in the middle, there are 2 mutant birds that are as tall as 1 person. Their hair is blackened, and they are flapping their wings in fear. Shouted. After all, the baby bird is just a baby bird, and its attack power is not very strong before its body has fully grown up. The flames that just spurted out completely ignited the down on their bodies, causing the 2 chicks to croak wildly. Several people who entered the office raised their laser weapons and fired randomly at the 2 chicks. Under the surging firepower, the 2 chicks that had not yet left the nest were shot into charcoal in just an instant. Wu Lianhe endured the stench and stepped forward, chopped open the chicks' heads with a knife, and took out the genetic crystals in their bodies. The first time they hunted a third-level mutated beast made them very excited, especially when they got such a precious trophy. But before he could be happy for a long time, he heard a violent sound of wind, and the entire window dimmed. A huge mutated bird rushed directly to the office window. Half of its body reached inside, and swept toward Susan with 1 claw. Careful! The sharp-eyed Wu Lianhe had already seen the crisis, but he could only scream loudly to remind him. But he could not effectively counterattack at all. Susan, however, remained calm in the face of danger. The Origin Project armor on his body gave him great confidence. The giant axe condensed in his hand suddenly swung down, and he actually cut off several claws of the mutated bird with one axe. But his body also hit the wall directly under the impact, blasting a big hole. It's a peregrine falcon. Everyone spread out. Don't get caught. Wu Lianhe took command again. In such a narrow environment, the mutant bird's talent could not be used at all. With only its claws and beak, it was no match for everyone. The pain of losing its son made this third-order peregrine falcon completely lose its mind. Even though its claws were severely damaged, it still did not escape, but screamed and attacked several people. Using the bunker in the office, everyone continued to attack with laser weapons, leaving black scorch marks on the mutated bird's body, and even blowing off several feathers on its wings. Before it could rush forward, Susan rushed out from the broken wall and chopped off the head of the third-order peregrine falcon with an axe. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it was only a dozen seconds. Under such intensive firepower, the third-order peregrine falcon did not take advantage of its advantages at all. It only suffered heavy damage from random gun attacks. And the last blow was even more severe, directly severing its life. It was well done, although I was a little panicked. Fortunately, no one made any mistakes. Lin Chi had been watching from the sidelines, facing third-level mutant beasts for the first time. Although some people's performance did not meet expectations, in general, they still had the courage to fight. Actual combat is the best way for people to transform quickly. Perhaps after this trip, these people can grow to the point where they can stand alone. Captain, spoils of war. Wu Lianhe handed over the 3 gene crystals he dug up to Lin Chi. This most precious trophy must be handed over to the captain. Open it. Go out and take a rest, and continue going downstairs in 5 minutes. Lin Chi took the gene crystal, stretched out his hand to condense a super body tentacle, and connected it to the third-order mutated peregrine falcon, absorbing the essence of its body. Although these materials did not bring much benefit to him, they were what most people dreamed of. 5 minutes later, the few people who had finished their rest set off again. The victory in the first battle gave them full courage. However, the lower floors did not encounter any danger. It was not until the floors closer to the ground that they encountered a few scattered mutant zombies. Although today's mutated zombies still retain some of the characteristics of humans, their mutation directions are becoming increasingly strange. Seeing that the corridor was blocked by a wall of flesh, everyone stopped. From the wall of flesh, a head slowly emerged, its scarlet eyes staring fiercely at everyone. Oh my god! What is this? Jean Na screamed in surprise, raised her weapon, and was about to attack subconsciously. But a second before she fired, she was stopped by Lin Chi. If you don't want to be contaminated by the venom in a zombie's body, it's better not to shoot. Shrouded in mental power, this zombie's size not only blocked the corridor, but even the rooms outside were filled by his huge body. The next second, the head opened its mouth, and a red tongue shot out towards several people. Return to. Lin Chi's mental power surged. He fixed his tongue in the air, led several people back, and then broke the wall behind him with a punch. The third floor is not high, so just jump down. The lower 2 floors are almost filled with zombies. The zombies with such special mutations reminded Lin Chi of the Virusaurus zombies he encountered in the cold storage, which had the same characteristics. Maybe this zombie also has a precious source of the virus. Everyone jumped down from the gap in the broken wall. The height of more than 10 meters on the 3rd floor was not much of a challenge for them, not to mention the strength of their limbs, or even the buffering force brought by the armor alone. They would not be able to let them down. There was a hint of damage to the body. After reaching the ground, everyone quickly dispersed and came to the door of the office building. All the original glass doors in front of the building were broken, and the ground was covered with dark brown blood. A few zombies were wandering back and forth at the door, but these zombies were very slow, and there was a tentacle as thick as a finger attached to their heads, as if controlling their actions. Captain, is this a bait deliberately released by zombies? So you bravely stepped forward. But the lobby of the office building was dark, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. As soon as he got closer, a zombie sensed the approach of a living creature and roared at him. So you calmly waved the long knife in his hand and chopped off the mutated zombie's head with one blow. The tentacles connected to the zombie's head squirmed quickly, and the head slowly floated up, as if they were alarmed. Several other zombies around them started to move and surrounded the crowd. Chapter 201 Mother Zombie. The battle begins. Unknown level. Special infected body. High level of danger. Lynchie took a step back, also not intending to intervene, wanting to see how these people dealt with it. Captain, this zombie is too scary. We may not be able to handle it. Wu Lianhe was well aware of the fighting power of these teammates. If they were ordinary zombies, they would be able to deal with them with ease. But the body of the zombie in front of him almost filled the 3 floors of the building. Just the extended tentacles were extremely powerful. Attack power. Don't worry. I will take action when necessary. After the zombie was alerted, several zombies linked by the tentacles slowly surrounded it. But these baits seemed to be just released pendants, and were not very threatening. After receiving Lin Chi's affirmation, several people lined up their formation. Each prepared their weapons, and planned to attack. Susan, who was wearing the Source Project armor, had the strongest personal combat power. At this moment, with the 3 of them as the core, and the remaining few people assisting, they quickly cleared away a few zombies on the periphery, and slowly advanced into the office building. In the shared vision, Bai Su, who was far away in the underground laboratory, also saw the scene in front of Lin Chi, and made a detailed analysis of the zombies in the office building. Lin Chi, this should be a virus source zombie. Prepare the equipment to capture the virus source. There are already several pieces of Project Source equipment in the safe zone, although the need for this special equipment is not as urgent as before. Having one more piece will always enhance the strength of the team. This zombie is not ordinary. There will be some fun to watch later. Under the powerful mental force, all areas in the office building appeared in Lin Chi's perception. The huge body of the Virusaurus zombie had turned into a ball of sticky meat, and it was slowly squirming at the moment. Separate special zombies. Everyone who just entered the office building was instantly attacked by these mutated zombies, and became a mess for a while. These special zombies are covered in mucus, but their bodies are a deep black color, and their body surface seems to be a solid cuticle. Although the head is still human, there are obvious traces of beasts or insects on the limbs. Level 3. These mutated creatures exude the aura of Level 3. Susan looked serious. Among the people present, only those wearing Project Source armor could withstand the attack of this mutated creature. So he took the initiative to block it in front, facing the mutant zombies that rushed forward fiercely. Susan suddenly swung the axe in his hand and directly smashed the mutant zombies back. Lasers are being shot out continuously from behind. The bodies of the newly born mutated zombies have not yet fully adapted, and even the cuticle on the body surface has not completely solidified. This is when the defense is at its weakest. Lasers were shot out one after another, leaving fist-sized scorch marks on their bodies, but they were unable to penetrate directly. Xiaoling's figure kept changing positions, and the long knife in her hand drew a series of cold fronts, quickly harvesting the heads of the mutant zombies. But the flesh wall in the office building lobby once again cracked a hole, and the mutant zombies slowly squeezed out of it. Out! Damn! So disgusting. So you looked at the crack of rotten flesh, which was even mixed with disgusting mucus flowing out, and his stomach turned upside down. He immediately took off the laser cannon on his back and directly adjusted the maximum power. Boom! With one shot, the cracked flesh hole exploded instantly. But this move not only failed to stop the emergence of mutant zombies, but instead expanded the hole even more. A stream of zombies squeezed out from it, flowing with viscous liquid all over the ground. They struggled on the ground for a few seconds, then moved their bodies to kill everyone. We can't stop it. Everyone, get out quickly. In just a few minutes, the entire hall was filled with mutant zombies. The flesh wall in the hall was still crawling, and more mutant zombies crawled out of it. Wu Lianhe immediately threw out an energy bomb and directed everyone to evacuate quickly. As soon as I ran out of the office building, a powerful impact broke through the door, and flames spread out. The wall of the office building suffered such an impact that huge cracks continued to spread, and the entire building began to tilt. The aircraft on the roof noticed the movement one step ahead, flew away quickly, and landed on another nearby building. However, the tilted floor had already hit the nearby building and broke instantly in the middle. After everyone evacuated hundreds of meters away, the building had completely collapsed. Amidst the disgust, the waves of terrifying roars were still shocking. The estimate was wrong. This zombie's level has exceeded level 5. Lin Chi stood on the car nearby and could already see the tentacles emerging from the ruins from a distance. And the buried mutated zombies also crawled out of the ruins. Captain, you didn't see it just now. That guy is so disgusting. It keeps giving birth to zombies. Damn it! That scene shocked Suyu greatly. When they heard what he said, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched a few times. Such a description seemed to make it more vivid. What the HL? That's a rotten hole in the zombie's stomach. And its lower body is underground. This office building has an underground parking lot. And most of the bodies of the virus-source zombies have filled the entire underground parking lot. The huge amount of flesh has even exceeded the ones encountered in the Sanshan Reservoir. The 5th-level dragon-headed sturgeon. After hearing Lin Chi's explanation, everyone's expressions recovered somewhat. But the image in their minds still lingered. You clean up the zombies nearby, and I'll go back to its original form. Lin Chi jumped into the sky, his mental power covering the ruins. With a flick of his hand, the diffused smoke was instantly dispersed. With a complete field of vision, everyone could clearly see the zombies' gradually appearing body. A mass of black and red meat slowly squeezed out from the ruins. Countless zombie heads roared fiercely. Tentacles grabbed rocks and threw them. Even the ground was shaken violently. Cracks spread again under the ruins. Some of the gaps were so huge that even abandoned vehicles on the road were swallowed up. Squirming pieces of flesh could be vaguely seen in the cracks. No! This is a female zombie. Bai Su, who was far away in the safe zone, saw the scene through the shared vision, and his tone instantly became serious. In a large amount of scientific research data, zombies are divided into many types. But there is only one type that needs to be discussed. And that is special zombies with the ability to reproduce. This has always been a hypothetical question among the Federal Scientific Research Team. After all, according to the instinct of zombies, there is no ability to mate and reproduce. But judging from the series of information just now, this zombie obviously has the ability to reproduce zombies. And it has directly passed the growth stage from being conceived in the body to forming an adult. No matter what kind of body it is. Kill it first, and then talk about it. Lin Chi condensed the long sword in his hand, raised his hand and waved it. And the 40-meter sword energy fell straight down. Chapter 202 Terrifying Attack. The surging sword energy directly split the zombie into a crack that went deep into the ground. And blood spurted out with a sharp scream. But in the next second, countless tiny tentacles spread out from both sides of the crack. In just a few breaths, the wound recovered as before, with only a faint trace proving the existence of the blow just now. Physical attacks are not very effective. After the attack, Lin Chi became cautious. This attack could easily kill a 4th-level mutant beast, but it had almost no impact on this zombie. The turbulent and rolling mountain of meat quickly condensed, rising tens of meters straight. A vertical pupil with a diameter of 3 meters slowly opened from the mountain of meat. The light yellow eyes are like an abyss. At a glance, it seems that there is an invisible force pulling on it, making people unable to stop being addicted to it. Lin Chi felt mentally dazed for a while. Fortunately, his powerful mental power stabilized his mind, and he was not affected by this force. However, several people not far away were controlled by this force, and their bodies moved involuntarily towards the ruins. That's not good. This guy's mind control is too strong. Just one glance, and the pressure it brought was even greater than that of the queen in the ant nest. And even she was almost affected. He immediately mobilized his body, and quickly flew down to the ground, evacuating the place with a few people without Source Plan armor. Although the person wearing the Source Project armor was affected, the intelligence system on the armor immediately made a judgment, and led the host to withdraw from the affected area. When everyone arrived at a building 1,000 meters away, the invisible attraction gradually dissipated. What happened just now? I felt a force that kept pulling me over. When Tianchuan came to his senses, he was already in Lin Chi's arms. He realized that something unimaginable had happened, and his face was full of shock. This zombie is difficult to deal with. Don't look into its eyes. Realizing the special nature of the opponent, Lin Chi immediately gathered his bow and arrow and aimed at the big eye that had not yet been closed. Whoosh! An arrow spanned 1,000 meters and set off a whirlpool in the air. When it hit the eyeball, the condensed wind pressure exploded in all directions, immediately blasting a big crater out of the meat mountain. Hot gas spurted out from the pores on the mother zombie's body, and a sharp scream came out. The damaged parts continued to squirm, and the flesh and blood gradually fused together. It's just that one eyeball is missing, causing the area that originally existed to collapse, causing some damage. Leave this guy to me. I can grind it to death even if you grind it slowly. When such zombies appear, ordinary awakened people are no match for them, and they don't even have the ability to get up close. If large weapons are used, it may be of some use, but no one knows what will happen after a bombing. Just as Lin Chi adjusted his breath and prepared to take action again, Wei Lan suddenly caught several unfamiliar signals, and sent out a reminder in time. After a moment, several figures flew from a distance and landed on nearby floors. At the same time, a dense barrage of missiles fell and hit the ruins heavily. Bloody smoke rose up, and rotten meat flew everywhere. After the explosion, the area within 500 meters was filled with pieces of rotten meat, almost splattering all over the ground. Suffering this heavy blow, the body of the mother zombie was instantly flattened, leaving only the body hidden under the rubble. The rotten flesh slowly squirmed and retracted to the ground. Quick! Don't let it escape again. Several soldiers appeared around them one after another, all holding special weapons in their hands. But they all stopped 1,000 meters away and did not dare to take a step closer. A figure flew from nearby and landed on the roof of the building where Lin Chi was. My name is Ren Xiangfeng, and I am a Project Source soldier from the 4 major bases. I have been ordered to come and kill this special zombie. Leave the rest to us. Ren Xiangfeng glanced at Lin Chi and the others curiously. At the same time, he was surprised by the strange aircraft behind them. He couldn't tell the origin of these people for a while. Lin Chi's super armor has been updated a long time ago, and there are many differences with the registered image. Although they are all black, there is no way to think of them at the same time. It seems you have been preparing for a long time? Have you ever fought against this zombie? Stopping on guard 1,000 meters away meant that they had seen the capabilities of the mother zombie, but they didn't know how much information they knew. Not only have we fought, our people have suffered a lot at its hands, and the destruction of at least 3 safe zones is related to this mutant zombie. Ren Xiangfeng opened his visor directly, revealing a resolute face. He looked less than 30 years old, but his fierce aura was beyond that of most awakened people. People who also came from the 4 major bases gave Lin Chi a completely different feeling. So he quickly put away the hostility in his heart. Then this guy is causing quite a lot of trouble. Do you need any help? Since they had fought against each other several times, it showed that this zombie was difficult to deal with, and he was afraid that he would not be able to kill it this time. Therefore, Lin Chi was not in a hurry. Instead, after helping, he could find out the details of this zombie. No, we are fully prepared this time. Even if we can't kill it, we can still severely injure the opponent and make it unable to come out in a short time. Ren Xiangfeng waved his hand. Without specially restrained weapons, even the Source Project soldiers could not get close to this zombie. Once the opponent launched a spiritual attack, no matter how thick the armor was, it would not be able to stop it. After the first wave of attacks, the soldiers stationed around quickly activated their special weapons, and red lasers shot towards the ruins. The burnt smell spread instantly, and even the air began to become hot and distorted. Standing at a high place, everyone could clearly see the situation in the ruins. The red lasers from all directions converged on one point, directly melting the newly condensed flesh and blood into coke. Ren Xiangfeng looked at the target of the attack seriously, his frown never relaxing. Taking advantage of this time, Wei Lan has found out the identity of Ren Xiangfeng, who is ranked 5th in the Source Project rankings and has opened the 3rd level gene lock. Moreover, the materials used in the Source Project armor are all of the 5th level. In the past month, the Source Plan rankings have undergone major changes. Lin Chi, who was originally ranked 1st, has fallen to 10th place due to no update. The previous ones are all 5th level armors, and their gene locks have been activated to the 3rd level. You should leave here quickly. This kind of battle is not something you can handle. After Ren Xiangfeng confessed, his mask slipped off, and he quickly flew towards the ruins. Before the attack stopped, he directly activated the 3rd level gene lock. In this state, a special energy layer would appear around the body, which could effectively block mental attacks. But the duration is only 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, that special zombie couldn't be killed and had to retreat quickly. The red laser stopped at the same time, and before the diffused smoke dissipated, his figure had already rushed into the ruins. This guy has some strength. Lin Chi stood on the edge of the roof. The aura that erupted from the opponent just now far exceeded that of Chao Xiong, who was killed in the ant nest a month ago. After all, that guy had forced his way through the 3rd level, and his genetic strength was not complete at all. Captain, do we want to withdraw? Wu Lianhe looked at the scene in the distance. The soldiers downstairs had quickly evacuated. His intuition told him that they would not be able to intervene in a battle like this. The exposed body of the mother zombie that was bombarded by the laser was completely turned into coke. After Ren Xiangfeng rushed in, the coke shattered inch by inch, and a wave of waves rose into the sky. You guys should withdraw first and find a place to hunt some mutated beasts first. I'll go see what's going on. Lin Chi waved his hand. They couldn't participate in this situation. But it didn't matter to him. He had to go in and see what was going on. Chapter 203 Kidney Shot. After the aircraft slowly took off and flew away from the building under the eyes of all the base soldiers, Lin Chi jumped up and turned into a black light and flew towards the ruins. As soon as they arrived above the ruins, an even more powerful impact spurted out from the ruins, and countless zombies emerged from their cages like they were out of their cages. These zombies are all third-level zombies bred from the mother's zombie body. They have weird shapes. Some are only as big as a baby with huge heads, while others are more than 3 meters tall and have strong and fierce bodies. As soon as this group of zombies landed, they roared and scattered around, looking for their hunting opponents. Lin Chi slashed his knife, and several zombies were instantly torn apart, cutting a bloody path out of the gushing zombies. As soon as I looked at it, I saw a huge pit in the ruins. It was full of wriggling pieces of meat, and zombies were climbing up along the pieces of meat. The inside of the mother zombie? Seeing this scene, Lin Chi even had the idea of retreating. After all, entering a zombie's body was not a good thing. But if you don't enter the corpse cave, you won't get any benefits. So you have to condense the super body armor on your body more tightly and plunge in. Inside the corpse cave, there was squirming flesh and blood everywhere. From a distance, he could see a bright light impacting inside, attacking the zombies surrounding him. That bright light was Ren Xiangfeng, who entered the corpse cave in advance. Fu Long Xiang Tian. Taking advantage of the force of the fall, he replaced the long knife with a gun in his hand, and a huge gun shadow struck down. With a powerful impact, it penetrated directly through the dozens of thick zombie flesh and hit the wall outside. This blow grazed Ren Xiangfeng's body and just released the restraints around him. "It's you?" Sensing the familiar fluctuations, Ren Xiangfeng quickly connected to the communication and moved closer to Lin Chi. "Why did you come in? This guy is even more difficult than last time." As he spoke, a huge flesh ball on the flesh wall burst, and a special zombie emerged from it. Although this zombie is only 3 meters tall, its ferocious body is full of explosive power, especially its right arm, which has a crescent-shaped claw that is constantly dripping with viscous liquid. It's a 5th-level tyrant zombie. "Be careful." Seeing the zombie appear, Ren Xiangfeng, who had collected data, quickly reminded him and made an attack posture. 5th level? This mother zombie can actually give birth to a 5th-level zombie. What is its own level? Lin Chi also became cautious, and the spear in his hand slowly formed spiral patterns to increase its power. Even though it's only about 3 meters long, the explosive power of this zombie, hack. Before he finished his sentence, the tyrant zombie rushed over, swung out his sharp claws, and drew 3 afterimages. Ren Xiangfeng's arm transformed into a shield, but his body was like a cannonball, hitting the flesh wall, and was instantly shrunk and wrapped by the flesh wall. But the cortex was still struggling fiercely. Lin Chi did not look back. An attack of this level could not kill a 5th-level source plan warrior, but the tyrant zombie in front of him made him interested. The perfect killing machine. After the tyrant zombie's blow, although his body was in a state of free fall, a 3rd-level mutated zombie happened to appear under his feet. And then, he used his kick to gain strength and rushed towards Lin Chi again. It's just that this attack is obviously not as good as before. Brush. A cold light swept across, and 3 sharp claws broke in unison. After passing by, Lin Chi inserted his spear into the flesh wall, creating a deep crack. Flesh and blood spurted out from the rotten marks, like a dam releasing floods. The tyrant zombie hit the flesh wall. Its body sank halfway in, and roared at Lin Chi. The threat of the shot just now completely cut off its violence, and I became cautious. Although they are just zombies, and do not have too many emotions, they will still have fear when facing powerful opponents. At this moment, the flesh wall that had just closed suddenly exploded, and Ren Xiangfeng broke through the wall. The long knife in his hand was covered with a layer of red energy, and he slashed at the tyrant zombie at an extremely fast speed. Faced with this blow, the tyrant zombie did not choose to dodge, but raised his other heavy arm to block it in front of him. Boom! The energy that exploded from the blow even promoted the air fluctuations in the corpse cave, knocking away several small zombies that rushed up. But this ferocious attack only penetrated into the arm of the tyrant zombie, and was easily blocked. With this impact, the body of the tyrant zombie completely sank into the flesh wall, and completely disappeared. "Are you hiding to avoid my attack?" It seems that the zombies cultivated by the mother zombie already have fighting instincts. This layer of flesh wall has a certain effect of isolating mental exploration. So Lin Chi doesn't know where the tyrant zombie is hiding. But his intuition tells it that the other party will definitely not give up. This tyrant zombie is stronger than before. Ren Xiangfeng retreated to Lin Chi's side. After entering the corpse cave, he could already feel the threat emanating from the mother zombie, which was constantly blocking him from exploring deeper. Let's go! When it appears again, its injuries will be restored to the original state. We can't kill it. 3 minutes had passed in the countdown in his eyes. Ren Xiangfeng knew that time was running out. If he got entangled with this 5th level zombie, he would definitely not be able to complete his mission. What's the plan? Tell me. Lin Chi did not hesitate, and quickly followed Ren Xiangfeng towards the depths of the corpse cave. I have prepared a 5th level energy bomb. As long as it enters the core of the mother body and installs it, the power after detonation will be enough to kill it completely. The last time they encountered this mother zombie, they tried to detonate a 4th level energy bomb outside. But the effect was surprisingly weak, and did not even cause much damage to the mother zombie, so that it escaped underground and disappeared. But this time entering the belly of the mother zombie, the result will definitely be different. Okay, I'll cover you. Not long after the two people dived, they encountered obstacles at all levels. Tentacles spread out from the flesh wall, biting towards the two people like giant pythons. Lin Chi's spear danced, and every time the illusory spear tip passed by, the giant python broke instantly and blood spurted out, without stopping the two people's speed at all. But while the blood was rolling, the tyrant zombie broke out of the wall again. The broken bone claws were now restored to their original state. But there was a clear mark on the broken bones. This time the target of the tyrant zombies was Lin Chi. The sharp claws in his hands broke through the air, and even caused 3 waves of wind pressure. Seeing the sharpness of the weapon in Lin Chi's hand, it managed to maintain enough distance this time. Die! The spear was pulled out again, and the illusory spear point suddenly surged, piercing the head of the tyrant zombie with one blow, and completely tore off its head. The body was thrown out, and fell straight into the pool of blood below. Just stay here, as long as it doesn't have enough time to expel the energy bomb. Ren Xiangfeng did not look at the tyrant zombie that fell into the blood pool. He quickly took out a cylindrical energy column from his waist. After twisting it, the original blue indicator light instantly turned red and kept flashing. Just as the two were about to leave, Lin Chi suddenly thought of something. The spear in his hand quickly condensed into a dagger, and he thrust it towards the flesh wall. Kidney shot. Chapter 204 Escape Underground. The skills that had been ignored by Lin Chi finally blossomed this time. After a kidney blow, the flesh wall suddenly twitched and shrank. But the two of them had already flown outside, before the damage caused by the laser had fully recovered. 2 figures rushed out of the gap, and quickly fled around the ruins. Ren Xiangfeng calculated the time of the explosion. When the two of them had just escaped from the affected area, a burst of flames rose into the sky. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the ground instantly lifted up, spreading in waves. The entire city was completely destroyed and turned into ruins. The tall buildings that were still standing collapsed one by one, extending all the way outside the city. The two flew out of the smoke, and the mushroom cloud more than 10 miles away was still rolling slowly, showing no signs of weakening in power. Is this the power of the 5th level energy bomb? It is simply a small nuclear bomb. Seeing how powerful the explosion was, Lin Chi was shocked. If it were him, he would never survive such an explosion. It should be dead by now. 10 minutes have passed at this moment, and the sequelae of Ren Xiangfeng's activation of the gene lock have arrived on time. His body has become completely weak. The ability to support flight depends entirely on the control of the Source Project armor itself. Maybe this kind of scourge must be solved in advance. Otherwise, when it grows in the future, there will be a steady stream of zombies. Originally, Lin Chi thought that zombies were non-renewable, and would be eliminated by mutant beasts and humans as time went by. However, the emergence of such a terrifying zombie mother body meant that zombies would also breed and reproduce again. The future will still be a great threat to mankind. But even if the explosion doesn't kill it, after a kidney shot, it won't even be able to give birth to a baby. After the explosion, the impact was so great that even the communication signal was blocked. So the two found a building that had not yet collapsed and rested for a day. After fighting side by side, the two became familiar with each other a lot. After learning the level of Lin Yuanyuan's planned armor, Ren Xiangfeng was a little surprised. He had also paid attention to the changes in the rankings of the Source Plan Center before. But recently the rankings had been changing constantly every day, and he no longer paid attention to the data from a month ago. so he did not recognize Lin Chi. I heard from Qin Wei Jun that you are an awakened person recruited by the 4 major bases. But it seems that you have not agreed to join the base. The welfare of the 4 major bases is not comparable to that of the external safe zones. Even the largest safe zone in the capital cannot compare with the 4 major bases in terms of technological leadership. Once there are awakened people recruited, they will definitely agree to join the 4 major bases as soon as possible. Big base. Because that is the final destination of mankind. I can't let go of so many survivors in the safe zone. If there is a chance in the future, I may take them all to move to the no man's land. I hope the base can accept them by then. Being a local emperor in the Central Plains security zone is much better than going to the 4 major bases to work as a thug. Although you can get some precious resources and technology there, you are not a vegetarian. With the blessing of Wei Lan, an intelligent life, his own development speed may not be much worse than others. It wasn't until the next day that the smoke and dust in the ruins became a little thinner. After the 2 of them communicated that they were safe, they flew towards the center of the ruins. A huge deep pit suddenly appeared on the spot, and the terrain changed like a volcanic crater, still braving a strong heat wave. As far as the eye can see, the ground below is scorched black, and even the soil looks like burnt glass. After exploring it deeply and extending to hundreds of meters underground, there was no sign of any living things, which made the 2 of them feel relieved. He should be completely dead now. There was obvious excitement in Ren Xiangfeng's tone. After all, the threat of one mother zombie is far greater than dozens of mutant creatures of the same level, and the mission rewards after killing it are also extremely generous. I will report to the base and ask for your help in this mission, so that you can also get part of the points reward. If there is a chance in the future, let's continue to cooperate. Ren Xiangfeng stretched out his hand and shook it sincerely with Lin Chi. He has great respect for the strong, especially the selfless devotees who are willing to help despite knowing the danger. And after a day of brief contact, I finally got to know Lin Chi as a person, and that he is a trustworthy partner. When the 2 were about to leave the pit, Lin Chi used his mental power to explore again uneasily. Suddenly, a hidden cave at the bottom of the pit caught his attention. So the mental power followed the exploration and extended downward until it finally passed into the underground cracks, and then lost all traces. Escaped? However, Lin Chi would not tell Ren Xiangfeng the news. Otherwise, if the mission failed, his points would be gone. After flying out of the pit, the 2 flew towards the outside of the city and said a simple goodbye in the air. I have to lead the team to perform other tasks, so I won't accompany you. If you come to the 4 major bases in the future, feel free to come to me. As long as it's not a big deal, I can help you sort it out. After the suspension stopped, Ren Xiangfeng opened his visor and patted his chest in assurance. Making friends with a powerful Source Project warrior will also help him a lot in the future. At least when facing unsolvable difficulties, he can quickly find a partner. With your words, I feel relieved. If I can't survive in the future, I will definitely come to you. Lin Chi also opened his visor, and the 2 looked at each other and smiled. After a moment, the 2 figures flew in one direction and disappeared into the sky. In a nearby village, Susan led his team to find a safe place in the town to rest and recuperate temporarily. When Lin Chi came back, several people were making a fire to cook. Came back. Tuanchuan and Xiaoling received the news in advance, so they walked out of the aircraft early and waited. They were relieved to see Lin Chi return unharmed. Yesterday's explosion even affected this town, making everyone fearful. Husband, are you not injured? Tuanchuan stepped forward to check, and after making sure it was okay, he held Lin Chi's arm and kept holding on. Not to be outdone, Xiaoling hugged one of Lin Chi's thighs, ignoring Su Sin's frown. It was indeed dangerous yesterday, but fortunately I was able to escape unscathed, and the mother zombie was also dealt with. Lin Chi briefly recounted yesterday's battle experience. After hearing that a 5th level energy bomb was used to kill the mother zombie, several people's eyes were filled with envy. In their opinion, 5th level materials are the most precious things at present, and the fact that the 4 major bases can be used as bombs shows their profound background. So, what's the gain in this town? Only then did Lin Chi notice that the location where everyone was located was a bus stop in the town. Most of the cars in the courtyard had been driven out, so the vacant space was just enough for the aircraft to land. And there are walls on all sides, and there is an exit. You only need to block it with a car, so you don't have to worry about being attacked by zombies. We searched yesterday and killed several 3rd level mutant beasts. There are not many zombies in the town. It seems that they have been cleaned up. There are many rotting corpses in the town. Judging from the injuries on the corpses, they were caused by weapons such as firearms, and had been there for some time. Okay, let's search again after dinner, so that you can adapt quickly. After this battle, although the effect was not outstanding, several people were already prepared to face the crisis. They could handle ordinary crises without having to lead the team themselves next time. As long as these people have enough experience, they can stand alone. And even if they encounter any danger, they can call Lin Chi remotely for support. Chapter 205 Show. Long time no see. The search in the town lasted for 3 days, and went through more than a dozen battles. Even the weakest Yang Guang had considerable fighting power. Others have a clear understanding of the ability to awaken. After 3 days of searching, many survivors were found in the town. But Lin Chi ignored their requests for rescue. After returning to the safe zone, Lin Chi replanned the team and selected some potential awakeners to join them. They were led by several of them to conduct practice battles near the safe zone. After experiencing the threat of mother zombies, Lin Chi felt more and more that the overall strength of the awakened people was insufficient. The federal land was vast, and it was unknown how many such mother zombies would appear. Once they were allowed to grow, they would even form a zombie in a short time. Country. 100 contribution points. So much. When Lin Chi checked the tasks in the Source Project Center that day, he couldn't help but be surprised by the prompt that popped up. 100 points were enough to exchange for some advanced technologies in the 4 major bases, such as the original energy fusion technology. Opening the redemption list, Lin Chi found a total of 125 points. The extra points were from simple tasks he had done before, and there were even a large number of materials and equipment that could be exchanged for technology. One of them, which made Lin Chi pay special attention, turned out to be a special combat skill. Original martial arts? When did the Federation develop martial arts? With a trace of doubt, Lin Chi asked Wei Lan to quickly collect information, and finally understood the origin of the original martial arts. Martial arts has always been very popular in the Federation, but with the changes of the times, most of them have been lost in the world, and only a few people have mastered them, and it is difficult to practice them to achieve results. But with the emergence of source power, people who have practiced martial arts can sense this power, and it glows with new vitality. With the stimulation of this energy, some powerful moves were developed. Chao Xiong, who had fought against each other in the ant nest last time, displayed a crude source of martial arts, but the power was not obvious. After reading the introduction of several moves, Lin Chi was not interested anymore. The power of this kind of origin martial arts was not as good as his own skills. There are many restrictions when it comes to displaying it. Only by integrating the power of the origin stone in the armor can the power of the origin martial arts be exerted to the maximum extent. Speaking of skills, Lin Chi studied all his skills. At this stage, a large number of evolved Zerg have appeared, and the second-level evolutionary crystals are also traceable, which allows one's skills to be advanced again. It's time to improve your skills. In the past, his most important combat skills required evolutionary crystals, so they had been shelved by Lin Chi. But now with the proliferation of evolved Zerg, it is easy to find traces of them, so it does not take long to find them. The slingshot skill is the easiest to advance, but its power is extremely small, and its effect is not great. It is really useless. But without advancing to the top level, no one knows what changes will occur. So after taking a rest, Lin Chi was ready to embark on a solo journey to spawn monsters. Who should I take with me this time? In the underground base, Baisu has been conducting experiments, and the technology redeemed with Lin Chi's points will also take a certain amount of time to digest and comprehend. Tuanchuan recently broke through the second-level gene lock and is getting familiar with her own power. She and Xiaoling Jinna recruited some young female awakeners with good qualifications and no spare time. And Xian was busy managing the save zone and was even more distracted. You can't let me find a big man to take care of my daily life. Lin Chi hesitated for a while. He wanted to bring a comrade with good strength, but he was afraid that the other party would steal his monsters. It would be best to have someone who is not strong and can take care of others. After thinking about it, Lin Chi thought of Wenxiu, whom he first met in the combat deployment building. The girl with a delicate face seems to be quite quiet at ordinary times, but she is very sultry in private. So he switched his super armor into casual clothes, drove an off-road vehicle, and headed towards the combat deployment building. Returning to the old place, the combat deployment building has now planned 4 building areas to manage the 4 locations in the safety zone. With the increase in combat teams, the number of personnel has also expanded a lot. Arriving at the gate with ease, Lin Chi just flashed his diamond ID card. The guard quickly let him go, and saluted with a look of admiration on his face. In the face-saving work, and Xian and Yin Ming cooperated very well. They promoted Lin Chi's deeds of fighting for the safety zone in the safety zone all day long. Although most of them were fabricated, the car stopped at the office building, and there were many awakened people waiting on the seats inside, all holding a note in their hands. As the order in the safety zone became more and more perfect, the previous rules were slowly restored, and queues were called to prevent anyone from jumping in line and disturbing the rules. Lin Chi took a look and saw that Winchio was still at the window. It was almost noon, so he chose a corner to sit down and waited quietly. Although most people in the safe area knew Lin Chi's name, not many people had actually seen him. In addition, he was wearing sunglasses and deliberately avoiding everyone's sight, so no one recognized him for a while. More than half an hour later, a girl appeared at the counter and whispered a few words to Winchio. The two quickly handed over the work, and Winchio's serious face finally relaxed a little. When leaving his seat, he stretched his waist, which attracted many people's attention. After seeing the other party disappear, Lin Chi stood up and walked toward the back of the office hall. With a diamond card, everything within the safe zone is unobstructed, so getting to the backyard is easy. Sure. Long time no see. After entering the courtyard, Lin Chi saw Winchio holding a snack box, seemingly preparing to eat. So he said low and walked over slowly. Huh? It's you? The moment she saw Lin Chi, Winchio's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and then she quickly hid her emotions. When they first met, although Lin Chi showed good strength, he was only an outstanding awakener in the safe zone. However, with the subsequent changes, this earliest acquaintance became more powerful, and his reputation surpassed everyone else. Became the hero of the Central Plains Security Zone. Now she can live such a stable life without anyone targeting her, thanks to the experience of getting to know Lin Chi. Otherwise, the staff in the combat deployment building had changed several times, but her position had never been adjusted. You haven't eaten yet. Let's go. I'll treat you. Lin Chi couldn't help but step forward, took Winchio's hand, and walked outside. There is no need to explain anything. With her current status, if she says who she wants to show up in her bed, she will be sent to her at night. It's okay if I eat in the cafeteria. It's so expensive outside, Winchio muttered softly. But how could her thin body break away from Lin Chi's strength? After being dragged for a few steps, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously, under the envious eyes of his colleagues. He followed in small steps. Chapter 206 Brushing Skills. Didn't you say you would take me to dinner? Where are we going? I got in the car, walked out of the courtyard, turned around a few streets, passed a few restaurants, and gradually drove onto the edge road of the safety zone. Winchio finally noticed something was wrong. Still holding the fast food box in her hand, with an embarrassed look on her face. I found a new job for you, including food and accommodation, and a generous salary. Glancing at the embarrassed Winchio, Lin Chi laughed inexplicably. This feeling of getting along was something that the other people couldn't experience. No wonder so many men like the wild flowers outside. Mainly a sense of freshness. My current job is pretty good. It's enough to support my family. Winchio lowered her head, although she had no doubts about what Lin Chi said, including food and accommodation, and generous remuneration. She couldn't accept it for a while. I know your situation. Your family came to seek refuge with you, and brought many relatives with you. They are all supported by you alone. Do you think such selfless dedication is reasonable? Lin Chi easily investigated Winchio's situation through Wei Lan's ability. After looking at it, he understood why this girl was obsessed with earning points in the first place. She was originally a student in a campus in the safe zone. Before the apocalypse, she stayed in the school to work to earn tuition. Later, when the crisis came, her family came to seek refuge, and she also brought several relatives with her. A group of people did nothing but relied on Winchio lived on his meager salary. Fortunately, there is an iron rice bowl to support him. Otherwise, no matter how strong a person is, he will be squeezed dry. That's all my family, and my brother is still young. Winchio raised her head, with a trace of confusion in her eyes. She had asked herself countless times why she didn't have the courage to resist. 18 is not young anymore. I have a 15-year-old man under my command who is now leading a group of awakened people to hunt mutant beasts outside. It's not age that makes a person younger, but his character. As for moss, it is better to clean them up as soon as possible. Otherwise they will continue to spread and even infect people around them. I will transfer your monthly points to your family's account to make their life more comfortable. From now on, you can follow me, and you don't need to face them anymore. Lin lifted the steering wheel. The girl's body tilted, and the seat belt was tightly restrained, pressing down the entire mountain. Ouch! Wenxiu couldn't help but frown at the pain caused by the pressure, and it took him a few tugs to get used to it. Then what will happen to my previous job? I still need to tell my family. After saying that, she took out her identity card and wanted to contact her family and explain her experience. Before she could open the message, Lin Chi snatched her ID card. Now your job is the most confidential task in the safe zone. You can't contact anyone. You can only use your identity card again when the task is over. Someone will naturally hand over your previous work to you. Lin Chi didn't want her to be involved with that group of family members anymore. As for the points he just mentioned every month, he didn't remember the other party's account at all. Living people can't starve to death in a safe zone. If they really starve to death, it will only prove that such people have no need to live. With the current conditions in the safe zone, just going to the ruins to help move rocks would be enough to make ends meet. The two of them walked all the way to the repair shop. Lin Chi drove the car directly into the newly built yard, and the aircraft stopped in the yard. This is your future workplace. Go up and get used to it first. When the aircraft was turned on, the space inside was roughly more than 100 square meters, divided into several areas. After Lin Chi's continuous modifications, it became more and more comfortable. Wenxiu held the snack box in both hands and carefully stepped into the aircraft. Still looking at a loss. This new environment is even larger than the space in her home, and it doesn't have that frightening oppression. For some reason, she liked the layout of the aircraft at first glance. Am I the only one here? Entering the hatch is a passage, like a corridor, connecting the three areas. One is the aircraft warehouse, one is the living room, and the other is the control room. After following Lin Chi around, Wenxiu asked her doubts. Now you are the only one responsible for taking care of my daily life and controlling the data monitoring in the room. The previous preparations had been completed, and Lin Chi could set off at any time. So he sent an outing message to several people in the safe zone and started the aircraft. After the last run-in, the aircraft has undergone another simple modification, and it is now running even more perfectly. When taking off, I didn't even feel much shaking. Wenxiu sat in the passenger seat and looked at the operating system on the instrument panel with curiosity, feeling a little confused for a moment. Such a sophisticated instrument is simply beyond her ability to master. Don't be afraid. The aircraft has an autopilot function. You just need help. I will ask Weilon to arrange a special learning plan for you later. It had only been half an hour since he left the combat deployment building. Wenxiu felt like he was in a dream and could not accept such a big change for a while. She didn't react until the aircraft quickly rushed into the sky and flew at high speed in the sky. Where are we going? The all-round surveillance picture allowed her to see that she was far away from the safe zone and had arrived in an unfamiliar airspace. Your job is to stay on the aircraft and familiarize yourself with its operation as quickly as possible. As for where to go, don't ask any more questions. Lin Chi didn't know where he would go. As long as Wei Lan searched for information about mutant beasts and evolved Zerg, he would quickly approach and let him hunt wherever he needed to go. 2 hours later, after avoiding several large safety zones along the way, we arrived at the southern area again. As far as the eye can see, the previous cities have become ruins. Huge mutant birds are hovering in the sky. Zombies are wandering aimlessly on the ground. Sometimes mutant beasts can be clearly seen shuttled among the ruins. This is it. It doesn't seem to have experienced land reclamation. Lin Chi parked the aircraft on a relatively complete tall building, turned off the engine, and quickly checked the images he had just collected. The aircraft just passed over the city at low altitude and seemed to have discovered traces of the fourth-order mutant beast. Xiu, you stay in the aircraft and prepare dinner. Wei Lan will tell you the location of the kitchen. Lin Chi suddenly thought that he wanted to treat Wenxiu to dinner. It had been almost 3 hours, and the girl was still hungry, and had not said a word. She felt a little sorry. So he ordered Wei Lan to prepare some high-end ingredients. Where are you going? When Wenxiu heard Lin Chi's instructions, she subconsciously asked. After all, there were H.L.-like ruins beneath her, and she didn't want to be left in this city. What I do is a great cause to save mankind. After that, open the hatch and fly out. With his wings spread out on his back, Lin Chi glided and landed on the ground. With the spear at his hand swinging, a series of zombie heads flew up. The first step is to advance your spear skills to the advanced level. At this stage, only spearmanship has the closest advancement conditions. And it is also the skill that can be improved the most. Chapter 207 Evolving Spider. Hunting evolved bugs was a top priority. With Lin Chi's focused search, he finally found a huge spider web in the ruins. This huge spider web is in the gaps between several buildings. Every spider thread is visible to the naked eye. Under the spider web, there are also the remains of several insects. With such a big web, how big must the spider be? Looking left and right, I didn't find where the spider was hiding. But according to the habits of this insect, it must be hiding in the corners, where the spider webs are connected during the day. As long as the spider web is touched, it can be lured out. So he caught a mutated zombie nearby and threw it towards the spider web. As soon as the zombie got caught in the cobweb, it started struggling violently, instinctively trying to get rid of this restraint. But the more he struggled, the stronger the entanglement became. With its power, how could it possibly break this kind of spider thread? It was this struggle that made the evolved spider hiding in the dark notice that its prey was coming. Then, in front of a broken glass window in the building, a giant spider crawled out and crawled towards the mutated zombie along the spider's thread. Good guy. This spider's belly is almost as big as the round table. The evolved spider is gray in color. Its long legs are covered with sharp spiked hairs, and the pattern on its back looks like a strange face. It quickly crawls along the spider silk to the side of the mutated zombie, and a few spider silks wrap around it. It only took a few strokes to tie up the mutant zombie. Then he climbed up the stairs to the side. Spiral arrow. An arrow was shot, and the rotating arrow shot out of the air, hitting the evolved spider's abdomen, tearing its body apart. The viscous liquid continued to drip, and the evolved spider, with most of its body destroyed, struggled a few times, fell from the spider silk, and fell heavily to the ground. After Lin Chi got closer, he found that the evolved spider, with its entire abdomen ruptured, was not dead yet, but was struggling to crawl towards the corner of the ruins. The vitality of insects is really powerful. Lin Chi sighed, opened the head of the evolutionary spider with one shot, and picked out a third-order evolutionary crystal. Spider silk is a very good material. At the same thickness, it is even several times stronger than steel wire. Lin Chi was naturally curious about this material. He spent a lot of time collecting all the spider webs, and using his super body to the ability of the armor absorbs the essence of its materials. The liquid in the abdomen of the evolved spider is also the key to making spider silk. The supplement of this material can be used as a bow string, greatly increasing the power of the bow and arrow. After searching in the ruins for a while, Wenchio's message came through the communicator. Lin Chi then gathered up his loot and flew towards the aircraft. Wenchio had already prepared the food. Although she was not a serious cook, she was very clever and could cook some home-cooked meals with ease. Looking at the dinner prepared on the table, Lin Chi nodded with satisfaction. To what level has your genetic strength been developed? While eating, Lin Chi asked casually. Although he could roughly sense the strength of Wenchio's genes, he still wanted a definite answer. I have never used genetic fluid. Wenchio lowered his head, carefully picked up a piece of mutant fish, and put it into his bowl. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, she has never left the safe zone and has no chance to obtain genetic crystals. In addition, she is squeezed by a group of vampires and cannot save points. So she is not qualified to purchase genetic fluid. No wonder you are getting thinner and thinner. Don't worry. If you follow me from now on, genetic fluid will also be the most basic benefit. There are too many such poor people in the apocalypse, and Wenchio's experience is relatively good. This fully illustrates how lucky it is to know a noble person, even if you don't get help. If others know that you are a friend of a noble person, at least they will not deliberately target you. After the meal, Lin Chi gave Wenchio some chopsticks, which moved the girl to tears. Go take a shower after dinner. Waylon will help you make any clothes you need. There are also entertainment facilities in the room. Just ask if you don't know. In the living room, there is a bathroom, kitchen and lounge. A large bed occupies half of the room, which is a configuration for 4 people to sleep together. Since the transformation was completed, Lin Chi had not enjoyed it yet. Wenchio was still wearing the work uniform of the combat deployment building, a black clerk's uniform. Although it could bring out part of her quiet temperament, it was obviously inconsistent with her. Should we share a room tonight? Wenchio's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a little, and her face turned rosy. Although I have realized this before, I still feel a little nervous when I actually face it. I have to go out hunting in the evening. The time when I come back is not fixed. You should rest first, taking advantage of this opportunity to go out. Lin Chi must seize the opportunity to hunt and improve his skills. Night is the peak time for mutant beasts and evolved bugs to appear. So naturally he will not miss this opportunity. But a sneak attack in the middle of the night is still very likely to happen. Oh. Winchio breathed a sigh of relief. Put away the dishes. Clean them. And walk towards the living area. In addition, there is a bottle of first-order genetic fluid in the room. If you take it before taking a bath, it will greatly benefit your body. After Lin Chi reminded him, he stood up and walked outside. At this moment, night has fallen, and there are faintly visible black shadows passing by in the sky, and inexplicable roars of beasts in the distance. Under the power of night vision and the life induction of the superbody armor, all creatures hidden in the night have nowhere to hide, and are all exposed to the field of vision. The real hunt comes next. The long bow appeared in his hand, and arrows flew out at high speed, quickly harvesting the creatures in the darkness. In the aircraft, Winchio carefully drank the genetic fluid without wasting a drop of nutrients. Then she went to the bedroom, took off her clothes and took a hot bath. Once the long-term repression relaxed, her whole body became weak and weak. Fortunately, the energy provided by the genetic fluid kept her vitality. When she came out of the bathroom, she had a completely new look, and her fair skin seemed to be exuding a faint fluorescence. Well, I want clothes. Winchio glanced at the uniforms piled in the corner, suddenly thought of Lin Chi's words, and called out. The next second, an illusory light and shadow appeared in front of her eyes, and she was so frightened that she quickly covered her body. Ms. Winchio, don't be nervous. I'm just a holographic projection. What clothes do you need? Weilon is still the image created by Tuanchuan and Shaoling, and the feminine projection makes Winchio temporarily relax. Just keep it simple. I don't need to trouble you too much. Winchio carefully reached out and touched it. Her fingers passed through the projection, and she felt relieved. I understand. I will choose suitable clothes for you based on your figure. Please be patient. The aircraft is actually a piece of Project Source, equipped with the core of Project Source, which can decompose materials suitable for making clothes from many materials. Winchio lay on the bed, curled up into a ball, and the thin quilt covering her body was as light as nothing, but very warm. A projection screen suddenly appeared in front of me, and it flickered a few times to confirm. You can relax for now. There are your previous resources in the database. The learning materials Lin Chi got from Winchio were naturally saved. Looking at the familiar title, Winchio couldn't help but tighten her legs, and a hint of excitement gradually appeared on her face. These are her spiritual food, and the best way to relax from stress. He shouldn't be back soon. It won't be a problem if I just watch for a while. Chapter 208. Open the heavenly gate with one shot. The last one. After breaking open a second-level evolutionary bug with one shot, and picking out the evolutionary crystal, Lin Chi took a look at all the advanced conditions for spearmanship, and found that it had reached perfection. Now you only need to go back and take out the second-level gene crystal from the warehouse, and you can smoothly advance your spear skills. Anxious to see how his spear skills would change after the advancement, Lin Chi ignored the mutated creatures in the night, and quickly flew towards the aircraft. Entering it, Lin Chi did not disturb Winchio, but went directly to the warehouse, and opened the cabinet containing the second-order gene crystal, 50 second-level genetic crystals, 10 second-level evolutionary crystals. It is detected that the advanced conditions for top-level spear skills are complete, and the current skills can be advanced. When the conditions for advancement appeared in front of him, Lin Chi quickly chose to advance without any hesitation. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Kill 500 zombies. Completed. 2. Kill 100 mutated creatures. Completed. 3. Consume 50 second-order gene crystals. Completed. 4. Consume 10 second-level evolution crystals. Completed. Top spear skill advancement. Perfect spear skill. Open the heaven's gate with a gun. Open the heaven's gate with a gun. Perfect level? The spear skill has reached the perfect level, and there is no need to advance again. And the skill information of opening the sky gate with one shot comes to mind. This perfect level of spearmanship is no longer limited to how to use moves. A casual attack can cause devastating power. Of course, it is also related to one's own strength. Lin Chi couldn't wait to try it, so he quickly walked out of the aircraft, and stood on the roof of the building nearby. The spear in his hand slowly condensed, and after raising it, it pointed directly at the sky. Open the heaven's gate with one shot. A shot blasted out, and the majestic momentum shot straight into the sky. The dark clouds that had gathered in the sky were instantly opened up with a huge gap, and slowly spread out in all directions. The moonlight was shining down, as if there was a hole in the sky. After this blow, Lin Chi understood even more deeply. With his mood surging, Lin Chi seemed to have endless power to vent, and his blood boiled all over. No. No. We must bring down the fire. After thinking about it, he quickly returned to the aircraft and entered the living area. The door opened automatically, and a vaguely familiar voice came. The picture projected at this moment was clearly presented in front of you. Wenxiu was concentrating on admiring the study materials, but the movement at the door startled her. She quickly stopped what she was doing and got into bed. I'll take a shower first, and we'll talk together later. The gun that had been withdrawn was slowly awakening again at this moment, but Lin Chi would not rush it. And the most serious thing was to enjoy it slowly. The super armor on his body automatically detached. After a quick shower and hot air drying, Lin Chi walked over with a swagger. Didn't you have a great time just now? Why can't you hide now? The projected image continued. The sound echoed in the room more and more intensely, and the girl under the quilt was shivering. Lin Chi lay aside and reached out to brush the quilt. The thin quilt just highlighted the ups and downs of his body. You didn't say my job included this. Wenxiu couldn't resist, so she raised her head and looked at Lin Chi warily. Although I knew I couldn't avoid it, I still wanted to struggle. Food and accommodation are included, and the treatment is generous. We also provide genetic fluid. If other women in the safe zone knew about it, they would have crawled into my bed long ago. How could it be your turn? Lin Chi lifted up a corner of the quilt and saw the white and tender side. So he squeezed inside. The flesh was connected. Wenxiu's body stiffened, and she couldn't help but move inside. But although the bed was big, there was nowhere she could run to, and the sound of fierce battles constantly ringing in her ears made her body feel extremely hot. She felt even more comfortable when she was close to the cold. Then can you promise not to reject me in the future? The poor girl, even now, still thinks about this stable job. Compared with the stable life in the future, she can still accept this small contribution in her heart. A rich, strong and handsome man is the dream object of every woman. Not to mention that in such troubled times, being reserved will only lose opportunities. If you perform well, I will promote you. Lin Chi grabbed Wenxiu's hand and placed it on his weapon, letting her feel how powerful he was. At the same time, the picture on the projection also entered the next stage. The heroine with a pretty face was showing off her oral skills, and her superb skills attracted the attention of both people at the same time. Come on. Let me see how much you've learned. Go ahead. Press Wenxiu's shoulders and push her into the bed. Wenxiu was about to refuse, but she followed Lin Chi's strength and slowly reached the designated position. A hot breath blew on Lin Chi, which was warm and accompanied by a special stimulation. The next second, a familiar warm feeling completely surrounded Xiaolin. The next day, it started to rain lightly, and clouds covered the sky. The bad weather made it difficult for people to think about going out, and it also made most of the mutant beasts hide in their lairs, waiting for them to go hunting after the rain. Lin Chi didn't go out either. When the two of them woke up, it was already morning. The girl in her arms curled up into a ball, her legs tightly wrapped around Lin Chi, as if she had found support and was unwilling to leave. Thinking of last night's experience, Wenxiu tried his best for a long time, but could not soften the spear. In the end, his weak physique could not hold on for even one round, and he could no longer withstand it. Lin Chi was greatly disappointed. It seemed that in a short period of time, she could only have a full meal. Wake up! Get up and cook! After a few gentle teases, the tickling sensation made Wenxiu shrink back, and her efforts to pretend to be asleep were instantly broken. I want to squint a little longer. After entering the role, Wenxiu, who was completely relaxed, could not help but feel a little bold. Because of her health, she confidently started to slack off. Would you like me to feed you some nutritious breakfast? When he woke up early in the morning, Lin Chi's weapon had already awakened, and with just a thought, he pushed Wenxiu's thigh up. No, my throat seems to be swollen. Wenxiu quickly climbed out of bed. Perhaps the bottle of genetic fluid last night had its effect. The damaged body quickly returned to its original state, preventing her from having difficulty moving. Putting on the new clothes that had been prepared, the marks on the sheets were very obvious, and Wenxiu couldn't help but blush. After Lin Chi took a shower, he put on his super armor and went outside. Looking at the rain that was still getting heavier in the sky, he couldn't help but stare. It's raining or something. It's so troublesome. Looking at the thick dark clouds, Lin Chi couldn't help but think of the style of the shot last night. So he transformed into a spear and stood on the edge of the tall building. The long gun in his hand slowly stretched forward, grasped the handle of the gun with one hand, and held it behind his back. One shot. Open the Tion in. The spear suddenly swung out. An invisible force broke through the air and shot out. The dark clouds in the sky were split into two in an instant, slowly splitting towards both sides, extending to the end of the field of vision. In an instant, the sun shines, and the light rain stops. Chapter 209 News about the 6th level mutant beast. The full blow made Lin Chi's arms feel sore and weak. But the power of this shot was even more shocking than the hasty attempt last night. Half an hour later, when Xiao had prepared breakfast. But it was a pity that there was no Tanchuan brand milk. So Lin Chi did not enjoy the meal very much. Next time, bring Tanchuan with you no matter what you say. At least for breakfast. You don't have to be so casual. Since Tanchuan broke through the 2nd level, milk has become more nutritious. And even taking a sip can make her body feel full of strength. After breakfast, Lin Chi was ready to start hunting again. But this time he chose to use a long knife. There is almost no dust in the ruins after the rain, and everything is filled with the smell of earth. The vegetation emerging from the ruins adds a layer of greenery to the city, especially the former green belt, which has grown wildly and become a home for insects. Lin Chi took the condensed slingshot and aimed at the beetle lying on the tree sucking sap, and the marbles flew out. Boom! The beetle exploded instantly. Green juice splashed everywhere, and half of its body was still hanging on the tree. The power of the slingshot is very weak. Lin Chi has not used it since he advanced to mastery. However, when he had a rare opportunity, he simply took advantage of this opportunity to improve it with a mere genetic crystal. With Lin Chi's current ability, he could almost always hit a target 30 meters away. It only took him a while to complete the requirements for skill advancement. Slingshot mastery has been advanced to perfect level slingshot. Shoot as you wish. You can hit any target you want. This skill is easy to upgrade, but the additional skills are a bit weird. If I want to hit the other half of Blue Star, can I also hit it? The description of skills seems to have exceeded the existence itself. So Lin Chi picked up the slingshot, condensed a bead, and imagined his goal in his mind. It's you? Chu Xian. After saying that, the marbles flew out at high speed and disappeared from sight. Chu Xian, who was fishing far away in Sanshan Reservoir, was pulling a 3rd level mutated fish. Suddenly, he felt a pain in the back of his head and was pulled directly into the water with a scream. Thaitian Wuji fishing. The next second, a huge vortex spun out of the water. Chu Xian quickly rotated the pole in both hands and flew out of the water like a propeller. There was just a big bump on the back of his head. Damn it! Someone attacked me! Looking around, he saw no one around, which made him suspect that it was something falling from the sky. When he was wondering, Lin Chi's message suddenly came from the communicator. So after opening it, a projection appeared in front of him. What are you doing? Chu Xian. The 7 of them had been communicating during this period, and Chu Xian didn't think much about Lin Chi's information. I was fishing, and a stone flew from nowhere and hit me on the head. I was almost eaten by the fish. Chu Xian looked embarrassed, and with a surge of energy, he pulled the 3rd level mutated fish out of the water, and then relaxed. Haha. Who told you to go fishing without a helmet? After Lin Chi stopped laughing, he understood the special nature of the perfect slingshot and suddenly found it interesting. It can actually hit the target thousands of miles away, and the opponent can't react. Although the attack power is insufficient, it seems to be unavoidable. It will definitely play a great role at critical moments. The next step is to advance the long sword skill, and there are only a few advancement requirements left, which can be completed quickly. Until noon, Lin Chi searched for zombies and mutated beasts in the ruins. When he occasionally encountered a group of zombies, a 40-meter-long sword fell down, and even the ground was split with a deep mark. When returning to the aircraft, the requirements for advancement have been fulfilled. All that is left is to gather the genetic crystals to upgrade the sword skills to the next level. It's a pity that I didn't bring so many genetic crystals this time. I can only wait until I return to the safe zone to advance. The remaining skills and daggers have also been advanced in the previous battle. They are just changes after the advancement. And the abilities after the advancement are also extremely abnormal. Top dagger skills. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced conditions. 1. Use the dagger to hit the target's vital points 500 times. 2. Use the dagger to kill 10 4th level mutant creatures. 3. Consume 10 3rd level gene crystals. 4. Consume 10 3rd level evolutionary crystals. Critical hit, when using a dagger. There is a 1,000th chance of a fatal blow. The chance is 1 in 1,000. Although it is very slim. But if it suddenly explodes when dealing with a powerful mutant beast, it can determine the outcome in one fell swoop. And it does not limit the opponent's strength. Just when Lin Chi wanted to try the chance of using the dagger skill, a message suddenly came from the communicator. Are there people from the 4 major bases? The message came from an Xian and Yin Ming. Several Source Project soldiers came to the safe zone and told them they wanted to see Lin Chi. They didn't know what the purpose was. When I was about to reply, I received another message from Qin Wei-jun. After reading it in detail, I finally understood. So he came to the cab, started the engine, and flew towards the Central Plain safety zone. The aircraft sped up and flew steadily. An hour later, it returned to the Central Plain safety zone. After landing in the yard near the repair shop, Lin Chi said a few words before flying towards the center of the safety zone. Originally, the central island in the lake was the core area of the safety zone. But Lin Chi rarely stayed there for a long time. But the place to receive distinguished guests must be chosen in the most solemn place. Seeing a figure in the sky falling into the courtyard, an Xian, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly greeted him. You're back. Come in quickly. They've been waiting for a long time. There was a trace of nervousness on an Xian's face. After all, he was coming from the 4 major bases, representing the largest force in the Federation. Although the major security zones now implement separate management, they still have to obey the core of the 4 major bases. Order? Don't worry. I already know. Sensing an Xian's nervousness, Lin Chi comforted him, and then walked towards the living room. In the living room, 5 people were sitting on the sofa, and Yin Wei and Yin Ming were introducing something to the side. Seeing Lin Chi coming in, the 2 of them looked at him for help. The sense of oppression from these 5 people is really too strong. Brother Lin, you made it easy for us to wait. Qin Wei-jun smiled and stepped forward to say hello, which relieved the embarrassment just now. Sorry. I just went to the south. The current situation is very serious. Being able to hunt more mutant beasts can also relieve some pressure on the Federation. Lin Chi made it impossible to refute what he said. What he was doing was business. Even if you wait a little longer, you still won't be able to find an excuse to show off. You're a good young man. As a warrior of the Source Project, we care about the future of mankind. It's worth waiting for us for such a long time. Qin Wei-jun was about to say something when he heard someone on the sofa stand up and praise him with a smile. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the purpose of coming this time could be accomplished. Who is this? The man looked to be in his 60s. But after his genes were awakened, there was no trace of aging on his body. Instead, he felt like he was getting older and stronger. His gray hair was full of energy, and his eyes were shining brightly. Brother Lin, this is Minister Zheng from the 4 major bases. He is responsible for external negotiations. The purpose of our visit is to invite some powerful Source Project warriors to participate in hunting special mutant beasts. The other 3 people seem to be Minister Zheng's bodyguards, standing beside Minister Zheng at all times. Zheng Gongcheng, do you have the guts to follow us to hunt the 6th level mutant beast? Although there was a hint of excitement in Minister Zheng's words, there was no doubt about it. Because from his long-term vision and heart, hunting mutant beasts was the obligation of every awakened person. And Lin Chi would definitely do it. Promised. Chapter 210 The Violent Wind and Breathless Slash. 6th level mutant beast? Lin Chi frowned. He already had a clear understanding of the strength division of mutant beasts. At the current stage, the 5th level was no longer invincible to ordinary people, let alone the 6th level. That cannot be dealt with by large numbers of people. Besides, there have been no traces of 6th level mutant beasts in the Federation. Mr. Zheng, I wonder what kind of traces these 6th level mutant beasts are. Yin Ming looked at Lin Chi in disbelief. With his current strength, he had to be fully prepared to deal with the 4th level mutant beast and suppress it with powerful firepower before he could barely kill it. However, he actually started to deal with the 6th level mutant beast. Although Lin Chi was very strong, he didn't think this guy could participate in a mission of this level. You have been to the south and have seen the miserable conditions in southern cities? Mr. Zheng sighed. The specific coordinates and types were still a secret before joining, but some simple information could still be revealed. Of course I know. Lin Chi nodded and went south twice. Although he did not go deep, he still saw the fallen safe zone, which was far more miserable than the chaos before the end. Once a densely populated safe zone falls, it will become AHL on Earth. triggering the proliferation of mutated creatures and evolved bugs in a short period of time. If no one can restrain it, then a 6th level mutant beast can easily destroy a safe zone. We must kill it. Otherwise more humans will die in its hands. Mr. Zheng looked at Lin Chi seriously. As one of the top 10 awakeners in the source plan rankings, and once ranked first, he must have considerable strength and must be among the invited ones. I agreed. When will we set off? Lin Chi did not ask about the reward or bargain, compared with this favor or the experience of getting to know other source project warriors. Those simple rewards were simply not worth mentioning. Besides, it was impossible to give him too many precious materials of the 6th order mutant beast. Many. At most they are some scraps. We have 3 days to prepare. The guards will contact you at any time. I hope you can show your full strength. 3 days is because they have to find Project Source soldiers in other safe zones. Generally speaking, it is imminent. Most of the 5th level Source Project warriors are awakened ones, who have activated the 3rd level gene lock. If they unite to deal with the 6th level mutant beasts, they may still be able to fight. But when the mutant beasts advance to another level, they will not be able to deal with them. Yes, I will arrive as soon as possible when the time comes. After all, it is for the sake of all mankind. Lin Chi looked solemn. In terms of human justice, the superficial attitude still needs to be established. What to do in private depends on his own mood. Listening to Lin Chi's righteous words, Qin Weijun couldn't help but curl his lips. That was not what he said when he negotiated with this guy. Mr. Zheng and his party did not stay long. After confirming Lin Chi's attitude, they prepared to say goodbye and leave. At this stage, there are already more than 300 Source Plan fighters on the Source Plan rankings. And there are already more than 50 level 5 and above. This battle is related to the future of mankind. And it is necessary to invite these more than 50 fighters. Of course, there are still some hidden Source Plan fighters who have not registered. But they must know about this mission. The aircraft that Zheng Lao and the other 5 were riding was also a small aircraft, which looked more refined than Lin Chi's. It came from the advanced technology of the 4 major bases, so it was naturally far ahead in all aspects. Taking advantage of the opportunity to send a few people to the aircraft, Lin Chi put his hand on it and quickly used his mechanical transformation ability. The entire structure inside the aircraft instantly appeared in his mind, recorded like a holographic projection. Hey, this engine is good. Much better than my modified thruster. The products produced by the 4 major bases are naturally high quality, and some of them are high-tech, which has exceeded the current understanding. Everyone felt a sense of trance as they watched the aircraft disappear into the sky. How powerful the 6th level mutant beast must be. Yenming sighed. He was not qualified to participate in this kind of task. Wait until I come back and record a video for you so you can study it carefully. Lin Chi patted Yenming's shoulder. After working together for so long, he could tell that this man was still very reliable. At least, he wouldn't do anything secretly. Let's observe again later, and get him a set of Source Project equipment to play with. 3 days seemed to be plenty of time. But for Lin Chi, it seemed a bit urgent. Returning to the underground base of the repair shop, he immediately took out the spare gene crystals and upgraded his sword skills to the next level. Top sword skills have been advanced. Perfect sword skills. Breaking wind slash. Add level 8 strong wind to strike the target multiple times. The secrets of the top sword skills automatically appeared in my mind, and I quickly became familiar with them and could use them at any time. However, the movement of the secret art of sword technique is too big after all, and it is not easy to try it in the safe zone. I can only find a target to show off its power in the future. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chi took advantage of this time to take another bottle of 2nd order genetic fluid and 3rd order genetic fluid. After unlocking the 2nd order gene lock, his strength also increased. After receiving the detailed coordinates from Qin Weijun, they took the group to the aircraft and prepared to set off. With Tuan, Lin Chi made a decision after careful consideration. The level of danger against the 6th level mutant beast this time was unimaginable. If he was injured, he would have a wet nurse with him to provide recovery, which could also increase battery life and recovery, giving him more protection. On the aircraft, Wenxiu had been living on it for the past few days. Seeing Lin Chi coming up with Tuan, there was a trace of panic in his eyes. After all, her status is a bit special, like the boss's secretary. And she is also the little secretary who takes care of daily life. Tuan. Her name is Wenxiu. She is the temporary person in charge of the aircraft. During this period of time, she is responsible for our daily life during the trip. Lin Chi did not hide it. After all, with his status, it was indeed inappropriate to have someone with a secret skill around him. Oh, she's still a beauty. Tuan Tuan said something. Yin and Yang rolled his eyes at Lin Chi, stepped forward to say hello to Wen Xiao, and the two gradually became familiar with each other. The aircraft locked on the target position and quickly rose vertically from the courtyard. Its thrusters exploded with full force and flew towards the coordinates given by Qin Wei Jun. The gathering place this time is a place with rolling mountains in the southwest. Cities near deep mountains have long been occupied by mutant beasts and evolved bugs, and all surviving humans have moved out. The original Plan warriors from the 4 major bases accidentally discovered traces of the 6th level mutated creature. After a simple test, they determined the opponent's level and reported it to the base. Later, after many verifications by the base, the level and bloodline of the mutated creature were truly determined. So today's 6th level battle took place. 2 hours later, the aircraft arrived at the temporary coordinates, which was a ruins that had been cleared out of the city. Many aircraft and Source Project fighters had arrived around, each occupying a position. When Lin Chi arrived, a Source Plan soldier flew into the sky and guided the aircraft to land at a specific location. Chapter 211 6th Level Mutated Unicorn Cow. You two stay on the aircraft. No matter what happens, don't get off. If there is any danger, just leave here. Lin Chi confessed that his aircraft was all made of evolved insect LS and mutant beast materials. Although it was not as good as those of the 4 major bases, it still had certain special characteristics. The people who can come here to participate in the mission are all outstanding people, and the power behind them is not small. There will always be a few scumbags. Okay, we'll wait for you to come back on the aircraft. Tuan Tuan nodded. Although she also owned the Source Project armor, she was not very interested in fighting, especially with so many people participating. Not to mention Wen Xiao, who has only taken the 2nd genetic crystal now, is quite weak. After getting off the aircraft, the man led Lin Chi to a large aircraft. This was an exclusive vehicle for the 4 bases, with enough space inside to accommodate hundreds of people. From time to time soldiers from the Source Plan fell from the sky. These were obviously men invited by Mr. Zheng. They received the news at the same time, and almost all of them arrived here. Entering the aircraft, I saw an empty conference room. There were already more than 30 Project Source soldiers inside, but they just glanced at Lin Chi and looked away. Brother Lin. Here. When Ren Xiangfeng saw Lin Chi coming up, he quickly waved to indicate that there was room next to him. In addition to him, Lin Chi also saw an acquaintance, Dongfang Song from the safe area of the capital. The latter nodded as a greeting. Lin Chi smiled apologetically, but did not go over, but sat down in the corner at the back. Sitting next to the Project Source fighters from the 4 major bases was too eye-catching. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived, and Mr. Zheng also came from another room. Our heroes are here. Zheng Lao's words made most people stand upright. Obviously, the title of hero is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Mr. Zheng, since everyone is here, it's time to talk about what the 6th level mutant beast is. Right? A young man sitting at the front said anxiously, not showing much respect for Mr. Zheng when he spoke. After all, he is young and energetic, and only respects the strong. Although Mr. Zheng has a special status, he is not very strong. Okay, I won't say any more gossip. Let's all join the temporary communication channel. Next, I will introduce to you the 6th level mutant beast I discovered. The expression on Mr. Zheng's face remained unchanged as he operated the instrument to release a signal and simultaneously connected everyone's information channels. I need to share your vision during the battle to facilitate command. Do you have any objections? After Mr. Zheng finished speaking, a holographic projection was projected behind him, which was a continuous mountain range. Everyone's attention was attracted by something in the mountains, but no one refused it. Only Lin Chi's expression changed, because when he received the special signal, Wei Lan issued a reminder. Unknown information lock detected. Whether to block it, Lin Chi hesitated for a moment and chose to ignore it for the time being. What kind of mutant beast is that? Everyone here has excellent observation skills, and naturally they saw a special mutant beast in the mountains for the first time. When the picture became clearer and closer, I could see the specific features clearly. Even Lin Chi slowly straightened his body and looked at the holographic screen attentively. It looks like it has the characteristics of a cow, but there are some differences. Could it be a bison? The nearest person whispered, with a hint of confusion in his tone. I know. It's Chilean. I once hunted a 5th level mutant cow. And it had this characteristic. The cow gives birth to the unicorn. In the conference room, everyone was talking about it. The phenomenon of biological reversion is not surprising. Fish in the water have the characteristics of dragons. And animals have ancient genes that slowly appear after mutation. This mutated cow, that looks like a unicorn, is more than 40 meters tall, with a body length of more than 70 meters. It is like a small hill. The animal's skin on its back has lines on it, like scales, and it looks indestructible. The huge horns are curved and bifurcated, walking through the mountain forest, easily stepping out of a spacious road. Even the holographic projection can give people a strong sense of oppression. What we have to do is to kill this mutated unicorn cow. After that, some of the materials from the mutated unicorn cow will be distributed to everyone. In addition, everyone is welcome to visit the 4 bases at any time. Mr. Zheng introduced the data of the mutated unicorn cow in detail. He had done a simple test before, and knew the approximate data of this mutated beast. Ordinary attacks could not break through the defense of its scales. At the same time, the information of teammates appeared in everyone's communicator to facilitate everyone's better understanding. If you don't have any objections, then get ready to go. Otherwise, with every additional day of delay, its strength will increase by 1 point, and it will be even more difficult to deal with. Mr. Zheng pushed up his glasses and signaled the aircraft to start and fly towards the depths of the mountains. Not long after, the aircraft arrived over the mountains and hovered in the air before entering the territory of the mutated unicorn bull. Everyone flew out of the aircraft one after another and flew towards the valley where the mutated unicorn cow was located. Brother Lin, let's cooperate with each other when we fight later. This guy is not so easy to deal with. Body shape is a characteristic that determines whether a mutated beast is strong or not. Under normal circumstances, the larger the body, the stronger the strength. There may be very individual differences, but obviously there are very few of them. Okay, it'll be up to you later. Lin Dian nodded. In this situation, no one wanted to be the first. Acting too forcefully would only attract others' attention. As it approached the valley, the mutated Kirin bull had already sensed the approach of a strange life, and a deafening roar came from its mouth. The trees in the surrounding forest were instantly suppressed and bent down, and even some unstable rocks were shaken down. A sound wave blasted out, shocking the people flying at the front to a halt. What a powerful sound wave! Even if he wears the 5th level source plan armor, he can't stop this all-pervasive attack. 58 figures stopped. From this distance, the figure of the mutant unicorn bull could be clearly seen, and the range of the sonic attack would be even greater if it went further. Next, we will be the main attacker, and you will be responsible for assisting. Everyone, be careful. A figure flew out from the crowd. Although the bronze armor looked very simple, it exuded a powerful aura. He was holding a giant axe, and there was a faint blue light flashing on the axe blade. No! One in the source project rankings. Pangu armor. Lin Chi recognized this person at a glance. This source plan armor has ranked first again, and it is stronger than before. The owner of the Pangu armor did not show his name. Probably what this armor represents is the face of the 4 major bases. I saw a hatch opening on the aircraft in the distance, and a red light blasted out. The dazzling light left a deep trace in the air and hit the mutated unicorn cow hard. The valley instantly fluctuated and exploded, causing a wave to spread. However, the scales on the mutated unicorn cow seemed to light up with a layer of blue light, actually resisting this energy attack. Before the smoke and dust cleared, the owner of the Pangu armor rushed forward with a giant axe in his hand. Original martial arts. Open the sky. As soon as the axe fell, the blue axe shadow transformed, fell from the air, and hit the mutated unicorn bull with a heavy force. Chapter 212 Weakness Attack. Wouldn't he be ashamed to shout out the name of the move so loudly? The roar in the communicator made Lin Li tremble, a little surprised at the other party's shamelessness. When shouting skills, most of the time he is alone, and only he can hear his voice. Well, actually this is the meaning of the base. To make everyone aware of the importance of Yuan martial arts, and to promote it. Ren Xiangfeng was also a little embarrassed. After all, he was required to shout loudly like this when he attacked later, making sure that everyone could hear him. Then I want to listen carefully. Lin Chi transformed into a bow and arrow, ready to attack at any time. When you don't know how powerful the mutated unicorn cow is, it's safer to use long-range attacks. Seeing the weapon that Lin Chi had condensed, Ren Xiangfeng instantly understood that this guy seemed to be preparing to fly a kite remotely. I'm on board. Please cover me. After saying that, he condensed a long knife and rushed forward. Although the mutated unicorn bull has a strong sense of oppression, everyone here is not an ordinary person. After someone attracted the firepower, they all took action quickly. The previous energy attack did not cause any damage to the mutated unicorn cow. At this moment, its scales are still glowing with a layer of blue light, which proves that energy attacks will be blocked, and only physical attacks can break through it. Its defense. Hurricane cut. Dongfang Song came to Lin Chi's vicinity at some unknown time. He condensed a hurricane with his hands and quickly compressed it in front of him, forming a rotating wind wheel. After a low cry, the wind wheel rotated rapidly and cut off the mutated unicorn cow's head. Hey, I just shouted it out to promote you on martial arts. There's no need for you to follow suit. It was rare to have an acquaintance with whom he could talk, so Lin Chi couldn't help but talk too much. Don't you think it makes me more powerful when I shout it like this? Dongfang Song mobilized the hurricane with all his strength, and after he was distracted and suppressed these words, his hands began to tremble. There are more than 50 awakened persons who have shown their own special abilities and can become the warriors of the Source Project. Most of them are innate awakened persons and have the genetic ability to awaken themselves. Just like Dongfang Song controls the power of the wind, there are people on the side who control the flames to help. Some condense the thunder clouds, and some control the sand and stones. For a time, frequent attacks directly enveloped the mutated unicorn cow, making it impossible to see the situation clearly. Lin Chi also took the time to shoot a few arrows, but the illusory spear tip was not condensed on the arrows, so even though they hit the target, they did not cause any damage to the target. Its defense is a bit outrageous, despite the diversity of everyone's attacks, which even suppressed the mutated unicorn bull at one point. There were only a few attacks that could actually cause damage to it. Moo! There was another deafening roar, and powerful sound waves spread from the valley. Even the attack that was about to be suppressed was shaken away by this powerful sound wave. The mutated unicorn cow stepped on the ground, and the earth trembled violently. The bull's head slowly raised. Its black eyes slowly turned scarlet, and with all its strength, it jumped into the air. With such a powerful body, the power of just an ordinary impact is unimaginable, although most of them can be easily avoided. The hurricane caused by the collision of the mutated unicorn bull blew everyone away, and they were unable to stabilize their bodies. Before it could stabilize its body, it swung its tail and knocked away 2 Project Source soldiers. One person flew directly into the sky and disappeared, while the other person crashed into the mountains and was completely buried by the mountains. Everyone disperse. Mr. Zhang's command voice came from the communicator. From a distance, the commander could more intuitively see the attack intention of the mutant Qiling Neo. If everyone is too concentrated, they may suffer heavy losses at one time. The owner of the Pengu armor rushed forward again and struck down hard with his axe. However, the mutated unicorn cow lowered its head and hit it directly with its horns. Boom! With a dull impact, energy sparks sputtered out from the horns, and the force of the impact spread. The owner of the Pengu armor was directly knocked away hundreds of meters before he stabilized his body. Dongfang Song. Use your wind control ability to pour it into the mutated unicorn cow's mouth and nose. Don't let it roar again. Mr. Zhang's staff team quickly analyzed a combat plan against the mutated unicorn cattle, bringing out the awakening abilities of most people. If it has long-range attacks, give priority to attacking the vulnerable parts of its body, such as its eyes and under its tail, so that it cannot use its tail attacks. The most flexible part of this mutated unicorn bull is undoubtedly its nearly 40-meter-long tail. With a single sweep of this tail, it can set off ferocious hurricanes and even break up mountains and rocks. With a few words of command, everyone found the target of attack one after another and gradually became orderly. Original martial arts. Thunder Knife. It was another Project Source warrior, and his sword fell with the power of thunder, hitting the back of the mutated unicorn bull hard. Just when the thick tail was raised to attack, the flaw was exposed, and 2 big dripping eggs were exposed. Come out. Spiral arrow. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Even a mutated creature had fragile parts of its body. If he shot the arrow, he would definitely make the mutated unicorn cow scream. The arrow locked on the 3-meter dome, and an arrow shot out of the sky with a rotating hurricane, hitting one in the middle. Blood splattered everywhere. The arrow with an illusory gun tip penetrated the egg, and the power of rotation directly shattered the inside. bringing out lumps of mincemeat. The mutated unicorn cow's body obviously shrank violently, and its raised tail quickly retracted and was sandwiched between its two legs. Just when it opened its mouth to scream, a hurricane mixed with flames penetrated directly into its mouth, causing the scream to be swallowed alive. Who shot the arrow? No one noticed at this moment, because there were more than a dozen people attacking the egg at the same time. The important thing is that they finally caused damage to the mutated unicorn cow. Okay. Limit its tail and everyone can attack as much as you like. Everything is gradually moving towards the good side, as long as the attack is effective. A little bit of grinding can grind this behemoth to death. Will it be that easy? Looking at the mutated unicorn cow that was unable to move as it clamped its legs and was oppressed by the attack, Lin Chi couldn't believe it. Is this the weight of a sixth-order mutant beast? As soon as the idea came to my mind, I saw blue light flashing from the mutated unicorn cow, and the scale-like patterns on its body became brighter and brighter. A powerful aura erupted from the mutated Kirin bull, and all attacks were instantly deflected. Even Project Source soldiers, who were within 50 meters, were directly knocked hundreds of meters away. A layer of blue energy filled the body of the mutated unicorn cow, like a burning flame, and even the hot air from its mouth exuded a blazing feeling. Its body lowered slightly, its head lowered, and it took quick steps to run forward. Wherever the horns passed, rocks exploded and soil flew. It crashed directly through a large mountain and rushed forward with an unstoppable impact. No. You came for me. On the aircraft in the distance, Mr. Zheng looked serious. The running route of the mutated unicorn bull was exactly where the aircraft was. Quick! Get out of here! The order had just been issued, and before the direction could be changed, the mutated unicorn bull jumped up, turned into a blue light, and hit the sky. Chapter 213: The Power of Combined Attack. Boom! The flames of the explosion flew, and the aircraft, which had not yet demonstrated its power, was directly smashed into pieces, and countless parts fell from the sky. Several figures flew out of it in advance, but they were still shaken by the powerful shock wave and disappeared. After the mutated Kirin bull hit the ground and crashed into a hill, it stabilized its figure. However, it did not stop, but turned around and charged towards the Source Project soldiers in the sky again. Looking at the annoying flies in front of him, the mutated unicorn cow's eyes were extremely red. With the force of the collision, it lifted up a mountain with one head, and the shock wave caused countless rubbles to explode and scatter into the sky. Such a terrifying attack completely caused everyone to become confused. They had to avoid the flying boulders, and could no longer organize an effective attack. The cow's tail flicked, sweeping across with blue light energy, and a gap was instantly blasted out of the mountain peak 100 meters away. Several unlucky Project Source soldiers couldn't dodge at all, and the first person who bore the brunt was directly smashed into the mountain, completely covered by the rubble. Looking at the signal that the communicator had interrupted, Lin Chi realized that the guy probably no longer existed. That's right. How can a 6th-level mutant beast be so weak? Lin Chi silently moved away for a few hundred meters, and casually attacked with his bow and arrow a few times. Everyone, please pay attention. If you try harder, we will soon set up a trap. At this moment, Mr. Zheng's voice came from the communicator again, and he also shared a coordinate location. It was a small town 20 kilometers away, and it had been deployed by 4 major bases, just waiting to lure the mutant unicorn bull to the right location. But who dares to attract the attention of the mutated unicorn bull now? Once locked, the powerful brutal collision will be impossible to avoid at close range. The Source Project warriors from the 4 major bases stood up again. The owner of the Pengu armor held the sky-opening axe and slowly landed on the top of the mountain. Several more people fell down next to them, and the aura around them slowly solidified. Comrades, I need your help. He placed the sky-opening axe on the top of the mountain and held the handle of the axe with both hands, completely unlocking the limitations of this special Source Project weapon. I saw that the shape of this giant axe changed rapidly. Its size continued to increase, and it even sank directly into the mountain. Level 3 Gene Lock. Open! After another person opened the gene lock, he pressed his hands on the ground. The entire mountain peak trembled violently, and even the condensed earth and rocks continued to compress toward the center. Sensing the violent fluctuations here, the mutated Kirin ox slowly turned around and blew out a wave of fiery air from its nose. Give me some time. Block it. The owner of the Pengu armor roared angrily, and his body rapidly expanded and grew in size, reaching a height of 5 meters. He was like a little giant, standing on the top of a mountain. Only then did everyone react, no longer holding back. And all kinds of attacks continued towards the mutated unicorn bull. The sky is on fire. Dongfang Song mobilized the hurricane with all his strength, rolled up the flames condensed by others, and turned into a huge whirlwind of flames, rolling towards the mutated unicorn cow. The rocks and trees along the way burned violently, forming a charred land. But as soon as this terrifying attack was condensed, it was hit by the mutated unicorn bull and exploded completely. The combined attacks of several people only blocked it a bit. After breaking through the flame cage, they continued to rush towards the top of the mountain. The impact of another person's condensed water flow, under the high temperature of the flames, caused black clouds to rise, followed by lightning and thunder in the clouds. Original martial arts. Thousands of thunders from heaven. A figure rushed out quickly, and countless rays of lightning condensed, all converging on the long knife in his hand. And a handful of lightning that measured several feet fell straight down. Boom! The suppressive power of the thunder finally stopped the mutated unicorn cow's footsteps. The powerful lightning attack completely defeated the blue light condensed on its body, and even a huge scorch mark appeared on its back. The ground it stepped on quickly formed a huge puddle, and the turbid mud kept rolling and rotating, and the strong suction pulled it unable to draw on its strength. At this point, everyone no longer hides their strength and uses their strongest methods one after another. Several flying blades shuttled rapidly through the air, drawing blood marks on the mutated unicorn cow's body. Without the defense of the energy protective layer, even the 6th level mutated beast's physical body could not withstand the attack containing source power. The mutated unicorn cow's entire body gradually sank into the mud, leaving only 2 horns outside, causing everyone to consciously stop attacking. For a moment, the battlefield was completely silent. As the 2 horns gradually sank into the mud, there was no trace of the mutated unicorn cow. But the feeling of oppression that followed did not weaken by half. The next second, the ground suddenly shook, and the condensed mud suddenly exploded. The mutated Kirin bull broke out of the ground, and its body ejected, hitting several people on the top of the mountain. The scattered mud looks soft, but it carries a powerful impact, and the rocks mixed in it are like cannonballs. The surrounding Source Project soldiers tried to dodge, but they were inevitably hit by the mud, as if they were hit by a giant hammer, and they fell to the ground. Lin Shi used his mental power for the first time to cover the surrounding area, block all the mud, retreat to a safe position, and shoot an arrow into the eye of the mutated unicorn bull. Even if he is a soy saucer, if necessary, he must do some effective attacks to increase his sense of presence. However, this arrow did not attract the attention of the mutated unicorn cow at all. Until the moment the arrow hit its eye, it was too late to change direction. On the top of the mountain, a majestic momentum erupted, and the 5-meter-tall Pengu armor slowly pulled up a mountain peak that turned into a giant axe. With the blessing of various powers, this giant axe has become one with the mountain. Just raising it a little bit makes the ground tremble violently. Cut! Pengu's armor roared angrily, and he slowly raised the mountain axe. After reaching the extreme point, he saw the mountain axe, and several Source Project soldiers mobilized all their strength to help. Seeing this scene, everyone consciously flew to the mountain peak to contribute their own strength. A huge mountain axe with a width of more than 30 years. With the combined efforts of everyone, they gathered unprecedented power and hit the mutated unicorn bull hard on the head. Boom! There was a loud noise that shocked the world, and the giant axe on the mountain exploded instantly. But the mutated unicorn cow's head was also smashed into the ground, and its forelimbs fell to its knees. The force of the countershock sent everyone flying backwards 100 meters away, and blood continued to seep out of their faceplates. Lin Shi also opened his visor, feeling the energy and blood surge in his body, and vomited out a mouthful of blood. Although he had used his mental power to protect his body, the direct impact was too powerful, and his body was inevitably injured. As the smoke dissipated, only a dozen Project Source soldiers were left who could fly again at this moment. The mutated unicorn cow fell to the ground, and a stream of blood slowly seeped out from the gravel, forming a blood puddle nearby. However, its body still undulated steadily, proving that its vitality was still so strong. After a moment, the mutated cow struggled to stand up, but a huge crack suddenly appeared on the cow's head. One of its left eyes was completely damaged, and one of its horns was completely broken. Lin Shi took out a bottle of Tuanchuan milk and drank it. A warmth spread through his chest, and the pain eased a lot. However, in this case, no one wanted to be the first to attack. Preparations are complete. Quickly guided to the target location. Mr. Jing's voice sounded in the ears of the remaining people at the same time, once again giving hope to everyone's hearts. Chapter 214, Introducing a Trap. Among the rocks, a figure slowly stood out. The owner of Pengdu's armor. The body has returned to normal, but now his hands are hanging down, unable to lift them up anymore. And the sky-opening axe has now returned to his back. And he is afraid that he will no longer be able to use it. I'll leave it to you all next. After he finished speaking, he quickly flew up and far away from the battlefield. In the visor, his face was covered with blood, and blood was still seeping out of his mouth. All the bones in his arms were shattered, and he was no longer able to fight. The defense has been split open, and the next attack is obviously much easier. Although there are less than 20 people able to fight at this moment, it puts more pressure on the mutant unicorn bull. Even the energy lasers, which had not been used much, poured out and bombarded the mutated unicorn cow's wounds, expanding the injuries. Even though one corner was destroyed, the remaining eye still glowed with blood, and the mutated Kirin bull still refused to retreat and run away, roaring with endless roars. It slowly raised its hoof and stepped down. The ground trembled and cracked, and its body jumped up again. A large amount of blood was sprayed, and when the mutated unicorn cow landed on the ground, it shook up countless gravel, flicked its long tail, and turned into a series of cannonballs to impact. The original body was damaged, and most of the source plant armors had not returned to normal. At this moment, they were unable to avoid this extremely fast attack. A few slow-moving ones were hit immediately and fell directly to the ground. Rays of lightning fell and hit the mutated unicorn cow's head, causing the wound to become scorched black instantly. The severe pain made its movements become slower and slower. Everyone retreated while fighting, evacuating from the mountains. Blood was spread all over the place, but there was still no tendency for the mutated unicorn cow to fall to the ground. But when it reached the edge of the mountain range, it stopped strangely and changed its direction, seeing that there were only a few kilometers left. If it escaped, all the previous efforts would be in vain. At this moment, an arrow flew out, crossed an arc, flew in from under the mutated unicorn cow, and accurately hit another egg. The mutated unicorn cow's body trembled, and it jumped up. Its screams were mixed with a hint of sadness, and it slowly turned its head, with its only remaining eye staring at Lin Chi, who was holding the bow. Subconsciously, the people around Lin Chi quickly moved away. Hack! It's so vicious. He should have shot that one too. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Chi with a hint of fear, and some even subconsciously tightened their legs. Slip away. Lin Chi quickly retracted his bow and flew towards the designated location. No matter what kind of creature it is, if its lifeblood is cut off, it will definitely not give up. Let alone a mutated unicorn cow that has evolved to the 6th level and possesses certain intelligence. Sure enough, the next second the unicorn bull became completely furious, filled with blue energy, and quickly chased after Lin Chi. While running, a stream of white liquid continued to spill out from under him, swaying away all the stored descendants. Lin Chi, well done. Quickly lure the mutated unicorn cow to the town square, where the detonation device has been set up. A stream of information was quickly transmitted into the superbody armor. Lin Chi took a brief look and understood. This town has long been transformed by the 4 major bases, and the entire lower part of the square has been hollowed out, forming a simple trap. The trap contained a 5th level fusion energy bomb and a large number of high explosive bombs. Lin Chi calculated the landing place of the mutated unicorn cow, quickly corrected the distance with it, then turned around and flew towards the town square. The powerful body of the mutant unicorn bull ran rampant through the town. The buildings were like paper and were directly smashed into pieces. After the cow's temper was completely detonated, it lost all but its sanity. When it jumped up and landed on the square, its heavy body sank instantly. Inside the trap was a thick wire mesh that just wrapped around the mutated unicorn cow's body, making it unable to break free for a moment and completely losing the chance of escaping. Boom! Waves of soil spread from layer to layer on the ground, and a mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Reaching deep into the sky, Lin Chi's eyes went blank. He didn't hear the deafening sound until he flew dozens of miles away. He then turned around. His armor quickly changed shape and flew towards the first battlefield. At the same time, the special signals left in the communicator were temporarily blocked to prevent abnormalities from being discovered. The 4 bases are bound to hunt down the mutated unicorn cattle. After this battle, We can see the strength of the 4 bases. Even if they don't participate, they can kill the 6th level mutated unicorn cattle and share the spoils with themselves afterwards. There must be only a few of them. It is better to take advantage of this opportunity to get back the broken horn. As soon as he flew near the destroyed mountain range, Lin Chi sent several special fluctuations, and they were quite violent. I'm just telling you. How can it be possible that only those people are left? They are all trying to fight against each other. The source of the energy fluctuations was the Source Project warriors, who had been buried in the rubble. If they did not come out immediately after being impacted, it did not mean that they had lost their combat effectiveness. At this moment, a person holding the horns of a bull had not flown very far when he was knocked down by an energy impact, and the horns were inserted straight into the mountain. The unicorn horn is mine. This horn was cut off at the root and was about 6 meters long. A small horn branched out from the top. Even if it didn't need to be carved and polished, it was still a terrifying weapon. The man grabbed the horns and held it in his arms, jumped up and flew away. Several people were chasing after him. They had already received the news that the mutated unicorn cow had been led into a trap and blown up to death. Naturally, they would not let go of this precious horn. Bring it here. A man fell from the sky, and the spear in his hand fell, hitting the man in the back and pinning him to the ground. The partners who were fighting side by side just now are now like enemies, fighting with all their strength. The Yuan Plan warrior who regained the mutant horns flew very fast, but the heavy horn still made him catch up with the people behind him. Several attacks hit him and knocked him down. Falling into the valley, he leaned against the horns of the bull, drew out his spear, and stood ready. It seems that only by killing yours can I take this thing away. The most valuable thing about the mutated unicorn bull, apart from the genetic crystals, is the 2 horns. This thing can advance the Source Project armor to the 6th level, making it the top of the Federation and the entire Blue Star. No one would give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the figures fell one after another, the atmosphere instantly became solemn. Let's kill this guy first, and then fight for the horns. Several people looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The man with the gun was the strongest, and he had killed someone just now. He was really a ruthless person. If he didn't kill him first, no one would be relieved. It's up to you. The man holding the gun snorted coldly, and a layer of blue energy suddenly condensed on the tip of the gun. Original martial arts. Phantom coiled dragon spear. The spear transformed into a thrust, transforming into a series of gun shadows, like a blue dragon attacking at several people. Its momentum was extremely fast. You are from the 4 bases. The marksmanship changed. One person was unable to dodge, and was shot through the throat. His body was thrown away. But the gunfire did not stop. Now only people from the 4 major bases have mastered the origin martial arts. With such powerful power, they can easily tell the difference. It's too late to know now. Your armors will all stay here. The Source Project armor is also a precious weapon. Instead of wasting it in the hands of these people, it is better to take it back to the 4 bases and let more suitable people use it. This time, so many Source Project soldiers were summoned to participate in the mission of hunting down the 6th level mutated unicorn bull. In addition to looking for helpers, a large part of them also had the intention of letting them die here. The man with the gun attacked again, and the blue gun light instantly enveloped several people. The power of Yuan's martial arts may not be enough to deal with the mutated Kirin Ox. But at this moment, these Yuan Project warriors are all injured and cannot exert their full strength. They can kill one person with just one blow. Just as the remaining 3 people wanted to escape, they were hit by a laser and fell into the front of the valley. The man with the gun also felt uncomfortable. The successive battles made his injuries aggravated, and there were also several damages on the armor at this moment. But now that all the troubles have been solved, and 4 more sets of Source Plan armors have been obtained, this minor injury is nothing at all. Just as he was about to get up and walk towards the mutated horns, he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, and subconsciously raised his gun and stabbed back. A standard set of carbine rifles. Before anyone turns around, the tip of the spear is already there. But the spear didn't touch anything at all. Instead, it tore a big hole in his chest, and his heart was completely penetrated. Sorry. My gun is much longer than yours. 3 meters away, Lin Chi shook the spear inserted into the opponent's chest. Chapter 215 Fusion of Mutated Unicorn Horns. The core source bodies of the 5 sets of Source Plan armors were all extracted and integrated into the super body armor. As for the huge horns, there was no time to fuse them in a short time. so they could only fly deep into the mountains with them. Go. After flying for dozens of kilometers, he found a cave and crack in the mountain and entered it to hide. The super body battle armor and the 5 core source bodies are fully integrated. The black substance wraps the 6-meter-long horns, dissolving and absorbing them bit by bit. At the same time, Lin Chi used Wei Lan's unique communication method to contact Tuanchu and Wenxiu in the aircraft and asked them to go near the bomb town. Although the rewards that can be shared are not many, it is still necessary to go there. After half an hour of full-scale fusion, all the essence materials from the mutated unicorn horn were finally integrated into the super body armor, and the 5 core source bodies were separated again, although it has been delayed for some time. The smoke and dust from the explosion in the town have not completely dissipated yet. The energy is chaotic, and the information is blocked. No one has the intention to pay attention to anything else. Even if the 4 major bases sent projects or soldiers to search for the changes in the mountains, it would be difficult to find any clues. Lin Chi flew close to the ground and made a circle to the other side of the town, where the aircraft had been waiting for a long time. After entering the aircraft, Tuanchuan quickly greeted them. Husband, are you injured? Although they have been staying in the aircraft, they can still pay attention to the situation outside through the blue surveillance screen, and the temporary station is constantly mobilizing troops, which also indicates that there is a lot of trouble. It's okay. No one will come near you. Right? After entering the aircraft, Lin Chi had turned on the shielded signal, but due to energy chaos, he had not yet received the collective message. No. When we came here before, a few were closer, but they flew in the direction of the explosion. Wenxiu now understood some operating techniques, so she paid special attention when she came over. That's good. I'll go to the warehouse first. You should pay attention to the surveillance. If anyone comes close, alert me as soon as possible. Lin Chi went to the warehouse and quickly got out of the super armor. The armor is fused with the material of the 6th level mutated unicorn cow. If anyone else is around, they can easily detect it, which is why I have to come back. Taking advantage of this time, the 6th level mutated unicorn horn material in the super body armor was separated again, condensed into a spherical shape, and stored in a corner of the warehouse. The other 5 core source materials were also sealed. After doing all this, I came to the cab and took a short rest. Honey, do you want to drink something to recover from your injuries? Tuanchuan stretched out his hand and pressed his chest, and a hole slowly opened in his armor. She noticed something was wrong with Lin Chi's breath, and looked tired, which made her feel very distressed. No, this condition is just right. If there are no injuries at all, it will attract attention. Lin Chi touched the separated armor. It felt better than before, but now was obviously not the time to play with it. Wenxiu sat in the passenger seat, looking at the screen intently, but her ears eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. But she obviously couldn't understand it. Okay. They sent the message. Let's talk about it when I get back. Watching the smoke and dust outside gradually dissipate and the energy subside, communications have returned to normal. After Lin Chi explained a few more words, he opened the aircraft door and flew towards the town. All along the way, the ground was in ruins, and cracks stretched out, as if it had been blown over again. As we reached the center of the town, it almost became a deserted land, and the ground even sunk a lot. When Lin Chi arrived, several aircraft were already parked near the deep crater that was blasted out, and many people wearing Project Source armor were measuring with instruments nearby. Although the loss this time is a bit big, we are victorious after all. After the energy in the pit is completely dissipated, I hope we can gain something. Needless to say, almost all the flesh and blood on the mutant unicorn cow was destroyed by the explosion. But what was left behind was precisely the most precious part of the body, which was enough for use. Moreover, the genetic crystal is quite stable before use, and can easily withstand the impact of an explosion. Not long after, a few people found a fist-sized genetic crystal from the depths of the ruins. It was dark red and exuded rich energy. It seems that the size of gene crystals above the 4th level has been fixed, but the depth of the color is slightly different, and the energy contained in them is completely different. The man quickly took out a delicate box, put the gene crystal into it, and carefully handed it to the staff on the side. Then a moment later, a 5-meter-long black broken horn was also found from the ruins. The impact of the energy bomb at close range almost shattered the mutant unicorn cow's body, but there were still some extremely valuable things in the ruins. For example, beef bones that have not yet been melted have been roasted at high temperatures to create harder scales. These scales are also characteristics inspired by the mutant beast's awakening of ancient bloodline, and are even as precious as horns. Lin Shi did not take the initiative to help, but came and sat down near Dongfang Song. There are only 32 of us 58. Dongfang Song took out his cigarette and handed one to Lin Shi. His tone was a bit baffling. After Lin Shi put the smoke aside and was affected by the explosion, the Luo stone ignited in the next second. I remember not many died. Right? After taking a deep breath, Lin Shi knew it clearly. Except for a few who were unlucky enough to be slapped by the tail of an ox, and a few who were hit and killed. Most of them survived. Even when Lin Shi went back, he saw them fighting vigorously. TCH. Who knows? But we all survived. Right? Dongfang Song smiled, as if he was reminding Lin Shi. But in this case, he couldn't say it clearly. In the group communication, the information of those people has been completely cut off. This is not the result of death. Even the intelligence system in the Source Project armor has been eliminated. An hour later, the remaining people gathered together and watched from a distance as the staff of the 4 major bases searched through the ruins, carrying the found materials up from time to time and piling them on the flat ground. Mr. Chen slowly stepped off an aircraft, still protected by 3 Source Project soldiers. Thanks for your hard work. Heroes. He escaped from the exploding aircraft, but was not seriously injured and stepped forward to salute. But everyone roughly guessed the purpose of the 4 major bases, and only responded perfunctorily. You are all partners who abide by the rules. It would be great if they could be like you. The current meaning is that those who did not come have broken the rules originally agreed. Otherwise, they would not be cleaned up afterwards. Of course, this is a very suitable excuse. One that leaves people speechless. But I promise you that your reward will not be less. Each of you will contribute 500 points. In addition, you will be given the ability to redeem Source Martial Arts. And each person can get 2 mutated unicorn cow scales. Mr. Zheng also gave appropriate rewards after seeing how much material was found. After this battle, although there were not many casualties in the 4 major bases, the price paid was high. It's just that the layout in the town is not something that ordinary safe zones can do. Although this method of killing mutant beasts yielded some materials, most of it was a waste. Lin Shi didn't have any thoughts about this 6th level genetic crystal. After this battle, his strength was enough to deal with the 6th level mutant beast, and there was no need to be in opposition to the 4 major bases. After all, we need to continue to cooperate in the future. Chapter 216 Heading to the Sea. 2 pieces of scale armor can only increase the protection of some key parts of the source plan armor, but cannot improve the overall performance at all. But after all, it has touched the 6th level, and those 500 contribution points are what people care about the most. During the previous battle with the mutated Kirin Bull, the source martial arts performed by the Source Project warriors from the 4 major bases were so powerful that most people remembered them in their hearts. At this moment, they all opened the Source Plan Center to check the skill introductions marked above. 500 points can be exchanged for a good source martial skill. As for more advanced ones, they are not available yet. You haven't warmed up to the points you just got. Are you going to hand them over? Lin Shi took a look at the list. There were thunder swords used by the previous person, as well as spear skills, and even boxing and kicking skills. But the prerequisite was the blessing of source power. The top one on the list is how to cultivate source power. If you think of getting this method, you must go to the 4 major bases to receive further guidance. However, the temptation of increasing strength makes most people feel ready to move, and they begin to contact the 4 major bases privately. Lin Shi already knew how to use source power, so he could skip the first step directly. His skills were obviously more powerful than source martial skills, and there was no need to exchange duplicate weapon skills. So after getting the 2 scales, he said hello to Qin Wei Jun and returned to the aircraft, no longer paying attention to things outside. Let's get out of here. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. I'm too lazy to negotiate with them. After the battle, the 4 major bases will naturally begin to win over people's hearts. Further recruit these top awakened ones, and win them over to join the 4 major bases. Perhaps after joining, more benefits will be given. But no matter how good the conditions are, it is obvious that they cannot seduce Lin Shi. After this battle, Lin Shi felt that his strength was enough to defeat the 6th order mutant beast, but he just lacked the logistical supplements. Seeing Lin Shi's aircraft slowly taking off, the Project Source soldiers who had stayed on the ground raised their heads one after another, a little surprised that the other party had left so early. According to the long-standing tradition, a meeting will be held after the battle to discuss merits and rewards, brag to each other, establish friendships, reach consensus, form connections and factions, etc. If you operate well during this period and stand in good team, you will get a lot of benefits, and you will enter the official career and rise to the top. No one thought that someone would leave early and give up such glory and wealth at this time. As soon as the aircraft took off, Lin Chi received a message from Mr. Zheng, with a hint of blame and reservation in his tone. Brother Lin, why are you leaving in such a hurry? You deserve a lot of credit for being able to hunt down the 6th-level mutated unicorn bull this time. I'm just about to record the credit for you. After this battle, Mr. Zheng's reputation has skyrocketed, and he will definitely gain greater power in the base in the future. This is when he is in high spirits. Mr. Zheng, I'm so sorry. There was something unexpected in the safe zone, and I was urged to go back and deal with it. You also know that a small place like ours cannot live without people. I will definitely visit you at the base next time I have the opportunity. Lin Chi responded casually, and the speed of the aircraft did not decrease by half, and it disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. It's the guy who shoots cow eggs with a bow and arrow. The remaining Project Source soldiers had already recognized Lin Chi, and felt a little lucky when they saw him leaving. When you are with such a person, you have to tighten your legs all the time. It is really stressful. Okay, then I won't keep you. I hope we have the chance to cooperate again in the future. After Mr. Zheng finished speaking, he hurriedly cut off the communication. He was just alone and not worth his trouble. The top priority is to win over the remaining Source Project warriors first to increase their own foundation. After the aircraft left, it did not fly towards the safe zone, but turned to the southeast. Husband, where are we going? Although Tianquan was a little confused about the direction, he could see the navigation route on the instrument and guessed that he was not returning to the safe zone. On a rare occasion, I will take you to the beach. The sea area has become a restricted area for humans. Even in those coastal cities, most of the humans have been completely destroyed, leaving only endless ruins. The creatures in the sea mutate faster. They have no dormant period. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they have been at the forefront of evolutionary mutation. In addition, coupled with the nuclear pollution that was once possible, the degree of their mutation has appeared in many abnormalities. Previously, Lin Chi also captured information through satellites and briefly understood the conditions in some sea areas, but he never had the opportunity to see it with his own eyes. It's rare that I have time this time, so I have to take a closer look. When arriving near the sea, the humidity in the air increased significantly, and some high-level mutant bird flocks could be seen everywhere in the sky. And even giant mutant birds, with wingspans of more than 10 meters appeared. This mutated giant bird flew from high altitude, like an aircraft, full of oppression. Lin Chi parked the aircraft on a parking lot on the roof of a relatively complete building. It was getting late, and he had no intention of going out to explore. A dozen small drones flew out of the aircraft and slowly spread out to collect data in the ruins. The mutant beasts in this city are obviously stronger than those in other places, and there are several large factories and shipyards nearby. Let's go together tomorrow to see if there are any worth hunting. Pictures collected by drones are constantly displayed on the screen, and mutant beasts on the ground come into view. The species are even more complex than those in the Central Plains. A crocodile more than 10 meters long slowly crawled across the street. Its steel-like body just rubbed lightly and collapsed the corner of the building next to it. A golden python was entangled on the bridge, and the shape of devoured food could be vaguely seen in its squirming body. There are no fewer animals in big cities than in other places. Many rare animals are even released and hide in sewers to survive. Some of the precious pets kept in captivity in uninhabited villas are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Lin Chi marked these mutated creatures one by one, waiting to go out tomorrow and kill them all. Wen Xiao went to prepare dinner wisely, and the food for the three of them came to her very easily. The preparations were completed in less than an hour, so she came to the cab and prepared to call the two of them to eat. Sorry. Wen Xiao saw the two of them sitting on the same seat, and Lin Chi's head was still buried into Anquan's chest. The latter had an intoxicated expression on his face and turned around subconsciously. What are these two people doing? Guessing over and over again in his mind. His cheeks turned rosy unconsciously. If Lin Chi knew what she was thinking, he would definitely say that you are right. After taking it with dessert before a meal, most of the hidden injuries suffered in the previous battle have almost recovered, and there is even a force spreading in the body. Since Tuanquan advanced, The amount of milk has also increased a lot. And the effect is obviously stronger than before. Chapter 217. It's your turn to push. On the dinner table, there were 4 dishes and 1 soup, all of which were meat from high-level mutant beasts and some special vegetables grown after mutation. This top-notch ingredient only needs simple cooking to bring out the inherent deliciousness of the ingredients. And 3 people can enjoy a clean meal. After the meal, Winchio consciously went to wash the dishes. But she was still a little uneasy about how to arrange her sleep at night. Judging from the actions of the 2 people just now, there will definitely be a big fight tonight. Is he joining in or joining in? Winchio, who has read all the learning resources, is well informed in this regard, but has never tried it. In the cab, the map in the ruins was being improved bit by bit, but a few of the dozen or so drones sent out were missing. Apparently they were attacked by mutant beasts. I'll add the map of the seaside tonight, and we can go explore it tomorrow. Lynchie sat in the driver's seat, holding a soft ball in his arms. Their armors merged together, as if they were wrapped in a big quilt. Even if you work hard every day, every time you put it together, it will bring a new experience. The ball was jumping up and down, looking for the most comfortable feeling. After a while, Lynchie felt an extreme sense of oppression. Husband, will Sister Winchio sleep in the same bed with us later? Taking advantage of the short rest, Tuanchuan turned his head and asked curiously. She could roughly guess that Winchio must have been attracted by Lynchie, but the woman was a bit quiet, and she didn't know if she could accept the melee. Don't look at her delicate and elegant appearance, but she is actually much more flirtatious at heart. You will only need to do this later, and then you will be able to see her true nature clearly. Lynchie made suggestions in a low voice and taught Tuanchuan some small experiences. Oh, seriously? When Tuanchuan heard this, he immediately became interested. After all, they were used to living together in the villa before. Now that Xiaoling is not here, they are really uncomfortable. After another round of fighting, the 2 armors slowly separated, and they walked towards the living area without any signs of fatigue. Winchio had already arrived in the bedroom early, but she didn't dare to fall asleep. Instead, she sat by the bed and looked for an old movie and watched it absently. When he noticed Tuanchuan coming in, he quickly stood up. Sister One, you haven't slept yet. Tuanchuan's face was rosy, as the afterglow of being moisturized had not yet dissipated. After saying hello, he opened the bathroom door and prepared to turn on the water to take a bath. Well, I'm not used to going to bed that early, Winchio responded, and when he looked at Tuanchuan, his eyes suddenly widened. Yuan planned the armor to escape very quickly, and just by not paying attention, Tuanchuan separated from the armor, showing off his extremely mysterious figure. In contrast, Winchio lowered his head and glanced at himself, feeling inferior in his heart. The 2 of them are not as big as the other. What did this girl eat when she grew up? Let's take a bath together. This bath is big enough. Tuanchuan extended an invitation without closing the bathroom door. The sound of rushing water kept disturbing Winchio's thoughts. Winchio pinched herself, feeling ashamed to see others, but driven by curiosity. She still walked to the bathroom door and took a look. The suppressed desire in my heart arose, and I unconsciously had the idea of touching it. Just be ashamed of yourself. From now on, if we have a good relationship, what's hers is mine. After comforting himself, he decisively took off his clothes and entered the bathroom. Being honest with each other is the best way to promote a relationship, and this aspect is not limited to men and women. The 2 soon started fighting in the bathroom, full of laughter. Realizing that the time was almost up, Lin Chisai came to the bedroom. Listening to the lively sounds inside, Chong Qian woke up again, so he quickly came to the warehouse, took off his super armor, automatically fused with the 6th level material for purification, returned to the room naked, opened the bathroom door, and walked in. Let's wash together. The 3 of us squeeze in. Lin Chi was as thick-skinned as a city wall, so naturally he wouldn't feel embarrassed, and Tuan Tuan had long been used to it. Only when Xiao huddled in the corner of the bath, covering her eyes subconsciously. Although she had seen it last time and even directly measured it, it still gave her a huge shock when she saw it again. Husband, let's move your seat. You can sit in the middle. Tuanchuan deliberately made room, stretched out his hand, and pulled Lin Chi into the bathroom. The bathroom, which was not spacious, was filled with 3 people in an instant, and the hot water overflowed. One person is behind, and the other is in front, and the edge of the bathtub is smooth, so even if you want to hide, you can't hide anywhere. Winchio slipped into Lin Chi's arms unknowingly, and with a continuous push from behind, she gradually got better after a few times. After some commotion, Lin Chi changed positions and turned around. Tu Inchuan automatically adjusted his position and said to the tired Wen Xiao, "Sister Wen, it's your turn to push." After all, the narrow bathroom couldn't be used. After playing for a while, the three of them came to the spacious bed in the bedroom and continued to play hard. Early the next morning, while the two of them were still sleeping, Lin Chi quietly got up, washed up, put on his super armor, and went outside the aircraft. The updated super armor is a bit thicker and seems to have better defense. The sun is shining brightly in the sky by the seaside. Although we are in ruins, the green vegetation growing among the ruins gives people a sense of primitive desolation. The early rising mutant birds look for prey in the ruins, swooping down from the sky from time to catch bugs hiding in the dark. On the roof of the building, basically no mutant beasts would appear. But the movement of Lin Chi walking out still attracted the attention of a mutant bird hovering nearby, seeming to determine whether the prey was worth taking. However, after circling for a few times, it quickly disappeared into the air, obviously seeing that the other party was not easy to bully. "Let's go to the beach first. Maybe we can encounter powerful mutant beasts." With a thought in his mind, the wings on the back of the super armor spread out and flew silently towards the edge of the sea. The coastal area seems to have experienced a tsunami. Most of the buildings on the edge have been submerged by the seawater. There is a mess everywhere. There are even traces of parasitic life in the sea on some buildings. Arriving above the beach, a group of huge mutated seabirds flew up in fright, flapping their wings and hovering in the sky. On the beach, there were several sea crabs as big as basins, with their fangs and claws showing, confronting seabirds. Some even held a seabird in their pincers, with feathers scattered on the ground. Lin Chi silently took out his slingshot and aimed it at the seabird in the sky. The marbles flew out at extremely fast speeds. A seabird spun and fell from the sky into the sea. Blood gradually seeped out and stained the sea water red. A drone separated from behind, quickly sailed towards the sea, picked up the seabird and slowly flew back. First-order genetic crystallization is better than nothing. After taking the gene crystal, Lin Chi threw the seabird's body into the sea. After a while, the scene turned into waves, attracting unknown creatures. Chapter 218, Flying straight to the 5th level mutated dragon. The bloody smell emitted by the seabirds easily attracted the mutant fish nearby. In just a moment, a sea fish more than 5 meters long jumped out of the water. Seeing this, Lin Chi quickly gathered a 10-meter-long fishing rod, hung a fresh seabird on it, and threw it to the mutated sea fish's mouth. The sea fish was considered a favor and swallowed the seabird in one gulp, with the fish hook just hanging in its mouth. Feeling the strong pulling force, Lin Chi suddenly exerted force, and the fishing rod bowed instantly. The mutant fish in the sea are indeed much more powerful than those in freshwater lakes. This 4 to 5 meter long sea fish is only a second-order mutant fish, but its strength has reached the level of an ordinary third-order mutant fish. It is swinging wildly in the water, trying to break free. Come up! However, a mutated beast of this level was not a challenge at all to Lin Chi. He just waved with all his strength and flew up a 5-meter-long mutated sea fish. This sea area is still too shallow. If you want to find big fish above level 5, you have to go to the deep sea area or port. Lin Chi took out the gene crystal and threw the fish aside casually. He believed that it would not be long before it would become food on the beach. After searching on the beach for a while, all I saw were ordinary mutant creatures. Even third-level ones were hard to come across. Then I changed my direction and searched for other areas. Along the coast, we soon came to a large shipyard. The sea near the shipyard was extremely deep and had not been disturbed by humans for a long time. It was easy for giant fish to appear in such a place. As soon as he arrived near the dock, Lin Chi noticed an unusual atmosphere here. The shipyard covers a large area, and even at the beginning of the apocalypse, operations here did not stop, which led to the original transformation of this place into a simple shelter. But with the rapid evolution of mutated beasts in the sea, the shelter near the sea bore the brunt of the attack. Almost within a few days, it was completely destroyed. When Lin Fei came up, he could even smell the putrid smell permeating the shipyard. And some small sea creatures could be seen everywhere parasitic in it. Azure. Scan it. A shockwave hit the sea. The aftermath of the shock spread, and the sensed information quickly appeared in the field of vision. At this moment, under the dock near the shipyard, a huge shadow came into view, and after being disturbed, it obviously started to swim slowly. With this size, Could it be a 5th level mutant beast? Lin Chi did not expect to find traces of the 5th level mutant beast in the sea during his first exploration. Perhaps near the shipyard, which was very suitable for the opponent's shelter. Then his figure slowly landed on the shore, and a 10-meter spear quickly formed in his hand. Above the tip of the gun, filaments as thick as a finger spread and intertwined, turning into a special rope. The top condensed into a large anchor-like hook, which was thrown directly into the sea. If you want to catch mutant beasts of this level, ordinary bait has no appeal. Only by condensing your source power on it can you attract their attention. As the fishhook entered the water, the mutated fish underwater instantly sensed the existence of the source of power, swam slowly, and appeared near the fishhook. He opened his mouth and sucked gently, and the blue light fishhook was instantly sucked into his mouth. Coming! Lin Chi suddenly raised his pole, and the huge force instantly caused cracks to appear on the stone slab under his feet. A huge pull caused the spear to bend. Is this guy heavier than the dragon-headed sturgeon in Sanshan Reservoir? Although this mutated sea fish gave Lin Chi a much stronger feeling than the dragon-headed sturgeon, his strength had grown so much compared to before that he didn't feel as oppressive as he did back then. Fly it right up. Lin Chi glanced behind him and saw a large open space. So he turned around, holding the gun behind him, facing the direction of the shipyard. One shot. Open the Tianmin. The spear suddenly swung out from behind, and a fierce spear shadow transformed into a skylifting spear, slamming down. A huge hole was torn in the sky in an instant, and the clouds broke open and extended to the end of the field of vision. The building in front of the shipyard was instantly smashed into a huge crack by this invisible force. Under the pull of the condensed power, the mutant giant fish hidden on the bottom of the sea was directly flown out. The sea surface was rolling and surging, and a mutant dragon grouper more than 40 meters long broke out of the water. It had no time to struggle, and was directly flown out of the water. There was a loud bang, and it hit the crack in the ground, just in time to get the body stuck. The threat of the fish out of the water has been reduced by unknown levels. It still twists its body, trying to break free from this restraint. But its body sinks deeper and deeper. Its scales collapse, and it becomes more and more stuck. There's no way we can take such a big fish back. More than 40 meters long. Both scales and fish bones are 5th level precious materials, and the meat of the 5th level mutant dragon grouper is also top-notch food. The space of my aircraft is limited, so most of the materials have to be discarded. While they were dissecting the mutated dragon's head, Lin Chi notified Wenxiu and asked her to drive the aircraft over. A 5th level gene crystal is obtained, and the remaining materials can be absorbed by the 5 core source bodies to extract the essence. Not long after, the aircraft slowly landed next to the open space of the shipyard. The two people walked out of the hatch and saw the huge gap in the ground. They both looked at the giant sea fish in the middle in disbelief. Is this a 5th level mutant fish? Tuanchuan looked curious. He had seen some information about 5th level mutant beasts before, and he could still accept it. But when Wenxiu opened her mouth in shock and didn't dare to get too close. This giant black fish was more than 40 meters long, but its scales were almost bigger than hers. This was even the first time she saw a mutant creature up close, and it was still a 5th level creature. Tuan, you use the materials from this fish to upgrade the source project armor. Also, Wenxiu is lucky, so he should choose armor as well. I will need your help later. The 5 idle core source materials on the aircraft can just be used. After assigning the work, Lin Chi began to dismember the mutated fish aggressively. It took him half a day to separate most of the materials and pile them aside. The 5 core source bodies are constantly fused with the separated fish scales and hard fish bones. But such a huge amount cannot be completed in a short time. All the rest is integrated into the aircraft, while continuously enhancing the aircraft's defense. It also expands the space and size of the aircraft with Azure's adjustments. While everything was going on in an orderly manner, several figures suddenly flew over from a distance. Perhaps they noticed the movement here, and someone came to inspect. But after getting closer, Lin Chi saw clearly the style of the armor he was wearing, and his face instantly darkened. The battle armors of all Federal Plan warriors have extremely rich traditional styles. Either dragon or tiger. Wise, heroic, smart and capable. You can see your own cultural heritage at a glance. The 3 figures flying over were wearing armor that obviously belonged to a foreign country, and gave people an inexplicable sense of disgust. Chapter 219 Send you back to your hometown. The 3 people slowly landed nearby. When they saw the 5th level mutant dragon in the pit, something was obviously different. Then someone opened his visor, revealing a small head, and slowly walked over. Your Excellency, you are the Source Project soldiers of the Central Asian Federation. We are refugees from the Linhai Japan Federation. My name is Sakata Jiro. I hope to get your help. His voice was stiff, with a hint of a devil in it. But his attitude was very respectful. He was probably shocked by Lin Chi's strength when he saw the corpse of this 5th-level mutated dragon. You want my help? Lin Chi looked at each other with a playful expression. The three of them looked respectful, but the remaining two had their masks still on, so they didn't know what was hidden in their eyes. Yes, our Japanese Federation has been attacked by mutated creatures in the sea, and has also experienced tsunamis and volcanic eruptions. Most areas cannot survive, and can only risk crossing the ocean to seek shelter from you. Hearing that there was not much resistance in Lin Chi's tone, the man spoke much faster and his attitude was more respectful. Well, I can't help you with anything else, but I can help you return to your hometown. Sakata-kun, the cherry blossoms in your hometown should have bloomed. Right? This season is when the cherry blossoms are in bloom. It is unknown how much the flowers of the plants will change due to genetic mutations. No. I think you misunderstood. Now that we have come to your federation, we have no plans to go back. After the end of the world, mankind should get through the crisis together. I hope you can give up your previous prejudices and let mankind get through the difficulties. Sakata shook his head quickly. He took these people thousands of miles away and crossed the treacherous sea before arriving in this big country. Although all the cities near the sea had been moved inland and were in ruins, they were still better than they did every 3 days. Small earthquakes. One big earthquake every 5 days. The small island country is strong. From the moment they set foot on this land, they decided never to go back. If we can gain a firm foothold, we may be able to establish our own kingdom in the apocalypse. Of course, this kind of thinking cannot be expressed now. Don't you want to go back? Sakata-kun is really a person who has forgotten his roots. Lin hates this kind of people the most. It is Lin's duty to send you back to your hometown. After the routine was over, Lin Chi got some general information. It seemed that apart from these 3 guys, there should be many people smuggled over from Japan, and they had all established shelters in coastal cities. As soon as he finished speaking, a dagger popped out of Lin Chi's hand, and he stepped forward with a flash of cold light. The light of the dagger flashed from Sakata's chest, and a crack was instantly cut into the opponent's Source Project armor. Only then did Sakata react belatedly. He was driven back a few steps by the impact, but did not fall to the ground. Something's wrong? You're not hurt? Lin Chi was surprised. The blow just now had obviously disemboweled the body, but the touch of the dagger only cut open the armor, leaving it as if there was nothing inside. You? Baga. Sakata glanced down and was immediately furious. He saw that the cut on his chest quickly healed, but it seemed empty inside. It turns out to be a dwarf. In order to highlight his tall stature, the armor looks extremely powerful, but the man inside is a short man, so that the bulging defensive layer on his chest is too prominent, and the inside is empty. Sakata cursed angrily, and the 2 people behind him made an attack stance at the same time. The armor they wore was only level 4, but there was only 1 person on the other side, and the 2 people behind him were women, so they probably didn't have much fighting ability. After weighing it, he attacked directly. Tuanchuan raised her arms to block Winchio behind her. She knew that Winchio had no fighting ability at all and had to be protected. However, Tuanchuan was full of confidence in Lin Chi's strength. The dagger quickly extended, turned into a long knife, and charged forward. The 6th level battle armor was crushing the 4th level armor across 2 levels. So Lin Chi didn't worry about whether the incision would be smooth. With one stab, a head rose to the sky. Sakata's body fell to the ground weakly, struggled for a few times, and then stopped moving. The remaining 2 people paused for a moment, and just as they were about to turn around and escape, a 40-meter-long sword swung out and cut them in half. What kind of dog dares to come to our territory? Information about the Japanese Federation almost disappeared from the internet before, but it has slowly gained a place recently. However, living on a small island, the disasters it suffered were far more severe than other areas. So most people thought that the island country had completely fallen. Unexpectedly, there would be some borers slowly eroding towards the coastal area. Since I encountered them, I needed to clean them up. The long knife was pressed against Sakata's armor. As the super armor absorbed it, the opponent's armor slowly decomposed, revealing a short body of less than 1.5 meters. After extracting the core source materials of the other 2 armors, Lin Chi also intercepted the information contained in them. Did you come to the coastal area a month ago and set up a shelter? Although there is no intelligent system in Sakata's Project Source armor, it does have simple communication functions. Some of the information is the connection with the shelter and other people. Following this information, Lin Chi easily found their lair. Tuan Wenxiu. Speed up. We have something serious to do. Lin Chi looked excited. It happened that he had never used his perfect sword technique before. This time, he would try it with them to see how powerful the perfect sword technique was. The three of them quickly processed the remaining materials, and also collected some high-quality fish and stored them in the aircraft warehouse for use as food ingredients. As for the remaining wreckage, they directly found a few barrels of gasoline at the shipyard, poured it over, and burned it to ashes. The aircraft quickly followed the direction guided by the signal and arrived at a villa area in a coastal city. This place has not been cleaned and bombed. It is quite well preserved, and there are reinforced walls around the villa area, which can be considered a good place. While in the air, Lin Chi noticed people moving around in the villa area. When he noticed the aircraft appearing in the air, those people quickly hid themselves. This is it. You fly farther away. I'll go down and say low to them. Lin Chi looked at the scope of the villa area and roughly estimated the range of his attack. If he wanted not to miss one, he would not need to conduct a precise search after a large-scale attack. This is not a difficult task for the super body armor. Husband, do you want me to help? I want to try it too. Tuanchuan looked eager to try. After absorbing the 5th level materials, her strength was much stronger than before. Even when Wenxiu turned on the attack mode of the aircraft, and the entire screen turned red. No. Just watch my performance. As Lin Chi spoke, his body gradually merged into the aircraft and slowly sank into the floor. When he appeared again, he had separated from the aircraft and was falling straight towards the villa area, falling straight down from 1,000 meters altitude. When it was about to reach the ground, a 40-meter-long sword surged out. The 2nd level gene lock is opened. The power of thunder, breath-ending slash of violent wind. The 3 skills of the sword art were all superimposed together, and the entire villa area was instantly enveloped by a hurricane, and thunder surged. In an instant, countless blue sword lights shot out. The rotating hurricane continued to grow. Dense cracks spread on the ground, and the entire villa area was completely turned into ruins as if it had been plowed. Chapter 220. Can I ride on you? When the hurricane completely dissipated, there was a mess everywhere, and there was no longer a complete stone in the entire villa area. The land was scorched. There was a faint smoke, and the warm smell of blood filled the air. Lin Chi was suspended in the air, and his super armor was filled with blue energy, jumping like fire. After the sword was cleared, Lin Chi understood how to use the source power without any teacher. Sure enough, only by fighting with all your strength can you realize your own strength and make yourself stronger. Lin Chi murmured to himself that according to the data left by Sakata, there were more than 500 Japanese people in this villa area, all of them strong men and women. From the first moment of arrival, the purpose was very clear. Wei Lan quickly scanned it and confirmed that there were no living creatures in the ruins. And then Lin Chi flew into the sky. In this shelter, only Sakata and the other 3 were Project Source fighters. Although there were some good resources, they were not worth searching in the ruins at all. After entering the cabin, Tuanchuan and Wenxiu came over quickly to greet them. Although they gathered at high altitude, they also saw what happened on the ground. The fluctuation caused at this moment has not completely dissipated. Husband is so awesome. Tuan looked admiring. And the 2 of them also hated the Japanese people very much. Pay more attention to these situations in the future, and solve them whenever you encounter them. We must not let them take root in the Federation. Lin Chi listed this matter as an important matter, and whenever Wei Lan collected similar information, it would be passed on to him as soon as possible. The matter was over, and the aircraft's warehouse was already full. Even if he hunted another mutant beast, there would not be enough space to store it. So Lin Chi had the idea of returning to the safe zone. Moreover, the full exertion just now gave him a deeper understanding of the use of Yuanli, and he had to quickly return to the safe zone to verify it. The return trip was very fast. It only took more than an hour to arrive at the Central Plain safety zone. When they landed on the underground base near the repair shop, Bai Su had already greeted them. Are you finally willing to come back? Lin Chi also shared a video of this battle with Bai Su. She also made in-depth research on the data of the 6th order mutant beasts, and was about to discuss it with Lin Chi. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them went out to play for another day before returning. Teacher, we hunted a 5th level mutant fish. After Tuanchuan got off the aircraft, he said with a face full of merit. The 5th level mutant fish is not an existence that ordinary awakened people can come into contact with. I already know that Tuanchuan has always been very powerful. Baisu looked at Tuanchuan's expression of excitement, which must have been nourishing her. He couldn't help but look at Lin Chi deeply, as if giving an inexplicable signal. Tuan, please go back to the villa later. Your teacher and I still have some things to discuss. Wenxiao still lived in the aircraft, learning the aircraft control technology from Wei Lan without coming down at all. The three of them entered the underground base and arrived at the door of Baisu's new research laboratory. After the continuous expansion of those giant black ants, it has grown to a large scale, and a passage directly leads to the villa area. Okay. I haven't seen Xiaoling and the others for several days. Will my husband go back to the villa tonight? Tuanchuan got on a bus leading to the underground of the villa and turned around to ask Lin Chi that if they went back, the two of them should be prepared. I have a lot to deal with today. I'll go back tomorrow. Seeing Baisu's dissatisfied look on his face, Lin Chi knew that he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. After sending the group away, the two entered the door of the research room. I didn't expect to start hunting the 6th level mutant beast so soon. I thought it would take some time. Baisu compiled the information about the previous hunt for 6th level mutant beasts, and then presented it on the holographic projection. Since the victory of the battle, the 4 major bases have announced the information about the 6th level mutant beasts in the Source Project Center, as well as the news that some Source Plan soldiers have joined the safe zone, especially those safe zones close to the south. After announcing that they would join the 4 major bases, the other party has sent ARC to transport ordinary survivors, and we are preparing to build mankind's first defensive wall on the continuous mountains thousands of kilometers outside the 4 major bases. This wall is 100 feet high and can withstand attacks from mutant beasts below level 6. Once completed, the human survivors inside the wall will be free from worries. This news has attracted most of the safe zones near the south. Even if some people are reluctant to build the foundation, they can only choose to join the 4 major bases to bring mankind together to survive. Thinking of the fate of those safe zones that have been destroyed, well, we also have to consider the follow-up preparations. Baisu simulated all the information obtained on a map. The Central Plains safe zone occupies the center of the Federation, although it can still hold on now. Once it is isolated and helpless, it will be attacked by mutant beasts and evolved bugs from all directions. No matter how strong Lin Chi is, he can't take care of everyone. We still have some time. Even if nothing happens, we can let the 4 major bases take away all the survivors. We can't let these innocent people have no choice of their own. Lin Chi doesn't have much resistance to the 4 major bases. They are just the epitome of the federal power. If he also joins, with this strength, he can do better. However, the system of the new world has not yet been perfected, and the 4 major bases are still managed by hidden old traditions. Joining them at this time will inevitably lead to constant troubles. I thought you had your own ideas. Baisu looked at Lin Chi with some surprise. He had fought against the Yuan Project fighters from the 4 major bases in the ant nest, and there had been friction before. He thought Lin Chi would be very resistant. My idea is that I can live a comfortable life, and no one can sit on top of me and dictate what I want to do. Lin Chi lay relaxed on the chair. With his current strength, he should be the strongest person in Blue Star. Even the original martial arts skills of the 4 major bases are not as good as his abnormal skills. Then can I ride on you? Baisu didn't say anything, and sat directly on Lin Chi. A hot feeling rose from her body, and there was a faint red light. In response to each other, the source power in Lin Chi's body also mobilized. The nature of the 2 sources of power is different. The red one tends to biological energy, while the blue one tends to material energy. But it resonates at this moment. By the way, I'm going to exchange it for a source martial skill to try. Do you think it's worth it? Lin Chi quickly released the restrictions of the super body armor while conversing distractedly. Origin martial arts. You can try it, but don't worry about that now. Do business first. Baisu hurriedly released the restraints on himself and handed over accurately.